Chapter 1, Add another 300,000 yuan to the betrothal gift to help my brother-in-law get married? Mom, I beg you, please give me this 300,000 yuan. Bai Yuqing has already been told by my sister that she agrees. As long as I give her 300,000 yuan as a gift, she will be willing to marry me. Bai Yuqing is my goddess for life, I must marry her. Mom, please think of a way for me, otherwise I will die. Oh, right? We still have Mo Fan. Why don't we just add another 300,000 yuan to my sister's betrothal gift? Wang Long's mother Lu Xiaomei pondered for a moment and said, Okay, I'll go talk to your sister right away. Xiao Han, just help your brother. 300,000 is not too much. Mom, don't worry. It's just 300,000 yuan. Just say the word and Mo Fan will give it to me even if he has to sell everything he has. The mother and daughter were plotting in the room. The next day. Magic City. In a residential building decorated with lights and decorations. Mo Fan, I'm talking to you, why are you standing there? Wang Han, wearing a white wedding dress, looked at the man in front of her who was wearing groom's attire. Did you hear that? Seeing that Mo Fan didn't respond, Wang Han shouted a few more words impatiently. Mo Fan finally came back to his senses. He looked at the familiar scene in front of him with a complicated look in his eyes. He took a long breath. What did you just say? Wang Han glared at him and said again, Yuqing said that if my brother wants to marry her, he must pay a betrothal gift of 300,000 yuan. You should add another 300,000 yuan to the betrothal gift and use it for my brother's marriage. Did you hear me? After hearing this, Mo Fan was not angry at all. Instead, his eyes were filled with excitement, and even a hint of joy. At this point he was certain that he was reborn, and that he had been reborn 6 years ago when he and Wang Han were about to get married. 6 years ago, Wang Han's family did the same thing. When I came to pick up the bride, they asked for an extra 300,000 yuan for the bride price. At that time, Mo Fan was young and ignorant, and he loved Wang Han so much, so he asked his parents to scrape together another 300,000 yuan to get married. After all, the 4-year love affair is finally coming to fruition. But when he thought everything would be fine after getting married, reality gave him a ruthless slap in the face. After getting married, Wang Han has epitomized laziness and gluttony to the extreme. She stays at home all day doing nothing, but she always spends thousands of dollars on cosmetics and tens of thousands of bags. This was nothing. Mo Fan gritted his teeth and bought them all for her. What Mo Fan couldn't accept was that after Wang Han's family took 300,000 yuan from him and gave it to her brother as a betrothal gift, instead of being grateful, they went even further and even asked for money from him for his brother-in-law Wang Long to buy a house and a car. Just because Mo Fan gave Wang Long 30,000 less when buying a house, he was subjected to cold ridicule from Wang Han's family. Mo Fan, I was so blind to marry a loser like you. It's a waste of my youth. Look at how awesome the husband of someone is, earning $1 million a year, while his wife doesn't have to do anything. She uses the best cosmetics all day and travels around the world. So-and-so's boyfriend gave his girlfriend a Porsche before they even got married. Now that we're married, you bought me a BMW. Sure enough, good husbands are from other people's families. I really regret it, Mo Fan. The guy who pursued me back then is now doing very well. Why was I so blind to follow you? I am so sick of it. These are Wang Han's original words, and there are even more unpleasant things than this. 6 years ago, that is now, Mo Fan's salary was just over 8,000 yuan, and the 200,000 yuan dowry for his marriage was all borrowed by his parents. After the Wang family asked for a huge sum of money, his parents shamelessly borrowed another 300,000 yuan from relatives and friends. Mo Fan and his parents were the ones who had to pay off the debt of 500,000 yuan. Less than 2 years after getting married, Mo Fan's parents fell ill due to the strain of long-term and high-intensity work. Mo Fan was scolded by Wang Han for only giving his parents 5,000 yuan for medical treatment. These two old fools don't know how to make money for themselves, and they just want to take our money all day long. But Wang Han gives her parents several thousand yuan every month, and calls it filial piety. After his parents fell ill, all the pressure fell on Mo Fan. In desperation, he even took a part-time job, working during the day and driving Didi to deliver food at night. However, Wang Han said that it was an undignified job and that it was only for people at the bottom of society, so she asked Mo Fan to quit so that she would not be laughed at by relatives and friends. Mo Fan had long been numb to this, and he had been repeating this life for 4 years. Finally, while delivering a takeaway on a rainy night, Mo Fan was in a car accident and died. But God was merciful and gave him a chance to live again. I must not make the same mistake again in this life. Mo Fan swore secretly in his heart. At this moment, Wang Han's mother Lu Xiaomei urged, Mo Fan, I know you are very happy to marry my daughter, but now hurry up and pay the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift, and I will let you take Wang Han away immediately. After a pause, Lu Xiaomei continued, haven't your parents already borrowed 200,000 yuan? It wouldn't be a big deal to ask them to borrow another 300,000 yuan. I don't have 300,000 yuan. Mo Fan said bluntly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaomei immediately became furious. She said sarcastically, Mo Fan, you still want to marry my daughter without the 300,000? I tell you, if you can't come up with 300,000 today, get out of here right away. There are many people who want to marry my Xiaohan, and you are not the only one. Wang Han was also angry. She asked, Mo Fan, what do you mean? Do you think I'm not worth 300,000? Upon hearing this, Mo Fan smiled. What are you laughing at? Wang Han frowned. Mo Fan took a deep breath and said, fuck, how dare you think you are worth 300,000? Today I'm telling you, a mama's boy and a brother supporting demon like you is not worth $300,000. I don't want you even if you pay me for you. I won't get married. After saying that, Mo Fan shouted, it feels so good to speak my mind. Fuck, Mo Fan, say that again. Wang Long rushed forward, looking at Mo Fan with a fierce face, as if he was ready to attack. But behind Mo Fan, 4 groomsmen stood up. They were tall and strong, and Wang Long immediately wilted. Wang Han's face was gloomy. She never expected that Mo Fan, who had always obeyed her, would suddenly become like this. At this time, Wang Han's relatives and friends looked at her in disbelief, which made Wang Han even angrier. Mo Fan, you bastard. I, Wang Han, must be very lucky to marry a loser like you. But don't you take a piss and look at yourself? If you don't marry me, which woman in this world would be willing to marry you? Lu Xiaomei also agreed, that's right, Xiaohan, don't be angry. Look at how poor he is. He can't even come up with 300,000 yuan. Whose daughter would like him? Just wait, I'll contact the blind date you had a few days ago. Mo Fan looked disdainful when he heard what the mother and daughter said, and turned around and walked towards the bridesmaids. When Mo Fan walked up to the bridesmaids and looked at one of the girls, he felt mixed emotions and a hint of tenderness in his eyes. This girl is Wang Han's best friend, Wang Long's goddess, and Bai Yuqing, who asked the Wang family for a dowry of 300,000 yuan. Mo Fan came to Bai Yuqian, half knelt on the ground, and said affectionately, Yuqing, I want to marry you, will you marry me? Chapter 2, Confession Successful, the God-level selection system has been activated. Bai Yuqing was caught off guard by Mo Fan's sudden confession. She covered her mouth and looked at Mo Fan in disbelief. Looking at Bai Yuqing's expression, a series of memories emerged in Mo Fan's mind. That was when he was a freshman in college. He was struck by Bai Yuqing's beauty when he first met her. But when he learned about Bai Yuqing's background and realized the gap between them, he gave up that unrealistic fantasy. Later, Mo Fan fell in love with Wang Han, and at that time he would ask Bai Yuqing to help him deliver love letters and bring breakfast. But Mo Fan didn't know at that time that it was because of his gentle pursuit of Wang Han that he secretly moved Bai Yuqing, but Bai Yuqing just kept this love in her heart and continued to help him pursue Wang Han. Finally, with the help of Bai Yuqing, Mo Fan soon got together with Wang Han. Later, when Bai Yuqing was visiting Wang Han's house, she was recognized by Wang Long, who began to pursue her madly. Unable to bear Wang Han and Wang Long's procrastination, Bai Yuqing had to tell them that she would only marry them if they asked for a betrothal gift of 300,000 yuan, and this 300,000 yuan betrothal gift was just an excuse because she knew that the Wang family could not afford it. But at that time she didn't expect that the Wang family would ask Mo Fan for the 300,000. After Mo Fan and Wang Han got married, Bai Yuqing's life was not easy. Seeing Mo Fan's miserable life after marriage, she thought that she had harmed Mo Fan. The guilt in her heart and years of unrequited love made Bai Yuqing ill for a long time and she eventually got cancer. Mo Fan, I really wish I could start over again. I will definitely not help you pursue Wang Han. I want to be your girlfriend and marry you. These were the last words Bai Yuqing said to Mo Fan on his hospital bed before he passed away. At that moment, Mo Fan realized that there was someone in this world who had loved him so deeply. Yuqing, I had no choice at that time, but in this life, I will never let you down. Mo Fan said in his heart, then looked at Bai Yuqing affectionately. Yuqing, will you marry me? Bai Yuqing looked at Mo Fan, who was so affectionate, and tears rolled down her eyes. She asked, Mo Fan, are you serious? I'm serious, marry me, I will never let you down, ever. Mo Fan looked at Bai Yuqing seriously and lovingly. Bai Yuqing cried with joy, okay, I do. I am willing to marry you. For a moment, the whole house fell silent. Wang Han was dumbfounded, Lu Xiaomei was even more dumbfounded, and Wang Long was about to explode. Fuck it, Mo Fan, are you crazy? My sister won't marry you, so you confess your love to Bai Yuqing. Bai Yuqing is mine. Believe it or not, I will fight you to the death. Wang Long pounced to Mo Fan's side. He didn't care about anything else at this moment. He swung his fist towards Mo Fan's face. At this moment, Mo Fan's best man and good brother Chen Chuan stood up. A rubbish like you is worthy of this? Wang Long, who had been hanging out in nightclubs for many years, had already worn out his body. He was no match for Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan raised his foot and kicked Wang Long in the stomach, sending him flying. Mo Fan held Bai Yuqing's hand and raised it to Wang Han and her mother. I'm sorry, there is still someone willing to marry me. Ding! The host has made the correct choice, activating the God-level selection system. The host confesses his love to Bai Yuqing, and the system specially sends a gift of 3 million. Note, it will be credited to the host's card later. The source of the funds is very legitimate. Please feel free to use it, and remember to give the system a 5-star rating. The host's confession is too shabby, the system will give you a full set of ocean heart blue diamonds. The full set is worth 20 million, the only one in the world. It will be delivered to the host's pocket later. I wish the host and Bai Yuqing a long and lasting relationship. System? Mo Fan was a little surprised. In his previous life, he was a fan of novels, so he naturally knew about the system. He didn't expect that he would also obtain the system. Could it be that this was the standard configuration for those who were reborn? Just when Mo Fan was excited, he heard Wang Long's howl. Mom, sister, please help me, Bai Yuqing is my goddess, I will not live if she marries Mo Fan. Wang Long said this and ran straight to the windowsill, threatening to die. Chapter 3, Stop shedding your crocodile tears. Seeing Wang Long running to the window, Lu Xiaomei was frightened. She hurried over and grabbed Wang Long. My dear son, there are many women in the world. I'll ask Aunt Yang to find you some better looking ones later. Then he pointed at Mo Fan and cursed, Mo Fan. What do you mean? You came here today to pick up my daughter's bride price, but you are going to abandon my daughter and marry someone else just because I asked you to add 300,000 yuan to the betrothal gift. If you don't give me an explanation today, this matter will not end. Lu Xiaomei was furious. She originally thought that at this critical juncture, Mo Fan would definitely compromise and raise the 300,000 yuan, but now it was obviously beyond her expectations, and even her own son was about to jump off the building. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and Lu Xiaomei turned her anger towards Bai Yuqing. It's all your fault, you vixen. First you seduced my son and made him lose his mind. Now it's because of you that our family can't get the 300,000 yuan. Why do you have to seduce someone else's fiancé when you are so young? Mo Fan's face suddenly darkened. Ding. Please make a choice. 1. Allow others to insult your girlfriend and be rewarded with the title of bearing humiliation and bearing heavy burdens. 2. No matter what, take Bai Yuqing away and you will be rewarded 5 million. 3. Big Ears calls Lu Xiaomei, and is rewarded with a Porsche Carrera G. The sudden system prompt startled Mo Fan, but he immediately made a choice. It doesn't matter whether it's a car or not, what I really want to do is slap Lu Xiaomei in the face. Mo Fan just raised his hand and waved it in one smooth motion. Snap. With a snap, Lu Xiaomei's cheek swelled up. She looked at Mo Fan in disbelief. You dare to hit me? Ding. A Porsche Carrera G is your reward. The Porsche will be delivered to the nearest place to the host by the 4S store manager within 2 hours. Mo Fan couldn't help but feel excited when the reward arrived. That was the second most expensive car in Porsche. He had never had the chance to touch it in his previous life. Restraining his inner excitement, Mo Fan looked at Lu Xiaomei fiercely and said, beating you is a light punishment. If you dare to speak rudely to Yuqing again, believe it or not, I will kill you today. Lu Xiaomei was really frightened by Mo Fan and couldn't help but shrink back. Wang Han could no longer sit still after seeing this. He stood up from the bed and walked to Mo Fan. Until now, she still thought that this was the Mo Fan who could be summoned and dismissed at will. She was so charming that she shed 2 tears and said pitifully, Mo Fan, I know you are doing this on purpose to piss me off. You must still love me in your heart. I will give you one last chance. I will add an extra 300,000 yuan as the betrothal gift. As long as you pay it, I will go with you now and live a down-to-earth life with you in the future. Okay? Mo Fan was amused by Wang Han's words. He couldn't help but shake his head, wondering how he could have been so blind to fall in love with such a mean and stupid woman. Alright, stop shedding your crocodile tears. We've broken up. Forget about the money I spent on your family. Just return the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift to me intact. As soon as these words came out, Wang Han's eyes dodged and hesitantly said, Mo Fan, we have already spent the 200,000. Mo Fan was not surprised by this, as he was already used to it. This is your family's business. It's just a mere 200,000 yuan. You can get it together. If I don't see the 200,000 yuan within 15 days, let's meet in court. 200,000 is just a small amount of money to him now, but he will not give it to this disgusting family. Lu Xiaomei couldn't stand it anymore. She didn't care that her relatives were watching in the room. She said unreasonably, no, the 200,000 yuan was obviously the betrothal gift you gave. Now you are regretting the marriage, so the 200,000 yuan doesn't count. Not only that, you have to compensate Xiaohan for her mental damages. On the day of her wedding, her fiancé ran off with a wild woman. If this gets out, how can Xiaohan live her life in the future? If you don't want to pay for mental damages, that's fine. Just take out 300,000 yuan and marry Xiaohan right now. Mental damages? You insisted before that you wouldn't get married without $300,000, and now you're blaming me for not getting married. It's okay if you don't want to pay back the $200,000. Just wait for the court summons. I wonder how many years you'll be sentenced for defrauding $200,000. After saying that, Mo Fan took Bai Yuqing's hand and prepared to ask his brothers to leave. Mo Fan. Suddenly, Wang Han called him. Mo Fan turned around and looked at her teasingly. Wang Han was like crazy, roaring, Mo Fan, why do you treat me like this? You know that the people chasing me can line up from here to France, but I still chose you. I have been with you for 4 years of my youth. I just temporarily added 300,000 yuan to the betrothal gift to prove that you really love me, but why are you such a heartless man? You said you don't want to marry me, but you still proposed to Bai Yuqing. Why on earth? As she spoke, Wang Han started to cry. Although she had always treated Mo Fan as a tool, the 4 years of feelings between them were real. She wiped away her tears, stepped forward and grabbed Mo Fan's arm, her lips trembling. Mo Fan, I don't want the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift. Let's go to the hotel to get married and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage certificate. Let's live together, okay? Mo Fan heaved a sigh of relief. They had indeed been together for 4 years, so it would be a lie to say that they had no feelings for each other. In the past 4 years, he has tolerated Wang Han countless times. Only this time. Mo Fan shook off Wang Han's hand, his eyes devoid of emotion. No need. We've broken up. After saying this, Mo Fan took Bai Yuqing's hand and left. Watching Mo Fan's resolute back as he left, Wang Han's pitiful expression instantly disappeared, replaced by resentment. She murmured, Mo Fan, don't regret it. Bai Yuqing's family will never accept a loser like you. You will have to crawl back to me and beg me to get back together. And Bai Yuqing, I treat you as my best friend, but you seduced my man. I will make you pay the price. Chapter 4, Going to meet Bai Yuqing's parents. After leaving Wang Han's house, Mo Fan looked at the clear sky outside and felt extremely happy. The depression of 6 years of marriage before rebirth was also swept away at this moment. He held Bai Yuqing's hand, and it still felt very dreamy until now. Suddenly a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Please make a choice. 1. Continue to date Bai Yuqing and be rewarded with the title of straight man. 2. Break up with Bai Yuqing and receive a reward of 10 million. 3. Receive a marriage certificate with Bai Yuqing and be rewarded with a set of Feng Qiwawang and Feng Wang Yufi wedding suits. Hearing this, Mo Fan nodded and commented, the system is quite considerate. I choose 3. Of course, this system is dedicated to providing high-quality services, which cannot be compared with any random system. Not bad, not bad. At this moment, his brother Chen Chuan's voice came from behind. He patted Mo Fan on the shoulder and said, Mo Fan, you really opened my eyes today. I thought you would compromise and borrow another 300,000 yuan to get married. now it seems that my worries are unnecessary. I am so happy today as a brother. You finally got out of the Wang family's suffering and quietly hooked up with our university's campus belle. It's really a double happiness. Another person, Fong Su, also echoed, yeah, Mo Fan, you've only been working for a year, and you only make a little over 8,000 a month, and you have to give half of that to Wang Han. As a brother, I couldn't stand it a long time ago, but I didn't say it out of respect for you. You don't know how much I enjoyed watching you slap Lu Xiaomei just now. It was so fucking satisfying to watch. Mo Fan looked at the brothers in front of him with mixed emotions. When his life was not good in his previous life, they had helped him a lot, even though their own lives were not that good either. Thinking of this, Mo Fan said seriously, thank you guys. Chen Chuan waved his hand. What are you talking about? You helped us a lot when we were in college. After a pause, Chen Chuan asked, by the way, Mo Fan, what are you going to do next? He pointed at Bai Yuqing's hand, which was held by Mo Fan. Mo Fan understood what Chen Chuan meant. He smiled and looked at Bai Yuqing and said, Yuqing, take me to see my uncle and aunt. Bai Yuqing was stunned for a moment, as if he was in a difficult situation. Mo Fan, maybe I need to talk to my parents first. Fearing that Mo Fan might misunderstand, Bai Yuqing explained, don't misunderstand me, but don't worry, as long as you are willing to marry me, I will definitely convince my parents to let me marry you. Mo Fan felt a little more pity for Bai Yuqing as he looked at her frantic explanation. He rubbed Bai Yuqing's head. Yuqing, do you believe me? Bai Yuqing seemed a little embarrassed when Mo Fan rubbed her head, but her expression was very happy. She nodded gently, yes, I believe you. Then take me to meet my uncle and aunt, and I will show them my true feelings. Mo Fan confirmed. Good. Bai Yuqing agreed. Seeing Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing being so affectionate, Chen Chuan and Fong Su cheered on the side. Oh my, they are showing off their love right in front of us. It's so disgusting. That's right, Mo Fan, you should at least take care of us single guys. I really don't want School Beauty Bai to introduce us to her girlfriends. Of course, I don't want someone like Wang Han. Being teased like this, Bai Yuqing's face turned red and she buried her head in Mo Fan's chest. Mo Fan rolled his eyes at them and said, alright, stop making trouble here. Go back first. Yuqing and I will go meet her parents first. Go ahead, go ahead. It's always your nature to forget your principles for the sake of beauty. Although they said so, Chen Chuan, Fong Su and others wished Mo Fan well from the bottom of their hearts. Mo Fan took Bai Yuqing away. Because the Porsche would take another 2 hours to arrive, Mo Fan took a taxi and went to Bai's house with Bai Yuqing. At the same time, at Wang Han's home. Her relatives and friends also left one after another, and soon only mother and her 2 children were left at home. The messy house was filled with anger and resentment. Lu Xiaomei sat on the bed, slapping the bedboard angrily with one hand, her face grim, and she cursed angrily, today, my relatives and friends have laughed at me enough. They even dared to hit me. Xiaohan, if you ask me, it's a good thing you didn't marry that little bastard Mo Fan. He's not worthy of marrying you, a loser who can't even come up with a mere 300,000 yuan. If you want to borrow 300,000 yuan, you just need to have a hand, right? Wang Long squatted on the side in a daze, muttering, my goddess, my goddess. Wang Han frowned and looked at his mother and brother. Mom, please stop talking. I'm upset. What's troubling you? Wang Han looked at Lu Xiaomei unhappily and said helplessly, Mom, Mo Fan has already told us to send the 200,000 yuan back, but we have already bought bags and cosmetics with that 200,000 yuan, so how can we pay him back? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaomei was stunned for a moment, but then she said arrogantly, don't give it to him. Why should I give it back to him? He proposed to that stinky vixen himself. This 200,000 yuan is your mental damage compensation. Besides, where can I find this 200,000 yuan for him now? I don't have any money. After a pause, Lu Xiaomei suddenly had an idea and walked over to Wang Han to lecture him. Hey, Xiaoan, you said that Vixen's family is so well off, why don't you go talk to her parents and ask them to compensate you for your mental damages? By the way, you can also mess up the matter between her and that little beast Mo Fan. In this way, won't Mo Fan have to come to you with the 300,000 yuan in the end? Hearing this, Wang Han's expression changed from gloomy to bright. After a long time, a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes. Okay, I'll go to Bai Yuqing's house now. Wang Han changed out of her wedding dress, went downstairs, hailed a taxi and headed towards Bai's house. At this time, Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing took a taxi to a high-end villa area, Shuian Xinyuan. Bai Yuqing pointed at the very exquisite European-style villas in the villa area. That's my home, let's go in. Mo Fan, what's wrong with you? Bai Yuqing saw that Mo Fan was a little absent-minded and couldn't help but ask. I'm just a little nervous. It's my first time meeting my parents-in-law and I didn't bring any gifts. I wonder if they will kick me out. Mo Fan joked in a nonchalant manner. Bai Yuqing rolled her eyes at Mo Fan and said, no way. Do you think everyone is like Lu Xiaomei? Wait, who are your father-in-law and mother-in-law? Bai Yuqing suddenly reacted and glared at Mo Fan. Mo Fan moved closer to her and said in a mean tone, isn't it? Oh, how can you be so shameless? Bai Yuqing complained, but her happy expression betrayed her and made Mo Fan laugh. You're still laughing. Chapter 5, Discussing the Marriage, Wang Han disrupts the situation. In front of the Bai family villa, Bai Yuqing rang the doorbell. Mo Fan stood beside Bai Yuqing and couldn't help but tighten his clothes. Mo Fan, are you nervous? Bai Yuqing suddenly asked. Mo Fan was stunned for a second, then shook his head, I'm not nervous. You're talking nonsense. Every time you pull at the corner of your clothes you're just nervous. Bai Yuqing Jiao snorted. Suddenly, Mo Fan moved closer to her, with their cheeks almost touching. Mo Fan smiled evilly and said, if that's the case, then you must know me very well. Could it be that you have always been secretly in love with me? Hearing this, Bai Qingyu blushed, turned away, and cursed, Bah, stop being narcissistic, I don't have a crush on you. At this moment, the door opened and a middle-aged woman stuck her head out. Hey, Yu Qing, didn't you go to a classmate's wedding? Why are you back so soon? Who is this? As the middle-aged woman spoke, she suddenly noticed Mo Fan. Mo Fan also recognized her. This was Bai Yuqing's mother, Mu Yun. Bai Yuqing stepped forward and took Mu Yun's arm and said nervously, Mom, this is my boyfriend. Can we go in first? Mu Yun was stunned where she stood. Bai Yuqing was unsure of what Mu Yun meant and didn't dare to speak. Mo Fan stood aside, feeling a little flustered. He suppressed his inner nervousness and greeted Bai Ma, hello, auntie. I am Yu Qing's boyfriend, Mo Fan. But the next moment, Mu Yun directly shook off Bai Yuqing's hand, and then shouted excitedly to the inside of the house, old Bai, stop fiddling with those things. God has eyes, our daughter has finally found a boyfriend, come out quickly, don't neglect our future son-in-law. Come on, Mo Fan Yuqing, come in and sit down first. I'll go wash some fruit for you. Auntie, there's no need to be so troublesome. I came here in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts. How could I dare to trouble you? Mo Fan said quickly. Look at what you said, kid. It's good enough that people can come. What gifts or no gifts? You guys go sit down first. I'll come later. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she went into the kitchen. This made Mo Fan feel a little amused and helpless. Yu Qing, has your mother always been so enthusiastic? Bai Yuqing was also confused. She looked at Mo Fan with resentment and pouted, my mother has never cared so much about me. At this moment, a middle-aged man came down from upstairs. Mo Fan recognized him at a glance. He was Bai Yuqing's father, Bai Tianhe, who was also a well-known entrepreneur in Modu. Facing Bai Tianhe as Bai Yuqing's boyfriend for the first time, Mo Fan couldn't help but feel nervous again. Hello, uncle. Bai Tianhe just nodded symbolically in response to Mo Fan's greeting, and then sat down next to Bai Yuqing. Yu Qing, how long have you been talking? Bai Yuqing was stunned for a moment and looked at Mo Fan, not knowing how to answer for a moment. After a pause, she suddenly hugged Bai Tianhe's arm and said, Dad, Mo Fan is my college classmate. Didn't he bring him to see you right after we got together? Hearing this, Bai Tianhe looked up at Mo Fan. That look made Mo Fan feel a little uncomfortable. At this moment, Mu Yun came over and glared at Bai Tianhe, Xiao Fan is a guest at our house, why are you staring at him like a criminal? Come on, Xiao Fan, eat some fruit first. Mu Yun brought the fruit to Mo Fan and sat next to Bai Yuqing, looking at Mo Fan. Thank you, auntie. Mo Fan felt a little embarrassed when being stared at. Mom and Dad. Suddenly, Bai Yuqing looked at Bai's father and mother seriously. What's wrong, girl? So serious all of a sudden? Mom and Dad, I brought Mo Fan here this time to discuss our marriage. I want to know what you two think. After Bai Yuqing finished speaking, she and Mo Fan looked at Bai Tianhe and Mu Yun nervously. Bai's father and mother were also obviously stunned. They looked at each other and Bai Tianhe frowned and said, Yuqing, although you are college classmates, don't you plan to spend more time together and get to know each other better? Isn't it a bit hasty to talk about marriage so soon? Mu Yun also looked at Bai Yuqing, Yuqing, although mommy likes Xiaofan very much, your dad is right. Marriage is a serious matter and should not be trifled with. I think we should talk for a while before deciding. Mo Fan had anticipated what Bai's father and mother said. He thought about it and prepared to talk to them in person. But at this moment, the doorbell of the villa rang. Who is it again? You guys chat first, I'll go take a look. Mu Yun stood up and went to open the door. Hey, isn't this Xiaohan? Didn't Yuqing say you were getting married today? How come you have time to come to our house as a guest? Come in and have a seat. Yuqing and her boyfriend are here too. The moment he heard Xiaohan's name, Mo Fan turned and looked towards the door. A familiar face came into his sight, and the person was none other than Wang Han. Chapter 6. This is my 3 million betrothal gift to marry Yuqing. Wang Han naturally saw Mo Fan turning around. In an instant, her tears burst out. Seeing this, Mu Yun looked at her in confusion. Xiaohan, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Wang Han said pitifully, Auntie, I feel wronged. What's wrong? Talk to Auntie. Is there any conflict between you and Yuqing? Wang Han nodded obediently. What? Yuqing is such a fool. I told you she was going to be your bridesmaid, why did she come back so soon? Come here and have a good talk with your auntie, and see how she teaches her a lesson. Having said that, Mu Yun took Wang Han's hand and sat on the sofa. Looking at Wang Han, who was sitting opposite him and pretending to be pitiful, Mo Fan felt even more disgusted. Xiaohan, your uncle and I are here. How did Yuqing bully you? Just tell me. Wang Han thought for a moment and said, Auntie, you know that today is my wedding day, but... As she spoke, she burst into tears, but Yuqing stole my fiancé, causing me to lose face in front of all my relatives and friends. Wang Han wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and said heartbrokenly, I don't know when Yuqing got together with Mo Fan. But when Mo Fan was about to get married, he gave up the 4-year relationship between us and turned around to propose to her. But I don't care about these. I just want Mo Fan to come back to me. Auntie, can you help me? She held Mu Yun's hand as if asking for help. Looking at Wang Han's Oscar-worthy acting skills, Mo Fan was completely disgusted. But there is a bigger trouble right now. Bai Tianhe and Mu Yun looked at Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing in shock. Bai Tianhe's face turned cold, and he asked in a deep voice, Bai Yuqing, is what Xiaohan said true? Bai Yuqing didn't expect Wang Han to be so shameless. She stood up and looked at Bai Tianhe. Dad, that's not the case. Wang Han's brother has been pursuing me. I had no choice but to tell them that I would agree to be with her brother only if they paid a betrothal gift of 300,000 yuan. But Wang Han's family was so shameless that they asked Mo Fan to pay an additional 300,000 yuan. Mo Fan naturally couldn't afford it, so she used it as a threat and said she would not marry without the 300,000 yuan. After a pause, Bai Yuqing looked at Mo Fan and smiled slightly. With so many relatives and friends, have they ever thought about asking Mo Fan to step down? Mom and Dad, do you know that I had a crush on Mo Fan for 4 years in college? I liked him for 4 whole years. When I heard the news that he and Wang Han were getting married, my heart was broken. Maybe my love moved the heavens, and Mo Fan proposed to me. This day is really the happiest day of my life. Mom and Dad, please agree to it. I want to marry him and be his wife. Bai Yuqing said this to her parents, to Wang Han, and even more to Mo Fan. Mo Fan was stunned. He knew Bai Yuqing's feelings for him, but he didn't expect them to be so deep. He let out a long sigh, smiled tenderly at Bai Yuqing, and looked at Bai's father and mother, uncle and aunt. You may think that I am a very unreliable person. Of course, what I do is indeed unreliable. There are some things I don't know how to tell you, but please believe in my feelings for Yuqing. The sun and the moon can show it, and the heaven and earth can bear witness to it. Looking at Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing, Bai Tianhe's expression was not so cold anymore. Even Mu Yun moved away from Wang Han without leaving a trace. After hearing Bai Yuqing's explanation, Wang Han's expression did not change. Although what she said was indeed exaggerated, her purpose had been achieved. She believed that after this incident, Bai's father and mother would never agree to Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing being together. Wang Han thought to himself, humph. Mo Fan, I told you that I would bring the $300,000 back to me. You will never escape from my grasp. At this moment, Bai Yuqing walked to Mo Fan's side and said, "Mom and Dad, I believe in Mo Fan. I believe he can bring me happiness and a future." Seeing this, Muyan wanted to say something, but when the words came to her lips, she just sighed. What is this all about, Lao Bai, what do you think? Bai Tianhe pondered for a moment and looked at Mo Fan. "Are you sincere to my daughter?" Mo Fan quickly replied, "Uncle and aunt, please believe me, I will definitely treat Yuqing well in this life, and I will never do anything to let her down." "Okay, I trust my daughter's judgment, but I have one request." "Uncle," you said, "no matter what it is, I can do it." When Mo Fan heard that there was a chance, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "How much is the betrothal gift you gave to the Wang family?" Mo Fan was stunned for a moment and answered subconsciously, 200,000. Bai Tianhe nodded. "Okay, if that's the case, then on top of the 200,000, add another 300,000. As long as you can come up with the 500,000 within 7 days, I will marry Yuqing to you. If you can't come up with it, I won't believe that you can make my daughter happy, so give up this idea as soon as possible." As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Yuqing's expression changed immediately. "Dad, you clearly know that Mo Fan can't come up with 500,000 yuan. Even the 200,000 yuan he gave to Wang Han as a betrothal gift was spent by his family. Yuqing, come here." Mu Yun walked over and pulled Bai Yuqing aside. When Wang Han heard that Bai Tianhe also asked for a betrothal gift of 500,000 yuan, he burst out laughing. "Uncle, you think too highly of Mo Fan. If he could have come up with another 500,000, he wouldn't have openly proposed to Bai Yuqing at the wedding." Unexpectedly, Bai Tianhe looked at Wang Han sternly and said, "You have no right to speak here." Wang Han suddenly didn't dare to speak. She also knew Bai Tianhe's importance in the Magic City. Bai Tianhe then looked at Mo Fan and asked, "What do you think?" Mo Fan let out a long sigh. "Uncle, you said 500,000, right?" Bai Tianhe nodded, "Yes." "Okay then." Mo Fan said, pulling out a bank card from his pocket. "There is 3 million in this card. This 3 million will be my betrothal gift to Yuqing." When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Especially Wang Han, who was furious at this moment. "Mo Fan, please stop bragging. If you have 3 million, why would you not even be willing to give me 300,000? Mo Fan said disdainfully, "Even if you throw 300,000 yuan to a dog, it will wag its tail instead of just asking for more and exploiting you." This one sentence made Wang Han speechless, but she still didn't believe it, or was unwilling to believe that there were 3 million on Mo Fan's card. Mu Yun also looked at Bai Yuqing in surprise. "Yuqing, didn't you say he couldn't take it out?" Bai Yuqing shook his head. "I don't know either. His family isn't well off, and he's only been working for less than a year since he graduated. Uncle, this money is what I saved from part-time jobs and investments over the years." Bai Tianhe nodded. "I believe that the man my daughter likes would not lie to me like this. In this case, the marriage will be discussed by you too." "Thank you, uncle." Mo Fan originally thought that he would need to spend some more time talking, but he didn't expect Bai Tianhe to be such a principled person. Wang Han was kicked out of the Bai family. On the way back, Wang Han's face was filled with resentment. "Damn it, you clearly have 3 million, but why don't you want to give me 300,000, but are willing to use the 3 million to marry that bitch Bai Yuqing? Mo Fan, you are so cruel." Chapter 7, A Gift for Bai Yuqing. Wang Han's ghost still exists. Inside the Bai family villa. Mu Yun handed the household registration booklet to Bai Yuqing, looked at the two and asked, "Xiaofan, Yuqing, when are you going to hold the wedding?" Mo Fan had already made arrangements in his mind, so he said truthfully, "Auntie, the hotel where Wang Han and I got engaged is still available. I want to get the marriage certificate with Yuqing now, and then hold the wedding banquet the day after tomorrow. It just so happens that I want to customize a unique wedding dress for Yuqing in these 2 days." After hearing this, Mu Yun was very happy. "Xiaofan, you are really thoughtful. You are not like Yuqing's father who didn't even buy me a wedding dress when I got married." As she said this, she glared at Bai Tianhe with resentment. Ahem. Bai Tianhe felt guilty after hearing what Mu Yun said. He walked up to Mo Fan and Bai Yu, holding 2 bank cards in his hand. "Mo Fan, this is your 3 million betrothal gift. I'm returning it to you. Remember, you promised me to treat Yuqing well. If she suffers any injustice, I will not forgive you." Then he handed another bank card to Bai Yuqing. "Yuqing, the 7 million in this card is the dowry I prepared for you. From now on, whether your life with Mo Fan is good or bad, your mother and I will not ask about it again." Bai Yuqing took the bank card and said playfully, "Thank you, Dad." Bai Tianhe waved his hand and said, all right, Go get the marriage certificate with your boyfriend. Finally, under the gaze of Bai Tianhe and Mu Yun, Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing left the Bai family villa. Standing outside the gate, watching the backs of Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing leaving, Mu Yun said with emotion, Yuqing is finally married. This girl has never been in a relationship. I almost thought she had a problem with her sexual orientation. But you know what, Mo Fan is a really lovable kid. Yuqing will definitely live a good life with him. When Bai Tianhe heard this, he immediately felt something was wrong. Why, you never had a good life following me? Humph, Mu Yun snorted, Xiaofan even knows to customize a wedding dress for your daughter. Look at you, you are at least a small entrepreneur in Shanghai. After all these years of marriage, you still customize a wedding dress for me? You are so stingy. You can cook the afternoon meal yourself. I'm going to play mahjong. The more Mu Yun talked, the more uncomfortable she felt. After returning to the room to get her bag, she went out to play mahjong. At this time, at the entrance of Shuiyan Xinyuan community, Bai Yuqing was about to reach out to stop a taxi. When she thought about getting a marriage certificate with Mo Fan soon, she became impatient. Yuqing, there's no need to take a taxi. Mo Fan suddenly said. Bai Yuqing was stunned. Don't want to take a taxi? They haven't bought a car yet, so how can they get there without taking a taxi? Seeing Bai Yuqing's expression, Mo Fan smiled mysteriously. Yuqing, come with me. I have a surprise for you. What? Don't ask too much, you will know when you get there. Mo Fan held the little hand and walked forward. Neither of them noticed that a head popped out from a corner behind them. It was Wang Han. At this time, Wang Han failed to get a ride home. After all, he had spent all the 200,000 yuan in betrothal gifts and did not have much money left. Wang Han muttered, strange, what are they going to do? After thinking for a moment, she followed. Mo Fan, what surprise are you going to give me? Bai Yuqing couldn't wait to know, but Mo Fan just wouldn't tell her, which made Bai Yuqing feel itchy. Really want to know? Bai Yuqing nodded obediently. Okay, then give me a kiss and call me good husband and I'll tell you. Mo Fan said, stretching out his face and looking at Bai Yuqing in a servile manner. Mo Fan, you are so annoying. There are so many people watching here. Bai Yuqing raised his fist and lightly punched Mo Fan on the chest. Then I don't care. If you don't do what I say, I won't tell you. Bai Yuqing said angrily, you. Me what? Mo Fan didn't care, hurry up, hurry up. Bai Yuqing hesitated for a moment, looked around, and after making sure that no one was around, she kissed Mo Fan on the face like a chicken pecking at rice, and then said in a thin voice, good husband, just tell me. After saying this, Bai Yuqing's face suddenly turned red, as if he had done something bad. He looked around again, but suddenly found that there were several people surrounding him. Ah! Mo Fan, you did it on purpose. It's over, it's over. I'm going to be shot to death. It's all your fault. Bai Yuqing's face turned red all the way to her neck and she buried her head in Mo Fan's chest. Okay, open your eyes and look at your gift. Mo Fan brought Bai Yuqing to the roadside. Bai Yuqing was immediately puzzled and asked, isn't this a main road? What gift? The gift is on the road. Mo Fan pointed at the Porsche Carrera G parked on the side of the road. Yuqing, this is my proposal gift. How about it? Do you like it? Bai Yuqing looked in the direction Mo Fan pointed and immediately covered her mouth in surprise. Mo Fan, is this really a gift for me? Of course, how about it, do you like it? Bai Yuqing was immediately so happy that she kissed Mo Fan on the lips. Thank you for your gift. I like it so much, Mo Fan. Today is really the happiest day of my life. Mo Fan touched the lips that Bai Yu had kissed and couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that the car would be delivered here 2 hours later. The people around were looking at Bai Yuqing with envy. A couple saw the girl looking envious and said, look at her boyfriend. He gave her such an expensive car. Can you at least buy me an electric car so I don't have to walk to and from work? Why do you want an electric car? A bicycle is not good enough. It is environmentally friendly, low carbon, and can also exercise your body. When I have money in the future, I will also give you a Porsche Carrera G. You have to wait until I die, and then burn it for me. At this moment, Wang Han ran out from behind, extremely angry. Mo Fan. Hearing this, Mo Fan turned around and saw Wang Han. He couldn't help but frowned, why are you, a disgusting woman, still haunting me? Wang Han came to Mo Fan without saying anything, pointed at the Porsche Carrera G on the roadside, looked at the people around him and said disdainfully, "You idiots have been fooled by him. You can just point at any car on the road and say it's yours? This is my fiancée. Just because I temporarily added 300,000 yuan to the betrothal gift, he proposed to my bestie on the spot. Do you think such a person can afford a Porsche?" Wang Han had a resentful look in her eyes. She didn't believe that Mo Fan could afford a Porsche Carrera G. Although Mo Fan did take out 3 million, she knew exactly how much the car cost, which was more than 7 million. After these words were spoken, everyone around them looked at Mo Fan and Wang Han strangely. Although they didn't like what Wang Han said, the suit Mo Fan was wearing looked cheap. It was really impossible for such a man to not be able to afford a Porsche. Chapter 8, Wang Han gets slapped in the face. The Wang family has disgusting plan. Well, I was right, wasn't I? Wang Han looked at Mo Fan proudly, feeling that he had exposed Mo Fan's lies. But she found that Mo Fan looked at her as if she was an idiot. Are you done? Can you get out of here now? Wang Han was immediately furious. Mo Fan, why didn't I realize you were so vain before? Is it so difficult to admit that this car is not yours? More and more people gathered around and acted as spectators. The boy from the couple said, "How about I pick one up on the street and give it to you?" The girl ignored him and looked at Wang Han with disgust. This woman is so disgusting. She asked for a temporary betrothal gift plus 300,000 yuan, and now she is humiliating others in public. Even if she just pointed at someone randomly, so what? It's really disgusting. The boy nodded in agreement, it's quite disgusting. However, those who came to join in the fun had no idea what had happened and just thought that Mo Fan was being pretentious and was caught red-handed. Some people watched the joke and commented on it. Are all men so vain these days? Who said it wasn't? It's a pity for such a pretty girl. He whistled at Bai Yuqing and said, "Girl, don't want a man like this. Although my car is not good, it is also a BMW 5 Series. Do you want me to take you for a ride? Roll." Before Mo Fan could say anything, Bai Yuqing shouted with a cold expression, and the man immediately dared not speak. Bai Yuqing really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Why didn't she realize that Wang Han was so disgusting before? She was about to go up to Wang Han to argue with him, but was stopped by Mo Fan. Bai Yuqing looked at Mo Fan in confusion, only to see Mo Fan gave her a reassuring look and said, "Let her dance for a while." The system said that the Porsche Carrera G was sent by the 4S store manager, so there shouldn't be any problems. Maybe he left for a while because of something urgent. How about it? I've left you speechless, right? Don't tell Bai Yuqing that her father's bank card was also a lie that said there was 3 million in it, right? Wang Han was extremely proud at this moment. Seeing the strange looks that the people around her gave Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing, she felt that all the humiliation she had suffered before was returned to Mo Fan. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie with a big belly came running from a distance. He walked in and saw Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing standing next to the car. He took out his phone to confirm, then immediately trotted over to Mo Fan's side. "You must be Mr. Mo Fan." Mo Fan frowned, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man quickly took out a business card and handed it to Mo Fan. "I am Wang Qingguen, the manager of the 4S store. This is my business card. Sorry, I just went to the bathroom, so I was away for a while. I didn't expect to cause you any trouble." Then Wang Qingguen took out the car keys from his pocket and said, "Here are your car keys." "Okay, thank you for the trouble." Mo Fan nodded, took the car keys and prepared to leave with Bai Yuqing. He never even glanced at Wang Han from beginning to end. But at this moment, Wang Han grabbed Wang Qingguen's sleeve like a spoiled child. "Tell me, who are you? Did he hire you to act here? I don't even know what Mo Fan looks like. How could he afford such an expensive car? You must be his hired toy." Wang Qingguen frowned and looked at Wang Han with disgust. "You really make me feel pathetic." Then he shook off Wang Han's hand, said goodbye to Mo Fan, and left alone. Mo Fan also drove away with Bai Yuqing. At this moment, Wang Han, who was surrounded by everyone, was like a clown. She said bitterly, "It's impossible. It's impossible. How could a poor loser like Mo Fan afford such an expensive car? He must have hired a tow truck." I don't know who couldn't bear to watch it anymore and said quietly, "Manager Wang is right. You really make people feel pathetic." If you go to the largest 4S store in Shanghai, you will know Wang Xingwen. How pathetic. Wang Han was stunned. She raised her head dumbly and looked in the direction where Mo Fan drove away. Gradually, the onlookers left one after another, and a hint of madness flashed in Wang Han's eyes. These should all be mine, Bai Yuqing. Mo Fan is mine, and he will always be mine. Immediately, Wang Han hailed a taxi and rushed home. On the other side, Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing had already arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. It was not just a coincidence or something, but the Civil Affairs Bureau, which is usually extremely crowded, was surprisingly empty today, with several registration windows being vacant. Mo Fan held Bai Yuqing's hand and walked inside. The process of applying for the certificate went smoothly. Half an hour later, Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Each of them held a red book in their hands, the folds of which sparkled brightly under the sunlight. Host completes the task and is rewarded with a set of Phoenix seeking Phoenix. Phoenix flying wedding dress. Since the wedding dress is custom made, the craftsman is currently making it manually. You can pick it up at Vera Bridal Shop in 2 days. In addition, the system will give you an extra gift of the most grand Chinese wedding. The address is at the hotel booked by the host, and the decoration will be completed in 2 days. Oh my god, this is a great feeling. Mo Fan really loves this thoughtful system. He held Bai Yuqing's hand even tighter. Bai Yuqing smiled happily and took Mo Fan's arm. Hubby, I really married you. Mo Fan couldn't help but look down at her at the sudden address. Then call me husband again. Husband. Oh, wife. Mo Fan rubbed Bai Yuqing's head gently. Husband. Wife. Husband. Wife. The two of them kept calling each other, not caring about the eyes of passers-by. Wife, I will definitely give you a unique wedding the day after tomorrow. Honey, I'm so looking forward to it. Okay, now I'll take you back. Mo Fan rubbed Bai Yuqing's little head again and liked her more and more no matter how he looked at her. After sending Bai Yuqing home, Mo Fan left. Before leaving, Bai Yuqing held Mo Fan's hand and said, Hubby, you must come pick me up in 2 days. This made Bai Tianhe, who was cooking alone, feel a huge blow. He couldn't help but shake his head. Girls really can't be kept when they grow up. At the Wang family's house, anyone standing downstairs could hear Lu Xiaomei's roar. What? Xiaohan, you said that little bastard Mo Fan had 3 million in cash and gave that stinky vixen a 7 million luxury car? Wang Han nodded resentfully. Mo Fan actually dared to lie to me. Lu Xiaomei slammed the table, her eyes narrowed slightly, and she said sarcastically, no, these 3 million and the car should have belonged to us. We can't let that vixen take them away. We have to find a way to get them back. Hey, Mom, I have an idea. See if it's feasible. Wang Long suddenly said. What's the solution? Tell me. When Lu Xiaomei thought about the fact that she had lost 3 million and a luxury car, her heart was bleeding. When she heard that Wang Long had a solution, she didn't care whether it would be useful or not. Wang Long said, Mom, think about it, they have to have a wedding when they get married, so we just need to bring reporters to make trouble at their wedding. Let's say Mo Fan is an unfaithful man and Bai Yuqing is having an affair with a married man. This will not only make Mo Fan lose face in front of his relatives, but also stir up public opinion. People will always sympathize with the weak. By then, the two of them will definitely not be able to get married. As long as they can't get married, my sister still has a chance, and Bai Yuqing and I also have a chance. Seeing that his goddess was going to marry Mo Fan, Wang Long didn't care what would happen to Bai Yuqing after this incident. As long as she and Mo Fan didn't get married, it would be fine. Chapter 9, The Phoenix is Flying, and the Phoenix is Seeking the Mate. 2 days passed in a flash. This day was the day Mo Fan promised Bai Yuqing to pick her up. But before that, he had one important thing to do. Mo Fan drove to Vera Bridal Shop. As soon as I entered, a dedicated staff member greeted me with a smile. Hello, sir, are you looking to buy a wedding dress or rent one? 2 days ago, I ordered a custom wedding dress from your bridal salon and came to pick it up today. Upon hearing this, the staff member was stunned. Excuse me, are you Mr. Mo Fan? Mo Fan nodded. It's me. Great, you're finally here. Your customized Feng Qiwang and Feng Wang Yufi wedding dresses have been made. Please follow me. Then the staff led Mo Fan to the customization area. Several more staff members brought 2 exquisite gift boxes. Sir, this is your custom-made wedding dress, with a total value of 100 million yuan, made by the famous French craftsman Robzo. This is a concept drawing. Can you take a look at it? Is there anything you don't like? The staff handed the concept map to Mo Fan. Mo Fan took it and looked at it, and was immediately shocked. After all, it is a wedding dress worth 100 million yuan. Even an outsider like him can see the unparalleled temperament of this wedding dress just by taking a look at the concept map. Compared with it, those high-end wedding dresses worth hundreds of thousands are simply the comparison between a phoenix and a pheasant. I am very satisfied. Mo Fan couldn't wait to go find Bai Yuqing with his wedding dress. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the staff say, "Sir, I see your wife is not here. Do you need our staff to accompany you? There are some things you need to pay attention to when wearing this phoenix yufei." "Okay, let's go together." Mo Fan nodded. At this moment, Chen Xuan called. "Hey, Mo Fan, we're all here. Do you really want to rent such a luxurious fleet? I just asked their boss, and the cost for the day is 500,000. Isn't that too extravagant?" "Chen Xuan, I will transfer 500,000 yuan to you directly, and you can take the convoy directly to Yu Qing's house." Mo Fan didn't say anything and directly transferred 500,000 yuan to Chen Xuan's account. Then he drove towards the Bai family. At this time, in the Bai family villa. "Yu Qing, what time is it now? Why hasn't Xiaofan come yet?" Mu Yun paced back and forth in the room anxiously. Bai Yuqing rolled her eyes at her mother. "Mom, stop walking around. Why do I feel like you're eager for me to get married as soon as possible?" "That's right. If you stay at home, you will only worry about me and your father. You will have less worries if you get married. By the way, will your best friends come back to attend your wedding?" Mu Yun suddenly asked. "I don't know. I've already told them. They should come back," Bai Qingyu said ambiguously. Ding dong ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang. It should be Mo Fan. "I'll go open the door." The moment Bai Yu heard the doorbell ring, he didn't even bother to put on his slippers and ran to open the door, which made Mu Yun look at him with contempt. Bai Yuqing opened the door with anticipation, but her face fell the next second. "I saw two girls standing outside the door." "Yu Qing, happy wedding." Bai Yuqing pouted and said, "Why are you here? Come in quickly." "Why, you don't welcome us?" One of the girls, who was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and a denim miniskirt, asked with a pout. "That's right, we flew back from abroad just to attend your wedding. You're making us sad." Another girl echoed. Bai Yuqing rolled his eyes at the two of them. "Yan Shishue, Tiantingting, you two will die if you don't act weird. You clearly know that's not what I mean." "Hey, don't be angry, Yu Qing, where is your husband? Call him out so we can see him." "That's right. Our Yu Qing is a famous beauty in Shanghai. I want to see whose rich second generation can catch your eye and get married so quickly." "Could it be Sikong?" Tian Tingting joked. "He's not that playboy. My husband is 1,000 times better than him." Bai Yuqing spoke, and became full of anticipation again. She still remembered that Mo Fan had promised her that he would give her a surprise today. After hearing what Bai Yuqing said, Yan Shishue and Tian Tingting couldn't help but look at each other, and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. Yan Shishue came close to Bai Yuqing and said, "Oh my, that I want to see who is the one who seduced our beautiful Bai." At this moment, the doorbell rang again. Before Bai Yuqing could get up, Mu Yun had already gone to open the door. Then he heard Mu Yun say kindly, "It's Xiaofan, come in quickly, Yu Qing has been waiting for you for a long time." Mu Yun held Mo Fan's hand, so affectionately. Bai Yuqing saw that it was really Mo Fan who came. She happily jumped up from the sofa, ran to Mo Fan's side, and said coquettishly, "Hubby, why did you come just now? I have been waiting for you for a long time." Mo Fan rubbed Bai Yuqing's head lovingly. "Dear, I prepared a surprise for you. Were you delayed on the way? Honey, what's the surprise?" Bai Yuqing looked up obediently, and the expected look in her eyes made Mo Fan's heart soften. Mo Fan turned around and said to the staff behind him, "Excuse me. Mr. Mo Fan, you are too polite. This is what we should do." Mo Fan rubbed Bai Yuqing's head again. "Yuqing, this is the wedding dress I customized for you. Go put it on and let your husband see it." Bai Yuqing nodded heavily and was then taken upstairs by the staff, and her two best friends followed. "Mr. Mo Fan, let us help you change it too," the remaining staff said. "Okay." Mo Fan nodded. Looking at Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing being taken away by the staff, Mu Yun was a little confused. These two kids, isn't it just a wedding dress? Why are they so sneaky? At this time, upstairs, several staff members helped Bai Yuqing change into the phoenix flying wedding dress. The moment he was dressed, the whole house was filled with uproar. After being silent for 2 or 3 minutes, Yan Shishue covered her mouth in disbelief and said in surprise, "Oh my god, Yuqing, what kind of fairy wedding dress is this?" Tian Tingting was the same. "Yuqing, your wedding dress is simply amazing. I really can't think of any idiom to describe it." "Excuse me, what kind of wedding dress is this?" Tian Tingting looked at the staff, who also looked shocked. Upon hearing this, one of the staff members quickly explained, "We specially invited French master Robso to make this phoenix flying." He knew that Mr. Mo Fan was Chinese, so he integrated Oriental elements into it, which resulted in this phoenix flying and the phoenix seeking the phoenix that Mr. Mo Fan is wearing. "What?" Tian Tingting was shocked. "You said it was made by Master Robso? Hasn't he made anything by hand for a long time? It's like this. Mr. Mo Fan gave Master Robso a price he couldn't refuse." "How many?" 100 million. "What the hell?" Tian Tingting looked at Bai Yuqing in astonishment. "Yuqing, you are so sneaky. Your husband is a super rich man, and you didn't even tell us." Bai Yuqing was also confused. She really wanted to tell her best friend that a few days ago Mo Fan couldn't even come up with a betrothal gift of 300,000 yuan. Chapter 10, A Grand Wedding, the Wang family wants to kidnap the bride? Downstairs, Mo Fan has also changed into Feng Qiwa Wang wedding attire. He returned to the living room and looked upstairs, eager to see how beautiful Bai Yuqing would look in that wedding dress. At this moment, the door upstairs slowly opened, and Mo Fan saw Bai Yuqing's figure at a glance. Behind her, several staff members were dragging their skirts and slowly walking down the stairs. At this moment, Mo Fan was completely stunned by Bai Yuqing's peerless beauty. "Wife, you are so beautiful," Mo Fan said foolishly. "Honey, you're so handsome." Bai Yuqing was the same when looking at Mo Fan. Not only Bai Yuqing, Yan Shishue, and Tian Tingting also looked at Mo Fan in the same way. "Oh, Yuqing, we are so jealous. Why don't you give your husband to me and Shishue and find another one for yourself?" Tian Tingting joked. Bai Yuqing hugged Mo Fan and hung on him, sticking out her tongue at Tian Tingting and said playfully, "No, I'm not. This is my husband. If you want him, go find him yourself." "But it's useless. For someone like Mo Fan, you may not be able to find him even if you search with a lantern. Humph, you're still good sisters and besties. When we were little, we could share anything." Tian Tingting pouted. At this moment, Mu Yun's voice came. "Xiao Fan Yuqing, are you two ready? The wedding car convoy is here." Mu Yun brought Chun Chuan, Fong Su, and others into the house. And the next second, several exclamations suddenly erupted in the Bai family villa. "Oh my god! What did I see? Mo Fan, is this the wedding dress you ordered? It's so beautiful. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. Now I believe in these idioms. You two really look like ancient nobles who have traveled back in time." Because Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing are both very good looking, wearing this wedding dress at this time makes them look more like the wedding of ancient nobles. Mu Yun looked at Bai Yuqing in disbelief. "Is this still my daughter? She wasn't this pretty before." As soon as these words were spoken, there was laughter in the room, and the mother was confirmed. Ding! Please get married as soon as possible, don't miss the auspicious time. Auntie, I will take Yuqing away first. You and Uncle Bai should come over quickly. Mo Fan didn't see Bai Tianhe, so he thought that he might be busy at the company. Okay. Mu Yun said 3 good words in a row. After Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing got into the wedding car, the motorcade drove towards the hotel he had booked earlier. When they arrived at the hotel, it was already packed with people, most of whom were Mo Fan's relatives and friends. So it was quite noisy outside the hotel. But when the convoy stopped at the hotel entrance, the noisy noise suddenly stopped. Someone sighed, "Oh my god, such a luxurious fleet of cars, it seems that the kid from the Mo family has really made a lot of progress since he went to college." Some people were disdainful. "I don't know how much money you have made, but you just show off here." After saying that, he took 2 pieces of fruit offered at the door and put them in his pocket. In short, people have mixed opinions about Mo Fan's luxurious wedding. But the moment Mo Fan took Bai Yuqing's hand and walked out of the wedding car, the entire hotel entrance suddenly became silent, and even the sound of panting could be heard. After a long while, someone shouted, "Oh my god, this bride is so beautiful, she looks like she came out of a painting." One girl retorted, "Why, is it because the groom is not handsome?" Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Mo Fan gently lifted Bai Yuqing up, held him in his arms, and walked towards the hotel step by step. However, Mo Fan didn't know that after he entered the hotel with Bai Yuqing in his arms, Wang Han and his family of 3 appeared outside the hotel, followed by a few people who looked like reporters. Damn, this little bastard is really rich. He hired such a luxurious car fleet and booked such a good hotel. The wedding dress on this stinky vixen must be not cheap either. Lu Xiaomei looked at Mo Fan's back, her face twisted together, and her eyes were full of resentment. At this moment, Wang Han imagined herself riding in that luxurious motorcade, wearing expensive wedding gown, and holding her wedding in such a lavish hotel, with everyone looking at her with envy. Thinking of this, she clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. Damn, Bai Yuqing, these should have been mine. Wang Long looked at Mo Fan's back as he held Bai Yuqing with resentment. Seeing that the two siblings were acting in the same way, Lu Xiaomei frowned and waved her hand. All right, the two of you don't say anything when you go in. I'll leave this matter to Mom. Wang Han was stunned. You solved it? Yes, I will take care of him. He is just a little brat. I don't know where he got some money. He is still a country bumpkin at heart. I will control these country bumpkins. After saying that, Lu Xiaomei and the other two entered the hotel with the media reporters as guests. In the hotel. It's an honor to invite you all to my wedding. Let me first introduce my wife, Bai Yuqing, to you. Mo Fan spoke humbly, but neither servile nor arrogant. Bai Yuqing also greeted politely, "Hello, uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters." Her already angelic appearance instantly won everyone's favor. Ding! The system specially presents the host with a grand fireworks display, which will start at 9 p.m. and will be rolled out across the entire Magic City. A mechanical voice with some emotion sounded in Mo Fan's mind. At this moment, he once again had to sigh at the thoughtfulness of the system. In this way, he could let the world witness his wedding with Bai Yuqing and witness the love between them. The wedding will be held in the evening. We have prepared a sumptuous buffet for the guests. You can eat and drink as you please. After Mo Fan finished speaking, he took Bai Yuqing back to the back of the hotel. At the same time, Mo Fan's parents also came to Mo Fan, and they looked a little anxious. Seeing his parents, Mo Fan took Bai Yuqing's hand and walked in front of them. Yuqing, these are my parents. Hello, uncle and aunt. Bai Yuqing greeted politely. Mo Fan's father, Mo Hongchen, nodded to Bai Yuqing, then looked at Mo Fan and asked, Mo Fan, didn't you say you were going to marry Xiaohan? Why did you change the person now? What's going on? Yes, Xiaofan, nothing will happen if you do this, right? Mo Fan's mother Feng Xiuqing was also worried. It's not that they looked down on Bai Yuqing, but they had agreed to marry Wang Han before, but now they suddenly married Bai Yuqing, so it was inevitable that something would go wrong. Especially Wang Han's mother's personality and temper, Feng Xiuqing had seen that before. Mom and Dad, it's okay, you two can rest assured. Although Mo Hongchen and Feng Xiuqing were still a little worried, seeing that Mo Fan had said so, they didn't know what to say. Night fell on the Magic City. The sky looked as if it was splashed with ink, dotted only with stars. The wedding will begin soon. In the hotel, Lu Xiaomei picked up another chicken leg and ate it clean. She wiped her greasy hands and sneered, now that we've had enough, it's time to get started. Chapter 11, Lu Xiaomei is in trouble, there is no solution to this situation. The time came to 9 o'clock. Mo Fan appeared under the spotlight holding Bai Yuqing's hand. He picked up the phone and said loudly, "Dear guests, please stop for a moment. I have prepared a grand fireworks show for you. Please come out and watch it." After saying that, Mo Fan took Bai Yuqing's hand and walked outside. After hearing what Mo Fan said, all the guests immediately became interested and walked out of the hotel one by one. As soon as they walked out of the hotel, they heard a bang. Then, bunches of fireworks shot up into the sky like fireballs and exploded. Like a golden snake dancing wildly, like 100 flowers blooming, it illuminates the entire sky. At the same time, all the billboards in the Magic City began to display the wedding photos of Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing. When people passing by saw the wedding photos, they couldn't help but stop to look. Wow, which rich second generation is getting married? Isn't the bride so beautiful? Look at these fireworks. I swear they are the most beautiful fireworks I have ever seen in my life. At this time, standing outside the hotel, Mo Fan held Bai Yuqing in his arms. Yuqing, do you like it? Mo Fan gently rubbed Bai Yuqing's hair and asked softly. Bai Yuqing nodded heavily with a happy smile. I like it very much, thank you, Mo Fan. The fireworks soon faded away. The guests returned to the hotel one after another, and they were all talking as if they were still not satisfied. Except Wang Han's family. Just now, when he was outside and looking at the gorgeous fireworks, Wang Han felt a sense of regret in his heart for some reason. Originally, all of this belonged to her, but under Lu Xiaomei's instigation, she lost it all. Xiao Han, what are you doing? Hurry up, their wedding is about to start, get those reporters ready. Seeing Wang Han in a daze, Lu Xiaomei frowned and pulled her to give her some instructions. Wang Han just nodded woodenly. At the same time, Mo Fan took Bai Yuqing's hand and returned to the hotel lobby. He picked up the microphone and looked at the guests. Thank you all for taking the time to come to my wedding. Next, please witness the love between Yuqing and I and give us your sincere blessings. Thank you all. The moment Mo Fan finished speaking, deafening applause broke out from the audience. Grow old together, grow old together. Mo Fan chuckled, turned around and looked at Bai Yuqing tenderly. Yuqing, can you close your eyes first? Bai Yuqing didn't know what Mo Fan wanted to do, but she closed her eyes obediently. The next moment, Mo Fan saw an exquisite little box in his hand. The box was opened, revealing a full set of ocean hard blue diamonds inside, shining with blue starlight. Yuqing, you can open your eyes now. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuqing opened his eyes and was immediately attracted by the gems in the box. Rings, earrings, necklaces, bracelets, pendants. All of them are made of ocean heart blue diamond. Yuqing, thank you for appearing and thank you for marrying me. Mo Fan said softly, and was about to take out the heart of the ocean and put it on Bai Yuqing. The guests in the audience also opened their eyes wide and looked forward to seeing what Bai Yuqing would look like wearing the heart of the ocean. Just when Mo Fan was about to put the ring on Bai Yuqing, suddenly a voice came from the audience. Wait a moment. Mo Fan immediately looked up because the voice sounded familiar. The next second, several figures emerged from the crowd. They were Lu Xiaomei, Wang Han, and Wang Long. How did these three parasites get in? Mo Fan frowned slightly. The guests present looked at Lu Xiaomei and the other two in confusion, not understanding what they were doing. Afterwards, Lu Xiaomei walked onto the stage in a swagger under the gaze of everyone. The flesh on her face trembled, and she looked at Mo Fan angrily and asked. Mo Fan, what do you mean? You said you would marry my daughter, but now you are making such a big scene with a vixen like this. Are you being fair to my daughter? As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar from the audience. Seeing the effect, Lu Xiaomei was very satisfied. She took out another photo, pointed at it and said loudly to the audience, look, this is the wedding photo of Mo Fan and my daughter Wang Han. On the day when they were picking up the bride, Mo Fan coveted the beauty of my daughter Wang Han's best friend and openly proposed to this bitch. The main thing is that she actually agreed. So today you saw this affectionate scene, and my daughter Wang Han didn't eat or drink for 2 days. Look at what she has become. Are you worthy of Xiao Han? Lu Xiaomei spoke with great emotion, looking exactly like a victim. The audience in the audience also saw the man and woman in the wedding photo in Lu Xiaomei's hand through the projection screen. Aren't they Mo Fan and Wang Han? They looked in the direction Lu Xiaomei pointed, and sure enough, they saw Wang Han looking distraught. For a moment, everyone looked at Mo Fan with strange eyes. Some of his relatives were whispering in the audience. You know what? I heard from Mo Hongchen that the woman his son married was called Wang Han. I was puzzled when I saw the current bride. I didn't expect that the kid from the Mo family would be such a person. Who said he wasn't? If it were you, this man would turn bad once he got rich. He made a lot of money, but he openly played with the feelings of other girls. He's definitely a scumbag. It's a pity for this girl named Wang Han. Mo Hongchen and Bai Xiuqing also looked at Mo Fan anxiously. Lu Xiaomei is still so sarcastic. See those reporters down there? Everything you say and do has been broadcast live. I won't make things difficult for you today. Either cancel your wedding with that bitch and marry my Xiaohan, or pay my daughter 10 million in compensation for mental damages. It's your choice. Mo Fan glared at Lu Xiaomei when he heard this. But he had to admit that Lu Xiaomei's move was really cruel, making him and Bai Yuqing the target of public criticism. What made him angry was that he had no way to deal with Lu Xiaomei at this time. After all, the wedding photos of Lu Xiaomei and Wang Han are irrefutable evidence. At this moment, Tian Tingting ran onto the stage, holding a mobile phone and looking very unhappy. Yu Qing, look! She really did broadcast it live, and it became #1 in popularity in just a few minutes. Bai Yuqing took the phone and looked at it, her expression turned grim. All the public opinions on the internet were criticizing Mo Fan and her. Mo Fan, what should we do? Bai Yuqing was also very angry, but he felt more disgusted with the Wang family. Mo Fan had expected this a long time ago. After all, the previous rolling release had already pushed his and Bai Yuqing's wedding to a high level of popularity. Now that Lu Xiaomei had leaked this matter, those trolls on the internet would probably want to destroy him. Mo Fan couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Why didn't he expect Lu Xiaomei to do such a disgusting thing? If there was the video of them temporarily increasing the betrothal gift that day, perhaps they could have turned the tables. But without that video, there was no solution to this situation. Chapter 12 System Selection, Turnaround. Mo Fan. Wang Han suddenly called out affectionately from the audience. In an instant, everyone looked towards her. Mo Fan, please don't abandon me, we are supposed to be together and get married. If you really like Bai Yuqing, then please let me stay with you, okay? I don't want anything, I just want to stay by your side. At this moment, Wang Han showed his true feelings. She really regretted it. Seeing that everything that should have belonged to her was taken away by Bai Yuqing, Wang Han felt so regretful. At this moment, she just wanted to use public opinion to force Mo Fan back to her side. For a moment, everyone looked at Wang Han with sympathy, and looked at Mo Fan with a bit of contempt. Just when Mo Fan was at a loss, the system's voice suddenly rang in Mo Fan's mind. Ding! The host's predicament has been detected. The system provides a video of the wedding reception on that day synchronized to the host's mobile phone video. Please make the following choice. 1. Obey Lu Xiaomei and compensate Wang Han 10 million for mental damages. Reward title, all your money will be gone. 2. Listen to Lu Xiaomei's words, give up Bai Yuqing and marry Wang Han, and you will be rewarded with the system's self-destruct program. 3. Choose to strike hard, expose the video, make the Wang family the target of public criticism, and reward 30% of Huatian Group's shares. This made Mo Fan's eyes light up immediately. The next second, Mo Fan couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone. After opening it, he saw the video of the bride's reception in the album. This made Mo Fan sigh once again at the thoughtfulness of the system. Seeing that Mo Fan had been silent for a long time, Lu Xiaomei urged him, choose which one? Hurry up. Mo Fan sneered disdainfully, I choose 3. 3? Lu Xiaomei was confused. She didn't even give Mo Fan a third option. Then, Mo Fan took the microphone. Everyone, please be quiet. I want to clarify something. Hearing Mo Fan say this, Lu Xiaomei suddenly had an ominous premonition in her heart, but she shook her head immediately, impossible, now all the public opinions are pointing at him, and this wedding photo is not fake. No matter how much Mo Fan explains, no one will believe him. Anyway, he has no evidence. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaomei was no longer in a hurry. I want to see how you defend yourself. Anyway, there is no evidence, so no matter what Mo Fan says, everyone will think that Mo Fan is just quibbling. At this time, the guests in the audience also fell silent. Mo Fan continued, I admit that Wang Han was indeed my former fiancé, and we almost got married, but the reason why we didn't get married, I think no one knows it better than you, Lu Xiaomei, right? Mo Fan said this, turning around and looking at Lu Xiaomei with a cold face. Lu Xiaomei, who was looking very proud, was a little frightened by Mo Fan's gaze, but she still argued, why, is it that you were seduced by this stinky vixen? As soon as the words fell, snap. Then there was a snap. I have already warned you before. If I hear you say anything bad about Yu Qing again, believe it or not, I will kill you. Mo Fan withdrew his hand and said viciously to Lu Xiaomei, who was covering her cheek. Mo Fan's slap completely made Lu Xiaomei lose her mind. This was not the last time at her house. There were neither 1,000 nor 800 guests at the scene, and there were even reporters broadcasting the entire event live. Mo Fan, you country bumpkin, can you please have some shame? You just made a little fortune, but you look down on everyone. I am half your mother-in-law, but in front of so many people, do you still have any manners? It is true that the children born by country bumpkins will always be country dogs, and will never be presentable. Lu Xiaomei was furious. She sat on the ground and started throwing a tantrum, cursing. Mo Fan didn't waste any time. He opened his phone and asked the staff to project the video onto the big screen. Then he said to the guests at the scene, "This is the video of me going to Wang's house to pick up the bride that day." It records the ugly faces of Lu Xiaomei and Wang Han. The video begins with Wang Han and Lu Xiaomei shouting at Imo Fan to increase the betrothal gift by another 300,000 yuan. This immediately aroused everyone's curiosity. "Imo Fan, I know you are very happy to marry my daughter, but you should pay the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift immediately, and I will let you take Wang Han away immediately." "Imo Fan, you still want to marry my daughter without these 300,000? I tell you, if you can't come up with 300,000 today, get out of here right now. There are many people who want to marry my Xiaohan, and you are not the only one needed." "Imo Fan, you bastard. I, Wang Han, must be very lucky to marry a loser like you. But don't you take a piss and look at yourself? If you don't marry me, which woman in this world would be willing to marry you?" "That's right, Xiaohan, don't be angry. Look at how poor he is. He can't even come up with 300,000 yuan. Whose daughter would like him? Just wait, I'll contact the blind date you had a few days ago." As the video played, the ugly faces of Wang Han and Lu Xiaomei filled the entire screen. Moreover, the video was shot very clearly, so clear that it captured the fat on Lu Xiaomei's face trembling when she opened her mouth wide. Lu Xiaomei collapsed to the ground after watching the video. She had recalled before coming here and was sure that Imo Fan did not take the video of that day, which was why she said that. Wang Han's face turned extremely pale. She had already imagined the criticism she would receive online after this incident. When the video ended, there was another uproar at the scene, and at the same time, it caused an uproar on the internet. Some male compatriots were indignant and supported Imo Fan. "Oh my god, these two women in the Wang family are so shameless." They added another 300,000 yuan to the betrothal gift, and it's for their son to marry a wife. In this way, wouldn't it be wonderful for Imo Fan to marry Wang Long's goddess? What do you call this? This is called no middleman making a profit from the price difference. Who says it's not true? Look at Lu Xiaomei's ugly face. It takes practice to get enough fat on her face to kill 100 flies. There was also a rural female boxer who broke down her defense and started a fight on the internet. Girls like us are all treasures in the palms of our parents' hands. Isn't it not a big deal to add 300,000 yuan to the betrothal gift? A boy who can't even afford 300,000 yuan in betrothal gift is not worthy of us marrying him at all. That's right. Although I'm a second marriage with a baby, I still asked for a 2 million yuan dowry. The dowry is not the key point. The key point is that we just want to see your attitude. Fuck, I can't stand it anymore. Where the hell did this rural feminist come from? Go get her, brothers. Brothers, I found the person. That bitch is really a second marriage with a baby. He just works in an unknown electronics factory now. He brags a lot and even spends 2 million on you. I told you, who would be so desperate for this tiger tank? After knowing the truth of the matter, almost 80% of the people changed their attitude and supported Imo Fan. At the same time, the hotel manager also rushed back. "Security, get these people out." He asked the security guard to escort Wang Han and Lu Xiaomei out. Lu Xiaomei was throwing a tantrum and finally had to be carried out by 4 security guards. The hotel manager hurried over to Imo Fan and apologized. "Sorry, Mr. Imo Fan, it's our security issue that caused you so much trouble." "Fine." Imo Fan waved his hands. Although Lu Xiaomei's actions were indeed disgusting, he did gain something from it. Ding! 30% of Huatian Group's shares have been received. The host is now the second largest shareholder of Huatian Group. Imo Fan was delighted, because Huatian Group was the leading department store company in the entire Magic City. Meanwhile, outside the hotel, Lu Xiaomei sat on the ground, cursing, "This little brat is so scheming. He actually recorded a video in advance to mess with us. No, I have to get rid of this anger." "Xiaohan, didn't you have a classmate in college who was a rich second generation and liked that stinky vixen? Contact him now and tell him that Bai Yuqing and Imo Fan got married in a flash." Chapter 13, The Uproar Caused by the Wedding. The wedding is almost over. The guests have mostly left. The rest are the people who have the best relationship with Imo Fan. There is not so much taboo when speaking. "Imo Fan, I mean, you did a really great job today." "Yeah, didn't you see the expressions on Lu Xiaomei and Wang Han's faces after the video was released? They looked as if they had eaten a dead fly. Haha, not only did you want to increase the betrothal gift, you also wanted to cause such a scene at the wedding. But Imo Fan, you are really a cunning guy. When did you secretly record those photos? I didn't even see them that day. Listening to what they said, Mo Fan, who was already drunk at this time, also smiled softly. To be honest, Mo Fan, Bai Yuqing is a good girl. You can tell whether some people are good or bad at a glance. Brother, live a good life with your wife. When you have a child, I will definitely give you a big red envelope. Yes, you must give us a big red envelope. You better hurry up, we are all waiting to be your godfather. Okay, it's getting late, so we won't disturb you in Bai Yuqing's nightlife. We'll go back first. As they were talking, a group of people chuckled, and then they staggered out of the hotel drunkenly. In the huge hotel, only Mo Fan's family, Bai Yuqing's family, and Bai Yuqing's two best friends were left. Bai Yuqing supported the drunk Mo Fan. Bai Tianhe wanted to step forward and say something to Bai Yuqing, but was grabbed by Mu Yun and glared at him. Old Bai, how can you be so tactless? They are having their wedding night, why are you, a man, following them? Come home with me. After saying that, Mu Yun dragged Bai Tianhe away. Mo Hongchen and his wife were also very tactful. After giving Mo Fan a few instructions, they left. Fortunately, the house Mo Fan rented was not far from the hotel. With the help of the hotel staff, Bai Yuqing quickly carried Mo Fan back to his residence. Hi, you're so heavy, Mo Fan. You're really killing me. Bai Yuqing poked Mo Fan's head with his fingertips, and then prepared to wipe Mo Fan's face. But Mo Fan threw him onto the bed. In the festively decorated room, the lights are all set off by the strong love. Bai Yuqing's cheeks suddenly turned red. Although she was mentally prepared, she had never experienced anything like this before. When the moment came, Bai Yuqing couldn't help but get nervous, especially when the hot air exhaled by Mo Fan swept over her face. Mo Fan, wait a moment. Suddenly, Bai Yuqing stopped Mo Fan's next move. Mo Fan said with hazy eyes, puzzled. Mo Fan, why do you want to marry me? As Wang Han's former best friend, Bai Yuqing naturally knew about Mo Fan's love and affection for Wang Han. To be honest, she had never thought that Mo Fan would actually confess his feelings to her. Hearing this, Mo Fan sobered up immediately. He sat up, held Bai Yuqing in his arms, and said softly, Yuqing, there are some things that you wouldn't believe even if I told you, but you believed me, and confessing to you is not a spur-of-the-moment decision on my part. I am very grateful to God for giving me this chance to start over again. Bai Yuqing rested his head on Mo Fan's chest, listening to Mo Fan's inner thoughts. When Mo Fan wanted to say something, Bai Yuqing covered his mouth with a finger. Mo Fan, it's getting late, let's rest. Mo Fan? Bai Yuqing couldn't help but look up at Mo Fan, but suddenly heard a slight snoring sound coming from him. Bai Yuqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry, then she struggled to get up, straightened Mo Fan's body and made him lie down. As for herself, she lay on the side and looked at the sleeping Mo Fan. The love in her eyes was not concealed at all. She whispered softly. I didn't dare to say that I like you before, but I can say it today. Mo Fan, I love you so much. I really love you so much. Wang Han destroyed your love, so I will make up for it and love you. I don't know if Mo Fan heard it in his sleep, but a faint smile appeared on his face while he was sleeping. Bai Yuqing turned on the air conditioner in the room to a suitable temperature, covered Mo Fan with a quilt, and finally lay quietly in his arms. Sleep peacefully. This night, the room was quiet, and both of them slept soundly. But they didn't know that this caused an uproar on the internet. First there was a grand fireworks display, then the Wang family's aggressiveness, until Mo Fan's subsequent comeback and reversal. Damn, this wedding is so fucking lively. Those fireworks must have cost a lot of money, right? A friend of mine who works at a fireworks factory said that this fireworks display probably cost around 1,000,000 yuan. The lives of rich people are often so simple and unpretentious. Wow, what? Are all rich people so willful? They set off fireworks worth $1,000,000 for a wedding. Last night, my wife held a kitchen knife and forced me to set off such a fireworks display. What should I do? Waiting online. If you ask me, you didn't notice the main point. Do you know what the blue diamond that boy gave to the bride is? It's the heart of the ocean. There is only one set in the world. The auction price 15 years ago was 20 million. Now it is estimated to be 10 times higher. It is said that the Dubai royal family has stored it in a Swedish bank. I didn't expect that I could see the heart of the ocean in my lifetime. Even though it's just a picture, it's damn worth it. A statement made by a jewelry store owner instantly caused an uproar on the internet. What, is this so scary? Fuck, this bride is so happy, why is there no one willing to give me a set of blue diamonds, even imitation ones will do. This. My wife also said she wanted this, and I'm a little torn. In a short time, the news of the ocean hard blue diamond spread more and more widely. On the internet and in real life, people are talking about this matter. Have you heard that the heart of the ocean belongs to the Dubai royal family and is said to be worth 200 million? Who is this groom to be so awesome? Fuck, is this true? As the news spread, more and more people knew about it. Some people also personally look up the information and compare the pictures to make judgments. This judgment actually confirms the information on the internet. The power of the internet is strong, because you never know what kind of awesome people are behind it. In less than 10 minutes, the authenticity of the heart of the ocean was completely confirmed on the internet. This is not the end. Someone even directly dug out the wedding dresses worn by Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing. They were actually made by the famous French craftsman Robso and were worth 100 million yuan. In an instant, the internet was filled with envy. Chapter 14, The Uproar on the Internet, The Regretful Wang Family. At this time, in a residential building in Magic City. There were a few crumpled tissues thrown under the bed, and Wang Long was lying in bed, watching short videos in a depressed mood. I originally thought that Mo Fan would endure the contempt of online public opinion and relatives today, and thus be disliked by Bai Yuqing's family, and finally come obediently with 300,000 to marry her sister. He also has this 300,000 to pursue his goddess. But the final result was contrary to what I imagined. It was already late at night, and he had no idea what Mo Fan and his goddess Bai Yuqing were doing. But he could only lie on the bed and play with his phone. He was in tears. The soft armor just now prompted that there were risks and the installation failed. In a fit of anger, Wang Long threw his phone away. But the moment he fell, Wang Long regretted it and quickly jumped off the bed to pick it up, but the screen of the phone had been smashed to pieces. Fortunately, the inner screen is still usable. But at this moment, a video suddenly attracted him. The video shows the fireworks in the sky over Shanghai tonight, and below the fireworks is a newlywed couple. Looking closely, who else could it be but Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing? The video also has a caption, Zhangchang Shirhao's wedding custom-made wedding dress worth over 100 million yuan, and a 200 million ocean heart blue diamond as a gift. For a moment, Wang Long was stunned. I scrolled through several posts in a row and found that they were all about these contents. How is that possible? A wedding dress worth hundreds of millions and a heart of the ocean worth 200 million. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. It must be fake. At first, Wang Long didn't believe it. After all, he and Mo Fan had known each other for more than 4 years, and Mo Fan was just an employee with a monthly salary of a few thousand yuan. What about the 200 million ocean heart and the 100 million yuan wedding dress? How could Mo Fan possibly do all this? But the whole internet is talking about it at this moment, and some people have confirmed the authenticity of these things. For a moment, Wang Long couldn't sit still anymore. An incredible thought suddenly came out of his mouth. Could it be that Mo Fan has been hiding his identity all along, and he is actually a super rich man? After Wang Long said this thought, he was shocked on the spot. Without any further hesitation, he ran outside and knocked on Lu Xiaomei and Wang Han's doors. Sister, Mom, please don't sleep anymore. Something terrible is going to happen. Noisy. What are you noisy about? You're not sleeping in the middle of the night, just talking nonsense. Wang Long's death-like voice came from outside the door. This also made Lu Xiaomei furious. She opened the door and started to scold Wang Long. She was already unhappy about what happened today, and now she couldn't even sleep well. No matter how much Lu Xiaomei loved Wang Long, she wanted to scold him at this moment. Just at this time, Wang Long suddenly picked up his cell phone. Mom, stop scolding me and read the news online first. As he spoke, he moved the phone closer to Lu Xiaomei. Lu Xiaomei immediately saw the content on the phone. At first glance, Lu Xiaomei saw a headline that read Mada Shirhao's wedding custom-made wedding dress worth over 100 million yuan, and 200 million ocean heart blue diamonds. But she didn't take it seriously. After all, a place like Shanghai has no shortage of rich people. But soon, she felt something was wrong. Why does the video under this title look so Yen Shu? This seems to be the hotel where we went to cause trouble today. Could it be that besides that little bastard Imo fan, someone else is getting married here? Wait, why does this person look so familiar? Damn, this is Imo fan and that stinky vixen. Lu Xiaomei immediately snatched the phone and looked at it carefully. Then a shock came over her, and her face was filled with surprise. This rich guy is Imo fan? Seeing Wang Long nod in confirmation, Lu Xiaomei immediately shouted, "Impossible. How could this person be by Mofan? It's not like I don't know him. This news photo must be wrong. Besides, even though he made such a scene today, it must have been paid for by the Bai family." See Lu Xiaomei's reaction. Wang Long felt a little bitter. But he still explained, "Mom, when I first saw the news, I didn't believe it, but then I found out that the whole internet is discussing this matter. This person is really Imo fan. The wedding dress we saw them wearing today is the Phoenix Flying, which is worth hundreds of millions of yuan. Then I also looked at the Ocean Heart Blue Diamond, and it was indeed priced so high. Just think about it, the Bai family definitely doesn't have that much money to give Imo fan to save face, right? This is all true. Imo fan, this guy, has always been pretending to be poor, but he is actually a rich man." This moment. Lu Xiaomei stood there in a daze. Although I don't want to believe it in my heart. But after thinking about it, she found that she couldn't refute this fact at all. After all, it was all over the internet, with all kinds of photos and videos. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could Imo fan be a local tycoon? I must be dreaming. Lu Xiaomei couldn't believe it, and turned around and slammed Wang Han's room. Xiao Han, come out quickly, come out quickly." Soon, Wang Han opened the door. At this time, Wang Han no longer had his previous mental state. His hair was disheveled, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked extremely weak. Lu Xiaomei doesn't care about that. He took the phone and placed it in front of Wang Han. "Xiao Han, take a quick look, is Imo fan really that rich? Imo fan?" When Wang Han heard the name, a rare hint of color appeared in his eyes. Then he looked and immediately saw the contents of the phone. A wealthy man in Shanghai customized a wedding dress worth over 100 million yuan and gave away a 200 million yuan Heart of the Ocean Blue Diamond. The biggest fireworks feast in the history of Shanghai, set off by a wealthy man in Shanghai for his newlywed wife. The happiest bride, the envy of countless girls. One piece of news after another. Each one tells a story about today's wedding. It is not difficult to see from the various videos that these are Imo fan and Bai Yuqing. At this moment, Wang Han was completely dumbfounded. She originally thought that Imo fan only had a few million, which was enough to make her devastated, but she never expected that Imo fan was really a hidden rich man, and an ultimate super rich man. Wang Han regretted his decision instantly. "It was all done by myself. I personally put Imo fan into Bai Yuqing's hands. But it was too late, everything was already late." So at this moment, her tears couldn't stop flowing. She cried and cried until she was hoarse. So much so that in the end, her eyes rolled back and she fainted from sadness. "Xiao Han, what's wrong with you?" Seeing this, Lu Xiaomei immediately stepped forward and supported Wang Han. What a joke! After knowing Imo fan's hidden identity, she treated Wang Han as a cash cow. After all, they had been together for 4 years, so Imo fan wouldn't be so heartless. Chapter 15 Wang Han's request, please return the 200,000 yuan to me. In the room, Wang Han was lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling with a dull expression. What happened today was too much of a blow to her. Lu Xiaomei sat next to Wang Han. After a long while, she saw that Wang Han looked better, and then she said earnestly, "Xiao Han, if it were you, you should go talk to Imo fan tomorrow. After all, you have been in love for 4 years, and I don't think Imo fan would be so heartless. Besides, for a rich man like Imo fan, you can be his mistress. As long as our family doesn't have to worry about money, what do you think?" Upon hearing this, Wang Han instantly became furious and roared. "Mom, it's all your fault. If you hadn't urged me to ask Imo fan for the 300,000, we wouldn't have to endure this. The 100 million wedding dress and the 200 million Heart of the Ocean should have been mine, but now they are all gone. And I know Imo fan, he is determined now. Not to mention being his mistress, he wouldn't accept it even if I gave him everything." After Wang Han said these words, tears began to flow uncontrollably. This. Lu Xiaomei's face suddenly turned ugly, and she slapped the bed angrily. "I should have given up the 300,000 earlier. This Imo fan is really disgusting. He is obviously a super rich man, why does he have to pretend to be poor? Are all rich people so boring? Hearing this, Wang Han said impatiently, Okay, Mom, stop talking for now. I'll think of a solution tonight and talk to Mo Fan tomorrow to see if there's any room for easing the situation. Just like you said, if it's possible, it doesn't matter if I become a mistress. When Lu Xiaomei heard this, she immediately smiled happily. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Just think about what you want to eat first. I'll make it for you. I don't want to eat, just don't bother me. Wang Han rolled his eyes at Lu Xiaomei. Okay. Lu Xiaomei quickly got up and left Wang Han's room, gently closing the door. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, a ray of warm sunlight shone into Mo Fan's eyes. Ha! Mo Fan yawned and rubbed his eyes. But suddenly, he felt something lying on top of him. He quickly got up and looked, only to see Bai Yuqing sleeping peacefully on top of him. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Mo Fan couldn't help but smile. He patted Bai Yuqing's face and said, Yuqing, hurry up and get up. The sun is shining on your butt. Bai Yuqing was awakened by Mo Fan and looked around in confusion. Yuqing, get up first. I'll make you breakfast. Then we'll go look for a house and buy some furniture and daily necessities at the department store. Bai Yuqing rubbed his eyes and said, Mo Fan, there's no need to be so troublesome. Isn't it nice to live here? Mo Fan gently rubbed Bai Yuqing's head and said softly, Don't forget, I promised your parents. Besides, this is a rented house. Now the rent is about to expire, so it's a good time to buy another one. Okay. Bai Yuqing nodded obediently, and suddenly she pouted, Husband wants a kiss. Mo Fan smiled, then kissed Bai Yuqing on the corner of her mouth, and went to prepare breakfast. After a while, Mo Fan made 2 sandwiches and poured 2 cups of hot milk. Honey, come over for dinner. Okay, honey, I'm coming. Bai Yuqing had changed into a loose white sportswear and had tied her hair into a high ponytail. She looked pure and lovely, which immediately made Mo Fan's eyes light up. How about it, honey, am I good looking? Bai Yuqing hugged Mo Fan, stood on tiptoe and asked. It looks good. It looks good. How can my wife not be pretty? Come over and eat first. Now the more Mo Fan looked at Bai Yuqing, the more he liked her. At this moment, he was really angry for his past life. He did not cherish a girl who loved him so much, but instead wasted his feelings on Wang Han. The two of them basked in the sunshine and ate breakfast in a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. But suddenly, the doorbell rang urgently. Who is it? Bai Yuqing asked doubtfully. I'm not sure. I'll go check it out. Mo Fan was also curious and stood up to open the door. As soon as he opened the door, Mo Fan frowned instantly. Why are you here? Inside the house, Bai Yuqing stretched his neck and asked, Honey, who is it? Mo Fan turned around and said, It's Wang Han. Then he looked at Wang Han and said, My wife and I are having breakfast. What can I do for you? Outside the door, Wang Han looked inside the house nervously. After a moment of silence, Wang Han suddenly grabbed Mo Fan's arm and said, Mo Fan, can I go in and do it? Mo Fan subconsciously wanted to refuse. Mo Fan, don't refuse yet. After all, we have been in love for 4 years, right? We didn't break up properly. I'll go in and talk to you and Yuqing. Just as Mo Fan was about to refuse, he saw Bai Yuqing already outside the door. She smiled and said, Hubby, since she's here, let her come in and sit down. Okay. Mo Fan nodded. He hated this woman, but since Bai Yuqing agreed, he couldn't say anything more. Wang Han sat opposite Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing. Mo Fan said impatiently, If you have anything to say, please say it quickly. I have to go buy a house with my wife after this. Don't delay me. Upon hearing this, Wang Han's face instantly turned ugly. She had always looked down on Mo Fan for renting such a shabby house. She calmed down and said slowly, Mo Fan, I came here just to tell you that I don't want to break up with you. Even if you're married to Bai Yuqing now, I still don't want to break up with you. I don't want any status, I just want to stay by your side, okay? I have not been able to sleep well these past few days since we were apart. As soon as I close my eyes, my mind is filled with your image. Mo Fan, I don't want to break up. Please, let me stay by your side. I will do anything for you. As Wang Han spoke, tears began to fall. But Mo Fan's expression was still cold. If he had not been reborn, he might have been fooled by Wang Han's crocodile tears. But he was a reborn person. He had experienced the 6 years after his marriage and already knew what kind of people Wang Han's family was. Okay, stop talking. The betrothal gift was asked for by your family, and it was you and your mother who proposed the breakup. Doesn't it sound fake to say this now? By the way, the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift I gave to your family must be returned without a cent missing. So, you go back first. My wife and I still need to go out and buy a house. Mo Fan couldn't bear to listen any longer and immediately ordered them to leave. Wang Han felt like he was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze for a long time. She came to Mo Fan today to get back together. She thought Mo Fan would agree to let her be his mistress. After all, in her opinion, no man would not be bad at this. As long as she became his mistress, she would not be afraid of not being able to exclude Bai Yuqing. Then Mo Fan's money would be hers alone. However, she never expected that Mo Fan would not give her this opportunity at all. Instead, he asked her for the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift that had already been spent. Chapter 16, Troubles in Buying a House. Wang Han was stunned for a long time and looked at Mo Fan with a painful expression. Mo Fan, are you really going to be so cruel? Can 4 years of love just be gone? Bai Yuqing is just a latecomer. What right does she have to take away my 4 years of love? Wang Han was so excited that he stood up, pointed at Bai Yuqing and shouted loudly. Enough! Mo Fan shouted, Yuqing is not someone you can talk to. You know about the 4 years of love. When you and your mother teamed up to ask my family to borrow the 300,000, why didn't you think about the 4 years of love between us? Get out of here now. You are not welcome here. You have 3 days to return the 200,000 betrothal gift. Otherwise, we will see you in court. Wang Han shook his head in pain. Mo Fan, you are obviously a wealthy man with hundreds of millions of assets. Isn't it just an increase of 300,000 yuan in the betrothal gift? It's not 3 billion yuan. For you, it's just a matter of moving your fingers. Why didn't you want to take it out that day? Besides, where can I get 200,000 yuan to give you back now? Mo Fan sneered, this is none of my business. You and your mother should figure out a solution. Now please leave my house. I have to go out with my wife. In the end, Wang Han was kicked out of the house by Mo Fan. Honey, you were awesome just now. Bai Yuqing looked at Mo Fan with a happy face. Mo Fan laughed frivolously and said, that's just the beginning. My husband has something even more amazing. You didn't see it last night. Do you want to see it tonight? Upon hearing this, Bai Yuqing's face turned red all the way to his neck. You're a hooligan. I don't want to bother with you. After saying that, Bai Yuqing ran out immediately. Mo Fan couldn't help laughing when he saw Bai Yuqing fleeing in panic and then followed him. So the two of them drove a Porsche Carrera G to the sales office. Now Mo Fan only has 10 million in savings, 7 million of which is Bai Yuqing's dowry. Hubby, let's buy here. It's cheaper here, although it's a little out of the way. Mo Fan looked in the direction Bai Yuqing pointed and shook his head. This place won't work. It's too remote. Let's go check out the rooms with river views. If it were in his previous life, let alone this place, even the suburbs outside the 28th ring of Magic City, Mo Fan would not dare to take a second look. But now is different. Now he has a system, so naturally he has the capital to choose. But Bai Yuqing didn't know. She frowned and said, but husband, we only have 10 million. Let alone a first-line Riverview room, even buying a toilet in a first-line Riverview room is difficult. Ahem, that's true, but there's nothing wrong with us going over and taking a look. Good. So the two drove to the Bund in Shanghai. However, it must be said that there are a lot of rich people in Shanghai. If the Porsche Carrera G were in an ordinary second or third tier small city, it would definitely be the coolest thing, but this is Shanghai, and people passing by have long been accustomed to it. Finally, the two found a sales office, and Mo Fan took Bai Yuqing in. After entering, Mo Fan noticed that several heavily made up women looked up at him, then showed him a look of contempt, and then lowered their heads to browse their phones. Mo Fan thought this was normal. After all, isn't that what is written in novels? And with his current outfit, it's not really convincing to think he can buy a house in the Bund. But Bai Yuqing couldn't accept it. She frowned slightly and whispered to Mo Fan, why are all the salespeople here like this? Don't you see anyone coming to buy a house? Mo Fan smiled and said, maybe they think we can't afford it. It seems like we really can't afford it. Bai Yuqing said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, a sweet-looking girl suddenly walked up to Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing. She said sweetly, "Hello, two customers. Do you want to see the house?" This made Mo Fan stunned. How could this be exactly the same as the plot in the novel? An idea suddenly occurred to him. Could it be that he? Suddenly Bai Yuqing shook Missouri Fan's arm. "Husband, what are you doing? People are talking to us." "Oh, I just thought of something." "It's okay." Then he looked at the badge on the little girl's chest. Zhang Ying. Mo Fan thought for a moment and then asked, "We want to see a riverview room. Does anyone have any recommendations?" Now, he has 10 million, so it shouldn't be a big problem to use it as a down payment. "Please follow me, both of you." Zhang Ying smiled as she brought Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing to the property and introduced them to the two. "You two, if you want to buy a riverview house, I recommend this one. Both the lighting and the natural environment here are very good, and the price is also relatively affordable. Compared with other houses that cost 70 or 80 million, this riverview house only costs 50 million, which can be said to be great value for money. Sir, do you need a mortgage or plan to pay in full?" Zhang Ying was introducing patiently, and Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing were listening attentively. But suddenly, an inopportune voice was heard. "Hey, my little Zhang, stop wasting your saliva there. No wonder you haven't closed a single deal in your internship for 3 months. Look at what these two people are wearing. Although they look like they have a little money and drive a Porsche Carrera G, I tell you, the last thing Shanghai lacks is rich people. A brick can kill a lot of people. With this little wealth, you still want to buy a first-line riverview house? Forget about paying the full amount. I think it's a problem to even pay the down payment." Mo Fan immediately looked in the direction of the sarcastic voice and found that it was the person who had looked down on him and Bai Yuqing after they entered the room. At this moment, she was rubbing the powder on her face. Even from a distance, Mo Fan could see that it was powdery. He took a look at the woman's name tag, Lu Tong. "What? Haven't you seen someone as beautiful as me? What are you looking at? If you keep looking at me, I'll dig your eyes out." Lu Tong saw Mo Fan staring at her and immediately spoke impatiently. As soon as these words came out, Mo Fan burst out laughing. "Auntie, you're already stuck, don't you see it yourself?" "Ah." Lu Tong was startled and quickly looked in the mirror, and found that her powder was stuck. But suddenly she reacted, "You little bastard, who are you calling auntie?" Mo Fan shook his head helplessly, no longer planning to pay attention to Lu Tong. He turned to Zhang Ying and said, "Don't worry about her. Just continue introducing her." "Okay." Zhang Ying smiled sweetly and was about to continue the introduction. But at this moment, Lu Tong actually walked over angrily. "Xiao Zhang, if you dare to introduce him today, believe it or not, I will fire you." Chapter 17. Are you having an affair with your brother-in-law? Hearing Lu Tong's harsh voice, Zhang Ying immediately became timid and dared not speak. Seeing Zhang Ying like this, Lu Tong looked at Mo Fan with disdain and said, "You little bastard, do you see that? I am the boss here. Get out now." Mo Fan's expression instantly turned cold. "Why? Could it be that this real estate company belongs to you? It's not mine, and it's not something a poor bastard like you can afford. Get out of here right now, or I'll ask the security guard to kick you out." As Lu Tong said this, she was about to drive Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing out. Just as Mo Fan was about to say something, Zhang Ying suddenly grabbed his arm, shook her head at him, and whispered, "Sir, Sister Lu has some relationship with our manager, you'd better not offend her." Ding. Please make a choice. 1. Directly expose the fact that Lu Tong is manager Su's sister-in-law and lover, and reward 200 million yuan in startup funds can only be used for startup, cannot be cashed out. 2. Make a compromise, leave with Bai Yuqing, and receive a cash reward of 50 million. 3. Take out 10 million and throw it in Lu Tong's face, and be rewarded with the title of gifty spender. Oh my god, this ugly woman has a rotten crotch. Mo Fan said secretly in his heart, and then a sneer appeared on his face. On the side. Seeing that Zhang Ying was so sensible and knew how to introduce her reputation to others, Lu Tong couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. But when she looked up, she saw Mo Fan staring at her with a sneer. Lu Tong frowned and asked, "What the hell are you looking at?" Mo Fan shook his head and said casually, "I didn't see anything. I just saw how the sister-in-law hooked up with her brother-in-law and then showed off here." Ding. 200 million yuan in entrepreneurial funds as rewards. The app has been installed on the host's mobile phone. Please check it carefully. Mo Fan nodded in satisfaction. He was worried that he would not have enough money to start a business after buying a house. The startup fund sent by the system was just in time. But when Lu Tong, who was standing by, heard this, he became furious instantly, as if his tail had been poked. Fuck you, what are you talking about, you little bastard? When did I hook up with my own brother-in-law? Where's the security guard? Come and throw this little bastard out. The entire sales office was instantly filled with uproar. Everyone looked at Lu Tong in shock, because Lu Tong's reaction was indeed a bit abnormal. Bai Yuqing held Mo Fan's arm with an expression of gossip in her eyes. After all, there is no girl who doesn't like gossip. Lu Tong didn't care about his image at all at this time. He cursed loudly and spit everywhere. You're done. Don't let someone put you in a sack and throw you into the Huangpu River while you're walking on the streets of Shanghai one day. I'm going to make you regret what you said. At the same time, 2 security guards walked in from outside, looking at Mo Fan ferociously. Sir, if you are here to cause trouble, please leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for taking action. Mo Fan ignored him and stood there calmly, looking completely confident. What if I say no? The 2 security guards looked at each other and said, if that's the case, then we can only handle this matter impartially. After saying that, the 2 men stepped forward to grab Mo Fan and throw him out. What are you all arguing about? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. Everyone in the sales office couldn't help but look out the door, and then they all said respectfully, Hello, Manager Su. Hearing this, Mo Fan looked up and saw a middle-aged fat man with a big belly and a Mediterranean hairstyle, looking at everyone with anger on his face. But suddenly, his eyes fell on Bai Yuqing beside Mo Fan, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Brother-in-law, you have to make the decision for me. When Lu Tong saw Manager Su, she rushed over and spoke tearfully. Manager Su asked, what's wrong? Lu Tong was crying and snotting, brother-in-law, this little bastard actually said in public that I was your lover and that there was an improper relationship between us. So many people were watching. How can I live my life in the future? Brother-in-law, you must make the decision for me. After saying that, Lu Tong winked at Manager Su in a blind spot where no one could see. Manager Su understood instantly, and then he walked to Mo Fan with an angry look on his face. He took a peek at Bai Yuqing's face, and a hint of lust flashed in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Who are you? Who sent you? I now suspect that you are a commercial spy sent by another company to destroy the reputation of our Huatian group. Manager Su didn't hesitate to accuse Mo Fan of such a big crime. Then, before Mo Fan could say anything, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, Chairman, I found a corporate spy at the Bund sales office. What, you're just at the Bund? You'll be there in 10 minutes? Manager Su was stunned when he heard this. He just wanted to scare Mo Fan to facilitate his subsequent plans, but he never expected that the chairman of Huatian Group happened to be at the Bund, and for some unknown reason, he arrived in 10 minutes. After he hung up the phone, he first arranged for the employees, the chairman will be here in 10 minutes, you should hurry up and pack up. When the employees heard that the chairman was coming, they were flattered. To be honest, they had been working here for so long but had never seen the chairman. All of a sudden, all the employees were busy cleaning up the sales office. Then he looked at Mo Fan fiercely and said, Boy, our chairman will be here soon. If you are found to be a commercial spy for another company, then you can forget about staying in the Magic City. Manager Su looked at Mo Fan as he spoke, but to his disappointment, he did not see any fear or panic on Mo Fan's face. Instead, he looked calm and composed. Okay, let's see how long you can hold on. Mo Fan was not worried at all. He took Bai Yuqing's hand and sat on the sofa beside him. He picked up a magazine and started reading. Honey, why don't you look scared at all? Bai Yuqing called softly and asked curiously. Mo Fan pointed to his cheek and said, Honey, kiss me and I'll tell you. Bai Yuqing immediately punched Mo Fan's chest. Mo Fan, you are so mean, can't you just tell me directly? There are so many people here, aren't you making things difficult for me? Mo Fan spread his hands helplessly. If that's the case, then I can only not tell you. I'll tell you when you kiss me. Ah, husband, you are so bad. Bai Yuqing looked at Mo Fan with resentment, and after careful consideration, she finally took a small sip of Mo Fan's liquid like a dragonfly skimming the water. Chapter 18 Huatian Group, Qin Padian. I kissed you, tell me. After Bai Yuqing kissed her, her heart was pounding like a deer. No, I just kissed one side, I have to kiss this side too. Just when Bai Yuqing thought Mo Fan was going to tell her, she didn't expect Mo Fan to be so mean and stick out his other cheek. "Ah, husband, you are bullying me." Bai Yuqing pouted and said in a silly manner. Okay, actually I know the chairman of Huatian Group, so I am so confident. In fact, if it weren't for what Manager Su said, Mo Fan really didn't know that Huatian Group was actually involved in the real estate industry, because in his understanding, Huatian Group was just the leading enterprise of Modu department stores. These words were heard by Manager Su, who was drinking water. He spat out the water with a pu sound. But I'm dying of laughter. You know the chairman, why didn't you say that you have shares in Huatian Group? These young guys don't know their strength, but they brag loudly. After a pause, he continued, "Girl, don't be fooled by a scumbag like him. I think the Porsche at the door was rented by him. He specifically deceives young girls like you who are inexperienced in the world. How about you just follow me? I can earn at least 100,000 yuan a month, and I will never treat you unfairly." At this time, Manager Su revealed his dirty thoughts. As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Yuqing felt disgusted instantly. She imitated Manager Su's tone and retorted, "Are you old man sick? If you can't help it, ask your sister-in-law to pee and take a photo of yourself for you." These days, some old men don't even know what they look like, but they talk big. You. Manager Su was so angry that he never expected that he was the one who said these words, and Bai Yuqing returned them to him intact. But the next scene made him vomit blood. After Bai Yu finished scolding him, she actually leaned into Mo Fan's arms and said coquettishly, "Oh, husband, I cursed at someone today. I'm so angry. Please comfort me." Mo Fan rubbed Bai Yuqing's head and said, "My dear wife, we are not angry." Manager Su stood aside, his face livid, and he clenched his fists tightly. "Okay, you'll be in trouble later." 10 minutes later. Suddenly, several business cars stopped outside the sales office, and several men in suits and ties, who looked like successful entrepreneurs, got out of the cars. "Jean Padian, what kind of leisure and elegance do you have to invite us to visit your building?" The leader, Jean Padian, smiled and said, "Isn't this just a little closer? Our sales manager said that a business spy was caught, so we came to take a look." "That's good. I thought you were trying to get us here to do business and buy your property." Someone joked. "Ahaha, okay, go in." Jean Padian said this and led a few people into the sales office. As soon as I entered the sales office, I immediately saw managers who gathered all the employees together and stood in a row. "Hello, Chairman." A deafening welcome sounded. Jean Padian nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, Lu Tong came forward. She threw a coquettish glance at Jean Padian, her collar opened wide, revealing her snow-white cleavage. "Hello, Chairman. Welcome to the Bun sales office for inspection." But Jean Padian obviously didn't like this. He frowned and said, "You wear clothes like this when you are working? Aren't you afraid that it will cause misunderstandings to our Huatian group?" "Ah." Lu Tong was startled and said, "I'm sorry, Chairman. It's my fault." She quickly buttoned up her shirt and said tremblingly. Seeing this scene, several employees at the back couldn't help but hold back their laughter. They had been unhappy with Lu Tong for a long time. Relying on her relationship as Manager Su's sister-in-law, she had exploited them and snatched orders from them. Seeing Lu Tong being humiliated again and again today, they naturally felt very relieved. "Okay, this won't happen again. Manager Su, where is the corporate spy you just mentioned on the phone? Let me take a look." In fact, Jean Padian was also curious. After so many years in the business world, this was the first time he saw a commercial spy. Manager Su nodded and bowed quickly. "Chairman, that business spy is so arrogant. Look, he's just sitting there. He just said shamelessly that he knows you. Even if you're the chairman, you have to give him some face." Jean Padian looked in the direction Manager Su pointed, and saw Mo Fan sitting on the sofa, reading a magazine and flirting with Bai Yuqing. His face suddenly turned gloomy. All of a sudden, the temperature in the entire sales office seemed to drop. The entrepreneurs who came with Jean Padian had never seen Jean Padian like this before. They all watched with great interest, wanting to see how Jean Padian would punish Mo Fan. Manager Su and Lu Tong also sneered in their hearts. Especially Lu Tong, she shouted at Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing. "You two little bastards, didn't you hear that this is our chairman? How dare you sit there so calmly? Get over here right now." Hearing this, Mo Fan finally dropped the magazine in his hand. He stood up and faced the business tycoon Shin Padian, saying neither servilely nor arrogantly, "You are Chairman Shin, right? Who are you?" Shin Padian couldn't help but be stunned. This was the first time he saw a young man being so dignified in front of him. This was not the reaction a commercial spy would make after being caught. At this moment, Shin Padian became a little curious about Mo Fan. Mo Fan continued, "My name is Mo Fan, and I'm here to buy a house. Your salesperson introduced the property well, but that bastard Lu Tong mocked me, saying that I was a poor bastard who couldn't afford a Riverview house in my lifetime. Is this the style and pattern of the Huatian group? By the way, let me tell you one more thing. The so-called manager Su is Lu Tong's brother-in-law, but there is a private affair between the two. Manager Su even uses his position to constantly seek benefits for Lu Tong." Of course, the following are Mo Fan's guesses based on the expressions of those salesmen, and he thinks they are almost correct. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire sales office suddenly became silent, and you could hear a pin drop. The entrepreneurs brought by Shin Padian looked at Mo Fan in disbelief. This was the first time they saw someone dare to speak like this in front of Shin Padian, questioning the style and structure of Huatian Group. Manager Su and Lu Tong didn't dare to say anything at this time, because Shin Potion's face had become completely gloomy. Su Chang, is what he said true? Chapter 19, Mo Fan is the second largest shareholder of Huatian Group? Ah. When Su Chang saw Shin Padian looking at him coldly, he avoided his gaze for a moment and did not dare to look at Shin Padian. Yes or no? Shin Padian asked. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but full of majesty, which made Su Chang tremble. Chairman, I. Su Chang spoke unclearly and hesitantly for a long time without being able to utter a complete sentence. Shin Padian saw Su Chang's reaction and realized that what Mo Fan said was almost right. He turned and looked at the other salesman. Now, anyone who can report Su Chang for abusing his power for personal gain will be rewarded 50,000 yuan in cash. As soon as these words were spoken, all the salesmen's eyes lit up. Su Chang and Lu Tong already had cold sweat on their foreheads and were trembling. Especially Su Chang, he knew Shin Potion's methods. If Shin Padian really confirmed that he was suspected of abusing his company's power for personal gain, then Shin Padian would have 100 ways to make him unable to survive in the Magic City. Chairman, I want to report it. I want to report that Su Chang secretly transferred a deal I negotiated to Lu Tong on May 6 this year. The commission for that deal was 130,000 yuan. Afterwards, Su Chang threatened me, saying that if I revealed this matter, I would not be able to survive in Shanghai. I want to report it too. A female salesperson walked out and looked at Su Chang with disgust. Chairman, Su Chang used his position as a manager to sexually harass me many times before. He also warned me not to tell anyone. But due to the pressure of life, I can't lose this job, so I have been compromising all this time. As she spoke, tears flowed from the corners of the saleswoman's eyes. Chairman, I want to report it too. I report. Listening to the employees accusing him one by one and looking at Shin Potion's cold eyes, Su Chang's legs went weak and he knelt down in front of Shin Padian with a plop. When Lu Tong saw Su Chang kneeling, she knelt down as well. Then Su Chang burst into tears and said, Chairman, I know I was wrong. I am sorry for the company's cultivation, and even more sorry for you. I beg the chairman to let me go this time because I have worked hard even though I have no merits. I really know I was wrong, and I promise that I will never show up in the Magic City again. Return all the money you embezzled to the employees and turn yourself in. Shin Potion's words had already sentenced Su Chang to death. Su Chang's eyes went dark and he collapsed to the ground, mumbling, It's over. Everything is over. Throw them both out and make them look disgusting. Shin Padian asked the security guards to throw Su Chang and Lu Tong out. Then he walked up to Mo Fan and said, I'm sorry, but thank you for helping our group get rid of such a big scourge. I don't know which house you're interested in, but I'll give you a 20% discount on my own. Hearing Shin Padian say this, Mo Fan couldn't help but look at him twice more. Is this the mentality of a business tycoon? Mo Fan's attitude softened a bit. Let's go with the one Zhang Ying recommended. But I only have 10 million right now, so I can only pay for the down payment. It's okay. Shin Padian nodded, and then called out, Who is Zhang Ying? Come over and handle it for this gentleman. I'll give you double the commission. Zhang Ying was delighted when she heard this, because this was the money she needed right now. For a moment, Zhang Ying looked at Mo Fan with eyes full of gratitude. Mo Fan readily paid the down payment and then started signing the contract. Sir, please let me use your ID card. Mo Fan took out his ID card and handed it to Zhang Ying. Zhang Ying took the ID card and said, Mo Fan, sir, your name is really nice. Wait, Mo Fan? The moment he heard Zhang Ying's words, Shin Padian on the side frowned and asked. Ah? Zhang Ying was stunned. Yes, Chairman. Let me see. Shin Padian couldn't help but look at Mo Fan twice more, then took his ID card. The moment he took the ID card, Shin Padian frowned even deeper. The salesman on the side had no idea why Shin Padian reacted like that, and they dared not make a sound. However, the entrepreneurs who came with Shin Padian asked in confusion, What's wrong, Director Shin, has something happened? Shin Padian then raised his head and looked at Mo Fan with complicated eyes. Then he continued, Do you remember what I said just now? Previously, our Huatian group was involved in the real estate industry, which led to a shortage of subsequent capital chains and even nearly bankrupt. The entrepreneur who had spoken earlier looked at Mo Fan in surprise and said incredulously, You mean, the mysterious man who spent 30 billion to acquire 30% of Huatian Group's shares is him? Director Qin, this is impossible. He looks only in his 20s. As he said this, he looked at Mo Fan a few more times, but still found it hard to believe. Yes, I didn't believe it before, so when I signed the contract, I paid attention to his ID card. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire sales office fell silent again, and everyone looked at Mo Fan in disbelief. Seeing so many passionate eyes staring at him, Mo Fan couldn't help but touch his nose. Could it be that they are impressed by my handsomeness? At this moment, Bai Yuqing jumped up, hugged Mo Fan's neck, and kissed Mo Fan on the face. Hubby, Mua, you are so amazing, why didn't you tell me before? Didn't I just tell you that Director Qin and I know each other? Do people think you are kidding me? Who would have thought that my husband is so capable? I simply adore you to death. Ahem, Yu Qing, come down first. There are so many people watching us. Humph, I don't want that. I just want to hang on you. The two of them showed their affection in such a public place, which aroused the envy of those around them. After a long time, Bai Yuqing finally climbed down from Mo Fan's body. Seeing this, Shin Padian walked over directly. Mo Fan, you own 30% of the shares of our Huatian group, making you the largest shareholder besides me. This house will be given to you directly, and you don't need to sign these contracts. Mo Fan's 30 billion brought Huatian group back to life, and Shin Padian was not stingy at this time. In his opinion, a mere first-line Riverview apartment could never compare to Mo Fan's kindness to him. After all, when Huatian Group was about to go bankrupt, he made countless efforts to attract investment, but as soon as the investors saw it, they immediately shook their heads and refused. As soon as these words were spoken, the salesman looked envious. This was an apartment with a first-line Riverview, and it was given away for free. But since Mo Fan is the second largest shareholder of Huatian Group, they can't envy him. But the next scene left them dumbfounded. Mo Fan waved his hand and refused. Thank you for your kindness, Chairman, but I don't need it. On the one hand, although I am a shareholder of the company, Director Qin, if you give me a house for free, it is inevitable that the employees will say something. On the other hand, I think Zhang Ying is in urgent need of this commission, so let her take it. Mo Fan had seen from Zhang Ying's expression that something must have happened to her, so when Lu Tong asked her not to introduce her to anyone, there was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Chapter 20, Lu Tong suddenly got her mind back on track? Slandering Mo Fan. Ha, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful, brother Mo. If that's the case, then I won't be polite to you. When the company distributes dividends at the end of the year, I'll give you an extra 100 or 200 million. Okay, Zhang Ying, right? You should sign the contract with Mo Fan first. You will take over Su Chang's position later. Don't let down our big shareholder Mo's kindness to you. Shin Padian didn't waste any time either. As soon as these words were spoken, all the sales staff looked at Zhang Ying with envy. At this moment, they also felt regretful. After all, when Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing came in, although they did not mock them like Lu Tong did, they were more or less contemptuous of them. They even laughed at Zhang Ying when Zhang Ying went to receive Mo Fan. But now it seems that the clowns are actually themselves. If one of them had gone to receive Mo Fan, perhaps Su Chang's position would have been theirs. But there is no regret medicine in this world. Zhang Ying was even more surprised. It took her a long time to come back to her senses. She looked at Shin Padian excitedly and said, Thank you for your cultivation, Chairman. I will definitely not let you down. Thank you, Mr. Mo Fan. After saying that, she bowed to Mo Fan again. Mo Fan smiled and nodded, but suddenly, he felt a chill on his back. He turned around and saw Bai Yuqing looking at him with resentful eyes, as if to say, Mo Fan, you dare to flirt with other girls? I will punish you when I get back. Finally, Zhang Ying helped Mo Fan complete the formalities. Mo Fan looked at the Riverview apartment and felt quite emotional. He thought back to his previous life when he couldn't even afford a toilet here. But now he was reborn, and not only could he own a luxurious villa, he also became the second largest shareholder of Huatian Group. Brother Mo, when I signed the contract with your housekeeper, I was thinking of inviting you to dinner someday. I didn't expect to meet you this afternoon. Do you have time to go out for dinner together? As Qin Padian spoke, the entrepreneurs he brought with him also looked at Mo Fan expectantly. At their level, what they lack most is connections, especially young people like Mo Fan who are rich and talented. If they can get to know some people, they can cooperate in business in the future. Mo Fan hesitated for a moment, then said, now that we bought the house, I plan to go buy some furniture and daily necessities with my wife. Maybe we'll have to do it another day. Brother Mo, you want to buy these things? Qin Padian suddenly asked. Yes. Mo Fan nodded. Brother Mo, have you forgotten what our Huatian Group does? I will ask the company employees to deliver all the necessary daily necessities to the villa. As for furniture, you have to ask our Laoli, who is the big boss of IKEA. As Qin Padian spoke, he turned and looked at a person, who was none other than Li Yang, the big boss of IKEA. Oldly, you can arrange for your staff to deliver a set of the best furniture to Brother Mo's villa later. I will keep the account for it. Is that okay? Li Yang patted his chest and said, Lao Qin, what are you talking about? It's just a set of furniture. Just consider it as a gift from me to Brother Mo. I will ask them to send you a set of the best golden Nanmu furniture. After Li Yang finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and made a call. After a moment, he hung up the phone and gave everyone an okay gesture. Brother Mo, do you want to go have a meal together now? I can do it by myself, but I have to see if my wife wants to go. Mo Fan turned to look at Bai Yuqing. Yuqing, do you want to go? Bai Yuqing nodded, okay. Okay, that's settled. I'll contact the hotel now. Qin Padian walked aside to book a hotel. At the same time, Su Chang and Lu Tong stood outside the sales office with grim expressions. Lu Tong looked at Su Chang anxiously. Brother-in-law, what should we do? You should think of a solution quickly. I can't lose this job. Su Chang was getting more and more impatient as he listened to Lu Tong's voice. He couldn't stand it anymore and yelled at Lu Tong, can you please stop hanging around in front of me? It's all your fault, you idiot. I've told you so many times that Shanghai is full of rich people. You rely on my connections to look down on this and that. Now you've even implicated me. Not only have I lost my job and have to pay the fine, but I'm also going to jail. Lu Tong felt wronged by Su Chang's scolding. I don't know either. And how did that guy know about our relationship? Okay, stop wasting time. When Qin Padian comes out, I will plead with him. I have worked hard for him over the years. I don't think he will kill me. Su Chang looked at Lu Tong crying and waved his hands impatiently. Lu Tong sobbed, brother-in-law, and that little bastard, we can't let him go either. If it weren't for him, how could Director Qin know about our relationship? Those junior employees didn't dare to complain. It's all his fault. As Lu Tong was speaking, she realized that Su Chang seemed to be thinking about something. Brother-in-law, what are you thinking about? Being interrupted by Lu Tong, Su Chang woke up from his fantasy. He snorted coldly, don't worry, that little bastard has caused us to fall into such a state. How can I let him have an easy life? Not only that, I will also sleep with his wife. As Su Chang spoke, he licked his lips obscenely. Brother-in-law, look, they're coming out. Why is that little bastard walking with Director Qin and the others? They seem to be talking and laughing. What's going on? Suddenly, Lu Tong pointed at the door of the sales office and exclaimed. Ha! Su Chang looked up and saw Mo Fan holding Bai Yuqing's hand, talking and laughing with Qin Padian and others as they walked out of the sales office. That's strange. Su Chang was puzzled, but he didn't care about it at this time and walked straight towards Qin Padian. Boss Qin. Why are you still here? Qin Padian frowned and looked at Su Chang, his eyes intimidating without even being angry. Su Chang was stunned for a moment and begged, Boss Qin, please let me go. I can pay them all the money. Please don't let me go to jail. Roll. Shin Padian now feels sick just looking at Su Chang. Su Chang's face instantly turned ugly, and there was some despair in his eyes. He never thought that Shin Padian would be so heartless. At this moment, Lu Tong suddenly pointed at Imo Fan and said to Shin Padian, "Boss Shin, my brother-in-law said that this little bastard is a spy sent by another group. Think about it, how could an ordinary person know about the affair between me and my brother-in-law? He must have investigated it in order to gain your trust and infiltrate our Huatian group. You must be careful." Hearing this, Su Chang was stunned and looked at Lu Tong in surprise. How come this woman's brain suddenly worked so well? So he added fuel to the fire. "Yes, Mr. Chin, it doesn't matter if we are fired, but after all, we were once part of our Huatian group, and our hearts will always be with our Huatian group." The two of them spoke with great emotion, not noticing that the others were looking at them as if they were idiots. Chapter 21, Get to know the boss and plan for the future. Seeing that Shin Padian didn't say anything, Su Chang worked even harder. "Chairman, why don't you let me make amends? I will definitely find out which company sent this little bastard to be a spy for you." "Su Chang, are you serious?" Shin Padian couldn't help but laugh when he saw Su Chang like this. Su Chang was stunned when he heard this. "Chairman, of course I am serious. Although I have done something that is not good for our group, my heart is always with the group. Please trust me for the last time. I will definitely not let you down." Lu Tong clenched her hands tightly and looked at Shin Padian expectantly. But the next second, Shin Padian actually laughed, and his laughter left Su Chang and Lu Tong confused. "Chairman, what are you laughing at?" Su Chang asked tentatively. "Su Chang, do you know who he is?" Shin Potion's expression suddenly turned cold, causing Su Chang's heart to skip a beat. "Chairman, isn't he a commercial spy sent by another company? What's wrong?" Shin Padian was furious when he heard this and said, "You are blind. Mo Fan is the second largest shareholder of Huatian Group. When Huatian Group was about to go bankrupt, he invested 30 billion and now holds 30% of the shares, second only to me in the company. So according to what you said, if Mo Fan is a commercial spy, then is the owner of Huatian Group going to change? Su Chang, you are so brave now." Shin Padian narrowed his eyes slightly, and a chill flashed in his eyes. You know, one can imagine how important Mo Fan is to Huatian Group now. If Mo Fan has a misunderstanding because of what Su Chang and Lu Tong said, Shin Padian will make Su Chang and Lu Tong disappear completely in the Magic City. Su Chang was suddenly struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. But he knew what he would face if Shin Padian really got angry. Don't be fooled by Shin Potion's charitable look in front of Mo Fan. No one who could sit in this position was a good person. Without any hesitation, Su Chang knelt down in front of Shin Padian and said in a crying voice, "Chairman, I didn't know. I really didn't know that Mr. Mo was the second largest shareholder of our Huatian Group. If I knew, even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to say that." As he spoke, he pulled Lu Tong over and said, "Chairman, it's all this bitch's fault. It's all her fault for looking down on Mr. Mo. Please let me go. I'm going to pack up my things and get out of the Magic City now, and never set foot here again." Su Chang has realized the seriousness of the matter. He no longer dares to hope that Shin Padian will keep him. Now all he wants is to save his life. Lu Tong was even more numb. She originally thought that Mo Fan just had some money, but she never thought that it was Mo Fan who invested 30 billion to save the Huatian Group. What made her despair was that her brother-in-law and lover actually pushed her out to take the blame. Suddenly, a hint of madness flashed in her eyes. She knelt down and crawled to Mo Fan's feet, knocking her head heavily on the ground. "Mr. Mo, it was my fault before. Please forgive me for this time. I will serve you like a slave for the rest of my life. I am very good at serving men. Every time I serve men, Su Chang is obsessed with me. I must be better than your girlfriend. Please let me go. Is it good or not? Is it good or not?" Lu Tong was shouting at the top of his lungs, his head was broken and bleeding. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan looked at her with disdain, wondering where she got the confidence to compare with Bai Yuqing. Bai Yuqing looked at Lu Tong with disgust and pulled Mo Fan towards him. At this moment, Shin Padian asked, "Brother Mo, how do you think we should solve this matter?" Mo Fan smiled and said, "I don't want to see them in the Magic City anymore." Before this, Mo Fan had noticed the lustful look in Su Chang's eyes when he looked at Bai Yuqing. At that moment, he had no intention of letting Su Chang go. As for this woman Lu Tong, if she hadn't said what Bai Yuqing said just now, Mo Fan wouldn't have paid any attention to her, but there is no medicine for regret in the world, right? Shin Padian nodded and told the security guards behind him, "You too, send them to the police station first. The money of my Huatian group is not so easy to swallow." After that, Shin Padian stopped paying attention to Su Chang and said to Mo Fan apologetically, "Brother Mo, I'm sorry for what happened today. Let's go eat." Okay. An hour later, several people arrived at the hotel that Shin Padian had booked earlier. At the dinner table, after Shin Padian ordered the dishes, he poured himself a glass of wine. "Come on, Brother Mo, I'll punish myself by drinking 3 cups of wine first. I've wronged you and your sister-in-law today." Then Shin Padian drank it all in one gulp. Then he poured himself 2 more glasses and drank them both in one gulp. "Brother, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for your 30 billion, our Huatian group would have declared bankruptcy. Let me toast you again." As he spoke, Shin Padian raised another glass of wine and toasted to Mo Fan. This made Mo Fan feel a little amused and even doubted whether Shin Padian was just a drunkard. But since Shin Padian toasted him, he couldn't refuse, so he picked up the glass and drank it all. After drinking, Mo Fan poured himself a glass of wine, then stood up and said to everyone, "It is my blessing to have dinner with all of you. I hope you can take care of me in the future." This was also the main reason why Mo Fan agreed to the dinner. All those present were wealthy tycoons. Although he was now the second largest shareholder of Huatian Group, this was all brought by the system. He himself had not become stronger. Therefore, if he could get to know these tycoons today, it would be beneficial to his future development. Brother Mo, your words are a bit polite. Our acquaintance is fate. If you need any help in the future, just ask. That's right. Besides, you are the second largest shareholder of Huatian Group now. You should be the one who needs to rely on us. There was laughter and joy in the box. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone was a little drunk. Fortunately, they were all big bosses and each had a driver. "Brother, well, I'm going to go back first. I'll leave you my phone number. If you need anything in the future, just call me. I'm available 24 hours a day." Shin Padian spoke in a drunken voice, supported by his driver. "Brother, I am leaving too." When Bai Yuqing and Mo Fan returned home, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Seeing Mo Fan drunk, Bai Yuqing pouted, "You're so drunk again, and you said you want to show me something even more powerful. You just talk nonsense." Bai Yuqing tidied herself up and cleaned Mo Fan. Then she snuggled into Mo Fan's arms and began a peaceful and happy sleep. P.S. This is the only chapter for today. In fact, the author wrote this chapter in a muddled way, and it doesn't feel very good. In order not to affect the quality, this chapter will have to be revised tomorrow. In addition, the chapter that is missing today will be made up tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Chapter 22, Asking for a Gift, Meeting Love Rival Wang Tianyi. The next morning, Mo Fan was awakened by a loud ringing of a bell. Confused, he picked up the phone and answered, "Hello, who is this?" But a man's voice came from the other side, and the tone was not very good. "Who are you and why are you holding Yu Qing's phone?" The moment he heard these words, Mo Fan came to his senses. He took a closer look and found that the phone he was holding was Bai Yuqing's. He looked at the caller ID and saw only a string of numbers. Mo Fan sensed the hostility from the other party and replied casually, "I am Bai Yuqing's husband, why can't I take her phone?" Sure enough, when the person on the other end of the phone heard Mo Fan claiming to be Bai Yuqing's husband, he suddenly fell silent. After a while, Mo Fan heard a beeping sound from his phone, obviously the other party hung up. At this moment, Bai Yuqing also woke up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes. "Honey, what's wrong?" Mo Fan handed her the phone. "Yuqing, a man called you just now, and I thought it was my phone so I picked up the phone." Bai Yuqing quickly took the phone and looked at it, frowning immediately. "Whose phone number is this? There is no note on it." "Okay, don't worry about it, let's pack up quickly and go to the Wang family to get the money." Why do we have to go to their house to get money?" Bai Yuqing asked puzzledly. Mo Fan rolled his eyes at her, then moved closer to Bai Yuqing and said seriously, "Yuqing, do you know how much money we have left?" "How many?" "After paying the down payment yesterday, I only have 2,000 yuan left. Although I have prepared everything I need, I still don't know what will happen. It is still necessary to have some savings. Although 200,000 yuan is not much, it can still be used for emergencies." "But," Bai Yuqing said worriedly, "you said Wang Han's family has spent all the money." Does she have the money to pay it back? Upon hearing this, Mo Fan gave Bai Yuqing a meaningful smile. Believe me, Wang Han and Lu Xiaomei will definitely pay you back. Get up, pack your things, and let's go to their house. After they had packed up, they drove towards Wang's house. Soon, they arrived at the community where the Wang family lived. Then Mo Fan arrived at Lu Xiaomei's house as if he was familiar with the place and knocked on the door. Boom boom boom. After a while, Lu Xiaomei's impatient voice was heard. Who is it? Stop knocking. You broke our door. Is this the least you can do to compensate us? The next second, Lu Xiaomei opened the door, but the moment she saw Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing, her face suddenly fell. Who asked you two to come to our house? Mo Fan said coldly, Lu Xiaomei, you should return the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift to me. Today is the deadline, so if you don't return it today, then we'll see you in court. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaomei felt as if her tail was stepped on and immediately got furious. Mo Fan, you are not a human being. You drive a luxury car and can afford such expensive gifts, but now you come to my house to ask for a mere 200,000 yuan. You are really blinding our Xiaohan to fall for a stingy person like you. Besides, what about the 4 years of youth that our Xiaohan wasted with you? This 200,000 is not enough to compensate her. Get out of here right now, and don't hang around at our doorstep. Don't let Xiaohan and her boyfriend come back and see us and misunderstand us again. As Lu Xiaomei spoke, she could not help but glance at Mo Fan a few times, and then she said proudly, it's also a good thing that you didn't delay my Xiaohan. You don't know that my Xiaohan's current boyfriend is a real rich second generation. Whether it's quality or character, he can't compare to a local rich man like you. She looked at Mo Fan again, wanting to see something in his eyes, but to her disappointment, Mo Fan's eyes were very dull. After hearing that Wang Han had a boyfriend, there was no emotional fluctuation at all. At this moment, footsteps were heard in the corridor. Bai Yuqing subconsciously looked back and saw Wang Han walking up with a man's arm around her. The man also noticed Bai Yuqing. The moment he saw her, he pushed away Wang Han who was holding his arm. Wang Han was stunned for a moment, and his eyes instantly turned gloomy as he looked at Bai Yuqing. Yuqing, why are you here? The man looked at Bai Yuqing with tenderness in his eyes. The moment he heard the man's voice, Mo Fan frowned and looked back. This voice is so familiar. Bai Yuqing was also surprised. Wang Tianyi, why are you here? And what are you and Wang Han doing? Wang Tianyi smiled awkwardly and said, Yuqing, I just returned to China. I happened to meet Wang Han outside and she invited me to her home. I didn't expect to meet you here. I see. Bai Yuqing nodded. By the way, Yuqing, who is this? Wang Tianyi suddenly asked. Bai Yuqing heard this and took Mo Fan's arm. This is my husband, Mo Fan. So you are Yuqing's husband. My name is Wang Tianyi. Nice to meet you. Wang Tianyi stretched out his hand and smiled warmly. This made Mo Fan very confused. By now, he was very sure that the call in the morning was from Wang Tianyi, but now he could greet him without any flaws. This person is not simple. Wang Tianyi was instantly put on the danger list in Mo Fan's mind. However, he still stretched out his hand and shook hands with Wang Tianyi symbolically. After shaking hands, Wang Tianyi looked at Bai Yuqing and said, Yuqing, what are you doing here? Are you here to be guests as well? But before Bai Yuqing could reply, Lu Xiaomei said sarcastically, Master Wang, you don't know that Mo Fan is my Xiaohan's ex-boyfriend. He openly proposed to Bai Yuqing at Xiaohan's wedding, and now he comes to my house to ask for the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift. He obviously has so much money, but he still looks so stingy. It's really disgusting. This? Yuqing, is this true? Wang Tianyi looked at Mo Fan with surprise in his eyes. Wang Tianyi, this is not the case. Bai Yuqing was really disgusted by Lu Xiaomei. When she was about to explain to Wang Tianyi, Mo Fan suddenly grabbed her arm. Mo Fan nodded and looked at Wang Tianyi. Yes, I'm here today to get the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift. Wang Tianyi was stunned when he heard this, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, but he concealed it only for a moment. I've heard Wang Han talk about you a long time ago. It seems that there's a reason why you're so rich, Mr. Mo. I'm not as lavish as you, who just threw away a mere 200,000 yuan. I'm still not as good as you, Mr. Mo. No wonder Yuqing chose you instead of me. Chapter 23, The Insidious and Cunning Wang Tianyi. You are still a person who speaks sweet words but has a sharp tongue. Do you want to flatter me and kill me in front of Yuqing? Mo Fan laughed coldly in his heart. As soon as Wang Tianyi said this, Bai Yuqing frowned immediately, having heard something. Just as she was about to defend Imo Fan, she heard Imo Fan say, "You are not as good as me in this respect. After all, I earned my $200,000 through hard work, while you got it by relying on your parents. The nature of this is fundamentally different." After saying this, Imo Fan looked straight at Wang Tianyi. Wang Tian was stunned. He didn't expect Imo Fan to pick up on his words and humiliate him. His punch was like hitting cotton. It didn't hurt Imo Fan at all and it bounced back and hit him in the face. Wang Tianyi smiled again and said, "If that's the case, Wang Han is also my friend, so I will help her pay back the 200,000 first." As he spoke, he took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Imo Fan. There is exactly 200,000 yuan in this bank card, and the password is Yu Qing's birthday. Ah! Bai Yuqing was stunned for a moment. She hurried to explain to Imo Fan, fearing that Imo Fan would misunderstand. Unexpectedly, Imo Fan simply took the bank card and said, "Thank you." He then looked at Bai Yuqing and said, "Yuqing, let's go back too. Don't forget what you promised your parents about the plan to create a little man." Oh. Seeing that Imo Fan was not angry, Bai Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly she realized what Imo Fan said, and punched Imo Fan in the chest. Her face turned slightly red, and she cursed, "Bah, shameless, who wants to be a villain with you?" Then the two of them left the Wang family. Seeing this, Lu Xiaomei hurried over to Wang Tianyi's side. "Xiao Wang, thank you so much for what you did just now. Please come in and sit down." At this time, Lu Xiaomei looked at Wang Tianyi and liked him more and more. As a rich second generation, he paid back the 200,000 yuan betrothal money for them. If he could have a son-in-law, Lu Xiaomei would wake up laughing in her dreams. Wang Tianyi did not refuse and followed Lu Xiaomei into the house. As soon as they entered the room, Lu Xiaomei told Wang Han, "Xiao Han, go get your boyfriend some water and cut some fruit." "Mom, Tianyi hasn't." Just as Wang Han was about to explain, Lu Xiaomei pushed him into the kitchen and whispered in his ear, "Xiao Han, I'm telling you, I really like Wang Tianyi. He's handsome and rich. The key is that I think he treats you very well, too. He's definitely a rich son-in-law. No matter what your relationship is now, I'm telling you, you have to chase him down for me. Only then will our family have a good life in the future. Go get some water and cut some fruit." After saying that, Lu Xiaomei walked out of the kitchen and looked at Wang Tianyi eagerly. "Xiao Wang, please sit down first. Xiao Han will be here soon." "It's okay, Auntie." After a pause, Wang Tianyi suddenly asked, "By the way, Auntie, do you know why Yu Qing agreed to Imo Fan's proposal?" "Ah." Lu Xiaomei was stunned at first, then said disdainfully, "Xiao Wang, Xiao Han also told me about your love for Bai Yuqing. If you ask me, Bai Yuqing is totally ungrateful. No matter her family background, appearance or education, she is more than qualified. But Bai Yuqing is blind. She would rather get married with a rich bastard like Imo Fan than be with you. Sooner or later, she will regret it." Lu Xiaomei became more and more excited as she spoke. She grabbed a handful of melon seeds from the table and started to eat them. As she ate them, she said, "Xiao Wang, you shouldn't have given them the 200,000 just now. Look at the look in Imo Fan's eyes. I think he thinks you're easy to bully." Hearing this, Wang Tianyi revealed a sinister smile. He snorted coldly, "Humph, is it so easy to take the 200,000 from me, Wang Tianyi?" "Xiao Wang, what do you mean?" Lu Xiaomei asked in confusion. Wang Tianyi smiled sinisterly, "I have my own way. If anyone steals my woman, I will make him unable to survive in the magic city." This. Lu Xiaomei still didn't understand how Wang Tianyi was going to deal with Imo Fan. At this moment, Wang Han came out with a plate of fruit and placed it on the coffee table in front of Wang Tianyi. "Tianyi, try the fruit in my house." At this moment, she knew that she would never be able to be with Imo Fan again, so she simply listened to Lu Xiaomei. "Thank you, Xiao Han, come and sit next to me." Wang Tianyi patted the seat next to him and motioned for Wang Han to sit down. Wang Han naturally did not refuse. The moment she sat down, Wang Tianyi's hand reached straight to her leg. Wang Han suddenly started to shudder. Lu Xiaomei noticed something was wrong with Wang Han, then looked at Wang Tianyi, and immediately understood something. "Well, Xiao Han, you stay home with Xiao Wang first. Mom will go out to buy some things." Lu Xiaomei left home without any delay. After closing the door, she still leaned over it and eavesdropped, muttering from time to time, "Strange, why is there no movement? Could it be that Xiao Wang is not good enough? Forget it, as long as I have money, my son can live a good life. Inside the house. Feeling Wang Tianyi's hands caressing his legs violently, Wang Han couldn't help but tremble. Xiao Han, is this your first time? When Wang Tian saw Wang Han's reaction, he couldn't help but ask curiously. Wang Han snorted softly and shook his head. Wang Tianyi's expression suddenly changed. Is it for Mo Fan? Wang Han shook his head again. No, he was my boyfriend before I went to college. Upon hearing this, Wang Tianyi raised his hand and slapped Wang Han directly in the face. I didn't expect you to be such a rotten crotch. If that's the case, I won't play the game of sympathy with you. Wang Han was also startled by Wang Tianyi's sudden move, but no matter how hard she struggled, it was of no use. Don't pretend to be a chaste woman here. If you serve me well, you will get the benefits. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Han's struggling suddenly became much quieter, until it finally became completely quiet. On the other side, Mo Fan was driving with Bai Yuqing. Wife, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Bai Yuqing rolled his eyes at him. Humph, now that you are rich, you can talk big. I will definitely give you a good meal today. Tell me what delicacies you want to eat, even a full banquet. Your husband will satisfy you. Honey, I was just kidding. I remember there's a noodle shop not far ahead. Let's go have some noodles. Their braised eggs and sausages are especially delicious. I haven't been here for a long time, and I'm a little craving for it. Mo Fan gently rubbed Bai Yuqing's head and said, okay, let's go there. Chapter 24, A bowl of noodles caused a big uproar. Bai Yuqing directed the way and Mo Fan drove. The two soon arrived at the noodle shop that Bai Yuqing mentioned. It seemed that business was booming. There was even a tarpaulin set up outside and it was full of people. The moment the Porsche Carrera G stopped in front of the noodle shop, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Because this area is relatively remote, you won't see this kind of luxury cars on weekdays. Besides, people who can afford this kind of car are unlikely to come to this kind of small noodle restaurant. For a moment, there was a lot of discussion. Oh my god, I don't even see a BBA here normally, how come there's a Porsche here today? I was just wondering, could it be that some rich kid likes us common people and comes here to eat? Come on, that's impossible. If you ask me, there is no parking space outside, so I have no choice but to park here. Come on, eat quickly, because you still have to work in the afternoon, otherwise you will lose your wages for the day. The man who spoke looked at the Porsche Carrera G with nothing but envy. If you are born without something like this, it will be difficult to have it in your lifetime. At the same time, Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing got out of the car. Everyone who was eating noodles looked over subconsciously. Moment. Wow. The whole scene was in an uproar. Oh my god, our guess turned out to be correct. Look at how she's dressed, she's obviously from a wealthy family. But this girl is really pretty. Isn't that guy handsome? Oh, if I were as handsome as him, I wouldn't have to worry about not being able to find a wife. It's true that comparison kills. But I really think I've seen them both somewhere before. I just can't remember where. The man next to him rolled his eyes and said, come on, you? Where else have you seen them? If there were no parking spaces outside, I'm afraid I would never see them once in my life. After all, they are at a different height. Someone else also said, now that you mention it, I think I remember where I saw them before. Where was it? Why can't I remember it all of a sudden? Their voices were neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for Mo Fan and Bai Yu to hear. Mo Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wife, do you know what this is called? Huh? What is it? Bai Yuqing looked up in confusion. This is the halo of beauty. Look at the way these men look at you. Humph, that's because I'm beautiful. Bai Yuqing hummed happily, then dragged Mo Fan to sit at an empty table. Boss, 2 bowls of noodles, please. Mo Fan looked at Bai Yuqing's playful appearance and couldn't help but feel fond of her, and pinched her little face. What was even more surprising was the people who came before. They originally thought that Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing were just here to park the car, but they didn't expect that they were actually here to eat noodles. Oh my god, has this fairy fallen from grace to earth? How could such a rich lady come to eat at a place like this? Quick, slap me. Am I dazzled? You're not fucking dazzled, no, I have to post to TikTok to record my wonderful life. As he was talking, the man had already taken out his cell phone and secretly recorded a video of Bai Yuqing and Mo Fan, and added a text to it. A fairy who fell into the mortal world. Okay, let's eat quickly and don't waste time. He put his phone down. Although he was surprised that Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing would eat in such a place, it was also a touch of bright color in his heavy life. 2 bowls of steaming noodles were brought up. Girls, your noodles. Thanks. Come on, husband, open your mouth and I'll feed you. Bai Yuqing picked up a noodle and shook it in front of Mo Fan. Mo Fan smiled and opened his mouth. Thank you, honey. Honey, open your mouth too. I'll feed you. Ah. So good. As Mo Fan spoke, he picked up a sausage from his bowl and put it into Bai Yuqing's mouth. Husband, you are so bad. Bai Yuqing glared at Mo Fan with resentment. Mo Fan smiled frivolously and said, Then do you still want to eat? Well, then feed me. Bai Yuqing placed her hands on the table, tilted her head slightly forward, opened her little mouth, and waited for Mo Fan to feed her. But after waiting for a long time, she didn't feel Mo Fan feeding her. Bai Yuqing suddenly opened her eyes and saw Mo Fan looking at her with interest. The people around her were also looking at her with a smile. Bai Yuqing's face turned red all the way down to his neck. Hubby, why are you so mean? If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed to your proposal so quickly. You're making me so mad. Snort. Then come again, and I will feed you this time. Mo Fan touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. Okay, I'll trust you again. After Bai Yuqing finished speaking, he repeated his previous actions. This time, Mo Fan did not lie to Bai Yuqing. He leaned over and kissed Bai Yuqing gently on the lips. Okay, honey, let's eat. Husband. Bai Yuqing's eyes were blurred. He gently touched his lips and murmured. Bai Yuqing suddenly said solemnly, Husband, I love you. Honey, I love you too. Come on, eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold. The deep affection between the two aroused the envy of others. Alas, these days, even if I just eat a bowl of noodles quietly, I can be sprinkled with dog food. I'm so envious. You're so jealous, so hurry up and eat. After you finish eating, get back to work and try to find a new wife for your boss in the second half of the year. The man's face suddenly darkened. Are you sick? Do you think you are humorous? Ding ding ding. Lao Zhang, what's wrong with your phone? It keeps ringing. Did you secretly order some special service without telling us? Fuck you, there's not a single good word out of your mouth. Old Zhang glared at him, and then he felt a little puzzled. His cell phone usually didn't make any sound, but today it suddenly kept ringing. He picked up the phone and took a look, then exclaimed in surprise the next moment. Fuck, I'm famous now. I don't want to carry bricks anymore. I want to be an internet celebrity. What? Seeing what Lao Zhang did, several migrant workers came over and looked at his phone. Wow, that video you just posted, Lao Zhang, has gone viral. You've gained 5,000 followers so quickly. This is incredible. Let's take a look at what your fans are saying. Let me take a look. Lao Zhang clicked on the reply interface. One message after another came into their eyes. This woman is so beautiful, but do you think she looks like the heroine of that grand wedding that night? Now that you mention it, it sounds a little familiar. Blogger, come out and take more detailed photos for us. No need to film. I compared more than a dozen videos and confirmed that this is the heroine that night. Wow, it turns out that this rich kid also likes to eat snacks from street stalls like ours. So down to earth. My favorability rating has skyrocketed. Let me see. I know this noodle shop. I'll go take a look first and then broadcast it live to you guys. No clout-piercing arrows, no crowns, just pay attention, guys. In an instant, several migrant workers looked up at Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing in disbelief. Look, I told you I seem to have seen them somewhere, but you still didn't believe me. They are super rich people. I'm eating noodles in the same noodle shop with super rich people. No, help me up, I'm a little flattered. His voice was so loud that people around him could hear it. Chapter 25, Is this the method of spiritual victory? In an instant, everyone looked towards Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing, discussing various issues. Mo Fan looked at the crowd around him and said with a smile. Look, wife, your beauty effect has fermented, and now we are surrounded by the crowd. Then let's finish eating quickly and leave. Bai Yuqing felt very uncomfortable being stared at by so many people. So after they finished their noodles and paid the bill, they left in a hurry. When the two returned to the car, they had no idea what kind of uproar this bowl of noodles would cause. Bai Yuqing looked at the rearview mirror, patted his chest, and said with lingering fear, "Ha, all men are like this. You are a rare and super beautiful woman. Besides, wasn't our wedding video a hot topic? After all, this is the era of traffic. People will flock to where there is traffic. I guess there will be internet celebrities squatting in this noodle shop for live broadcasts within 10 days or half a month." Ah. Bai Yuqing was very surprised. "Hubby, you are so amazing, how come you know everything?" "Your husband knows a lot of things." "Do you want to hear them all?" Mo Fan suddenly moved his face closer to Bai Yuqing in a nasty manner. Bai Yuqing immediately turned her face away and pouted, "No, I don't want that. You must want me to kiss you again. You are so bad." Seeing that his little trick was discovered by Bai Yuqing, Mo Fan couldn't help but scratch his nose in embarrassment. "You figured this out, so let's go home." Mo Fan started the car and drove towards the Riverview apartment he had bought earlier. Shin Padian had just sent him a message saying that the room had been furnished and he could move in right away. Along the way, Bai Yuqing sat in the passenger seat, stealing glances at Mo Fan from time to time, feeling itchy inside. What Mo Fan said just now aroused her curiosity. An hour later, the two arrived at the villa they had purchased earlier. As soon as they got out of the car, Bai Yuqing couldn't wait to hold Mo Fan's arm and said sweetly, "My dear husband, what did you want to say just now? Just tell me directly. It's so uncomfortable to keep it in your heart." Mo Fan smiled slyly. When he was in the car, he had already noticed Bai Yuqing's curious eyes. "Ahem." Mo Fan straightened his body and pointed at his cheek, "Kiss me and I'll tell you, I want both." Bai Yuqing immediately pursed his lips. "Hubby, you just know how to bully me." After saying that, Bai Yuqing angrily kissed Mo Fan on both cheeks. As luck would have it, an elderly couple walked by and stared at Bai Yuqing with a smile on their faces. "Old man, look at that young couple, why don't you give me a kiss?" The old man was stunned and immediately retorted, "Everyone kisses boys, why don't you give me a kiss?" The old woman was speechless for a moment, then suddenly an idea struck her and she said, "You don't love me anymore." This. The two of them walked further and further away while arguing. Bai Yuqing was stared at by the two of them, her expression shy, her face slightly red. But looking at the sunshine, although the old couple were arguing, they walked away together. This made Bai Yuqing extremely envious, and she poked Mo Fan's arm. "Honey, do you think we can still snuggle up together and take walks like this when we are their age?" Mo Fan smiled and rubbed Bai Yuqing's head. "Of course you can. We will be together not only in this life, but also in the next life and the life after that." "Yeah." Bai Yuqing nodded heavily. But suddenly, she thought of something and immediately looked at Mo Fan and said, "Hubby, why are you changing the subject? I've already kissed you, tell me what you wanted to say before." "You'll know in a few days, or as soon as tomorrow." Mo Fan laughed and walked towards the villa. "Ah." Bai Yuqing stomped his feet in anger and chased after him. "Mo Fan, you only know how to bully me, humph." On the other side, the Wang family. Wang Han was lying on the bed, browsing on his phone. Wang Tianyi lay beside her. Wang Han threw a coquettish glance at Wang Tianyi, drew small fists on Wang Tianyi's body with her fingers, and exhaled a soft breath, "Husband." Hearing this, Wang Tianyi smiled awkwardly, "That's true." Wang Han still smiled and comforted, "It's okay, husband, I'll make some soup for you some other day." However, she secretly despised in her heart. Wang Tianyi nodded with satisfaction and lay down to rest. Seeing this, Wang Han picked up his mobile phone again and opened Weibo. She doesn't play games or read novels, and Weibo and TikTok are her few ways of entertainment. As soon as I opened Weibo, a post popped up. Big title. "My husband is seriously injured, I want to take the money and leave, is this the right thing to do?" She didn't hesitate and clicked on it immediately. I saw only long and large text written. "I am a second marriage. I have been married to my husband for half a year and have a child. My husband was injured while working on a construction site and he paid more than 300,000 yuan in compensation. Can I get half of it and then divorce him? My husband's waist and legs are injured and he has no ability to work. I don't want him to drag me down for the rest of my life. I want to get the money for the divorce, but I don't know what procedures to follow." Wang Han just took a look and then swiped to the comment section. If my husband becomes paralyzed one day, I will die too. Second marriage, only half a year, why should I take care of you forever? Well done. If a woman lay here, the man would run away just as well. Wang Han nodded as he read it. That's right, if you are paralyzed, then so be it, but don't drag down that good woman for the rest of her life. After saying that, she did not forget to give a thumbs up. Feeling unsatisfied, Wang Han clicked reply, edited a message and sent it out. Why only half? Isn't it hard for us women to give birth to children? Although you have only been married to him for half a year, you did give birth to a child for him, didn't you? If it were me, I would take half of the 300,000 yuan and keep the other half for child support. After this message was sent, a boy replied quickly. Fuck, this is the funniest joke I've seen this year. Married for half a year and gave birth to a child. I don't need to explain what this is, right? And you took it all away. How can you say that with such a licking face? When Wang Han heard this, his face instantly became ferocious. He typed a long string of words. It's already very hard for us women to give birth to children, and you still care so much about whether the child is yours? Go to hell, no man is a good thing. After sending the message, Wang Han blocked the person. In a building thousands of miles away from Shanghai, a man's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw the message that Wang Han had sent. Fuck, what a horrible mother this is. He would reply after complaining. But suddenly she found that the other person had blocked her. Awesome, is this the spiritual victory method of scarfing brain palsy? On the other hand, Wang Han continued to practice boxing in various forums as if nothing had happened. But suddenly a headline caught her eye. The fairy who fell into the mortal world and her husband appeared in a noodle shop where a bowl of noodles cost 10 yuan. Chapter 26, Furious and Defeated Wang Han. Sure enough, it's our little fairy again, let's see what's going on. Wang Han clicked on it casually. But when the picture loaded, Wang Han was completely dumbfounded. Isn't this Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing? Hateful. Anger and jealousy instantly filled Wang Han's distorted face. She scrolled down to the comments section frantically. But in the comments section, everyone was praising Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing. This made Wang Han even more unbearable. Her fingertips quickly tapped the screen and edited a message. Humph, rich people coming to a noodle shop that charges 10 yuan a bowl to eat a bowl of noodles is considered beautiful love, then what about people like us who often go there to eat noodles? In my opinion, this is obviously a show. The moment you send it, there will be a message prompting someone to reply. Wang Han clicked on it and saw that it was criticizing her. Why are you so angry? I just ate a bowl of noodles, and you said it was a show? More people responded. You are such a precious thing, and no one has stipulated that rich people can't eat at street stalls, right? Did you take the wrong medicine? Seeing this news, Wang Han's defense broke down instantly. More and more people responded, and she couldn't block them all. But at this moment, a striking reply suddenly pierced her eyes. Brothers, I found the person. It turns out that this is the woman who was dumped after the temporary betrothal gift was increased by 300,000 yuan. I was wondering who was so angry and wanted to criticize her. It turns out to be you. It's not surprising. I see. This woman is disgusting. That's right, disgusting is the real deal, it's so disgusting. Although there are similar people who support Wang Han. For a moment, the comments section below the post instantly became a battle between men and women. It's not easy for our parents to raise a girl like us. It's just an extra 300,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. Besides, you know they didn't do it to test the guy. Who knew that guy couldn't resist the temptation? It's true that all men are bad. That's right, our youth as girls is not worth 300,000? I'm really convinced. Boys are not raised by their parents. Boys don't have youth. Besides, they gave a betrothal gift of 200,000 yuan first, and then raised the price to 300,000 yuan. Are you willing to be the one who gets taken advantage of? In a cheap rental house in Shanghai, the room looked like a garbage dump. A woman in black stockings was lying on a muddy bed, typing away on the keyboard. You don't have to give it. At worst, you men can give birth to the child yourself and give it our surname. Then we don't need a dowry. But can you do that? That's right. When you men can give birth to your own children, then you can say these things again. Wang Han didn't bother to curse at this moment. She looked at the loving relationship between Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing, and her defenses were completely broken. Suddenly, she looked at Wang Tianyi, who was lying on the side. Husband, husband. Wang Han leaned on Wang Tianyi's chest and sobbed. What's wrong? Wang Tian pinched Wang Han's Tanchi acupoint and asked impatiently. Wang Han handed the phone directly to Wang Tianyi. Look, husband. Wang Tianyi took the phone and looked at it, his brows furrowed even deeper. Husband, didn't you want to deal with Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing before? When are you going to do it? I really can't stand it. You have been pursuing Bai Yuqing for such a long time, but she is actually in love with Mo Fan. This is a bit too much. Wang Han exaggerated and whispered in the emperor's ear. At this moment, Wang Tianyi looked at the loving photos of Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing, as well as the accompanying text, and he was immediately furious and completely lost his mind. Okay, very good, Bai Yuqing, you pretended to be innocent in front of me before, and it would have been fine if you turned around and got married to a man, but now you can shamelessly show your affection in public, so don't blame me for being rude. A hint of ferocity flashed across Wang Tianyi's eyes, and then he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hello, uncle, it's me, Tianyi. I want to ask you for a favor. Okay, thank you, uncle. I'll treat you to a massage some other day. Wang Tianyi hung up the phone with a playful smile on his lips. And because of a message from Wang Han, the battle between men and women on Weibo is still going on. At night, Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing lay on the big bed in the villa. Honey, what are you doing? When Bai Yuqing saw Mo Fan playing with his phone, he immediately came over and whispered in Mo Fan's ear. Mo Fan pinched Bai Yuqing's nose and placed his cell phone in front of Bai Yuqing. I'm browsing some information about investing and starting a business. I'm going to quit my job in a couple of days and start my own business to give you a better life. Wow, my husband, you are so awesome. Just watch first. I won't bother you anymore. Bai Yuqing lay down next to Mo Fan obediently and looked at her mobile phone. Hey, what is this? Bai Yuqing also saw the title, which had already become the #1 trending search. The fairy who fell into the mortal world and her husband appeared in a noodle shop where a bowl of noodles cost 10 yuan. She clicked on it. Bai Yuqing was very surprised after seeing the photo of himself and Mo Fan. What surprised me was not seeing the photo of me and Mo Fan showing their affection, but can such a photo become a trending search? After Bai Yuqing finished reading the caption, he subconsciously went to the comment section. Because they were best friends, Bai Yuqing also followed Wang Han's Weibo account, and it just so happened that Wang Han's reply had been pinned to the top. The replies to this message alone are several times more than the replies to the entire post. Bai Yuqing finally understood why this post became a hot topic. She clicked in. But after seeing the various replies, Bai Yuqing was stunned for a moment. Hubby, look. Without caring about anything else, Bai Yuqing moved closer to Mo Fan and handed the phone to him. Mo Fan took a quick look but shook his head helplessly. Isn't this a pastoral female boxing? It's too normal. What is pastoral women's fist? Bai Yuqing asked in confusion. Mo Fan rubbed her head and explained, for example, international feminism is something that men can do, so why can't we women do it? But for pastoral women's fist, I am a woman, so this should be done by men. So that's how it is. Bai Yuqing understood. Mo Fan smiled bitterly. In fact, he was also a victim of Tian Yuan's female fist. In his previous life, Wang Han did not post the story of Major General Mo Fan on Weibo and was criticized by the Tian Yuan female boxers. What? A man only makes 20,000 a month? What's the point of having a man like that? It's better to divorce him early. That's right. Although we fairies only make 5,000 a month, our physiological structure is not as good as men's. So men make 10 times as much as we do in a month. This is the level of normal men. If it's less than 50,000, it can only be said that there is a problem with their own strength. Mo Fan only saw these words later. Honey, Wang Han is so disgusting. Bai Yuqing was also disgusted by Tian Yuan's female fist. Chapter 27, Mo Fan was taken away by the investigation bureau. Hubby, why are they so excessive? What kind of words are they saying? Bai Yuqing felt very unhappy when she saw those women talking about Mo Fan. Mo Fan put down his phone and gently rubbed Bai Yuqing's head. Be good. By the way, Yuqing, you should be very familiar with Wang Tianyi. Judging from his accent, the call that morning was from him. Seeing Mo Fan ask this, Bai Yuqing suddenly frowned. After thinking for a while, Bai Yuqing replied, Mo Fan, my father runs a company and has some business partners. Wang Tianyi's father is my father's partner, so he and I have known each other since we were young. There was a time when his father even wanted me to be his daughter-in-law, but my father refused. Mo Fan nodded. So that's how it is. It seems my father-in-law was right. Mo Fan, what do you mean? Are you hiding something from me? Seeing Mo Fan's strange look, Bai Yuqing asked with a suspicious look on his face. Mo Fan helplessly spread his hands and said, My dear wife, is there anything I can hide from you? No, you must be hiding something from me. Bai Yuqing climbed onto Mo Fan's body and looked at him straight in the eye. Tell me, what are you hiding from me? Ahem, Yuqing, don't you realize that your current posture is very indecent? Mo Fan said weakly. After Mo Fan said this, Bai Yuqing immediately reacted. Because he was too shy and in a hurry, he accidentally gave Mo Fan a heavy blow. Mo Fan's face turned pale instantly and he bent over in pain. My dear, please let me take it easy. It hurts a little. Mo Fan rolled his eyes at Bai Yuqing, then changed into a comfortable position and lay down. Bai Yuqing sat next to Mo Fan like a child who had made a mistake, fiddling with her fingers and said aggrievely, Honey, I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. Seeing Bai Yuqing like this, Mo Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wife, I'm not angry, I just feel a little uncomfortable. It's getting dark, let's go to bed first. Are you really okay? Do you want me to help you take a look? Bai Yuqing was still a little worried. After all, the beads of sweat on Mo Fan's forehead were not fake. Hearing this, Mo Fan immediately shrank back and said with lingering fear, Wife, I'm really fine. Let's go to sleep first, dear. Oh well. Bai Yuqing hugged the quilt and lay down a little further away from Mo Fan. Mo Fan smiled helplessly, endured the pain, moved closer to Bai Yuqing, and hugged her around the waist from behind. Good wife, let's go to bed. Bai Yuqing, who was originally feeling wronged and autistic, felt the warmth on her waist and Mo Fan's intimacy in her ear. A happy smile suddenly appeared on her face. She turned around and kissed Mo Fan on the cheek. Good night, honey. I love you. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, Mo Fan was awakened by a knock on the door. Mo Fan stood up, still feeling the pain in his body. Hiss, this little girl is really ruthless. After Mo Fan opened the door, he saw 4 or 5 people in police uniforms standing outside. What are you doing? Stop talking nonsense, are you Mo Fan? Mo Fan was stunned for a moment, then nodded, yes. We are from the Investigation Bureau. The leader took out an ID and waved it in front of Mo Fan. Someone reported that you stole a bank card with 200,000 yuan in it. Please come back to the Investigation Bureau with us and cooperate with us in the investigation. Investigation Bureau? I thought I would have to wait 2 or 3 days, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Mo Fan murmured, a sneer appearing on the corner of his mouth. At this moment, even if he used his but to think, he would know who was behind this. The leading captain ordered the people behind him, handcuff him and take him away. Wait a moment. Mo Fan said coldly. What are you trying to do? The investigation captain frowned, his hand already touching his service gun. Mo Fan noticed the captain's actions. He glanced at him and said, My wife is still sleeping. Let me tell her. The captain considered it for a moment and said impatiently, You'd better hurry up. Mo Fan turned around and went upstairs with a calm face. At this time, Bai Yuqing was also awakened by the noise outside. When she saw Mo Fan coming up, she immediately asked worriedly, What happened to my husband? I see there seem to be a lot of investigators outside. It's okay, honey. Remember when you asked me what I was hiding? It was just my guess. I didn't expect him to act so quickly. But it's okay. It's under control. Honey, what's going on? Bai Yuqing was almost crying at this moment. Mo Fan explained. Wife, do you remember that we took 200,000 from Wang Tianyi yesterday? The Investigation Bureau came here just for this matter. Bai Yuqing's eyes widened when she heard this. She couldn't believe it and asked, Are you saying that Wang Tianyi framed you for stealing his bank card worth 200,000 yuan? Mo Fan nodded. Yes, that's right. If I'm not mistaken, Lu Xiaomei and Wang Han should have testified. Plus, Wang Tianyi might have some connections in the Investigation Bureau, so we came here to arrest him today. Bai Yuqing was disgusted by Wang Tian. Why is he so disgusting? He was never like this before. So what should we do, husband? Bai Yuqing asked anxiously. It's okay. I have evidence in my hand, but the people in the investigation bureau are Wang Tianys, so we can only rely on public opinion. In addition, you can go find Xin Padian. If he can take action, it will be safer. Before Mo Fan could finish his words, he heard the captain of the investigation team downstairs shouting, "Are you ready? If you don't come down, we will go upstairs to arrest you." Don't worry, honey. Nothing will happen. I'll give you this phone. That day I knew Wang Tianyi wouldn't be so kind, so I recorded a message in advance. You can release this message. Ah? Then why don't you give it to the investigator as evidence, husband? Mo Fan shook his head. No, now it's clear that they are He Wang Tian's gang. The only evidence is gone. After giving the phone to Bai Yuqing, Mo Fan went downstairs. Cuff them and take them away. Just like that, Mo Fan was taken away by the investigation bureau. Chapter 28, System, are you also playing the role of a reverse character? Seeing Mo Fan being taken away by the investigation bureau, Bai Yuqing was extremely anxious. Damn Wang Tianyi, how dare you slander my husband? Bai Yuqing looked at Mo Fan's back as he was taken away, and felt a tremendous hatred towards Wang Tianyi in his heart. At the same time, in the investigation bureau, Wang Tianyi sat on the chair with a swagger, and his hands were moving freely on Wang Han's body. Lu Xiaomei stood aside and pretended not to see it. Xiao Wang, your trick is really too smart. I'm afraid that little bastard Mo Fan didn't expect this. I just searched and found that the maximum penalty for stealing 200,000 yuan is life imprisonment. Wang Tianyi sneered at the words and said, I've already said it before. If you have robbed my woman, you must be prepared to pay the price. Oh, Wang Han, go to Weibo and spread the news. Not only will I put him in jail, I will also ruin his reputation. Okay. Wang Han nodded heavily. At this moment, Mo Fan was escorted back by several investigators. As soon as he entered the door, Mo Fan saw Wang Tianyi and the mother and daughter of the Wang family. Several people looked at each other. Lu Xiaomei and Wang Han were so arrogant that they almost looked down on others. Wang Tianyi stood up from his chair and walked to Mo Fan's side. He smiled and said, Mr. Mo, why are you doing this? You are a wealthy man, do you even want to steal a mere 200,000? Mo Fan nodded slightly but didn't say anything. Seeing that Mo Fan ignored him, Wang Tianyi did not get angry. Instead, he called out to the investigators. Comrades investigators, you must conduct a thorough interrogation and try to transfer the case to judicial trial as soon as possible. 200,000 is not a small amount of money. Don't worry, we are the best at dealing with these thieves. Several investigators knew Wang Tianyi's background, and they all patted their chests and made assurances. Then several people took Mo Fan directly to the interrogation room. You two, go out. Xiao Yang, turn off the camera and take notes. After the captain arranged everything, he sat directly opposite Mo Fan. Boy, now tell me the truth and tell me how you stole the 200,000 from the Wang family. Did you see those 8 words behind your name? Leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist. Mo Fan stared at the captain coldly. At this moment, a voice sounded in his mind. Ding. Long time no see, did you miss me? Ding. Please make a choice. 1. Unjustly imprisoned, rewarded with a life sentence package. 2. Fight with reason and produce evidence to prove your innocence, and you will be rewarded with 10 million in cash. 3. Pretend to plead guilty, overturn the case in the procuratorate, cause huge public opinion, sue Wang Tianyi, send him and Wang's mother and daughter to prison, reward plus 10 for each physical index note. This choice requires the host to have great courage, and to endure the abuse from public opinion after pleading guilty. Please choose carefully. In addition, the initial physical index is 5, which is that of an ordinary person. Listening to the system's introduction, Mo Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. The system was also playing the opposite role? And this system is so considerate, it can also enhance various body indicators. Hey, what the hell are you standing there for? Are you going to confess or not? Seeing Mo Fan grinning foolishly, the captain urged him impatiently. I plead guilty. I admit it. Mo Fan said excitedly. Ah. The captain thought he would have to waste some more words, but he didn't expect Mo Fan to plead guilty so quickly, and he admitted it with such excitement. But he couldn't care less at this moment. Anyway, the order from his superiors was to make Mo Fan confess his guilt, which just happened to save him some energy. Okay, now confess how you committed the crime. Mo Fan thought about it after hearing this and made up a random process of committing the crime. The captain looked at Xiao Yang's recorded confession and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, take him away and detain him first. At this time, the captain couldn't wait to find Wang Tianyi to take credit. When he came outside, he went straight to Wang Tianyi. Master Wang, the case has been handled. Once the documents come down from above, it can be transferred to the procuratorate. By then, based on a confession, even if it's not life imprisonment, he will be sentenced to several decades. After all, 200,000 is a huge amount. Wang Tianyi was slightly surprised and asked, why did he confess so quickly? Master Wang, you don't know that this kid is actually a coward. When I brought him to the interrogation room, he couldn't hold it in before I could say a few words. He just kept crying and sobbing, so he confessed quickly. Hearing this, Wang Tianyi became even more disdainful. Bai Yuqing is really blind. She actually fell for such a wimp. I wanted to have some fun with her, but it's not interesting at all. At this moment, Wang Han also walked to Wang Tianyi's side. Hubby, look, I've posted this on Weibo. It's now ranked second on the list of most popular posts, and public opinion is overwhelmingly one-sided. Wang Han is extremely excited now. She exaggerated the story and posted an article on Weibo. The title is: A wealthy man in Shanghai used a heart of the ocean worth 200 million yuan and a wedding dress worth 100 million yuan for his wedding, but he broke into the house and stole 200,000 yuan. Is it the decline of morality or the distortion of human nature behind all this? As for the article, it described Mo Fan as a complete show-off. He was using such a valuable thing, but he broke into a house and stole $200,000. In an instant, public opinion on the internet was overwhelming and fell to one side. That's it? I've said before, this is definitely a Phoenix man, he's just showing off here. Those things are so expensive, they're obviously fake, how can they be real? Sisters, you must keep your eyes open when looking for boyfriends in the future, not everyone can be worthy of us. It's really disgusting. Why don't those male dogs in the comments section bark anymore? If they have the guts, come out and fight back. That's right, sisters, release them from the blacklist. I want to see what these male dogs have to say. Looking at these comments, Wang Tianyi showed a sinister smile and said to himself coldly, Bai Yuqing, I really want to know how you feel now. In the villa. Bai Yuqing also noticed the article published by Wang Han. The more she read, the angrier she became, especially when she saw that Wang Han had even posted a picture of Mo Fan being taken away by the investigators. She became even more indignant. Suddenly, another title popped up. The suspect who broke into a house and stole 200,000 yuan has been arrested and pleaded guilty. He had previously created a wealthy persona. I clicked on it and saw that it was sent by Wang Han again. Bai Yuqing was completely disgusted by Wang Han. But what puzzled her was why Mo Fan pleaded guilty. At the same time, countless messages popped up on Bai Yuqing's phone. There are Mo Fan's brothers, Chen Xuan and Feng Su asked. Beauty Bai, have you read the post Wang Han posted? What happened to Mo Fan? There were also some sent by Bai Tianhe, Mu Yun and Mo Fan's parents. Yuqing, what happened? Why did Xiao Fan plead guilty? Bai Yuqing replied one by one, it's okay, don't worry. Then she found Qin Padian's phone number from Mo Fan's phone and dialed him. Chapter 29, Wang Tianyi invites the Navy to live broadcast the trial of Mo Fan. Soon, Qin Potion's voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Mo, why did you call me today when you have time? What's the matter? Director Qin, something happened to Mo Fan. Bai Yuqing said anxiously. What? Qin Padian was shocked. Don't be anxious. Tell me slowly. What happened? Bai Yuqing told Qin Padian the whole story. On the other end of the phone, Qin Padian fell silent after listening. After a long while, he finally said, there's something wrong with this matter. Perhaps Brother Mo has his own considerations. Sister-in-law, please wait at home. I'll go over now and we'll talk in detail. Good. Bai Yuqing hung up the phone and thought carefully about what Qin Padian said. Something was wrong. Yes, Mo Fan clearly has evidence, but why would he plead guilty? Could it be possible that he was tortured into confessing? Suddenly this thought popped up in Bai Yuqing's mind, and she became even more anxious. After more than 10 minutes, Bai heard a knock on the door. She hurried to open the door and saw Chin Patian appear at the door. Director Chin, you are here, please come in and sit down. Chin Patian saw Bai Yuqing's anxious look and comforted her, sister-in-law, don't worry. Before I came here, I had already asked someone to go to the investigation bureau to inquire. I think there will be a result soon. By the way, sister-in-law, where is the evidence for brother Mo? Chin Patian suddenly asked. Bai Yuqing opened Mo Fan's phone, here. She clicked on the recording. The recording played and Wang Tiany's voice was heard. In that case, Wang Han is also my friend, so I will help her pay back the 200,000 yuan first. There is exactly 200,000 yuan in this bank card, and the password is Yu Qing's birthday. Chin Patian nodded. There is nothing wrong with the recording, so brother Mo was innocent. Don't worry too much, sister-in-law. As for his confession, I always feel that it is a little strange. Let's wait for the person I'm looking for to call back for details. But who is this Wang Tiany? Why does he sound familiar? Who is his father? Bai Yuqing replied, his father is Wang Dai, the chairman of Dai Real Estate. Wang Dai? Chin Patian was stunned. Wang Dai of Dai Real Estate is considered a powerful figure. I didn't expect that his son would be such a fool. If that's the case, things won't be difficult to handle. At this moment, Chin Patian's cell phone rang. It was someone I was looking for who called. Chin Patian pressed the answer button and turned on the speakerphone. Hello, how's the investigation going? Brother Chin, this matter is a bit difficult to handle. Your younger brother confessed his guilt himself and the case has now been handed over to the judiciary, said the voice on the other end of the phone. Chin Patian frowned and asked, when will the court session begin? The trial will begin tomorrow, and I heard that this case has caused quite a stir in society, so the trial will be broadcast live. The case was handled personally by our deputy director. Did your brother offend someone? The other party is simply trying to torture him to death. Okay, I got it. I'll think of a solution. I'll hang up now. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Chin Patian hung up the phone, frowning. What he couldn't understand was why Mo Fan wanted to confess his guilt when he clearly had evidence. Director Chin. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to Bai Yuqing's mind. What's wrong? Chin Patian asked. Then Bai Yuqing began to tell the story. What do you think? Could it be that Mo Fan confessed on purpose? He knew that Wang Han would definitely post this on Weibo. He also knew that Wang Tiany's people were in the investigation bureau. So he simply took advantage of the situation and denied it in court. Then when we present evidence, public opinion will definitely be one-sided. By then, Wang Tiany and Wang Han who framed Mo Fan, as well as the deputy director, will definitely become the target of public criticism. By then, under the supervision of the entire nation, it will not be so easy for them to offend. Chin Patian was slightly stunned. Hey, sister-in-law, don't tell me that your speculation is really possible. Given Mo Fan's personality, he will most likely do this. After thinking about this, Bai Yuqing finally felt relieved. Chin Patian nodded, okay, in that case, let's go to court together tomorrow. On the second day, the official website of the Magic City Investigation Bureau released a live broadcast of the trial of Mo Fan for stealing 200,000 yuan. As soon as this post was released, it caused a sensation on the internet. Wang Han was very excited when he saw the discussion under the Weibo post. She took the phone to Wang Tiany. Hubby, look, so many people are paying attention to this. Although some people are still speaking up for Mo Fan, most of them are criticizing him. This time, Mo Fan will definitely be sentenced to decades in prison. When Wang Han thought about how he had been turned away in various ways when he went to see Mo Fan before, he felt even more relieved. He even wished that Mo Fan would be sentenced to several decades in prison. Wang Tiany took the phone and looked at it, a gloomy look flashed across his eyes. This is what happens when you fight me. Go buy another 10 million internet trolls to keep this matter hot for about half a year. I want to make him completely despised by the people. I want to let Bai Yuqing see that this is the person he chose for a flash marriage. In my opinion, she is just an ant that can be manipulated at will. Wang Han became even more excited. She nodded and went to buy some water army. 10 minutes later, 10 million internet trolls took action and public opinion on the internet instantly became one-sided. Fuck, this guy is really a top-notch guy. He made such a big noise before, but it turns out he was just pretending. I was so excited for nothing. Who says he isn't? I heard that his house is a small rented apartment. That Ferrari must also be rented. This guy is really disgusting. But some people refuted it. The fireworks they set off were real, right? Their car was personally delivered by the 4S store manager that day, but they probably didn't buy the house. But as soon as this news was sent out, it was instantly destroyed by the Navy. You are one of Mo Fan's hired trolls, right? How much money did he pay you? These people nowadays have no bottom line in order to make money. I suggest that the authorities should directly block the accounts of these water armies. After all this, no one dared to speak for Mo Fan anymore. At the same time, the official website of the Investigation Bureau announced another piece of news. At 2 p.m., Mo Fan will be tried at the Magic City Court. Anyone interested can come to the court with their ID card and sit in. In addition, the trial will also be broadcast live on the Magic City official website. The time came to 1:30 in the afternoon. Bai Yuqing and Qin Padian also picked up Mo Fan's phone and went to the court. When they arrived outside the court, there was already a huge crowd of people. What's worse, they directly pulled up a banner with this written on it. Please ask the judge to give a heavy sentence to the scum of the Demon City. Chapter 30, because bad people appeared in the upper echelons of the masses. Qin Padian pushed up his sunglasses and said, "It's obvious that these people were hired by Wang Tianyi. Don't bother with them. Let's go in." Bai Yuqing nodded, and the two of them entered the court. When we arrived at the courtroom, it was almost full. Bai Yuqing suddenly saw Wang Tianyi and the mother and daughter of the Wang family sitting in the front row. As luck would have it, Wang Tianyi turned around at this moment and saw Bai Yuqing and Qin Padian. Bai Yuqing glanced at Wang Tianyi coldly, then found a seat and sat down. "Honey, what are you looking at?" Wang Han suddenly asked, holding Wang Tianyi's arm. Wang Tianyi looked at Qin Padian again, then turned around and frowned slightly. Strange, I seem to have seen the man next to Bai Yuqing somewhere before, but why can't I remember him suddenly? Ha! Wang Han turned his head and saw Qin Padian. She turned around and stuck close to Wang Tianyi. "Oh, my husband, it's already like this now. Even if Bai Yuqing calls someone, it's useless. Mo Fan's sentencing is a foregone conclusion." 2 o'clock arrived. Mo Fan was escorted by the investigators and walked in through the side door. The moment he saw Mo Fan, Bai Yuqing clasped his hands together and looked at him nervously. Mo Fan also noticed Bai Yuqing at a glance and gave her a reassuring look. At the same time, the presiding judge struck the gavel, read the indictment, presented the evidence, and asked the defendant Mo Fan if he had any objections to the indictment. No one knew that Mo Fan had pleaded guilty so quickly, so the whole case was clear and saying all this was just a formality. "Defendant Mo Fan, do you confess to the crime of stealing 200,000 yuan from plaintiff Wang Tianyi?" Mo Fan no longer had the same expression as before at the Investigation Bureau. Instead, he calmly asked, "Huh? Theft? What theft? When did I steal 200,000 yuan from someone else?" Wang Tian was stunned for a moment, then stood up instantly, pointing at Mo Fan and angrily yelling. "Mo Fan, you confessed everything at the Investigation Bureau that day. Now the Investigation Bureau still has your confession. You are now openly talking nonsense in court. You are flouting the law." Because the trial was broadcast live, there was an uproar on the internet at this time. Is Mo Fan crazy? Didn't he confess very quickly in the Investigation Bureau that day? Now he openly defies the law in court. I think he doesn't want to live anymore. Maybe he regrets it now, but what he did is basically a dead end. It openly disrupts the order of the court. After all, the bank card with 200,000 yuan was indeed found on Mo Fan. Some people also have different opinions. Do you think it's possible that Mo Fan was tortured that day, so he confessed, and now he wants to use the court to exonerate himself? But as soon as these words were spoken, they were immediately surrounded and attacked by the Navy. You idiot, are you questioning the official position of the Investigation Bureau? Extorting confessions by torture is something that has been clearly decreed to be stopped. How could the Investigation Bureau knowingly break the law? The idiot upstairs doesn't think before he speaks. Let's go and attack him together. Humph, I'll just watch. If Mo Fan is not sentenced this time, the Magic City Court will lose its credibility. Just wait and see. The law will not let any criminal off. In the court, the gavel rang. Please pay attention to your attitude, this is a courtroom, please be quiet. The presiding judge then looked at Mo Fan and said, "The defendant makes a statement." Mo Fan lowered his head and touched his forehead, then raised his head and said with a smile, "I definitely didn't steal the 200,000 yuan, and I have evidence to prove that it wasn't me." "Where is the evidence?" asked the presiding judge. Mo Fan turned around and looked at Bai Yuqing. "The evidence is in my wife's hands. It's the recording on my phone that day. It contains the detailed source of the 200,000 yuan. The moment MOFA presented the evidence, Wang Tian was stunned. Impossible, how could he know what I was going to do? To record it in advance, no, there must be no evidence. Wang Tianyi didn't want to believe that Mo Fan had already seen through his plan, and he kept saying it in his mind. "Yes, I have evidence." Bai Yuqing came out, holding Mo Fan's cell phone. "Please ask the defendant's wife to bring the cell phone up." The presiding judge struck the gavel. Bai Yuqing walked to the judgment table and opened the recording on his mobile phone. Wang Tianyi's two sentences instantly echoed in the silent courtroom. How is this possible?" Wang Tianyi slumped down in the chair weakly. Even though he didn't want to believe it, the facts were before him and he had no choice but to believe it. Even more shocked were Wang Han and Lu Xiumei. They were looking forward to Mo Fan being sentenced with great joy, but they didn't expect that Mo Fan had already made preparations. "Husband, what should I do?" Wang Han whispered anxiously. "Yes, Xiao Wang, this little beast Mo Fan is too cunning. He actually recorded it so early. What should we do?" "Shut up. Can't you see I'm trying to find a solution?" Wang Tianyi was annoyed by what the two said and started to scold them. "Honey, should we say that the evidence is fake?" Wang Han said weakly. Listening to what Wang Han said, a light bulb went off in Wang Tianyi's mind. He directly said to the presiding judge, "Your Honor, this recording is clearly a synthesis." "I have never said this. I request to check the authenticity of the evidence." The presiding judge nodded and said, "Okay, take him away for a professional inspection." Wang Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief. He took out his phone, found his uncle, typed a text message and sent it to him. Then he sneered in his heart, "Humph, Mo Fan, what can you use to fight me?" But at this moment, Mo Fan suddenly said, "I'm sorry, presiding judge, I request an in-court inspection." The presiding judge frowned. Wang Tianyi was even more furious. If the police were investigating in court, how could he do anything else? "Your Honor, I don't think the court has such a rule. If Mo Fan were to be given this precedent, what credibility would the court have?" The presiding judge was indeed in a difficult position. After all, this kind of video and recording evidence had to be examined by professionals, and there had never been a precedent for in-court examination. However, thinking about the special nature of this case, after all, the case is being broadcast live, and there can't be any mistakes in the process. Otherwise, it will have a great impact on his career, so he asked Mo Fan, "Defendant, please explain why you request to be examined in court?" Mo Fan coughed lightly, "Your Honor, you must be curious about why I turned the tables in court, right?" "Why?" the presiding judge asked puzzledly. Mo Fan laughed, "Because there are bad guys among the upper echelons of the masses." As soon as these words came out, like a torpedo, it exploded in the live broadcast room, on the internet, in Shanghai, and throughout China. Because the public opinion caused by this incident was so huge, people from all over the country were paying attention to this case. After hearing these words, Wang Tianyi's heart sank to the bottom. He finally understood what Mo Fan was going to do. Chapter 31, Reversal, Mo Fan appeals. "Mo Fan, shut up." Wang Tianyi didn't care about anything else and pointed at Mo Fan and shouted. But he overlooked one thing: this is a court. The presiding judge knocked down the gavel and said in dissatisfaction, "Please be quiet, plaintiff. I will give you a warning. If you do this again, please leave." Then he looked at Mo Fan and said, "Please continue your statement, defendant." Mo Fan glanced at Wang Tianyi and smiled at the live camera. "Your Honor, the reason why I pleaded guilty is because this was an organized and premeditated action. Less than a day after he gave me the 200,000, the investigation bureau came to my house and arrested me. After I entered the interrogation room of the investigation bureau, their investigators directly turned off the surveillance and prepared to interrogate me. Now, Your Honor, can you see the problem?" As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately caused an uproar on the entire internet. Because Mo Fan's words were already very clear. There were heated discussions in the live broadcast room and on Weibo. It seems that the recording is most likely true. I have long said that Mo Fan is not that kind of person. He was framed. You still didn't believe it. Now you are embarrassed, right? Indeed, if it is true as Mo Fan said, then this case is very interesting. There are probably quite a few people involved. If the recording is found to be correct, I guess there will be a big earthquake in the Investigation Bureau of Magic City. However, there were also those who had previously despised and slandered Mo Fan and were still being stubborn. This recording is obviously fake, it's a specially synthesized sound. Besides, it was found that Mo Fan lived in a rented studio apartment. Just imagine how a person that rich could live in a house of only a few dozen square meters. In my opinion, Mo Fan is just fighting back. He knows that he will be sentenced to decades in prison for stealing 200,000 yuan, so he is just making a last-ditch effort here. As soon as this was said, someone immediately echoed. And now, in court. Upon hearing this, the presiding judge frowned and thought for a moment, then looked at the Investigation Bureau personnel who were listening to the trial. Are the defendant's statements true? Meanwhile, the captain of the Investigation Bureau who was in charge of interrogating Mo Fan was already panicking, but he still argued, "Judge, please don't listen to his nonsense. Our Investigation Bureau has strict requirements for every interrogation of prisoners, and we need to use surveillance cameras." Mo Fan's eyes flashed with a sneer. Then please ask the people from the Investigation Bureau to bring out the surveillance video of my interrogation that day. Otherwise, just listening to you talk here is just empty talk, right? The presiding judge agreed with Mo Fan's words and nodded. The defendant is right. Can the Investigation Bureau provide surveillance? As soon as these words were spoken, the captain's heart instantly rose to his throat. Where could he find any surveillance? At this point, he had no choice but to force the issue and said stubbornly, I'm sorry, presiding judge, but it just so happened that the surveillance camera of the Investigation Bureau was broken that day. The presiding judge was immediately furious. What a coincidence that the surveillance camera broke down during this case that attracted so much public attention. Do you think what you said can stand up? In that case, let's openly examine the authenticity of the evidence in court according to the defendant's wishes. After the presiding judge finished speaking, he did not give the Investigation Bureau any chance to defend itself and directly ordered the recording to be examined in court. A moment later, professional technicians were invited to the courtroom and began to check the recordings. At the same time, the people in the live broadcast room were waiting patiently. As the presiding judge said, what the people from the Investigation Bureau said was totally untenable. Or maybe, they were also expecting that Mo Fan's evidence was true, and then they would catch a lot of high-ranking officials who not only did nothing but also exploited the people. As the recording was checked minute by minute, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room changed from the previous insults to Mo Fan to a quiet and peaceful one. Half an hour later. In the courtroom, the technicians finally put down their equipment. Your Honor, the test results show that this recording is not edited or synthesized, and can be used as evidence in court. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire courtroom was in an uproar. If the evidence is true, then it directly proves that Mo Fan was framed. Coupled with the fact that the surveillance camera was broken by chance, it almost directly points out that there is a bad person in the upper echelons of the Investigation Bureau. The presiding judge had a serious expression and he slammed the gavel down heavily. I declare that Mo Fan is not guilty and is released in court. The moment she heard the result, Bai Yuqing jumped up excitedly, ran to Mo Fan, hugged her and cheered. Honey, you're okay, you're okay. Mo Fan gently stroked Bai Yuqing's head and said, Wife, I'm sorry for making you worry. Seeing this warm and happy scene, everyone in the live broadcast room was warmed. I've said it before, how could Mo Fan be the kind of person who pretends to be cool? Maybe he really didn't have time to buy a house. Who said it wasn't true? But seeing this scene really makes me jealous. When can I find such a beautiful girlfriend? Suddenly someone posted a comment that attracted everyone's attention. The next moment, they saw Mo Fan let go of Bai Yuqing, turned to look at the chief judge, nodded slightly and said, Your Honor, I want to sue. I am suing Wang Tianyi for his false accusations against me, which have insulted my personality and caused me and my wife to suffer from online violence. I am also suing the mother and daughter of the Wang family for giving false testimony and being accomplices in all this. The moment he heard these words, Wang Tianyi's heart sank to the bottom. He had already thought that Mo Fan would take this step. Wang Han surrounded Wang Tianyi tightly and asked anxiously, Hubby, what should we do? Lu Xiaomei was even more direct. She pointed at Mo Fan and angrily said in court, Mo Fan, you are still a human being. You have been with my daughter for 4 years. Even if you are a dog, you should have feelings for her. Even if my daughter did something wrong and gave false evidence, you don't have to force her to death, right? If you're still a man, just let our Xiaohan go. Xiaohan is so unlucky that she actually fell for an ungrateful person like you. Until now, Lu Xiaomei still feels that she is on the moral high ground. Chapter 32, a single move affects the entire body. Damn it, how come Lu Xiaomei doesn't even want her fucking billion? FCK, I'm really disgusted. Even now, you're still being stubborn. How can you still know that 4 years of relationship is worth more than 4 years of relationship? And you're asking for a higher price right away? And you're asking for 300,000 right away? Support Lu Xiaomei's heavy sentence. Lu Xiaomei's words were heard in the live broadcast room and instantly attracted angry criticism from netizens. In court, the presiding judge said solemnly, "Please prepare various materials and submit them to the procuratorate. After the review is completed, you can appeal within 3 days." After leaving these words, the presiding judge left the court. Mo Fan glanced at Wang Tianyi and Wang Han, a sneer appeared on his lips. Coincidentally, Wang Tianyi turned his head at this moment, and the two looked at each other. Wang Tianyi walked up to Mo Fan and said coldly, "Mo Fan, I admit that you made a good move, but this matter is far from over." After saying this, Wang Tianyi left the court directly. Wang Han looked at Mo Fan with complicated eyes, then chased after Wang Tianyi. Mo Fan, if you dare to offend the young master of Dei real estate, you will die a miserable death. Lu Xiaomei pointed at Mo Fan and said viciously. But Mo Fan simply ignored her and didn't even look at her. You. Seeing that she was being ignored, Lu Xiaomei was about to get angry. But Wang Han suddenly turned around and shouted, "Mom, can you please stop embarrassing yourself there? Let's go." Wang Han was also feeling a little unhappy at this time. In her opinion, all of this was Lu Xiaomei's fault. If Lu Xiaomei hadn't instigated her to increase the betrothal gift temporarily, she would have married Mo Fan a long time ago, and those valuable things would have been hers. Why did she make such a mistake now? Lu Xiaomei was stunned for a moment, glared at Mo Fan, and then left with Wang Han. "Brother Mo, you really have a good way. It seems that the situation in the Magic City is going to change this time." At this time, Qin Padian also walked down and looked at Mo Fan with admiration. Mo Fan smiled and said, No, I am just trying to protect my own rights." "But thank you very much, brother." Qin Padian quickly waved his hand, "Look at what you said, brother. I didn't help much. Now that you say that, I feel a little embarrassed. Brother, I do need your help next." Mo Fan thought for a moment and spoke directly. Qin Potian's eyes lit up with joy, and he asked, "What can I help you with?" Mo Fan looked around and said, "Brother, there are too many people here, let's go back first." "Okay, I'll go out and set up a table today to welcome you." Qin Padian joked. At this point, this matter has completely fermented on the entire internet. If Mo Fan had some tricks up his sleeve and recorded the audio in advance, he would have really been tricked by Wang Tian this time. That's right. I also searched on Baidu for Wang Tianyi's family. He is the son of Dei Real Estate. No wonder he is so arrogant. Let's file a joint report. I don't believe the government will ignore this matter. In the Wang family villa. Looking at the curses all over the phone, Wang Tianyi sat on the chair, not daring to say a word. In front of him, Wang Dei scolded him harshly. "Wang Tianyi, I've told you countless times, right? Don't rely on your connections to do evil. Now, you've implicated your uncle as well. I wonder how you're going to end this matter." Wang Tianyi raised his head slightly and whispered, "Dad, I know I was wrong, but Mo Fan is really infuriating. I was so good to Bai Yuqing and I loved her so much, but she always ignored me and now she is getting married to Mo Fan. How can I swallow this anger?" Wang Dei was furious, "How dare you talk back?" When he raised his hand and was about to slap her, he was stopped by the middle-aged woman beside him. "Wang Dei, try to hit my son again? See if I dare to fight you." Tianyi was wrong in this matter, but he was also right. Bai Yuqing is really a little bit ignorant. You have helped their family so much in business, and you have hinted to them to marry their daughter to you more than once, but Bai Tianha refused every time. What's wrong with my son using some tricks now? The middle-aged woman was Wang Tianyi's mother Feng Kaichun. She held Wang Tianyi firmly behind her and stared at Wang Dei. Seeing Feng Kaichun stopping him, Wang Dai sighed helplessly and put down his raised hand. Just indulge him. I'll see what you can do. After Wang Dai finished speaking, he sat down on the side. Feng Kaichun rolled his eyes at Wang Dai and said disdainfully, "It's just a trivial matter. It's not like I haven't encountered it before. The internet has memories. When the time comes, just spend some money to hire some internet trolls and wait until the storm is over. As for his uncle, you don't need to worry about it. If all else fails, you can go directly to Bai Tianhe and ask his son-in-law not to appeal. Our family has helped him so much before, I don't believe he won't even give me this little bit of face." "Yes, Dad, what my mom said makes sense. Let's make preparations for the third case. I want to see how that bastard Mo Fan appeals to us." When Wang Tian heard Feng Saichuan's words, his eyes lit up and he quickly agreed. Wang Dai glanced at the mother and son and sighed helplessly. "Alright, I'll go talk to Bai Tianhe first. If it doesn't work, I'll give Mo Fan some compensation. Kaichun, go buy some navy." "Okay." Feng Kaichun nodded. In her opinion, this was just a trivial matter and it wasn't even worth her doing it herself. What the Wang family didn't know was, at this time, in an office in the Magic City government, a middle-aged man is looking at the screen on the computer on his desk. The scene was exactly the one where Mo Fan was tried in court today. He beat the table rhythmically with his fists and frowned, giving people a sense of intimidation without even being angry. Next to him stood a young man who didn't even dare to breathe. After a long time, the middle-aged man stopped tapping the table. Chapter 33, Wang Dai is coming? The other side. Knowing that Mo Fan was acquitted in court, his parents, and Bai Yuqing's parents also came over. This was also the first meeting between Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing after their marriage. As soon as she saw Mo Fan, Feng Xiuqing immediately stepped forward and held Mo Fan's hand. "Son, you must have worried me to death. I saw people scolding you everywhere on the internet. They really thought you had done something illegal." Mo Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and consoled her. "Mom, it's okay. Don't you know your son well? How could he do such a thing?" "Really?" Feng Xiuqing asked suspiciously. Mo Fan nodded and said, "Really?" Feng Xiuqing suddenly asked seriously, "Then tell me, where did you get all that money?" "I saw it on the internet. They said it was worth hundreds of millions. I have never seen so much money in my life. I am always worried that you have done something criminal." After these words were spoken, Bai Yuqing, Bai Tianhe and Mu Yun also looked at Mo Fan curiously. This Mo Fan was speechless for a moment. He didn't know how to explain this to his parents. At this moment, Qin Padian stood up and explained. "Aunt, I'm Qin Padian, the chairman of Huatian Group. I don't know if you know me. As for your son's money, it was actually because he helped my group tide over difficulties and pulled it back from the brink of bankruptcy. So as a token of gratitude, I took the initiative to give Mo Fan 30% of the shares of Huatian Group. I think Brother Mo felt that if he told you about this, you wouldn't believe it, so he kept it a secret." In an instant, Mo Hongchen and Feng Xiuqing looked at Qin Padian in shock. Qin Padian and Huatian Group are extremely famous in the Magic City, and Huatian department stores are spread across every city in the south. What was even more shocking were Bai Tianhe and Mu Yun. When Bai Tianhe saw Qin Padian wearing sunglasses before, he felt that he looked somewhat familiar, but he had not confirmed it before. Bai Tianhe immediately came forward and said, "Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Bai Tianhe from Tianhe Real Estate. Nice to meet you." "Bai Tianhe?" Qin Padian recalled a little and seemed to have heard of such a person. Mo Fan touched his nose awkwardly. "Well, brother, this is my father-in-law." Qin Padian looked at Mo Fan strangely, then stretched out his hand and shook hands with Bai Tianhe, saying, "Mr. Bai, nice to meet you. Recently, my Huatian Group has also entered the real estate industry. I hope we can achieve mutual benefit and win-win results." Upon hearing this, Bai Tianhe was flattered. Although he is also a small entrepreneur in the Magic City, but compared with the wealthy group like Qin Padian, he is like a child standing in front of an adult. Although Qin Padian talked about mutually beneficial cooperation, he was only helping himself for Mo Fan's sake. For a moment, Bai Tianhe looked at Mo Fan with a somewhat complicated look in his eyes. "It's a rare occasion for us all to be together today, and I just happen to be hosting a welcoming party for Brother Mo Fan, so let's all go together. I'll be the host." Qin Padian said this with great pride. A moment later, a group of 7 people arrived at the Magic City Hotel. The Oriental Pearl Tower is just opposite, and you can sit upstairs and enjoy the view while having a great meal. However, Mo Hongchen and Feng Xiuqing seemed a little restrained. There was nothing they could do about it. After all, it was their first time sitting at the same table with a big shot like Qin Padian, so it was inevitable that they would feel a little uneasy. And the happiest one was Bai Tianhe. At the dinner, Bai Tianhe kept toasting Qin Padian. After all, if he could climb up the big tree of Qin Padian, then Bai Tianhe's future development in the Magic City would be better. Looking at Bai Tianhe, who was already drunk, Mo Fan couldn't help but smile. He held Bai Yuqing's hand and came to his parents. Mom and Dad, we were a bit rushed in our last wedding, and then all those things happened, so I didn't take good care of Yuqing to show you around. Yuqing. Mo Fan gave Bai Yuqing a wink. Bai Yuqing understood immediately. Her face turned slightly red and she called softly, Mom and Dad. The words Mom and Dad really touched the hearts of Mo Hongchen and Feng Xiuqing. Feng Xiuqing was extremely fond of Bai Yuqing. Daughter, come here and let Mom see you. Feng Xiuqing took Bai Yuqing's hand, looked her up and down, and said as she looked, Our Xiaofan is so lucky to marry a girl like you. It can be considered a great honor for our old Mo family's ancestors. As he spoke, Feng Xiuqing suddenly took out a brocade box from his arms. After opening it, there were 2 pairs of jade bracelets inside, each carved with a dragon and a phoenix, and looked lifelike. Feng Xiuqing handed 2 pairs of bracelets to Bai Yuqing. Yuqing, this is the dowry from Mom's era. Our family doesn't have anything worth showing off. Now I'm handing this over to you. Don't despise it. Bai Yuqing took the bracelet and said quickly, Thank you, Mom. This bracelet is so beautiful. I like it very much. Feng Xiuqing's smile became even brighter. She didn't forget to look down on Mo Fan. Last time, you asked me to give the bracelet to Wang Han. Fortunately, I had my principles. Otherwise, with the character of your family, you wouldn't even have a place to cry now. Mo Fan was stunned when he heard this, not understanding why Feng Xiuqing brought this up with him. However, looking at the happy family, Mo Fan couldn't help but think of his previous life. Just because of the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift, Mo Fan's family has lived in dire straits all their lives. This made him feel a little emotional. Luckily, God gave me a chance to start over. Suddenly, he felt the urge to urinate, so Mo Fan said to Bai Yuqing, Wife, please stay with my parents for a while. I'm going to the bathroom. Bai Yuqing was already having a pleasant conversation with Feng Xiuqing at this time, and replied casually. Seeing Mo Fan leave, Qin Padian drank the last bit of wine in his glass, looked at Bai Tianhe and said apologetically, Sorry, brother Bai, I also need to go to the bathroom. I have to excuse myself for a moment. It's okay, it's okay. Bai Tianhe waved his hands repeatedly. He was already a little drunk at this time. Just as Qin Padian left, Bai Tianhe's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone. Hello? I'm at the Magic City Hotel now, what's wrong? What, you want to come over? Bai Tianhe sat up immediately, but when he was about to continue asking, he found that the phone had been hung up. Who is it? Mu Yun, who was sitting next to him, asked. Bai Tianhe's face looked a little grim. It was Wang Dai. He said he was coming over. What? Mu Yun frowned, what is he doing here? Doesn't he think that he hasn't hurt our daughter and son-in-law enough? Chapter 34, Let us go. I wonder where Mr. Wang wants to go. Outside the box. Mo Fan stood on the railing, looking at the Oriental Pearl Tower opposite, and asked softly. Brother, you want to ask me where the 30 billion came from, right? That's not the case. I originally thought you were a young master from some family, but after seeing your parents, I rejected this idea. Although I am also very curious, I think everyone should have their own secrets. If you don't want to tell me, I will naturally not ask. After a pause, Qin Padian continued, However, I see in you a shrewdness and intelligence that do not belong to your age. I guess you must have experienced a lot, right? This time it was Mo Fan's turn to be stunned, and he nodded subconsciously. Okay, let's go back and don't keep them waiting too long. Qin Padian patted Mo Fan on the shoulder. But the moment he turned his head, Mo Fan caught a glimpse of a familiar figure from the corner of his eye, heading towards their box. Inside the box, Wang Dai walked in with Wang Tianhe, holding 2 bottles of wine in their hands. Brother Bai, look at you. You didn't even ask me to come for a drink. It's a bit strange. Wang Dai complained and sat down next to Bai Tianhe. By the way, these two are. Wang Dai looked at Mo Hongchen and Feng Xiuqing in confusion. Bai Tianhe introduced, "These are my in-laws and my mother-in-law." "Oh," Wang Dai said casually. After knowing that these were Mo Fan's parents, he didn't even bother to say hello. He even looked at them with some contempt. "Well, brother Bai, I think you know why I came here today, so I won't waste time. Let's get straight to the point. Give me some face and tell your son-in-law to let my good-for-nothing son go. After all, it's better to leave a way out so that we can meet again in the future, right?" Wang Dai did not waste any time and directly stated his purpose. But Bai Tianhe felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. "Brother Wang, it's not that I won't help you with this matter, but I really can't be the boss of Mo Fan." Bai Tianhe didn't say this to refuse. If it were before, he might have really given Wang Dai a favor and discussed with Mo Fan about not planning to appeal. However, ever since he knew that Mo Fan was the second largest shareholder of Huatian Group, Bai Tianhe subconsciously felt that there was a huge gap between him and Mo Fan, even though they were in a father-in-law and son-in-law relationship. Hearing Bai Tianhe's words, Wang Dai frowned instantly. "Brother Bai, what do you mean by this?" Bai Tianhe knew that Wang Dai would be like this. He sighed and said, "Brother Wang, you should take your son back. Or you can go to Mo Fan in person to admit your mistakes and beg him to let you go. I can say a few good words for you. Maybe there is still a chance." Upon hearing this, Wang Dai immediately got mad. He stood up and said angrily, "Bai Tianhe, what do you mean by this? When your Tianhe real estate ran into problems before, I, Wang Dai, helped you a lot, didn't I? Now you want me to go find a junior to beg for mercy? What are you thinking? Dad, let's go. Mr. Bai is so powerful now that he doesn't recognize our help. It's okay. Let his beloved son-in-law appeal. I want to see how far he can go. Don't let anything unexpected happen." Wang Tianhe also choked Bai Tianhe with words. After knowing that Bai Yuqing and Mo Fan had a flash marriage, Wang Tianhe also began to resent Bai Tianhe in his heart. In his opinion, if it weren't for Bai Tianhe's consent, Bai Yuqing would never have had a flash marriage with Mo Fan. Listening to what Wang and his son said, Bai Tianhe felt a little unhappy. "Brother Wang, what do you mean? I admit that you helped me with Tianhe real estate before, but they were all small favors. And when your Dai real estate ran into problems later, I also helped you a lot, right? Okay, fine. Since you, Bai Tianhe, said so, I, Wang Dai, have nothing to say. I, Wang Dai, was blind before. I have no right to deal with people like you. From now on, we will not interfere with each other," Wang Dai said with an angry look on his face. Originally, he thought Bai Tianhe would definitely give him this face, but now, in front of so many people, not only did he ask him to ask his son-in-law to plead for mercy, but he also said those words later. Isn't this a slap in his face in front of everyone? Whatever. Bai Tianhe is no pushover either. Fuck you, Bai Tianhe, you're too fucking arrogant, aren't you? Now that your business is big and you can go it alone, you dare to talk to my dad like that. Don't you know what you are? If it weren't for my dad's help over the years, you wouldn't know where to start right now." As a senior, Wang Dai was not in a position to lose his temper, but Wang Tianhe didn't care and started cursing in front of everyone. Bai Tianhe was immediately furious. "Wang Tianhe, is this what your father taught you? No wonder you could do such a thing as framing someone. Fuck it." Wang Tianhe felt his pain point was hit, and he suddenly pounced towards Bai Tianhe and was about to attack him. "Dad!" Bai Yuqing shouted in panic. At this moment, a man rushed in from outside the box. It was Mo Fan. He kicked Wang Tianhe in the stomach, kicking Wang Tianhe more than a meter away. "Father-in-law, are you okay?" Mo Fan protected Bai Tianhe behind him and looked at Wang Tianhe lying on the ground with a playful look. Although the previous false accusation has been dealt with, it does not mean that Mo Fan has forgiven Wang Tianhe. If there is an opportunity to beat Wang Tianhe like this, Mo Fan will not let it go. "I'm fine," Bai Tianhe said with lingering fear. Wang Tianhe spat out a mouthful of saliva and stood up from the ground with difficulty. "Mo Fan, you bastard, you are courting death." Wang Tianhe's eyes were filled with ruthlessness, and he swung a fist towards Mo Fan's face. But Mo Fan dodged it and then kicked him away. Seeing his son being kicked out twice, Wang Dai could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. "That's enough. You are Mo Fan, right?" Wang Dai walked in front of Mo Fan, his eyes bloodshot. Mo Fan nodded casually. "Okay, very good. You are the only one who dares to go against me, Wang Dai. I hope you can stay this tough forever. Wang Dai didn't get angry but laughed instead, but his smile was a little sinister. Tianyi, let's go. I will get you justice for what happened today. Wang Dai looked at the box full of Mo Fan's men and knew that he would not gain any advantage even if he took action. He could only think about revenge after returning. He had already figured out how to take revenge. He wanted to have Bai Tian's company removed from the Magic City, as well as Mo Fan's parents from the countryside. Walk? Where does Mr. Wang want to go? Suddenly, Qin Padian walked in from outside with a joking look on his face. Chapter 35, Mo Fan's plan to kill them all. Who is it that speaks so loudly? Wang Tianyi was furious and without thinking twice, he shouted at Qin Padian who walked in from outside. Wait, I know you. Wang Tianyi immediately turned around and said to Wang Dai, Dad, this old bastard is the bastard who helped Mo Fan in court today. Dad, what's wrong with you? Seeing Wang Dai staring at Qin Padian in shock, Wang Tian waved his hand in front of him. Qin Padian sneered, Wang Dai, you finally raised a precious son. No, who the hell are you? Do you think you can call my father by his name? Wang Tianyi became even more unhappy, but before he could finish his words, he was slapped hard on the back of his head. Wang Tianyi covered the back of his head and looked at Wang Dai in surprise. Dad, why did you hit me? Wang Dai slapped him again. Fuck it, if you want to die, don't drag me into this. Do you know who he is? Who is it? Wang Tian asked subconsciously. This is Qin Padian, the chairman of our Magic City Huatian group, you bastard. After a performance, Wang Dai bowed his head and said respectfully, I'm sorry, Chairman Qin, my son is ignorant. I hope you can forgive him this time. Qin Padian said with a joking smile, it's okay, he won't be able to jump around for a few days, but I just heard that you seem to be going to take action against Tianha Real Estate, right? Wang Dai was stunned, not quite sure what Qin Padian meant. He asked tentatively, President Qin, may I ask what is your relationship with Tianha Real Estate? My brother Mo Fan is the second largest shareholder of Huatian Group, holding 30% of the shares. What do you think is the relationship between Tianha Real Estate and me? Qin Padian said casually while sitting on a chair. Boom! Qin Potian's words were like a bolt of lightning to Wang Dai and his son. They looked at Mo Fan in shock. How is this possible? How can he, a country boy who can't even come up with 300,000 yuan, be the second largest shareholder of Huatian Group? This is impossible, this must be impossible. Until now, Wang Tianyi thought that Bai Tianha had helped pay for Mo Fan's wedding. He had investigated Mo Fan before, and found out that he was just a country boy with a few dilapidated houses. Wang Dai also felt it was incredible and frowned, saying, Boss Qin, you said this on purpose just to give Mo Fan face. The father and son's words amused Qin Padian. He asked in return, do you two think you have the qualifications to let me deceive you? Wang Dai panicked when he heard this, President Qin, that's not what we meant. Qin Padian ignored him and said casually, go away, stop annoying people here. Wang Dai nodded with an unpleasant expression, okay, let's go. I'm sorry for what happened today. Then he took Wang Tianyi away from the Magic City Hotel. In the box. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Bai Tianha breathed a sigh of relief. If Wang Dai retaliated against his Tianha Real Estate, he might not be able to withstand it. It's okay. We are all family. It would be too polite to say something like that. Qin Padian smiled. After a pause, he looked at Mo Fan. By the way, brother, you said in court before that there was something you needed my help with? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Mo Fan. Mo Fan said, when Wang Dai brought Wang Tianyi here just now, my guess was proven right. Although this case has attracted public attention, Wang Dai and the forces behind him will definitely not sit still. I would like to ask you to report Wang Dai's Dai Real Estate under your real name. Only in this way can Wang Tianyi have no chance of a comeback. I was worried before whether you would do it, but judging from the way you looked just now, I think you should be happy to do it. That's bad enough, but I like it. In that case, I will go to the Industrial and Commercial Administration Bureau tomorrow to report Dai Real Estate under my real name. People in this line of business will have dirty hands to some extent. Qin Padian laughed, and at this moment, he liked Mo Fan more and more. At this time, in the Wang family villa, Wang Tianyi hadn't come back to his senses yet. He murmured, how could he be the second largest shareholder of Huatian Group? Why? Feng Kaichun looked at the distraught Wang Tianyi, then frowned at Wang Dei and said, Wang Dei, what the hell is wrong with you? Didn't you take your son to Bai Tianhe to discuss something? How did you make my son look like this? How did the discussion go? Oh. Wang Dei's face seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant, and he couldn't help but sigh. Feng Kaichun frowned even deeper. What's going on? Can you please stop wasting time? Is it because that bastard Bai Tianhe doesn't give you face? Wang Dei nodded. Feng Kaichun snorted coldly, so, when you wanted to help Bai Tianhe before, what did I tell you? You're an ungrateful person. Now that you can use him, I'll kick you away. Okay, let's just leave it at that. I'll talk to his uncle. It'll be fine. As for Bai Tianhe, if we can help him, we can beat him back to his original form. We can find a time and arrange a surprise inspection of Tianhe Real Estate's financial reports or something. From beginning to end, Feng Kaichun never took this matter seriously. In her opinion, this was just Mo Fan's rebound. Sometimes, when an ant jumps high, it thinks it is at the same level as a superior person. Hearing this, Wang Dei sighed again, alas. No, Lao Wang, what's wrong with you? When I came back and asked you a question, you didn't say anything. You just kept moaning and moaning. What's wrong? Were you hurt by Bai Tianhe? Feng Kaichun looked at the father and son of the Wang family in such a state and said with an upset look. Ha! Wang Dei let out a long sigh. Kaichun, you know, I have been sighing not because I was hurt by Bai Tianhe, but I also thought about taking revenge on Bai Tianhe. But do you know who I met? Who? Feng Kaichun asked subconsciously. Qin Padian, chairman of Huatian Group. After I said I wanted to take revenge on Bai Tianhe, Qin Padian actually came out to tell me personally. No wonder Bai Tianhe was so fearless. It turns out that he had already climbed up the big tree of Qin Padian. Don't you want to know how Tianyi became like this? It's because of Mo Fan. Mo Fan is actually the second largest shareholder of Huatian Group, holding 30% of the shares. In short, no matter whether it is true or not, Mo Fan and Bai Tianhe are protected by Qin Padian. This time we can only admit defeat. After Wang Dei finished speaking, he couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, he no longer had any thoughts of revenge. He just wanted this matter to be settled quickly and not affect his Dei real estate. Chapter 36, Feng Jiwu's open plot was secretly followed. I'm going to call his uncle. No matter how powerful Qin Padian is, he is just a businessman. Can he beat our Feng family? Don't you see how important our Feng family is in the Magic City? After Feng Kaichun learned about Qin Padian, although she realized the seriousness of the matter, she still felt that she had won the game. After all, the Feng family still had a certain status in the Magic City. Feng Kaichun took out her cell phone, found her elder brother Feng Jiwu's number and dialed it. The call was connected quickly. Hey, little sister, what's wrong with you? On the other end of the phone, Feng Jiwu's voice sounded slightly enjoyable. Feng Kaichun asked suspiciously, brother, what are you doing? Nothing. I'm just a little tired from work lately. By the way, I also know about Tianyi's case. I didn't expect that guy to be so smart that he prepared a recording in advance. But don't worry, little sister. I will catch him if I have the chance next time, so that Tianyi won't be too angry. Feng Jiwu said nonchalantly. Feng Kaichun said anxiously, hey, big brother, please listen to me first. I just want to tell you this. That little bastard is a little harder to deal with than we thought. What's wrong? Feng Kaichun explained. That guy has some connection with Qin Padian and is said to be the second largest shareholder of Huatian Group. Do you think it will be difficult to deal with him with Qin Potion's help? Feng Jiwu was stunned. He didn't expect that Mo Fan was actually related to Qin Padian. If that's the case, then things are going to be a little tricky. Although Qin Padian is a big shot in the business world, as an entrepreneur in Magic City, his words still carry some weight. It seems that we can no longer passively defend ourselves, but should take the initiative. Then big brother. Feng Kaichun was a little worried, can we deal with Qin Padian? A vicious look instantly appeared on Feng Jihu's face. We may not be able to deal with him, but someone has long wanted to deal with Qin Padian. I'll go back and discuss it with the old man. I can take this opportunity to get close to the Lin family. In this way, wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? Brother, why does the Lin family want to deal with Qin Padian? Feng Kaichun asked puzzledly. Feng Jiwu explained, the second eldest son of the Lin family, also opened a department store group. Together with Qin Potion's Huatian Group, they each occupy half of the market in Magic City. But who doesn't want to occupy the entire Magic City market? There are huge benefits involved. So Qin Potian is a thorn in the eyes of the Lin family. They couldn't find a chance to attack him before. If we can take the lead this time, I think the Lin family will definitely not let go of this opportunity. Thinking of this, Feng Jiwu immediately put down the things at hand. Okay, little sister, I won't talk to you for now, I'll go back and talk to the old man about this matter. Then he drove towards the old man's house in the Feng family. On the other side, after the dinner was over, Mo Fan and Qin Potian acted separately. Mo Fan went to prepare the materials to be submitted, while Qin Potian went to the Industrial and Commercial Administration Office to report Wang Dei by real name. After all, delay will lead to changes. Mo Fan arrived at the procuratorate. At this time, his materials were already prepared, including the recording and the screen recording of that day in court. Mo Fan was received quickly. Is it Mr. Mo Fan? That's right. Mo Fan nodded. We already know about your situation. Now please provide the materials for your appeal. However, this time you will have to wait 7 days before the court session. Ha! Mo Fan couldn't help but feel doubtful when he heard that it would take 7 days. As if seeing through Mo Fan's suspicion, the prosecutor said, "Please don't worry. The court will open in 7 days and we will give you justice." Okay. Mo Fan responded and left the procuratorate. At this moment, his cell phone rang. It was Qin Potian who called. Mo Fan, I have already reported it. Okay, thank you for your help, bro. After hanging up the phone, Mo Fan felt as if something big was about to happen, because this time everything went too smoothly. He shook his head vigorously and stopped thinking about it. Now everything is ready, all you have to do is wait quietly for 7 days. On the other side, Feng Jiwu returned to the Feng family and immediately found the old man of the Feng family, Feng Jianshan. Dad, there is good news, very good news. Feng Jiwu ran to Feng Jianshan's house in a hurry, which made Feng Jianshan look dissatisfied. Be more careful next time. You are so impatient in everything you do. Feng Jiwu smiled awkwardly. I know, Dad, but this is really good news. Feng Jianshan poured himself a cup of tea and glanced at him. Tell me, what's the good news? Dad, the guy who is at odds with Tianyi is actually backed by Qin Potian, and isn't the Lin family at odds with Qin Potian? I think we should take this opportunity to stand with the Lin family, to avenge Tianyi. If we defeat Qin Potian, the Lin family will definitely not treat our Feng family unfairly. Even if we fail to defeat him, we have already climbed up to the Qin family, and we will be tied to the same boat with the Lin family in the future. Dad, do you understand what I mean? Listening to the so-called good news brought by Feng Jiwu, Feng Jianshan sat in the chair, frowning, saying nothing, thinking about something. A few minutes passed. Feng Jiwu was getting a little anxious. Dad, please say something. I think this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we miss this one, we may not know when the next one will come. Alas. It's not impossible to do this. I'm just afraid that something might go wrong at this critical juncture. Otherwise, cooperating with the Lin family would be 100 benefits with no harm. That's nothing. Feng Jiwu said nonchalantly, the Lin family has been operating in the Magic City for decades. Their power has long been complex and intricate, and it is impossible to shake it. Feng Jianshan nodded, that makes some sense. Dad, should we do it or not? As long as you nod, I will go to the Lin family now. Feng Jianshan nodded. Okay, just like you said, this is also an opportunity for our Feng family. I'll leave this matter to you, but you have to be careful and don't let anyone catch you. Okay, I understand. Dad, just wait for my good news. Feng Jiwu left the Feng family and drove to the Lin family. What he didn't notice was that there was a car following behind his car, not too far away. The man in the car took out a walkie-talkie and reported, the target is crossing Jiangning Street. Feng Jiwu didn't notice that he was being followed. He was already imagining himself climbing up the Lin family's ladder and the Feng family rising under his leadership. Chapter 37, The Three Sons of the Lin Family Can Drive Away Wolves and Swallow Tigers. Feng Jiwu drove to a private residence in the suburbs of Magic City. When they arrived at the door, he got out of the car and handed a cigarette to the security guard at the door, saying, Little brother, please go in and inform the Lin family that Feng Jiwu is here to visit and has important matters to discuss. This will only benefit the Lin family and will not cause any harm. The security guard took the cigarette and saw a panda painted on it, and his face immediately lit up with joy. Being able to work as a security guard in the Lin family mansion, one naturally knows that these are specially supplied cigarettes and ordinary people are not qualified to obtain them. Sir, please wait here patiently for a while. I will go and inform you. The security guard turned and walked into the Lin family residence. Feng Jiwu waited for about 10 minutes, and then he saw a man walking out of the Lin family mansion. Feng Jiwu recognized him at a glance. This was the third master of the Lin family, Lin Hongyi. The Lin family has 3 sons. The eldest is the second in command in Shanghai, the second is a big shot in the business world, but the third is involved in the underworld. It can be said that none of the 3 sons of the Lin family is a good person. Feng Jiwu immediately went to meet him. Hello, third master Lin, I am Feng Jiwu, from the Feng family. Lin Hongyi looked Feng Jiwu up and down and asked, I know you, the second in command of the investigation bureau, what do you want to talk to our Lin family about? Feng Jiwu looked around and smiled flatteringly, Mr. Lin, what I want to say is a bit sensitive. I'm afraid there are ears on the other side of the wall. Can we go inside and talk about it? Afraid that Lin Hongyi would not believe him, Feng Jiwu assured him, but Third Master Lin, I can guarantee that this matter will only benefit the Lin family and not cause any harm. It's interesting, come in then. Lin Hongyi was not on guard against Feng Jiwu. After all, this was the Lin family mansion, so he didn't have to worry about anything in his own home. Afterwards, Lin Hongyi brought Feng Jiwu to the Lin family. Along the way, Feng Jiwu was shocked when he saw the magnificent Lin family mansion. A moment later, under the leadership of Lin Hongyi, Feng Jiwu arrived at the Lin family hall. There were several people sitting in the Lin family's hall, and Feng Jiwu knew all of them. They were all influential figures in various fields in the Magic City. Hello everyone. Feng Jiwu did not delay and quickly greeted them. A man sitting on the sofa smiled wryly, hey, isn't this the second in command of the investigation bureau? He's been making a lot of noise on the internet recently. How come he has time to come to our Lin family today? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the hall looked at Feng Jiwu with a joking expression. Feng Jiwu smiled awkwardly, Director Lin, look at what you said. As the leader of the investigation bureau, you did some bad things before that had a huge impact on society. But I came to the Lin family today because I really have something to discuss. Lin Hongshu, the second master of the Lin family, became interested and said, tell me about it. It's like this, Mr. Lin, your Shutian group controls half of the department stores in the Magic City. Now I have a good plan that can help you get the other half of the market. What do you think? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the living room stared at Feng Jiwu. Without exception, they were either direct descendants of the Lin family or collateral descendants of the Lin family, or people who were on the same worship as the Lin family. So after hearing what Feng Jiwu said, everyone had some expectations. If they could really help Master Lin Air get the entire market of the Magic City, then their future path would be much wider. Go on. Master Lin said in a deep voice. Good. Feng Jiwu continued, Master Lin, you also said that I, Feng Jiwu, have been making a lot of noise on the internet recently. The cause of this matter is a man named Mo Fan. I just found out recently that Mo Fan is the second largest shareholder of Huatian Group, holding 30% of the shares. Mo Fan and Qin Padian also have an unusually good relationship. So if we want to deal with Qin Padian, we might consider starting with Mo Fan. After a pause, Feng Jiwu continued, I think, with the strength of the 3 masters of the Lin family, as long as they have the right strength, it will be easy to deal with Qin Padian, right? In an instant, everyone in the living room, including Lin Hongshu and Lin Hongyi, fell silent. They frowned, weighing the pros and cons in their minds. Feng Jiwu's words were very clear. The Feng family gave the Lin family an opportunity to legitimately wipe out the Qin family, but what the Feng family wanted was to stand on the same front as the Lin family. Because only in this way will the Lin family have a legitimate reason to take action. Ponder for a moment. Lin Hongyi looked at Master Lin fiercely, second brother, I think this is feasible. If it succeeds, the entire business world of Magic City will be controlled by my Lin family. Even if it fails, we won't suffer any loss, and we can even severely injure Qin Padian. The next time we make a move, we will definitely be able to take Qin Padian down in one fell swoop. Master Lin shook his head and said in a deep voice, no, have you forgotten the last time? We took advantage of Qin Potion's entry into the real estate industry and gave him a blow. At that time, Huatian Group was already on the verge of bankruptcy. Later, I found out that a mysterious person invested 30 billion in cash, which brought Huatian Group back to life, and it is even more prosperous than before. Lin Hongyi frowned. Second brother, do you mean to be afraid of that mysterious man? But it is true, there are probably not many people in the whole of China who can take out 30 billion in cash. Yes. Master Lin nodded. Please wait until the boss comes back before discussing this matter. As soon as Feng Jiwu saw the conversation between the two, he knew there was something going on, so he simply added fuel to the fire. Second master, third master, if possible, I think we can do it now. If Mo Fan wants to countersue my nephew, we can take this opportunity to attack directly and catch Qin Padian off guard. If we miss this opportunity, we don't know when the next one will be. Okay, I got it. I'll discuss it with the boss when he comes back from the meeting. Mr. Lin also thought this was a good opportunity. Mr. Feng, please wait a little longer. Feng Jiwu said quickly, that's not true. It's my honor to be able to wait for Deputy Director Lin. At this time, in the municipal building. Inside the mayor's office. The middle-aged man lowered his head to review the documents. He casually asked the secretary beside him, how is the investigation going? Mayor, we have almost completed the investigation and have the evidence in our hands. We are just waiting for your order. The middle-aged man nodded and said, inform them that they all have to go to court for the trial in 7 days. Okay, I'll let them know right away. The secretary then left the mayor's office to issue the notice. At the same time, the meeting in the municipal meeting room had already adjourned. Lin Hongchen packed up his documents and was about to leave. But his cell phone suddenly rang, and he picked it up. There is a document above. Mayor's document, please go to court in 7 days to hear the counterclaim. Lin Hongchen frowned, turned off his phone, and left the municipal building without saying a word. Chapter 38, The Ignored Super Scholar, by Yuqing. Second brother, when will the boss come back? Lin Hongyi and others were getting a little anxious. Lin Hongshu, who was reading a newspaper, glanced at him and said, calm down. I just called him and he has finished the meeting. He will probably be back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, a person walked into the Lin family hall. It was Lin Hongchen. The moment they saw Lin Hongchen, everyone in the hall lowered their heads and dared not move. What is it? Tell me. Lin Hongchen sat on the sofa and said with a dignified look. Looking at his own elder brother, Lin Hongshu felt a little nervous, but there was nothing he could do. Lin Hongchen was just like that, serious and stern. The aura he exuded just by sitting there was enough to make people's mouths dry. Lin Hongshu thought for a moment and said, brother, it's like this. Lin Hongshu recounted Feng Jiwu's words. After listening, Lin Hongchen frowned. For a moment, no one dared to breathe. After a long pause, Lin Hongchen spoke up, it's a bit risky, especially when Li Donglai is new to the job. He just asked Secretary Lin to issue a document to hear Mo Fan's counterclaim in 7 days. Lin Hongshu's face turned a little ugly. He knew that what his elder brother was talking about was a bit risky. It was not about dealing with Qin Padian, but about tying the Feng family to their Lin family's worship. But if not, then they would have no reason at all to take action against Qin Potion's Huatian group. Lin Hongshu considered it for a moment and asked, brother, then you decide. I'll listen to you. Let's talk about it after 7 days. At least let us see the strength of the Feng family and whether they can overcome this difficulty. If not, they have no qualifications to cooperate with our Lin family. As for the way to deal with Qin Padian, this is not the only way. After Lin Hongchen finished speaking, he went straight upstairs. Feng Jiwu was stunned. This. You should go back first. My eldest brother is right. You should at least let us see the value of your Feng family. That's okay. Feng Jiwu had no other choice, so he left the Lin family and went home. Huangpu River Community, in the villa area. Mo Fan returned home. As soon as I got home, Bai Yuqing came to greet me. Husband, you're back. How's everything going? It's all been done. The court will go to court in 7 days. Mo Fan smiled and rubbed Bai Yuqing's little face. Bai Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. In the living room, Mu Yun looked at Mo Fan. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. Hey, Lao Bai, how come our daughter is so lucky? Xiao Fan is so successful at such a young age. I don't know what he likes about our Xiaohan. Bai Tianhao rolled his eyes at Mu Yun after hearing this. That's enough. Who would say this about their own daughter? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by your in-laws? Bai Tianhe's words made Feng Xiuqing laugh and cry, "Mother-in-law, what you said is wrong. Yu Qing is such a well-behaved girl, and she can fall in love with our Xiaofan. It is a blessing that Xiaofan has cultivated for several lifetimes." At this moment, Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing came to the living room. Watching the four elderly people chatting with smiles, Bai Yuqing looked at Mu Yun and pouted, "Mom, you must have said something bad about me again. Am I still your daughter?" After hearing these words, the four old men couldn't help but laugh. This made Bai Yuqing even more certain that Mu Yun must have said something bad about him. "Oh, right." Bai Tianhe suddenly said, "Xiaofan, you are now a shareholder of Huatian Group, but it was given to you by Director Qin after all. Do you plan to develop yourself? After all, businessmen are the most fickle. He can give you this 30% stake today, and he can take it away tomorrow. After all, it is better to have your own business." Mo Fan's parents also nodded and said, "Yes, Xiaofan, your in-laws are right. What others give is given by others after all. Becoming stronger yourself is the hard truth." Mo Fan nodded, Bai Tianhe was right. What they didn't know was that Qin Padian said that on purpose in order to make them believe it. "Mom and Dad, you're right. I actually had this plan the day I got married to Yu Qing. But the recent events with Wang Tianyi and Wang Han have made me a little unhappy. After these issues are resolved, I will start my own business." Mo Fan had not forgotten that the system had given him 200 million yuan in startup funds, which had been gathering dust in a corner. "That's good. You can learn a little from Mr. Qin. This will be good for you. Okay, it's getting late. Your mother and I won't bother you anymore. We'll go back first." If Bai Tianhe was skeptical about Mo Fan before, now he has completely believed that Mo Fan is the final destination for his daughter. Bai Tianhe and Mu Yun left. Mo Hongqian and Feng Xiuqing did not stay long either. In an instant, Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing were the only ones left in the huge villa. "Husband, what career are you going to pursue? I, your wife, will definitely support you from behind." "Behind?" Mo Fan said frivolously, "Shouldn't it be in front of me?" Bai Yuqing's face instantly turned red all the way to her neck. "Hubby, why are you so mean? You'll die if you don't drive for a day. Seriously, tell me what you want to do, or I'll let you taste the power of your wife today." Bai Yuqing grabbed Mo Fan's waist and said threateningly, "Ah, honey, I was wrong. I want to do it again." Mo Fan cried out in pain from his waist. "Humph, then why don't you tell the truth?" Mo Fan sat on the sofa and held Bai Yu in his arms. "I haven't actually decided what I want to do, but I already have a few options in mind." These are what Mo Fan noticed in his previous life. In the past, the real estate industry experienced a sharp decline, the once prosperous Evergrande real estate went bankrupt, and the internet industry also became saturated. What has attracted much attention is high technology, such as the Chinese people's own chips, lithography machines, and enduring new energy. These are Mo Fan's options. However, with the current domestic technology, it is basically a death sentence to want to work in these industries. This is also the reason why Mo Fan is entangled. Mo Fan told Bai Yuqing all this. Bai Yuqing was thinking, "Husband, what you said is not impossible, but the initial investment must be huge, and there is no guarantee of seeing returns in the future. In short, it is a bit risky, but if you can step into the entire field and gain a firm foothold, then the effect will definitely be the most impressive." After listening to Bai Yuqing's clear and logical analysis, Mo Fan finally reacted. He had always treated Bai Yuqing as a little girl who needed protection, thus ignoring the fact that Bai Yuqing was a top student at Magic City University. "Yes, wife, I just remembered that you are the first in our age group." "Huh, you just remembered it now?" Bai Yuqing smiled proudly. It is said that fathers and sons fight together in battle, and brothers fight together to fight tigers. So we will be husband and wife pioneers in the future technology field. Chapter 39, Day of Judgment. 7 days passed in a flash. On this day, the trial of Mo Fan's counterclaim was about to begin. Early in the morning, Mo Fan changed into clean clothes and went to the court with Bai Yuqing. On the other side, in the Wang family villa, Feng Jiwu looked serious and frowned as he looked at Wang Dai and his wife, as well as Wang Tianyi. It is worth mentioning that Wang Han and Lu Xiaomei were also invited. This matter has involved both of them. "Uncle, don't be so stern. What did the old man say?" Wang Tianyi was the first to break the silent atmosphere. Feng Jiwu let out a long sigh and frowned. "The old man is already thinking of a solution. We can't lose this lawsuit today. If we lose, we will be completely defeated, not to mention that the Lin family is tied to the same worship. Feng Kaichun looked a little unhappy. Brother, you said before that Lin Hongqian said that the mayor required all officials to serve as jurors. What's going on? If this is the case, even if the old man wants to find a solution, I'm afraid there will be no solution, right? Alas, who knows what the new mayor is thinking? But it doesn't matter. I guess he just wants to make some achievements in the Magic City, but it's just a lot of noise but little action. Feng Jiwu looked up at the wall clock and said, okay, let's go first. When the time comes, just do as we agreed before. Don't panic. Finally, Feng Jiwu gave Wang Tianyi an imperceptible smile. On the road, Wang Tianyi was driving the car, and Wang Han and Lu Xiaomei were sitting in the back seat. Tianyi, what should we do? I checked it out on Baidu and it said that what we did was considered as giving false evidence and we are accomplices. If we are sentenced, it will be at least 5 years. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaomei immediately panicked. She quickly looked at Wang Tianyi in the cab and asked, Xiao Wang, what should we do? You asked us to bear false witness for you at that time. Now the truth has been revealed. That little bastard Mo Fan has turned against us. You have to take responsibility for us. If Xiao Han and I are sentenced today, my wife will never forgive you. Wang Tianyi in the front row heard this and smiled disdainfully. He said casually, it's okay. Didn't you hear that my grandfather has already made arrangements? Just follow my uncle's instructions when the time comes. Wang Han thought of what Feng Jiwu had said and hesitated, will this work? Even if we say it was just a misunderstanding, will the judge believe it? Those people on the internet certainly won't believe it either. It's okay, you and your mother can just say so when the time comes. Arrive. Wang Han was about to speak when Wang Tianyi had already stopped the car. As soon as they got out of the car, several reporters came up to them. Mr. Wang Tianyi, as the person being countersued, what do you think about this case? Ms. Wang Han, have you really wronged Mo Fan? Why did you wrongly accuse him? Wang Tianyi simply ignored the reporters, squeezed into the crowd and walked into the court. After seeing Wang Tianyi leave, how could these reporters let Wang Han and Lu Xiaomei go? That left Wang Han and Lu Xiaomei behind, surrounded by a group of reporters. Ms. Wang Han, please answer our questions. Wang Han had never seen such a scene before. He stammered for a long time and couldn't utter a word. Seeing that they couldn't get anything out of Wang Han, a group of reporters directly put the microphone into Lu Xiaomei's face. Ms. Lu Xiaomei, may I ask what you were thinking when you asked Mo Fan to add another 300,000 yuan to the betrothal gift? Lu Xiaomei was not as hesitant as Wang Han. Instead, she looked angry and said disdainfully, don't mention that little jerk Mo Fan to me. He's so rich, but he just doesn't want to pay the 300,000. In my opinion, he must have hooked up with Bai Yuqing, that little vixen, a long time ago, and was waiting to see us make a fool of ourselves. Our Xiaohan has suffered such a great injustice, and she must be feeling uncomfortable. She made such a mistake to retaliate against Mo Fan. I hope everyone can help spread the word. Our Xiaohan is the real victim. Later on, Lu Xiaomei directly portrayed herself and Wang Han as victims. This caused an uproar among the reporters. They knew what kind of person Lu Xiaomei was. Today, they heard that not only did Lu Xiaomei not have any remorse, but she even exaggerated her words. This made them feel even more disgusted. But no matter how disgusting it is, I still have to eat this meal. So a reporter smiled and asked, Ms. Lu Xiaomei, as the defendant in the case, how do you think the case will be tried today? How can we have a trial? Lu Xiaomei rolled her eyes at the reporter. If you ask me, as long as the judges are not blind, they will know with a simple investigation how much mental damage Mo Fan, that little bastard, has caused to us. I think it's all because of him that such a big social outcry has been created. They should stop pretending to be poor and everything is fine from the beginning. Just at this moment, Mo Fan brought Bai Yuqing to the door of the court. As soon as I arrived, I heard Lu Xiaomei shouting in a hoarse voice. Honey, Lu Xiaomei is so disgusting. Bai Yuqing's eyes were full of disgust. She has been disgusting for a long time. Let's go. Mo Fan took Bai Yuqing's hand and was about to enter the court. But at this moment, some reporter shouted, Mo Fan is here, let's go interview him. As he said that, he ran to Mo Fan's side. And all the reporters who had been interviewing Lu Xiaomei ran towards Mo Fan. Only Lu Xiaomei was left there, still talking. Wang Han on the side couldn't bear to watch it any longer. She tugged at Lu Xiaomei's arm and said, "Mom, the reporters have all left. Stop talking here. Look at the way others are looking at you. It's like you're an idiot." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaomei immediately opened her eyes and looked around. There was no reporter in front of her, only some onlookers looking at her with mockery. But Lu Xiaomei not only did not feel any shame, but also cursed. "No, why are these people so disgusting? They were clearly interviewing me, and the interview was going well, but suddenly they turned around and interviewed someone else. What's going on? Fuck, does Lu Xiaomei have some kind of social incompetence? How can she not feel ashamed at all and still be cursing? If it were me, I would bang my head against the ground to see if I could create a gap and crawl into it. It's really embarrassing. This isn't called social bullshit. This is just pure brain problems. No wonder Wang Han is like this. I'm looking forward to how many years Lu Xiaomei will be sentenced to. Wait, look what that is." Suddenly, someone pointed at the road and saw rows of black commercial vehicles driving towards the court. Fuck, these license plates look like they belong to the municipal government. Chapter 40, Wang Tianyi's Counterattack, a super considerate system. Someone shouted municipal affairs, and the people watching on the street turned their heads to look. The next second, they saw many familiar faces getting out of the car. Fuck, that guy seems to be the newly appointed mayor of our magic city. I remember his name was Li Donglai. Oh my god, look behind him, almost all the top leaders of our magic city are here. Why are they all here? Is it because of today's case? I guess so. I didn't expect that this case would not only attract attention on the internet, but even the top leaders in our magic city would start to pay attention to it. In this case, I am even more looking forward to how many years Lu Xiaomei can live. Mo Fan, who was being interviewed by reporters, naturally also saw the Moto executives headed by Li Donglai. Strange, why are they all here? Mo Fan was puzzled, and suddenly he remembered the day when he went to the procuratorate to submit the materials, and the people in the procuratorate told him that it would take 7 days. Could it be that Qi Tian is related to him? Mo Fan looked at Li Donglai and thought secretly in his heart. When he looked up again, Li Donglai and other senior executives had already entered the court. Looking at the time, it was almost time for the court to open, so Mo Fan declined the interview with the reporters and took Bai Yuqing into the court. At the same time, a video of the Shanghai high-level officials collectively appearing in front of the court was casually spread on the internet. In an instant, this video became a hot search. What the hell is going on? Why are all those people who can only be seen on TV here? This is going to be interesting. I guess it's because of this incident. After all, the person Mo Fan is countersuing is the second in command of the investigation bureau. If there is really any problem, it would be like a slap in the face of the entire magic city. The analysis above makes sense. I wonder if this trial will be broadcast live. Brothers, I happen to be from Shanghai. I'm already on my way to the court. I'll broadcast live to you guys when the time comes. At this moment, in the court of Shanghai, countless eyes on the entire internet were staring at this place. And in the court, the presiding judge sat on a high seat, looking at these important figures who came to listen to the trial, and his heart was beating fast. Please enter, plaintiff and defendant. As the presiding judge's hammer fell, Mo Fan, Feng Jiwu, Wang Tianyi, and the Wang family's mother and daughter entered the courtroom one after another. 7 days later, Mo Fan appeared in court again. Only this time, he came as the plaintiff, and the person he sued was the second in command of the investigation bureau. Then came the prescribed rules, with the presiding judge reading out the lawsuit and Mo Fan's materials. After a moment, the presiding judge finished reading and he banged the gavel. The evidence is now irrefutable. The defendant Wang Tianyi is suspected of false accusation of a sum of 200,000 yuan, and Wang Han and Lu Xiaomei are suspected of giving false testimony. Please ask the defendant's lawyer to defend us. Wang Tianyi winked at his lawyer, who gave him an okay gesture and then stood up and said, Your Honor, although my client Wang Tianyi has made false accusations, I believe he has his reasons. The presiding judge looked at Li Donglai and others sitting in the courtroom, frowned and said, Continue your statements. The lawyer continued, Judge, I have a piece of evidence here. The evidence records in detail that Wang Tianyi had studied abroad before, and the reason he returned to China was because of Wang Han's instigation. As a young man, hearing that the girl he liked for many years got married suddenly would inevitably have some influence on his mentality. In addition, Wang Han and Lu Xiaomei's instigation and misleading made him make such a false accusation. So to sum up, Wang Tianyi is not the principal offender, at most he is an accomplice, and the real principal offenders are Wang Han and Lu Xiaomei. If it weren't for their inducement, Wang Tianyi should be abroad at this time. After that, the lawyer submitted the evidence of the call record and the proof that Wang Tianyi was abroad to the presiding judge. The presiding judge took a look and found that there was indeed no problem with the call records and foreign certificates. Do the defendants Wang Han and Lu Xiaomei have anything else to say? The presiding judge looked at the two and asked. At this time, Wang Han and Lu Xiaomei's eyes were wide open. They had never thought that Wang Tianyi would choose to betray them and let them take the blame. In this way, their identities and Wang Tianyi's identities were completely reversed. Wang Tianyi, why do you treat me like this? Wang Han's mentality was broken. He didn't care about the high-level officials of Magic City in the courtroom and openly yelled in the court. She really couldn't hold it anymore. Lu Xiaomei was the same. She stretched her neck, her face trembling. Wang Tianyi, you little bastard, this was clearly your own plan. You were the one who wanted to give Mo Fan the 200,000 yuan. Later, you asked us to help you make false evidence. Now you are blaming us. Are you still a human being? Wang Tianyi just looked at them coldly and ignored them. What he needs to do at this moment is to stay calm. As long as he puts all the blame on Wang Han and Lu Xiaomei, he can be sentenced to a few years less. Then he can arrange for bail pending trial or postponement of execution. Apart from having a criminal record, nothing will happen to him. Both defendants, please keep quiet. The presiding judge struck down with his hammer. Do you two have evidence to prove that it was not you who instigated Wang Tianyi, and it was not you who called Wang Tianyi back from abroad? After hearing this, Wang Han was stunned for a moment. She looked dull. How could she have any evidence? Besides, she was the one who called Wang Tianyi back from abroad. Originally, he just wanted to deal with Mo Fan, but he didn't expect that things would become so serious that he would lose everything. Your Honor, I have no evidence. After Wang Han said this, she was completely discouraged. She finally understood why Wang Tianyi had been so indifferent before. Seeing that his predicament had been mostly resolved, Wang Tianyi raised a playful smile and looked at Mo Fan. He opened his mouth and lips synced a few words. Mo Fan, what can you do to me? This is the power of my Feng family. It cannot be shaken by a tiny ant. Mo Fan looked at Wang Tianyi coldly. He had already thought of this result. But it's a good thing that Wang Han and Lu Xiaomei could be sent to jail. But at this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Mo Fan's mind. Ding! Wang Tianyi is extremely disgusting, so I am providing a video. Please make the following choice. 1. Regardless, let Wang Han and Lu Xiaomei be sentenced to heavy sentences, and Wang Tianyi go unpunished and be awarded the title of forgiving hero. 2. Help Wang Han and Lu Xiaomei turn the tables and get a breakup package as a reward. 3. Submit Wang Tianyi's frame-up plan video and get a copy of the super lithography machine data as a reward. Chapter 41 Wang Tianyi sentenced to life imprisonment. Do the defendants Wang Han and Lu Xiaomei have any evidence? The presiding judge said in a deep voice on the podium. In the dock below, Wang Han's eyes were empty and there was a look of despair on his face. After being warned, Lu Xiaomei became more obedient and no longer dared to curse like a shrew. I hereby declare that the defendant Wang Tianyi was instigated by someone to frame the plaintiff Mo Fan and was sentenced to 2 years in prison. The defendants Wang Han and Lu Xiaomei demanded a high price for the bride price. After the incident, not only did they not feel any remorse, but they also instigated others to commit crimes. They are sentenced to 10 years in prison for multiple crimes. As he spoke, the judge's gavel was about to fall. Wang Tianyi looked disdainful, as if he had known the result already. Wang Dei and Feng Kaichun, who were sitting in the courtroom, were also waiting calmly for the presiding judge's verdict. Wait a minute, Judge, I have something to say. Just as the judge's gavel was about to fall, Missouri Fan stood up. Plaintiff, what do you want to say? The presiding judge asked in confusion. Your Honor, I have evidence to prove that Wang Tianyi was not instigated by Wang Han and Lu Xiaomei. He planned all of this on his own. As soon as these words were spoken, the quiet courtroom was instantly shocked as if a bomb had been dropped, causing a huge uproar. Wang Tianyi suddenly stood up from the dock, his eyes filled with ferocity. Mo Fan, let me tell you, it is illegal to defame someone in court. I know you are unhappy with me because of Yu Qing, but that is no reason for you to slander me. The reason why he said this was because Wang Tianyi was sure that Mo Fan did not have any video plan to frame him. Mo Fan smiled contemptuously. Really? Then he opened a video clip on his phone and handed it to the judge. Your Honor, this video clip is the conversation between Wang Tianyi and Lu Xiaomei in the room after Wang Tianyi gave me the 200,000 yuan that day. Seeing that Mo Fan really handed the phone to the presiding judge, Wang Tianyi's heart began to waver at this moment. Impossible, he definitely doesn't have any evidence. If he did, he would have produced it by then. Why would he wait until now? Thinking of this, Wang Tianyi calmed down and said disdainfully, "You are still a little naive if you want to cheat me, Mo Fan." In the back row of the courtroom, Li Donglai watched calmly, while the officials around him dared not even breathe. In the courtroom, the presiding judge clicked on the video screen, and the next second, Wang Tianyi's voice was heard. "Humph, is it that easy to take the 200,000 from me, Wang Tianyi?" "Xiao Wang, what do you mean? I have my own way. If anyone steals my woman, I will make him unable to survive in the Magic City." This. Your Honorable Judge, the above is the video of the conversation between Wang Tianyi and Lu Xiaomei that day. I think it is enough to prove that Wang Tianyi framed me on his own initiative, right? As Mo Fan spoke, he raised his head slightly and glanced at Wang Tianyi. At this moment, Wang Tianyi stared at Mo Fan with resentment, his eyes filled with murderous intent. How is this possible? Mo Fan, how the hell did you do this? How is this possible? Wang Tianyi still doesn't know how Mo Fan's video was shot. Wait. Wang Tianyi suddenly thought of something and turned to glare at Wang Han and Lu Xiaomei. Wang Han, Lu Xiaomei, it was you, it must be you. You asked me to return home. This video must have been taken by you, right? Wang Han was stunned when she heard this, and she looked at Mo Fan in confusion. Lu Xiaomei stood aside, folding her hands and said proudly, "Yeah, even if we took the photo, so what? You, Wang Tianyi, are not a good person either." I had already expected this. Didn't expect it, did you? You're looking for death. Wang Tianyi was filled with anger at this time, and he completely ignored everything. He didn't care that he was still in the court. He slapped Lu Xiaomei in the face and was about to kick her on the head. "Tianyi, don't!" Wang Dai shouted quickly, but Wang Tianyi was no longer able to listen to him and had already kicked Lu Xiaomei on the head. The two guards behind him suddenly started to twitch their eyelids when they saw this. The two men subdued Wang Tianyi in an instant, and turned back to glance at the courtroom. Seeing that Li Donglai still had a calm expression, they felt relieved. Wang Tianyi was still struggling in the hands of the two guards. Be honest, this is a court. But Wang Tianyi had already lost his mind and was glaring at Lu Xiaomei, who had been kicked to the ground by him. The presiding judge was furious. He banged his gavel and said angrily, "The defendant Wang Tianyi fabricated false evidence, openly flouted the law in court, and fought with another defendant in a bet. He is guilty of multiple crimes and is sentenced to life imprisonment to be executed immediately." Even the presiding judge felt that his sentence was too light. As he openly provoked trouble in the court in front of the top leader of Shanghai, a death sentence would not be excessive. The moment he heard the verdict, Wang Tianyi shuddered all over, slowly came to his senses, and looked at Lu Xiaomei, who had been kicked to the ground by him. He vaguely heard Wang Dai's voice again. He turned his head to look at the courtroom and saw Li Donglai and other high-ranking officials of the Magic City. Suddenly, his eyes went dark and he fell to the ground and fainted. "Carry it away," the presiding judge said coldly. Two guards carried Wang Tianyi away. The presiding judge then read out the evidence against Wang Han and Lu Xiaomei. Although the defendants Wang Han and Lu Xiaomei were framed, they have evidence of giving false testimony and are now sentenced to 1 year and 3 months in prison. The moment the judge's gavel fell, the system's voice rang out in Mo Fan's mind. Reward the host's physical indicators plus 10, now comparable to a first-class athlete. Reward the host with a copy of the super lithography machine data. I hope the host can use this data to become bigger and stronger, and embark on the path of a truly technological power. Mo Fan was delighted to hear that both rewards had been distributed. He stretched his body and found that he was indeed in much better shape than before, with noticeably more strength. The case with Wang Han was considered over, and Wang Han and Lu Xiaomei were taken away by the guards. But when Wang Han was taken away, she looked back at Mo Fan, her eyes filled with all kinds of complicated emotions, including regret, gratitude, etc. Next comes the most critical case, in which Feng Jiwu, deputy director of the investigation bureau, used his power to help his relatives enforce the law maliciously. Feng Jiwu was brought up by the guards. At the same time, the senior executives in the courtroom at the back were all feeling uneasy. By now, they had already seen some clues that Li Donglai had deliberately asked them to come to the trial, and the purpose behind this was self-evident. In the quiet courtroom, the sound of a gavel was heard. The defendant, Deputy Director of the Investigation Bureau Feng Jiwu, abused his power and broke the law knowingly. He is now deprived of his political rights for life, fined 100,000 yuan, and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Chapter 42. A big earthquake happened in the Magic City. In the dock, Feng Jiwu frowned. After thinking for a while, he said, "Your Honor, I don't accept it." "Huh? What are you dissatisfied with?" The presiding judge asked puzzledly. "Your Honor, Wang Tianyi is indeed my nephew, but I only received a report and sent my investigators to check it out." Who would have thought that they would actually arrest Mo Fan? After the public opinion broke out, I also asked the investigator, and he admitted that he took the initiative to arrest Mo Fan. If you don't believe me, Your Honor can summon the investigator. Seeing Feng Jiwu speaking slowly, the presiding judge frowned slightly, "Call the police." A moment later, 2 guards escorted an investigator into the courtroom. And this investigator was the captain of the investigation bureau who arrested Mo Fan that day. "Do you have any objection to the confession of the defendant Feng Jiwu?" The investigator's eyes showed a struggle, but he finally let out a long sigh and said, to the presiding judge, "I have no objection to Feng Jiwu's confession. That day, I really wanted to complete the performance of the investigation bureau as quickly as possible, so I arrested Mr. Mo indiscriminately without any evidence. I have deeply realized my mistake." For a moment, the entire court was in an uproar. Although anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was arranged by Feng Jiwu and the Feng family, the investigator had already admitted it, so they couldn't say anything more. In the courtroom, Lin Hongqian nodded with satisfaction. "The Feng family is now qualified to cooperate with my Lin family." In the courtroom, the presiding judge was caught in a dilemma for a moment. He could naturally see that if it were any other day he would just go with the flow and make a casual verdict, but that was not the case today, as so many high-level officials, even the mayor, were sitting there watching. Seeing that the presiding judge didn't say anything, the investigation bureau made up its mind and said directly, "I am unworthy of my position. I ask the presiding judge to impose a heavy punishment." The presiding judge couldn't help but look up at Li Donglai behind him. Just as he was struggling and hesitating, a cough was suddenly heard from the back row of the courtroom. "Ahem," Li Donglai stood up, "it's really a rare good show, but the acting is a bit poor, bring Feng Jianshan up." Mo Fan was stunned when he heard Li Donglai's voice. It is indeed related to this case. Then, several guards brought Feng Jian up. Feng Jiwu was surprised to see his father was also brought up. "Dad, what happened?" Feng Jiwu asked hurriedly. But Feng Jianshang seemed to have aged by dozens of years, with his hair at the temples already gray. He looked at Feng Jiwu and shook his head helplessly. "It's over. It's all over." Feng Jianshang looked up at Li Donglai in the courtroom again, his eyes full of fear. An hour ago, he was still sitting in his home, but in less than 5 minutes, a group of people rushed into the house and stood directly in front of him with an arrest warrant. Just like that, he was brought here. "Secretary Lin, hand over all the investigation materials to the presiding judge." "Okay." Secretary Lin walked up to the bench and handed over all the information he had collected over the past few days to the presiding judge. At this moment, the presiding judge looked at the thick stack of information on the table, and he finally understood what Li Donglai was going to do. He looked up at Li Donglai in shock, then lowered his head to look at the information handed over by Secretary Lin. Former director of the investigation bureau Feng Jianshan is suspected of. Feng Jiwu, deputy director of the investigation bureau, is suspected of. Wang Dei of Dei Real Estate is suspected of. Besides, the presiding judge looked at the densely packed information and was even more shocked. He murmured, This is simply starting over again." At this moment, he couldn't help but admire Li Donglai's courage, because some of these people were supported by Lin Hongqian. "Judge, I would like to take this opportunity to inform the people of China to completely eliminate the garbage in our magic city." Li Donglai's expression remained calm, without any sign of disturbance. "Mayorly, these people have all been through rigorous scrutiny and have risen to this position step by step. How can you convict them all just because of your private investigation?" The person who spoke was Lin Hongqian. He did not back down at all, even if this matter would be exposed and would arouse public opinion across the country, because the people Li Donglai was touching this time included too many people supported by his Lin family. If all these people were to be removed from their positions, the power that his Lin family had painstakingly built up in the Magic City for 20 years would collapse, and the industries of the second and third sons of the Lin family would suffer a major blow. It is no exaggeration to say that after the Lin family became corrupt, Li Donglai would target his Lin family next, and then it would be divided up by the major companies in the Magic City. Li Donglai's expression finally showed a little ripple. He smiled and said, "Lin Hongqian, you don't have to believe my investigation, but these are the results of my half-year investigation since I took office. You can investigate again on your own, but no matter what, I should give an explanation to the Magic City and the people today, so these people, one by one, must all get out of their positions. If you can find out that I have made an unjust judgment later, you can go to the Imperial City to impeach me." Judge. Li Donglai did not back down at all and gave orders directly to the presiding judge in the courtroom. The presiding judge did not dare to hesitate at all and immediately began to try these officials according to the information Li Donglai had found. At this moment, he finally understood why Li Donglai summoned all the officials to the court for the trial. The most shocking one was Mo Fan. Even at this moment he was confused. He just reported Wang Tianyi and Feng Jiwu, but he didn't expect it would cause such a big commotion, forcing the entire demon city to be torn down and rebuilt. Only. System, does this count as completing the task beyond expectations? Should I get a little more of your reward? Chapter 36, Feng Jiwu's open plot was secretly followed. I'm going to call his uncle. No matter how powerful Qin Padian is, he is just a businessman. Can he beat our Feng family? Don't you see how important our Feng family is in the Magic City? After Feng Kaichun learned about Qin Padian, although she realized the seriousness of the matter, she still felt that she had won the game. After all, the Feng family still had a certain status in the Magic City. Feng Kaichun took out her cell phone, found her elder brother Feng Jiwu's number and dialed it. The call was connected quickly. "Hey, little sister, what's wrong with you?" On the other end of the phone, Feng Jiwu's voice sounded slightly enjoyable. Feng Kaichun asked suspiciously, "Brother, what are you doing?" "Nothing. I'm just a little tired from work lately. By the way, I also know about Tianyi's case. I didn't expect that guy to be so smart that he prepared a recording in advance. But don't worry, little sister. I will catch him if I have the chance next time, so that Tianyi won't be too angry." Feng Jiwu said nonchalantly. Feng Kaichun said anxiously, "Hey, big brother, please listen to me first. I just want to tell you this. That little bastard is a little harder to deal with than we thought." What's wrong? Feng Kaichun explained, "That guy has some connection with Qin Padian, and is said to be the second largest shareholder of Huatian Group. Do you think it will be difficult to deal with him with Qin Potion's help?" Feng Jiwu was stunned. He didn't expect that Mo Fan was actually related to Qin Padian. If that's the case, then things are going to be a little tricky. Although Qin Padian is a big shot in the business world, as an entrepreneur in Magic City, his words still carry some weight. It seems that we can no longer passively defend ourselves, but should take the initiative. Then big brother. Feng Kaichun was a little worried, "Can we deal with Qin Padian?" A vicious look instantly appeared on Feng Jihu's face. "We may not be able to deal with him, but someone has long wanted to deal with Qin Padian. I'll go back and discuss it with the old man. I can take this opportunity to get close to the Lin family. In this way, wouldn't it be the best of both worlds?" "Brother, why does the Lin family want to deal with Qin Padian?" Feng Kaichun asked puzzledly. Feng Jiwu explained, "The second eldest son of the Lin family also opened a department store group. Together with Qin Potion's Huatian Group, they each occupy half of the market in Magic City. But who doesn't want to occupy the entire Magic City market? There are huge benefits involved. So Qin Padian is a thorn in the eyes of the Lin family. They couldn't find a chance to attack him before. If we can take the lead this time, I think the Lin family will definitely not let go of this opportunity." Thinking of this, Feng Jiwu immediately put down the things at hand. "Okay, little sister, I won't talk to you for now, I'll go back and talk to the old man about this matter." Then he drove towards the old man's house in the Feng family. On the other side, after the dinner was over, Mo Fan and Qin Padian acted separately. Mo Fan went to prepare the materials to be submitted, while Qin Padian went to the Industrial and Commercial Administration Office to report Wang Dei by real name. After all, delay will lead to changes. Mo Fan arrived at the Procuratorate. At this time, his materials were already prepared, including the recording and the screen recording of that day in court. Mo Fan was received quickly. "Is it Mr. Mo Fan?" "That's right." Mo Fan nodded. "We already know about your situation. Now please provide the materials for your appeal. However, this time you will have to wait 7 days before the court session. Ha! Mo Fan couldn't help but feel suspicious when he heard that it would take 7 days. As if seeing through Mo Fan's suspicion, the prosecutor said, "Please don't worry. The court will open in 7 days and we will give you justice." Okay. Mo Fan responded and left the procuratorate. At this moment, his cell phone rang. It was Chin Padian who called. Mo Fan, I have already reported it. Okay, thank you for your help, bro. After hanging up the phone, Mo Fan felt as if something big was about to happen, because this time everything went too smoothly. He shook his head vigorously and stopped thinking about it. Now everything is ready, all you have to do is wait quietly for 7 days. On the other side, Feng Jiwu returned to the Feng family and immediately found the old man of the Feng family, Feng Jianshan. Dad, there is good news, very good news. Feng Jiwu ran to Feng Jianshan's house in a hurry, which made Feng Jianshan look dissatisfied. Be more careful next time. You are so impatient in everything you do. Feng Jiwu smiled awkwardly. I know, Dad, but this is really good news. Feng Jianshan poured himself a cup of tea and glanced at him. Tell me, what's the good news? Dad, the guy who was at odds with Tianyi is actually backed by Chin Padian, and isn't the Lin family at odds with Chin Padian? I think we should take this opportunity to stand with the Lin family, to avenge Tianyi. If we defeat Chin Padian, the Lin family will definitely not treat our Feng family unfairly. Even if we fail to defeat him, we have already climbed up to the Qin family, and we will be tied to the same boat with the Lin family in the future. Dad, do you understand what I mean? Listening to the so-called good news brought by Feng Jiwu, Feng Jianshan sat in the chair, frowning, saying nothing, thinking about something. A few minutes passed. Feng Jiwu was getting a little anxious. Dad, please say something. I think this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we miss this one, we may not know when the next one will come. Alas. It's not impossible to do this. I'm just afraid that something might go wrong at this critical juncture. Otherwise, cooperating with the Lin family would be 100 benefits with no harm. That's nothing. Feng Jiwu said nonchalantly, the Lin family has been operating in the Magic City for decades. Their power has long been complex and intricate, and it is impossible to shake it. Feng Jianshan nodded, that makes some sense. Dad, should we do it or not? As long as you nod, I will go to the Lin family now. Feng Jianshan nodded. Okay, just like you said, this is also an opportunity for our Feng family. I'll leave this matter to you, but you have to be careful and don't let anyone catch you. Okay, I understand. Feng Jiwu left the Feng family and drove to the Lin family. What he didn't notice was that there was a car following behind his car, not too far away. The man in the car took out a walkie-talkie and reported, the target is crossing Jiangning Street. Chapter 42, Starting Over. In the dock, Feng Jiwu frowned. After thinking for a while, he said, Your Honor, I don't accept it. Ha? What are you dissatisfied with? The presiding judge asked puzzledly. Your Honor, Wang Tianyi is indeed my nephew, but I only received a report and sent my investigators to check it out. Who would have thought that they would actually arrest Mo Fan? After the public opinion broke out, I also asked the investigator, and he admitted that he took the initiative to arrest Mo Fan. If you don't believe me, Your Honor can summon the investigator. Seeing Feng Jiwu speaking slowly, the presiding judge frowned slightly, called the police. A moment later, 2 guards escorted an investigator into the courtroom. And this investigator was the captain of the investigation bureau who arrested Mo Fan that day. Do you have any objection to the confession of the defendant Feng Jiwu? The investigator's eyes showed a struggle, but he finally let out a long sigh and said, to the presiding judge, I have no objection to Feng Jiwu's confession. That day, I really wanted to complete the performance of the investigation bureau as quickly as possible, so I arrested Mr. Mo indiscriminately without any evidence. I have deeply realized my mistake. For a moment, the entire court was in an uproar. Although anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was arranged by Feng Jiwu and the Feng family, the investigator had already admitted it, so they couldn't say anything more. In the courtroom, Lin Hongqian nodded with satisfaction. The Feng family is now qualified to cooperate with my Lin family. In the courtroom, the presiding judge was caught in a dilemma for a moment. He could naturally see that if it were any other day he would just go with the flow and make a casual verdict, but that was not the case today, as so many high-level officials, even the mayor, were sitting there watching. Seeing that the presiding judge didn't say anything, the investigation bureau made up its mind and said directly, I am unworthy of my position. I ask the presiding judge to impose a heavy punishment. This. The presiding judge couldn't help but look up at Li Donglai behind him. Just as he was struggling and hesitating, a cough was suddenly heard from the back row of the courtroom. Ahem, Li Donglai stood up. It's really a rare good show, but the acting is a bit poor. Bring Feng Jianshan up. Mo Fan was stunned when he heard Li Donglai's voice. It is indeed related to this case. Then, several guards brought Feng Jian up. Feng Jiwu was surprised to see his father was also brought up. Dad, what happened? Feng Jiwu asked hurriedly. But Feng Jianshang seemed to have aged by dozens of years, with his hair at the temples already gray. He looked at Feng Jiwu and shook his head helplessly. It's over. It's all over. Feng Jianshang looked up at Li Donglai in the courtroom again, his eyes full of fear. An hour ago, he was still sitting in his home, but in less than 5 minutes, a group of people rushed into the house and stood directly in front of him with an arrest warrant. Just like that, he was brought here. Secretary Lin, hand over all the investigation materials to the presiding judge. Okay. Secretary Lin walked up to the bench and handed over all the information he had collected over the past few days to the presiding judge. At this moment, the presiding judge looked at the thick stack of information on the table, and he finally understood what Li Donglai was going to do. He looked up at Li Donglai in shock, then lowered his head to look at the information handed over by Secretary Lin. Former director of the Investigation Bureau Feng Jianshan is suspected of. Feng Jiwu, deputy director of the Investigation Bureau, is suspected of. Wang Dei of Dei Real Estate is suspected of. Suspected of. Besides. The presiding judge looked at the densely packed information and was even more shocked. He murmured. This is simply starting over again. At this moment, he couldn't help but admire Li Donglai's courage, because some of these people were supported by Lin Hongqian. Judge, I would like to take this opportunity to inform the people of China to completely eliminate the garbage in our magic city. Li Donglai's expression remained calm, without any sign of disturbance. Li Donglai, these people have all been through rigorous scrutiny and have risen to this position step by step. How can you convict them all just because of your private investigation? The person who spoke was Lin Hongqian. He did not back down at all, even if this matter would be exposed and would arouse public opinion across the country, because the people Li Donglai was touching this time included too many people supported by his Lin family. If all these people were removed from their positions, then everything that his Lin family had worked hard to build in the Magic City for 20 years would collapse, and the industries of the second and third sons of the Lin family would suffer a major blow. It is no exaggeration to say that after the Lin family became corrupt, Li Donglai would target his own family next, and then it would be divided up by the major companies in the Magic City. Li Donglai's expression finally showed a little ripple. He smiled and said, Lin Hongqian, you don't have to believe my investigation, but these are the results of my half-year investigation since I took office. You can investigate again on your own, but no matter what, I should give an explanation to the Magic City and the people today, so these people, one by one, must all get out of their positions. If you can find out that I have made an unjust judgment later, you can go to the Imperial City to impeach me. Judge. Li Donglai did not back down at all and gave orders directly to the presiding judge in the courtroom. The presiding judge did not dare to hesitate at all and immediately began to try these officials according to the information Li Donglai had found. At this moment, he finally understood why Li Donglai summoned all the officials to the court for the trial. The most shocking one was Mo Fan. Even at this moment he was confused. He just reported Wang Tianyi and Feng Jiwu, but he didn't expect it would cause such a big commotion, forcing the entire demon city to be torn down and rebuilt. Only. System, does this count as completing the task beyond expectations? Should I get a little more of your reward? Chapter 43, Flying Thief, the system is unreliable. Sorry, dear, there is no reward for exceeding the target. Mo Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, he just mentioned it casually. In the courtroom, as the presiding judge announced the verdict, almost 1/3 of the senior officials who came to listen to the trial were sentenced. This also announced that the entire demon city would be rebuilt from scratch. Let's go, wife. Mo Fan didn't care much about these things. He took Bai Yuqing's hand and prepared to leave. Bai Yuqing nodded obediently. But at this moment, Secretary Lin walked in front of the two of them. Mr. Mo Fan, the boss said he wants to talk to you. Are you free? Huh? Mo Fan was stunned for a moment, then turned and looked at Li Donglai. Available. Then please come over. Secretary Lin smiled. Mo Fan gently touched Bai Yuqing's hand and said, "Wait for me to come back." "Okay." Bai Yuqing nodded. Mo Fan followed Secretary Lin and walked in front of Li Donglai. Before Mo Fan could speak, Li Donglai chuckled and said, "Hello." Mo Fan subconsciously replied, "Hello. Mr. Mo, it's all thanks to you that we were able to catch the high-ranking officials who caused the cholera this time." Li Donglai patted Mo Fan on the shoulder. At this moment, all the senior executives behind Li Donglai looked at Mo Fan in astonishment. You have to know who Li Donglai is. It is self-evident what it means that he can pat someone on the shoulder in public. Hearing Li Dong say this, Mo Fan felt happy. After all, who doesn't want to contribute to the country? Mo Fan touched his nose and smiled awkwardly, "You're welcome." As he spoke, he suddenly noticed the look in Lin Hongchen's eyes behind Li Donglai. It was a look without any emotion, as if I was just an ant in his eyes. Why is he looking at me like that? Mo Fan looked at Lin Hongchen and said secretly in his heart, "Secretary Lin, please present Mr. Mo with a banner later to express our Magic City government's gratitude." Got it. Secretary Lin nodded. On the way back, Bai Yuqing was driving, and Mo Fan was sitting in the passenger seat with a frown on his face. "Honey, what's wrong with you?" Bai Yuqing asked in confusion. Mo Fan shook his head vigorously and thought, "Wife, I always feel that Li Donglai has something else to say." Having lived two lives, Mo Fan had to be cautious, especially when Li Donglai wanted to give him a banner at the end, which made him even more suspicious. "Huh? You mean, he did that on purpose?" Mo Fan let out a long sigh, "Maybe. Let's not think too much about it for now. Li Donglai seems to be doing a decent job. I don't think he will do anything out of line. By the way, wife, do you have any ideas about our business?" Mo Fan suddenly asked. Bai Yuqing pondered for a moment, "Hubby, this is what I think. There are only 2 countries in the world that have nanolithography machines, and multiple countries are involved in the research and development and manufacturing. If we can make an equivalent, or to say the least, a slightly worse lithography machine, then we can also monopolize 50% of the world's production capacity. But this kind of thing only exists in the mind. If we want to implement it, it is impossible with our current funds. There are also many companies entering the new energy industry, and it is a little late to enter now." Hearing Bai Yuqing say this, Mo Fan smiled with joy. Hubby, what are you laughing at?" Bai Yuqing saw Mo Fan smiling happily and asked curiously. "It's okay. I'll give you a surprise in a few days. Let's go home first." Mo Fan kept it a secret. This made Bai Yuqing feel even more itchy. She gave Mo Fan a resentful look and concentrated on driving. After returning home, Mo Fan went straight into the study. He opened his mobile phone and found a document, which contained the data of the super lithography machine. When I clicked on it, I saw thousands of pages of data densely recorded inside. That's it. Mo Fan casually flipped through some important data and became even more delighted. You know, the best lithography machines now come from South Korea, Japan, and the Netherlands, but their best lithography machines can only engrave 3 nanometers, but this super lithography machine can theoretically engrave 1 nanometer. What a concept! It is no exaggeration to say that this is equivalent to dragging the progress of human civilization forward by hundreds or thousands of years. Now that we have the data, the most difficult part is the materials and equipment. Mo Fan muttered secretly. But the best materials and equipment for lithography machines are all made in the United States, and they are not easily exported, which is a bit troublesome. System, is there any way to purchase the materials and equipment for the super lithography machine? Ding. The system can only detect 2 paths. 1. Spend a huge amount of money to buy it from the United States, or unlock the title of flying thief and steal it from the United States. Mo Fan was slightly stunned. Flying thief? What kind of system did he awaken? However, if he could get these raw materials from the United States without spending a penny, Mo Fan would be happy to do so. Of course, as exciting as it is, stealing is still somewhat risky after all. System, what about the second one? 2. Purchase an existing lithography machine, have it recycled by the system, and after the host makes up the difference, return the raw materials for manufacturing the super lithography machine. This is reliable, this is it. Mo Fan made the decision without even thinking about it. Compared to the flying thief, buying a super lithography machine was more reliable. Ding! The system recommends that you choose the flying thief. With a skill, you will never starve to death wherever you go. Mo Fan's face darkened. I won't starve to death, but if I'm exposed, I'll be beaten to death. Haven't you heard that if you often walk by the river, your shoes will get wet? At this moment, there was a knock on the study door. Honey, I cut some fruit for you, come out and eat. Okay. Mo Fan collected the data from the super lithography machine and left the study. Looking at the chopped apples and peaches on the coffee table, Mo Fan felt warm inside, because these two fruits were his favorites, and Bai Yuqing really remembered them. Thank you, my wife. You are so nice. Humph, that's right. Don't you see who I am, your wife? Bai Yuqing said proudly. Mo Fan gently scratched her nose and said, Baby, you are so cute. Bai Yuqing sat on Mo Fan's lap and hooked her arm around his neck. Honey, what did you mean by that smile in the car today? Just tell me. Mo Fan put a piece of apple in his mouth and pointed at his cheek. Old rules, give me a kiss. Humph, you are so mean, you only know how to bully others. Bai Yuqing kissed Mo Fan on the face like a chick pecking at rice. Mo Fan took out his mobile phone with satisfaction, opened the file of super lithography machine data, and handed it to Bai Yuqing. Honey, take a look at this. I guarantee it will give you a real treat. Chapter 44: A New Crisis. Bai Yuqing took the phone and took a look. The next second, she was completely stunned. Honey, is this the data of the lithography machine? Oh my god, is this 1 nanometer? Bai Yuqing looked at Mo Fan in disbelief, his mouth wide open. Yes, but it's called a super lithography machine. It's just that there are no raw materials that can match it now. I originally planned to give you a surprise. Wow, husband, you are so amazing. I guarantee that there is no other copy of this data in the world. If we can produce it, we will be able to completely monopolize the chip industry. Hubby, please slap me so I can see if I'm dreaming. I seem to see myself lying in a pile of money. Mo Fan rolled his eyes at Bai Yuqing and said, Don't be too happy yet. We don't have the raw materials or equipment yet. It seems so. Bai Yuqing smacked his lips and said, But compared to this data, it is much easier to obtain raw materials. We can ask Brother Qin to negotiate with the island country of Bangzi. If possible, we can purchase some materials. Mo Fan nodded. He was indeed planning to discuss this matter with Qin Padian. Okay, I'll give Brother Qin a call. Mo Fan dialed Qin Padian's cell phone number. As soon as I called, the call was connected. A hearty laugh came from the other end of the phone. Congratulations, brother, on your successful countersuit today. You have no idea how excited I was when Li Donglai patted you on the shoulder. Mo Fan smiled and said, Thank you, brother. I have something to discuss with you today. Qin Padian couldn't help but ask curiously, Brother, tell me. Brother, I want to do the photolithography machine business with you, Qin, but now I am facing a problem, that is, the raw materials and equipment of the photolithography machine. I want to ask you if you have any channels to buy some from the island country or the Korean country. Qin Padian was shocked instantly. He thought he had heard it wrongly. Brother, did I hear it right? You want to do the photolithography machine business? Mo Fan confirmed, yes, it is the photolithography machine business. Qin Padian frowned when he heard this. Brother, I have to advise you, the water of photolithography machines is too deep, and this thing is basically monopolized by the country, because individuals simply don't have the ability to make it. Take the microelectronics company in our Magic City, for example, they use the ones eliminated by the Netherlands. After a pause, Qin Padian continued, but if you insist on doing it, I support you. It just so happens that you and Li Donglai have become acquainted today. Tell him your idea. Maybe you can buy one from Moto Microelectronics Enterprise, but it's best not to have too high hopes, because this matter is really incredible. Mo Fan hesitated. Brother, to be honest, I have never thought about making close friends with Li Donglai, nor have I thought about purchasing from China. There are too many things involved, so I thought of asking you for help and see if I can use some connections to buy from abroad. If I can buy it, then I, Mo Fan, owe you a favor. This. Qin Padian was silent. After a while, he finally spoke, Okay, since you said so, I will buy you one even if I have to give up my fortune. Thank you very much, brother. Seeing Qin Padian agree so seriously, Mo Fan was deeply moved. Brother, what you said is a bit polite. I am also looking forward to you making a photolithography machine. Then I, old Qin, can contribute a lot and it will benefit the Chinese people. By the way, brother, I have something to tell you. Such a big thing happened in the Magic City recently. You must remember to be careful of the Lin family. Most of the people who were brought down by Li Donglai today are from the Lin family faction, and you are the most critical link in all this. I guess the Lin family will take action against you. Qin Padian warned seriously. Lin family? Mo Fan thought of the look in the eyes of the man behind Li Donglai today, and he described it to Qin Padian. Yes, that's Lin Hongqian, the second in command of the Magic City. Lin Hongqian has 3 brothers. The second one is in business, and the third one is the underground emperor of the Magic City. In short, be careful. If anything happens, call me. Okay, thanks for the reminder, brother. After hanging up the phone, Mo Fan frowned. He hadn't thought so much about it before. He turned around and looked at Bai Yuqing, who was staring at him curiously. His eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity, and he murmured, Lin family? I hope you won't mess with me. Hubby, what's wrong? What did Brother Qin say? Mo Fan returned to Bai Yuqing and rubbed her head. Brother Qin has already agreed. That's good. Bai Yuqing cheered and laughed. At the same time, at the Lin family mansion. Brother, this time Li Donglai has caused great damage to my Lin family. Lin Hongxiu and Lin Hongyi both looked fierce. Lin Hongqian, who was sitting in the first seat, said indifferently, Go check on that Mo Fan. Chapter 45 Huatian Group Headquarters. At this time, Mo Fan naturally didn't know that he had been targeted by the Lin family. He held Bai Yuqing's hand and walked on the streets of the Demon City. But no matter where they go, they will encounter people taking pictures of them with their mobile phones. After all, from doubling the bride price in the beginning to the counter suitcase that became known to everyone in the country, Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing had gained some fame. When Mo Fan was first photographed by others, he felt somewhat uncomfortable, but he got used to it later. As they walked, Bai Yuqing suddenly asked curiously, Husband, don't we have no money? How can we rent an office building? Mo Fan rolled his eyes at Bai Yuqing, who said we have no money. I never said that. Bai Yuqing was slightly stunned. Then why did you apply for a mortgage when you bought the Riverview house before? Wife. Mo Fan stopped when he heard that, put his hands on Bai Yuqing's shoulders, and said solemnly. Wife, does a woman become a silly and innocent person like you after getting married? Husband, what do you mean? Bai Yuqing said angrily. Mo Fan explained, Wife, although we can afford to buy that Riverview house in full, have you ever thought about how much we will have left after buying the house, and how much we will have left after the mortgage? We can use the remaining money to start a business, and now we have to ask Brother Qin to buy overseas lithography machines for us. There are so many places to spend money. Bai Yuqing frowned. What you said seems to make some sense. How much money do you have now? Mo Fan touched his nose and said, about 200 million. It's not that Mo Fan is unwilling to tell Bai Yuqing the truth, but the system is too unbelievable to explain it to Bai Yuqing, and Bai Yuqing may not believe it. Bai Yuqing's eyes lit up immediately after hearing Mo Fan's words, 200 million? Yes, with these 200 million, it shouldn't be a problem to rent or buy an office building, but buying a lithography machine might be a little bit difficult. As Mo Fan spoke, he fell into deep thought. If he didn't have money to buy the lithography machine, he would probably have to borrow from Qin Padian. Honey, I have an idea, do you think it's feasible? Just as Mo Fan was thinking, Bai Yuqing shook his arm and said. Tell me. Mo Fan was curious about what Bai Yuqing was thinking. Bai Yuqing explained, Hubby, with 200 million, we can just buy a piece of land and build a park. Then we can do lithography projects. We can get involved in future technologies. What do you think, husband? Bai Yuqing's words can be said to have awakened the dreamer. Mo Fan's eyes lit up, and regardless of the fact that they were on the street, he directly hugged Bai Yuqing by the waist and kissed her fiercely on the face. He then said happily, Yes, why didn't I think of this? Honey, you are such a genius. We can buy the land directly from Brother Qin, and the project can just be handed over to my father-in-law to promote the internal circulation of our family's economy. Yeah, I'm smart, right? Bai Yuqing's face blushed slightly. Smart. Mo Fan said, and kissed Bai Yuqing on the face again. Let's go find Brother Qin. 2 hours later, Mo Fan brought Bai Yuqing to the headquarters of Huatian Group. Looking at the 80-story skyscraper, Mo Fan felt as if he was in a dream. Hubby, one day, we can also achieve this level, even bigger than Huatian Group. Seeing Mo Fan's distraction, Bai Yuqing gently held Mo Fan's hand and spoke softly. Mo Fan smiled and rubbed Bai Yuqing's head. Come on, let's go in. Afterwards, Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing entered the headquarters of Huatian Group. I saw the front desk of Huatian Group at a glance. The front desk customer service smiled and said, "Both of you, may I ask what can I do for you?" "Hello, I'm here to see Director Qin. Please inform him for me." "Thank you." The front desk customer service was stunned, thinking that he had misheard. "Sir, you said you wanted to see Director Qin, right?" "Yes." Mo Fan nodded. Then I heard the front desk customer service continue, "Sir, if you want to see Director Qin, you must have an appointment." "Do you have an appointment?" "Appointment?" Mo Fan frowned slightly. He had not thought of this. "Then wait for me. I will call him right away." Mo Fan took out his cell phone, found Qin Potion's number and dialed it. "Hello, the number you dialed is busy. Please try again later." "Sorry. The subscriber you dialed is busy now, please redial later." On the phone? Mo Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that Qin Potian was busy with something. "You too, our President Qin should be in a meeting right now. If you don't mind, please wait patiently on the sofa over there for a while." The front desk customer service apparently also heard the busy line sound. "Okay, let's wait over there." Mo Fan couldn't help but take another look at the front desk customer service, then he and Bai Yuqing sat on the sofa nearby to receive guests. As soon as I sat down on the sofa, I saw Bai Yuqing's arrogant expression and turned his head away. "Honey, what's wrong with you?" Mo Fan was puzzled when he saw Bai Yuqing like this. Don't bother with me, don't call me wife." Bai Yuqing Jiao snorted and sat aside again. This left Mo Fan confused. What was going on? Seeing that Mo Fan didn't understand, Bai Yuqing turned around. "Mo Fan, go find that receptionist and marry her. I saw you looked at her quite a bit just now." "Ah, this. Honey, are you jealous?" Mo Fan looked at Bai Yuqing's jealous look and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What? Can't I be jealous? Go find her, huh?" Bai Yuqing turned his head away again. Seeing this, Mo Fan gently hugged Bai Yuqing's waist and whispered in her ear, "Wife, isn't this a bit unexpected? Look at the customer service at the front desk. She didn't doubt whether we were pretending or not. Instead, she was very polite. Look at the woman we met at the sales office before. Isn't it obvious who is better? Now that you mention it, it seems so." Bai Yuqing also turned around to look at the front desk customer service. Coincidentally, the girl also saw her and nodded and smiled at her. "Yes, that's right, and she's prettier than the previous woman." Mo Fan. At this moment, the voice of the front desk customer service came. "Hello, manager." Mo Fan subconsciously looked back and saw a man in a suit and tie walking in from outside. He nodded indifferently to the front desk customer service and walked towards the elevator. But suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing out of the corner of his eye. A rare gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and then he walked towards Bai Yuqing with a smile on his face. Chapter 46, Will Option 2 Still Require Deduction of Money? At this time, Mo Fan also noticed that the so-called manager was walking towards them. For a moment, Mo Fan frowned slightly. The man had already come to Bai Yuqing's side. He smiled and said, "Hello, ma'am. Are you here for an interview? Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Chu Hongyun, the general manager of the marketing department of Huatian Group." Bai Yuqing was slightly stunned, then quickly waved his hand. "Sorry, we are here to look for someone, not for an interview." Are you and this gentleman together?" Chu Hongyun looked shocked. Mo Fan frowned even deeper. "This looks like a male version of a green tea bitch. We were sitting together flirting, why are you asking this?" Bai Yuqing also saw some clues at this time, and she said openly, "This is my husband." Chu Hongyun was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "I am sorry for being rude, but I just heard that you two are here to look for someone." "Who are you looking for?" Bai Yuqing was about to answer when Mo Fan grabbed her arm. Mo Fan looked up and looked at Chu Hongyun coldly. "Who are we looking for? Does it have anything to do with you?" "You." Chu Hongyun was about to explode, but suddenly a shadow flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Sir, you are so rude. I just wanted to help you get in for the sake of this beautiful lady. It's better than waiting outside for so long. Ding. Please make the following choice. 1. Publicly beat up the green tea man Chu Hongyun and teach him a lesson, and reward him with 50 million in cash and the title of Mighty Fighter. 2. Directly revealed his identity as a shareholder of Huatian Group, fired Chu Hongyun, and deducted half of his startup capital because his pretense was a bit clumsy. 3. Let all employees of Huatian Group see Chu Hongyun's true face, and reward the most critical parts of the super lithography machine 100. I choose 3. Mo Fan didn't hesitate at all. Compared with the most critical components of the super lithography machine, 50 million in cash was just rubbish. As for the second one, half of the startup capital would be deducted. And the system was right. It was indeed a bit clumsy to show off like that. Mo Fan didn't like such a clumsy way of showing off. Well, in that case, I'd like to trouble the general manager to take us in to see Chairman Sheen. Mo Fan said with a joking smile. Chu Hongyun frowned immediately. Sir, I've already said that I don't want you to wait too long for the sake of this lady, but it's wrong to play tricks on people, right? After saying that, Chu Hongyun looked at Bai Yuqing and said, Is your husband this childish? And this one sentence instantly irritated Bai Yuqing. She immediately retorted back. Who are you calling childish? Then what are you? To put it nicely, you are a general manager. To put it bluntly, you are not even as good as one finger of my husband. You are like a dog with a broken spine, only barking wildly. I have seen many green tea bitches, but this is the first time I have seen a green tea man. Mo Fan felt warm inside when he heard Bai Yuqing talking to him. But Chu Hongyun couldn't stand it. At such a young age, he became the general manager of the marketing department of Huatian Group. Everyone who saw him was respectful and polite. Today, I tried to show my kindness to a woman, but was scolded by her. It's all this guy's fault. Chu Hongyun was filled with anger and he blamed everything on Mo Fan. He sneered and said, You said you wanted to see our chairman Sheen, right? Okay, I'll take you there. Are you really going to take me there? Mo Fan said casually while lying on the sofa and picking his ears. That's right. What if you are a big client of our chairman? Don't let that delay our Huatian Group's business. Although Chu Hongyun said this with a smile, his tone was sarcastic. Mo Fan nodded when he heard this. That's true. Don't delay Brother Chin's business. Lead the way. Chu Hongyun felt very unhappy when he heard Mo Fan speaking to him as if giving an order. However, when he thought about how Mo Fan was scared to death after seeing Qin Padian, he felt a little better. Afterwards, Chu Hongyun took Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing into the elevator to the 68th floor. 10 minutes later, the elevator stopped on the 68th floor. Come down, our chairman Qin is having a meeting in the conference room in front. I'll take you there. Chu Hongyun said as he led the way. Mo Fan got off the elevator and looked around. This was his first time at the headquarters of Huatian Group. It was hard for him to imagine that he still owned 30% of the shares of Huatian Group. Chu Hongyun turned his head slightly, looked at the bumpkin like Mo Fan, and sneered in his heart. After walking for about 3 minutes, the three of them arrived outside a door. Chu Hongyun could vaguely see through the glass that Qin Padian, who was holding a meeting with his subordinates, had a very serious expression, as if he was criticizing an employee. This made him even more excited. At this moment, he couldn't wait to see Qin Padian expose Mo Fan in public and make Mo Fan and Bai Yu lose face. He hesitated and knocked on the door of the conference room. At this moment, in the conference room, Qin Padian, who was criticizing his employees, heard a knock on the door and immediately frowned. Didn't you tell your employees that interruptions are prohibited during meetings? For a moment, all the employees in the meeting room dared not make a sound. Seeing that no one spoke, Qin Padian opened the door of the conference room with a stern face. Chu Hongyun, is that you? Qin Padian was shocked at first, then he frowned. Chu Hongyun is the son of his uncle, who had provided him with financial support in the early stages of his business. In addition, Chu Hongyun has decent abilities, so Qin Padian made an exception and promoted him to the position of general manager of the marketing department. However, he had also heard that Chu Hongyun relied on his position to bully others in the company, but Qin Padian had always turned a blind eye to it. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt your meeting. I just came to the company and found 2 people sitting in the lobby downstairs. The man said he came to see you and said he had a very important business to discuss with you. I was afraid of delaying the business of our Huatian Group, so I took the initiative to bring them up. I hope the chairman will not blame me. Chu Hongyun said respectfully, with some timidity in his eyes. Business? Qin Padian was a little curious. The employees in the meeting room were all craning their necks to look outside. Chairman, they are over there, look. Chu Hongyun pointed at the location where Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing were, sneering in his heart, I'm going to see today how you dare to face Qin Padian. In Chu Hongyun's opinion, Mo Fan was a complete show-off. He was already looking forward to seeing Mo Fan fail in his show-off in front of Qin Padian. Chapter 47 The person who invested 30 billion is Mo Fan? Qin Padian looked in the direction Chu Hongyun pointed and saw Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing at a glance. He hurried over and said in surprise, Brother Mo, why is it you? Mo Fan smiled and said, that's what Manager Chu said. I came here to discuss business with you. But I was planning to wait until you finished your meeting, but Manager Chu insisted on bringing us up here. When Qin Padian saw Mo Fan's expression, he immediately understood something. He turned around and looked at Chu Hongyun seriously. Chu Hongyun, didn't you tell him that I was in a meeting? At this moment, Chu Hongyun was confused. He never thought that Mo Fan actually knew Qin Padian, and it seemed that the two of them had such a good relationship, calling each other brother. But at this moment, he could not care about anything else, and he quickly explained to Qin Padian. I'm sorry, Chairman Qin. I saw that he was very confident in what he said. I was worried that it would affect the company's business, so I took the initiative to bring him here. Nonsense, you just want to bring my husband up here and watch him get scolded by Director Qin, and then make a fool of yourself after that. Seeing Chu Hongyun still quibbling in front of Qin Padian, Bai Yuqing stood up and scolded him. In an instant, everyone in the conference room was eager to watch, with their necks stretched, and some even walked out and stood outside the door to watch. Chu Hongyun's face turned cold. Madam, please don't insult someone's innocence out of thin air. Besides, what evidence do you have to prove that I think so? Chu Hongyun insisted that he was doing it for the good of Huatian Group, so that Qin Padian would not say anything to him. Evidence? Mo Fan chuckled. Chu Hongyun was stunned for a moment. For some reason, he looked at Mo Fan smile and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, but he still said stubbornly. That's right. Now is the era of rule of law. No matter what we do, we must have evidence. Besides, I, Chu Hongyun, am not a sinister person. All my colleagues in the company can testify to this. Hearing this, the colleagues in the conference room nodded as if it was a matter of fact, and said one after another. That's right. Manager Chu has always been a good person and he wouldn't do such a thing. I can testify to this. Manager Chu will always help us if we have any difficulties. Hearing his colleagues' comments, Chu Hongyun couldn't help but raise his head and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, Did you hear that? I, Chu Hongyun, have never been that kind of person. After a pause, he continued, Boss Qin, I didn't know you had such a good relationship with Mr. Mo, but this is not a reason for him to slander me at will. I need his apology. Qin Padian revealed a playful smile when he heard this. Are you sure you want him to apologize to you? Chu Hongyun was stunned, not knowing what Qin Poshan's expression meant. But he still confirmed, yes, this is a slander against my character. If I hadn't had a good relationship with my colleagues on weekdays, wouldn't he have damaged my reputation today? But at this moment, a voice sounded in the corridor. Well, in that case, please, General Manager, take us in to see Chairman Qin. Sir, I've already told you that I don't want to keep you waiting too long for the sake of this lady, but it's wrong to play tricks on people, right? Is your husband this childish? Ever since he suffered at the hands of Lu Xiaomei and Wang Han, Mo Fan had developed the habit of recording. After all, the system couldn't always give him the key evidence. Manager Chu, I wonder if you have anything else to say now? Mo Fan shook his phone and looked at Chu Hongyun jokingly. At this moment, Chu Hongyun's face turned pale instantly and a few beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. You are so insidious. Chu Hongyun never expected that Mo Fan was so cunning as to record the conversation in advance. If you don't record what you said, how can Director Qin and your colleagues see your face like this? Chu Hongyun rolled his eyes, turned to Qin Padian and said, Mr. Qin, he is making a false accusation. That was not what I meant at the time. That's enough. Qin Padian shouted, Do you know who he is? Do you think he framed you? Chu Hongyun was stunned. Yes, he knew that Mo Fan and Qin Padian had a good relationship, but he didn't know Mo Fan's identity. Not only him, but all the employees in the meeting room were looking at him curiously. Brother Mo, come here. Qin Padian waved to Mo Fan and said to the employees in the meeting room, It just so happens that today, during the meeting, I would like to make an announcement. You will all notify your departments later. In an instant, all the employees became more curious. Mo Fan scratched his nose awkwardly and walked over. Actually, he didn't want to be so high profile, but Shin Padian said that he had to give him some face in front of so many employees. Ahem. Previously, our Huatian group encountered a major financial crisis, but then a mysterious person invested 30 billion yuan, which revitalized our Huatian group. I think you all know about this. As soon as Shin Padian said this, everyone looked at Mo Fan in shock. Chairman, could that mysterious man be Mr. Mo? Someone asked. But Mo Fan only looks about 24 or 25 years old. Apart from being a little more handsome, he is no different from ordinary people. But such a person forcefully invested 30 billion in a group that was about to go bankrupt? Looking at everyone's surprised expressions, Shin Padian smiled and said, "Yes, that mysterious man is Mr. Mo, and he is also one of the major shareholders of our Huatian group." Swoosh. Seeing that Shin Padian said so, no one doubted it anymore. Chu Hongyun, who was standing at the side, was completely stunned. As the manager of the marketing department, he naturally knew about the existence of the mysterious man. But when he found out that the mysterious man was Mo Fan, whom he despised, he felt. Shin Padian said coldly, "Chu Hongyun, do you still want our major shareholder to apologize to you now?" I dare not, I dare not. I'm sorry, Director Chin, I'm sorry, Mr. Mo, I didn't recognize the great man, and I offended you before. If I knew you were the major shareholder of our company, I would not dare to speak like that even if I had 100 guts. Please forgive me this time. Chu Hongyun immediately lowered his head. He knew how serious the incident was. Although his father was Qin Poshan's uncle, he was far inferior to the major shareholder of Huatian Group. So for this job, Chu Hongyun did not hesitate at all. Brother Mo, what do you think about this matter? Shin Padian sought Mo Fan's opinion. Although this was his cousin's son, as long as Mo Fan said to expel him, he would not hesitate at all. Chu Hongyun also looked at Mo Fan pitifully. "I'm sorry, Mr. Mo, I offended you before. Please give me a chance, I beg you." Looking at Chu Hongyun begging for mercy like this, Mo Fan frowned slightly. Generally speaking, people like Chu Hongyun who can bend and stretch are the most terrifying. The fact that he could plead for mercy in front of so many people shows that Chu Hongyun has no bottom line, no principles, and no dignity. Chapter 48 Chu Hongyun is a spy. Mo Fan frowned, as if hesitating. Chu Hongyun's heart sank suddenly and he clenched his teeth, as if he had made a difficult decision. The next second, his legs softened and he fell to his knees. "Mr. Mo, please forgive me and let me go. I promise I will never provoke you again next time." "Brother, look at this." Shin Padian didn't expect Chu Hongyun to kneel down in front of so many people, and he was a little embarrassed for a moment. If Mo Fan said to expel him, Shin Padian would definitely not say a word, but kneeling on the ground in public would change the nature of the situation, and it would be difficult to explain to his uncle. "Brother, this is your man. You decide how to deal with him. He didn't cause any harm to you Qing and me anyway." Mo Fan saw Qin Poshan's dilemma and smoothly kicked the ball to Shin Padian. Shin Padian nodded, then looked at Chu Hongyun. "Starting today, I will remove you from your position as marketing manager. I will arrange for HR to issue the notice later." Upon hearing this, Chu Hongyun's face looked a little grim, but he still breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, he could still continue to work in Huatian Group. Ding! Reward the host with 100 key components of the super lithography machine. Mo Fan was very excited when he heard that the reward had arrived. Next, Shin Padian only needs to purchase a lithography machine and then hand it over to the system for recycling. With some more money, he can exchange it for a super lithography machine. "Brother, I'll have my secretary take you to my office and wait for a while. I'll come find you after I finish the rest of the meeting." "Good." Then Qin Poshan's secretary brought Fan and Bai Yuqing to Qin Poshan's office. This happens to be the 72nd floor. As soon as the two entered the office, their eyes lit up instantly. Qin Poshan's office is so spacious and luxuriously decorated. There is a floor-to-ceiling window next to his desk. Standing here, he can have a clear view of the most prosperous Bund area in Shanghai. Brother really knows how to enjoy life. Mo Fan couldn't help but sigh as he stood in front of the French window. Suddenly Bai Yuqing came over, gently held his hand, and said softly, "Husband, one day, you can also stand at this height, or even higher than this. I believe in you." Fan looked at the entire Bun scenery with a determined look in his eyes and murmured, "Yes, one day I will also sit at this height and make you the happiest bride in the world." After living a new life and awakening the system, Fan was confident that it was only a matter of time before he could reach this point. The two waited for about half an hour, and Chin Padian returned to the office. "Brother, sister-in-law, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. By the way, brother, I have sent someone to negotiate with you about the lithography machine you want. I think we will have a result in a few days as to whether we can buy it." Fan nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you, brother, but I didn't come to see you today because of the photolithography machine." "What's that?" Chin Padian asked curiously. Fan thought for a moment and said, "Brother, I just want to ask if you have any good land. Yu Qing and I are planning to start a business. We originally planned to rent an office building, but after thinking about it, we decided to build one ourselves to save trouble." "Is that so?" Chin Padian frowned slightly when he heard that. "Brother, are you in trouble?" Fan asked curiously. "It's not a problem," Chin Padian explained. "In fact, I just happened to acquire a piece of land recently. I was planning to build a villa community, but if you want it, it's okay for me to give it to you, but it's just that the Lin family has also set their sights on this piece of land." "Isn't the head of the Lin family here?" "So they've broken the contract. I also made inquiries today and it's possible that this piece of land will be auctioned off. By then, we may not be able to get it." Fan was surprised and asked, "The Lin family again?" "Yes, now our Huatian group has become the target of suppression by the Lin family. I'm afraid it will be difficult to take this piece of land. Even if we can take it, I estimate that we will have to pay a high price. But if you take action, it shouldn't be difficult to take it down." Chin Padian said this and looked up at Fan. Fan's brows were furrowed and his face looked heavy. After a long while, Fan asked, "Brother, what is the price of that piece of land?" "Because the location of that piece of land is relatively good, the price I agreed with the higher-ups is 80 million. However, if it is auctioned, the Lin family will definitely deliberately raise the price, but I estimate that 100 million will be the maximum." Fan nodded when he heard this. "Okay, 100 million is not difficult. When will the auction start?" "I'm not sure about that, but it will be within this month. If there is any news, I will inform you as soon as possible." "Thank you very much, brother. Also, please pay more attention to the matter of the lithography machine." Chin Padian waved his hand and said, "Look at what you said, brother. What's the trouble with our brotherly affairs? If it weren't for you, my Huatian group would have gone bankrupt long ago, and there would be no Chin Padian." "Okay, I'll be polite to you, brother. If you need any help from me in the future, just let me know." "Okay." Chin Padian felt excited instantly. Although he couldn't quite see through the young man in front of him, he believed that in the future Magic City, there would definitely be a place for Fan. Fan took Bai Yuqing away and went to his father-in-law Bai Tianhe's house to discuss the construction of an industrial park. Fan was determined to get that piece of land. At the same time, at the Lin family mansion, second brother, Chu Hongyun, is here. Lin Hongshu, who was sitting on the sofa reading a magazine, raised his head, a gleam of light flashing in the corner of his eyes, let him in. A moment later, Lin Hongyi walked in with Chu Hongyun. "Second master." Chu Hongyun was like a pug, groveling and fawning. Lin Hongshu looked at Chu Hongyun and asked, "What happened to that old man Chin Padian?" "Second master, I." Chu Hongyun mumbled and struggled to squeeze out a few words. "Just say it." Lin Hongshu had a blank expression on his face and his tone was calm. Chu Hongyun made up his mind and said directly, "Second master, a young man came to Huatian group today. Later I found out that he was Qin Potion's younger brother named Fan. I accidentally offended him and was removed from my position by Chin Padian." At this point, Chu Hongyun secretly looked up at Lin Hongshu. Seeing that Lin Hongshu still had no expression on his face, he continued, "But I heard some things. Fan also values the piece of land that Chin Padian wants. I also heard them talking about the photolithography machine, so I wanted to tell you, second master." "This Fan again?" The moment Lin Hongshu heard Fan's words, there was finally a hint of expression on his face. He frowned slightly, as if talking to himself. Chapter 49, The Second Richest Man in Magic City, Yang Chunghong. Chu Hongyun was stunned when he saw Lin Hongshu's reaction. "Second master, you also know this Fan?" Lin Hongyi next to him glanced at him. More than that, my Lin family can be what it is today thanks to that MO fan you mentioned. After these words were spoken, Chu Hongyun was stunned where he stood. Third Master, could this MO fan be the one who caused such a big stir on the internet recently? The one who was presented with a banner by the top leader? That's him. Photolithography machines, land. Does he want to get into the photolithography machine business? Lin Hongshu frowned and muttered to himself. Lin Hongyi, who was standing next to him, said disdainfully, "Second brother, you think too highly of this young man? He is just a mischievous boy who knows how to create momentum and public opinion. He even wants to manufacture photolithography machines. Isn't this just wishful thinking? Didn't the second richest man in Magic City dream of investing in the photolithography industry before, and ended up losing everything?" Lin Hongshu shook his head. Although I have never met him, one thing I can be sure of is that Mo Fan is not a simple person. Otherwise, the boss wouldn't have taken action yet. But since he wants that piece of land, this is an interesting matter. It's a good opportunity to test his background. On the other side, Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing returned to Bai Tianhe's home. It was Mu Yun who opened the door. "Oh, my uncle is here, come sit inside." Mo Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Mu Yun's enthusiasm. He then looked at Bai Yuqing, who looked at Mu Yun with resentment and pouted, "Mom, who is your biological child? You have never been so enthusiastic about your daughter." Mu Yun rolled her eyes at Bai Yuqing and said, "Besides eating everything, what else can you do? I guess Xiao Fan must have been irritated by you these past 2 days." "Mom, you're too kind. Yu Qing didn't do what you said." After hearing what Mu Yun said, Mo Fan also began to wonder whether Bai Yuqing was Mu Yun's biological child. The word mom really touched Mu Yun's heart. She quickly pulled Mo Fan's hand and said, "Come in and sit down. Your dad will be back soon. I'll go wash the fruit for you first." In the living room, Bai Yuqing sat next to Mo Fan, looking at Mu Yun, who was happily peeling fruit in the kitchen, and said to Mo Fan with resentment, "Hubby, this is not my mother, I think this is your mother." Mo Fan was at a loss for words again, not knowing how to respond to this conversation. After a while, Mu Yun came out with 2 plates of fruit. "Come, Xiao Fan, try some fruit from my mom's house." Just then, the doorbell rang. "Xiao Fan, eat first. Your dad should be back. I'll go open the door." Mu Yun put down the fruit plate and went to open the door. Sure enough, Bai Tianhe came back. Mu Yun took the briefcase from Bai Tianhe and said, "You're back just in time. Xiao Fan and Yu Qing are back." "Xiao Fan and Yu Qing? Why did they come back?" Bai Tianhe asked curiously. Mu Yun looked at him with disdain. "How would I know? Besides, what are you talking about? My son-in-law was bullied by your daughter, and I can't come to my father-in-law's house to complain?" Mu Yun's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough to be heard in the living room. Several black lines instantly appeared on Bai Yuqing's forehead. "Mom, you said bad things about me to my dad again." "I heard it all." Mu Yun smiled without answering, and returned to the living room with Bai Tianhe. Bai Tianhe asked with a smile, "Xiao Fan, tell me how Yu Qing bullied you, and I will help you deal with her." Mo Fan said to Bai Tianhe seriously, "Dad, Yu Qing didn't bully me. She treated me very well. The 2 of us came here today because we have something important to discuss with you." Seeing Mo Fan's serious look, Bai Tianhe stopped joking and said, "Xiao Fan, tell me what's going on." "Dad, this is what I mean. I have some spare money now. I want to invest in a photolithography company and build an industrial park. Mr. Qin is already preparing the land. I want to hand over the project of the industrial park to Tianhe Real Estate after the land is acquired. Do you think it's feasible? If we just build an industrial park, there won't be any problem." Bai Tianhe did not doubt whether Mo Fan had so much money. After all, he owned 30% of the shares of Huatian Group, so he probably had a lot of spare money. "Xiao Fan, if you start other businesses, I will definitely support you. But for the lithography industry, I still want to advise you. Do you know Yang Changhong, the second richest man in Magic City?" I seem to have heard of this name before. Mo Fan searched through his memories of both lives and vaguely remembered the name Yang Changhong. Bai Tianhe continued, "This Yang Changhong was just like you back then, and he also cooperated with a foreign lithography machine company, but he only lasted less than 2 years before he went bankrupt. Now his group has been swallowed up by the Lin family, and no one knows where Yang Changhong has gone. So Xiao Fan, I know you are rich, but that's not how you play it." After hearing Bai Tianhe's words, Mo Fan remembered. A lot of memories about Yang Chenghong came to his mind. Speaking of which, Yang Chenghong was also a prominent figure back then. He didn't even graduate from junior high school, but he started from scratch and became the second richest man in Shanghai. His journey was a legend. Ding. Please make the following choice. 1. If you ignore Yang Chenghong, you will be rewarded with the title of brainless. 2. Find Yang Chenghong and help him achieve greater success, and you will be rewarded with 50% of Yang Chenghong's permanent income. 3. Find Yang Chenghong and recruit him for your own use, and you will be rewarded with the entry-level martial arts skill Baji Bang. Or the elementary martial arts have all come out? Mo Fan couldn't help but be stunned. This guy was writing a novel, and he was giving him a beginner's martial arts skill? Although the 50% permanent benefit of the second option is very tempting, it is obviously inferior when compared with the basic martial arts. The thing behind this can save lives. Although he had improved his physical strength not long ago, it was still not enough, especially now that he had offended the Lin family. If he were alone, it wouldn't matter, but now he has his parents and Bai Yuqing. So Mo Fan didn't hesitate at all. I choose 3. But after making the selection, Mo Fan felt a bit overwhelmed. Yang Chenghong disappeared completely after the group went bankrupt and was taken over by the Lin family. Maybe he is already dead. Trying to find Yang Chenghong in the entire Magic City or even the entire China is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Never mind, take the mission first and look for it later. Xiao Fan, what's wrong with you? What are you thinking about? Bai Tianhe saw Mo Fan stunned, sometimes happy, sometimes puzzled, and couldn't help but ask. I didn't think of anything? However, Dad, I have already discussed this matter with Yu Qing, so don't worry, we will definitely not follow Yang Chenghong's old path. Chapter 50, like the gaze of a demon, looking directly into the darkness within. Seeing that Bai Tianhe and Mu Yun were still hesitant, Bai Yuqing also spoke. Oh no, Mom and Dad, Mo Fan and I only dared to invest in this industry when we were absolutely sure. Besides, we don't want to wake up your daughter and show her that she is a reckless person. Mu Yun glanced at Bai Yuqing and said, You're just a reckless person. But since you and Xiao Fan have already made up your mind, we as parents can't say anything more. It's just building an industrial park, so leave this matter to your father. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Mo Fan thanked him and stayed at the Bai family for a meal before leaving with Bai Yuqing. 7 days passed in a flash. One day, Mo Fan was studying the data of the super lithography machine when his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Qin Padian calling. After Mo Fan answered the call, Qin Potion's excited voice was instantly heard from the other end of the line. Brother, the 2 things you asked me to do have been settled. The land auction will be held in 3 days. I have also negotiated with the Korean side about the lithography machine. They also agreed to sell us a scrapped lithography machine. Mo Fan was excited when he heard this. That's great, thank you, brother. Hey, didn't we agree last time that from now on you and I don't have to be so polite to each other? Okay, then I'll go to the auction site with you in 3 days. Good. Honey, it's all done. Mo Fan couldn't wait to tell Bai Yuqing the news. Bai Yu was naturally very excited after hearing this, and said with joy on his face. That's great. My husband can finally start to realize his ambitions. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan picked up Bai Yuqing and spun around on the spot. Looking at Mo Fan, who was as happy as a child, Bai Yuqing said softly, Okay, since you are going to participate in the auction, I should choose a suitable dress for you. Don't let your future big entrepreneur lose face. That makes sense. Mo Fan gently placed Bai Yu on the ground. Then the 2 of them went out. Driving a Porsche sports car, he went to the department store owned by Huatian Group. An hour later, the 2 arrived at Huatian department store, but it was crowded and there were no parking spaces. Honey, it's hot outside, you go inside first and stay there, I'll come in after I park the car. Okay, Mua. Bai Yuqing pecked Mo Fan lightly on the face, then got out of the car and walked into the mall. Mo Fan drove the car and looked for a parking space. After driving in the underground garage for 4 or 5 minutes, Mo Fan finally saw a parking space. He was just about to drive towards the parking space, but suddenly he saw through the rearview mirror a black Mercedes-Benz over 100 meters behind him. What was incredible to him was that he could clearly see the scene inside the Mercedes-Benz from more than 100 meters away. 2 men in black wearing sunglasses were sitting in the car, staring at him, as if they were monitoring him. Mo Fan thought he was seeing things. He lowered his head and rubbed his eyes, then raised his head again. the scene inside the Mercedes-Benz was still the same as before. Ding! Detecting the host's surprise, the system specially explains that because the host has completed the selection, all the data of the body has been strengthened, including the eyes, so he can see everything in the car clearly from 100 meters away, and his eyes have the function of captivating people. Mo Fan was shocked when he heard this. He did feel that his body was much better than before, but he didn't expect his eyes to have this function. This was a pleasant surprise, and it was only when 10 indicators were added. Host surprise value report, please stay calm. Forehead. No, those two men in black. Mo Fan suddenly realized something. He immediately looked at the rearview mirror, but the black Mercedes had already driven away. Mo Fan frowned immediately. Could it be someone from the Lin family? He remembered Qin Potion's advice that the third son of the Lin family, Lin Hongyi, was the underground emperor of the demon city. Not good, Yu Qing sighed. Thinking of Bai Yuqing, who was alone in the mall, Mo Fan immediately parked the car and ran towards the mall quickly. A few minutes later, Mo Fan arrived at the mall and saw Bai Yuqing sitting on a chair. He breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. Bai Yuqing also saw Mo Fan and walked towards him, asking, "Husband, what's wrong with you? You look so nervous." Mo Fan did not explain. After all, it was not certain that the person was from the Lin family. Saying it out loud would make Bai Yuqing worried. He held Bai Yuqing's little hand tightly. "It's okay, honey, let's go buy a dress first." Bai Yuqing looked at Mo Fan and nodded slightly. Her intuition told her that Mo Fan must be hiding something from her, but Mo Fan didn't say anything and she didn't ask any further questions. She believed that if possible, Mo Fan would tell him. Thinking of this, Bai Yuqing took Mo Fan's arm, and the two walked in Huatian shopping mall, attracting the envy of passers-by. Lin family residence. Lin Hongxiu sat up from the sofa and looked at the man in the black suit in front of him. "What's wrong?" The man in the black suit looked down at Lin Hongxiu and Lin Hongyi and said respectfully, "Second master, third master, there's something wrong with Mo Fan, the one you asked me to monitor." "Oh?" Lin Hongxiu immediately became interested. "Tell me what's wrong." "Second master, half an hour ago, Erlong and I followed him to the underground parking lot of Huatian shopping mall, and Erlong kept the distance of 100 meters away. Just when he was about to park, he seemed to see the two of us in the rearview mirror, and then he turned his head." At this point, the man in the black suit couldn't help but shudder, and continued, "You may not believe it if I tell you this, but even though Dalong and I were sitting in the car at a distance of more than 100 meters, we could still feel his sharp eyes. It was like the eyes of a demon, which could penetrate illusions and look directly into the fear in people's hearts." Puff. Lin Hongyi burst out laughing. "Dalong, you are crazy, you think this is a fantasy novel, and the devil's eyes can see through the illusion." Dalong smiled helplessly. "Third master, I knew you wouldn't believe me if I told you this, but Erlong and I both felt the fear brought by that look, so I asked Erlong to continue monitoring Mo Fan and I will come back to tell you the situation." "Okay, Dalong, no matter how mysterious Mo Fan is, he is still a human being. Can he really transcend the human category and become a demon as you said?" Lin Hongyi interrupted Dalong and turned to look at Lin Hongxiu. "Second brother, let's not waste time. The land will be auctioned in 3 days. We can test him to see where he comes from. If he is just an ordinary person, I can send someone to create an accident and kill him." Lin Hongxiu thought for a moment and nodded, "Okay." Chapter 51, the identity is completely exposed. Mercedes-Benz reappears in front of the financial building. At Huatian shopping mall, Bai Yuqing picked out a younger suit for Mo Fan. After Mo Fan was dressed, the clerk's eyes suddenly lit up and he said to Bai Yuqing with emotion, "Ma'am, your husband is the most suitable person for this suit I have ever seen. I envy you for having such a handsome husband." Bai Yuqing was very proud when she heard that. "Of course, there are not many men in the world who are more handsome than my husband. Please pack this dress for me." Then she handed the clerk a bank card. "Okay." The clerk quickly packed the suit and handed it to Bai Yuqing along with the bank card. "Sir or madam, your suit." "Thanks." Mo Fan took the clothes and left with Bai Yuqing. On the way back, Mo Fan couldn't help but ask, "Wife, why didn't I buy you one?" Bai Yuqing rolled her eyes at Mo Fan. "You're so stupid. Your father-in-law is a real estate tycoon. I've been to some parties with him before, so we have several dresses at home. There's no need to waste money on buying more. Besides, we're just in the early stages of starting a business, so we can save as much as we can. My wife has been wronged." Mo Fan gently rubbed Bai Yuqing's little head. At this moment, he thought again of his previous life when he married Wang Han. Wan Han's attitude towards him was completely different from Bai Yuqing's. 3 days passed quickly. One day, Qin Padian called and said, "Brother, bring your sister-in-law to the financial building. The auction will be held in the financial building." "Okay, I'll be right there." After Mo Fan hung up the phone, he and Bai Yuqing drove to the financial building. 40 minutes later, the two arrived at the place. Mo Fan saw Qin Padian standing outside the financial building from afar. Qin Padian also saw Mo Fan's car and waved from afar, "Brother, this way." Such a large and exaggerated movement immediately aroused the curiosity of the people around. Most of the people who can come to the financial building to participate in the auction are entrepreneurs of all sizes in Shanghai, and they are all well-known figures. They naturally knew Qin Padian, the financial tycoon. So when they saw Qin Padian so excitedly waving and shouting at a Porsche, they all looked up and wondered who was in the car that could make Qin Padian so excited. You think, could it be that the richest man in the Magic City has come? Otherwise, who could make Qin Padian so excited? Definitely not. Didn't you hear Qin Padian calling me brother? No matter how rich he is, there is no way he can be Qin Potian's brother. Brother? Now that you mention it, I remember that Huatian Group was about to go bankrupt, but then it suddenly came back to life. I heard that someone invested 30 billion. Someone was surprised and asked, "You mean, the guy in the Porsche is the one who invested 30 billion? The man nodded. Very likely. He continued, "I don't know if you have seen the incident that caused a stir on the internet not long ago. Are you talking about the man named Mo Fan? Right. We definitely know this. The entire Demon City was almost torn down and rebuilt because of that kid. I would say that kid is really awesome. He moved the entire Demon City by himself." The man shook his head. "Not only that, I watched the live broadcast of the trial. When Mo Fan was pronounced not guilty, I saw Qin Padian. Combined with the fact that his wedding caused such a big commotion, I guess that Mo Fan was the mysterious man who invested 30 billion. For a moment, everyone who was listening looked at him in shock. Someone stuttered, Are you kidding? Just a young boy in his 30s? You said he is the mysterious man who invested 30 billion? Yes, unless his family owns a mine, his family won't let him do this, investing in a bankrupt company and getting a few shares in return?" The man immediately became unhappy. "I'm not Mo Fan, how can I know what he's thinking?" At the same time, Mo Fan braked and the Porsche stopped in front of Qin Padian. He and Bai Yuqing walked down. "Brother, sorry for the wait." Qin Padian smiled cheerfully and put his arm around Mo Fan's shoulders. Soon. The auction won't start for another hour. I just happen to have some business friends I want to introduce to you." "Okay." Mo Fan nodded in response. But outside the financial building, there was an uproar in an instant. Fuck, it's really Mo Fan. Does he really have a mine at home? Hush. This is not a question of whether there is a mine or not. This Mo Fan is obviously a second-generation rich kid. He is the kind of person who is stupid and has a lot of money. No, I must go over and make friends with him. If my company goes bankrupt in the future, he can still help me out. As he spoke, the man started walking towards Qin Padian and Mo Fan. "Nima, you are too cunning, I'm going too." "You all going? Then I'll go too." At once, more than a dozen big bosses all walked over. Qin Padian was just about to take Mo Fan to introduce him to some of his business partners when he was suddenly surrounded by a dozen big and small bosses. They all had fawning expressions and rushed to speak eagerly. "Boss Qin, I'm the boss of the company. Boss Qin, this is my business card. My admiration for you is like a torrent of water. I finally see you today. Please accept my business card." "And mine." Qin Padian frowned immediately, and for a moment he couldn't understand what they were doing. At this moment, someone suddenly changed the subject. "Hey, this must be Brother Mo Fan, you are really young and promising, and a very handsome man. This is my business card, if you don't mind, please keep it." Someone followed immediately. "Brother Mo Fan, this is my business card. My business card. Business card." Qin Padian saw that these big and small bosses were surrounding him 1 second, and were very polite to Mo Fan the next. How could he not understand what they were thinking? However, Qin Padian did not say anything. Instead, he stood aside and looked at Mo Fan with a smile. Mo Fan saw Qin Potian's expression, and then looked at these eager bosses, and naturally guessed the clues, which made him ashamed. Everyone, please stop crowding me. I'm running out of oxygen. Ah. Everyone, move aside quickly. All the big and small bosses then dispersed and made room for Mo Fan. Mo Fan then breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, please take their business cards first, Chin Padian walked over. Mo Fan nodded, understood Chin Potion's meaning, and accepted all the business cards. But suddenly, he caught a glimpse of several black luxury cars coming from a distance, one of which was the black Mercedes he saw that day. At the same time, Chin Padian also turned his head. The moment he saw the convoy of luxury cars, his face turned cold and a chill flashed in his eyes. Chapter 52, Auction Storm. Seeing Chin Potion's expression, Mo Fan understood. Brother, is it the Lin family? Chin Padian nodded. It's the Lin family, and they are also our strong rival in this auction. Mo Fan looked at the Mercedes-Benz, thinking back to what he saw inside the car that day, and whispered, is the Lin family spying on me? The next second, a flash of cold light flashed in Mo Fan's eyes. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in my mind. Ding! Please make the following choice. 1. Do not participate in the auction, hand over the land to the Lin family, and be rewarded with a piece of land in the suburbs of Magic City, worth 10 million, and also be rewarded with the title of Little Loser. 2. Go forward and make friends with the Lin family, and you will be rewarded with the land for this auction. The host does not need to spend a penny. 3. Forcefully oppose the Lin family, seize the land with lightning speed, and slap the Lin family hard at the same time. Increase all physical indicators by 15 points. The moment the system voice fell, Mo Fan had a choice. I choose 3. There is no need to even make a choice. Given the current hatred between him and the Lin family, and the fact that they have sent people to monitor him, Mo Fan naturally won't back down. What's more, the reward for option 3 is better. Now my physical indicators are only 15, but there have been such obvious changes. If they can be increased by another 15 points, I don't know how much stronger I will be than now. Mo Fan was already looking forward to it. At the same time, the Lin family's convoy came to Mo Fan and Chin Padian. The car stopped and 4 people got out. Chin Padian pointed at 2 of them and said to Mo Fan. The one wearing black framed glasses is Lin Hongshu, the second son of the Lin family, and also the president of the Lin group. The one next to him who looks ferocious is Lin Hongyi, the third son of the Lin family and the underground emperor of Magic City. However, Lin Hongyi is a principled man. His subordinates are all decent people who don't engage in pornography, gambling, drugs, etc. His current status is enough to prove his strength. Mo Fan looked in the direction Chin Padian pointed, and looked closely at Lin Hongshu and Lin Hongyi. Aren't the 2 behind them the ones in the Mercedes-Benz that day? Mo Fan recognized the big dragon and the second dragon behind Lin Hongshu at a glance. Dalong and Erlong also saw Mo Fan. For a moment, they seemed to be dominated by some kind of fear and couldn't help shivering all over. Second master, third master, the one next to Chin Padian is Mo Fan. As Dalong spoke, his lips trembled slightly. Lin Hongyi caught this scene and looked at the 2 with disdain. You 2 are almost done. I don't think he has any supernatural powers. Look how scared you are. Lin Hongshu pushed his glasses and said casually, let's go. Now that we are here, let's go over and say hello to our old acquaintances. The 4 of them walked towards Mo Fan and Chin Padian. They are coming. Chin Padian frowned immediately and looked coldly at Lin Hongshu and the other 3 who were walking towards him. Mo Fan nodded and looked, only to see that Lin Hongshu and his 3 companions had already arrived in front of them. Lin Hongshu chuckled and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Chin Padian. Chin Padian, contrary to his usual behavior, reached out and shook hands with Lin Hongshu, and asked knowingly, is Mr. Lin also here to auction this piece of land? Yes, it just so happens that my Lin group wants to build a branch company. This piece of land looks good, so I decided to give it a try. I hope that Mr. Chin will be kind enough to give me the land. This is unfortunate, Mr. Lin. This piece of land is also very important to our Huatian group. I can't help them this time. Lin Hongshu smiled and said, in that case, let's each rely on our own abilities. Oh, right. He suddenly changed the subject and looked at Mo Fan. Mr. Chin, why does this person next to you look so familiar? Don't you want to introduce him to me? I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, my brother doesn't like to show up in public, so I won't introduce him to you this time. Chin Padian declined tactfully. Lin Hongshu did not feel embarrassed. He took back his hand and smiled calmly. That's a bit regrettable. Let's meet inside. Hongyi, let's go in. Good. Lin Hongyi, Dalong, Erlong and the other two followed Lin Hongshu into the financial building and took the elevator to the floor where the auction venue was located. It is worth mentioning that the glass material of the financial building is very special. You can see the outside scenery when standing in the elevator, but you cannot see inside from the outside. Lin Hongyi stood in the elevator, looking at Mo Fan and Qin Padian downstairs. Second brother, how do you feel? I don't think Mo Fan has any special abilities. Do you want me to find someone to kill him? Lin Hongyi said this while making a gesture of wiping his neck. Lin Hongshu looked down at Mo Fan through the glass, wondering what he was thinking. At this moment, Mo Fan, who was outside the financial building, suddenly looked upstairs and saw Lin Hongshu and his four companions taking the elevator. In an instant, Mo Fan's eyes met Lin Hongshu's. The next second, Lin Hongshu frowned. How is this possible? At this moment, he actually felt a little flustered because of Mo Fan's gaze. Lin Hongyi asked in surprise, "What's wrong, second brother? What's possible or impossible? What are you looking at? Hey, second brother, why do you look so bad?" Lin Hongyi suddenly noticed that Lin Hongshu's face turned slightly pale, and there were even beads of sweat on his forehead. Lin Hongshu turned around and breathed a sigh of relief. What happened, brother? Lin Hongshu swallowed his saliva and frowned. Didn't you see it, third brother? These words left Lin Hongyi confused and he had no idea what Lin Hongshu was talking about. Dalong suddenly said, "Second master, did you meet Mo Fan's gaze just now and then feel a surge of fear in your heart? Stop talking nonsense." Lin Hongyi glared at Dalong and scolded him. But he was stopped by Lin Hongshu. He shook his head and said, "It seems that what Dalong said that day was right. This Mo Fan is indeed a little strange. The moment Mo Fan raised his head just now, I felt that he was staring at me. Then, just like Dalong said, a sense of fear rose in my heart. How is this possible? The more you talk, the more mysterious it becomes. This glass is specially made, and you can't see inside from the outside. Besides, even if he could see inside, how could he know which floor we are on?" Lin Hongyi still didn't believe it. For someone like him who was living on the edge of a knife, he only believed in his own strength and didn't believe in such mysterious things. Alright, third brother, don't let your people take action yet. Take the land first. We can discuss the rest when Big Brother is free. Remember not to act recklessly. This Mo Fan is not an ordinary person. Do you hear me? Seeing that Lin Hongshu had said this, Lin Hongyi did not dare to say more. He could only nod and said sullenly, "I know, second brother." Okay, the auction is about to start, let's go in first. The boss used a lot of connections to snatch this piece of land from Qin Padian and changed it to an auction, so we must not let it go. The elevator reached the 88th floor of the auction venue, and the four people got off the elevator and went to the venue. Chapter 53, Fierce Bid Raising. Brother, what were you looking up at just now? When Qin Padian saw Mo Fan looking up, he couldn't help but look up as well, but he saw nothing except the financial building. Mo Fan laughed and said, "Nothing much. The auction is about to start. Let's go up, brother." Good. Mo Fan, Bai Yuqing and Qin Padian got on the elevator. After a while, we arrived at the 88th floor. When they arrived at the auction venue, it was already full. Brother, go get a number first. Qin Padian pointed to the position on the left side of the venue and got a number there. The two went over and the staff gave them 2 number tags. Qin Padian S is 3366. Mo Fan is 8888. Qin Padian looked at Mo Fan's number plate and laughed. "Ha, brother, your number plate is amazing. 8888, fortune, fortune, fortune. It looks like I'm going to win this piece of land today." Mo Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. "Okay, brother, let's go over there." Mo Fan pulled Bai Yuqing to sit in the back row, and Qin Padian sat 2 rows in front of Mo Fan. At the same time, a man walked up to the auction table. "Hello everyone, I am the host of the Lingsheng Land Auction. I will host the auction for you. Let's not waste any more time and go straight to the land introduction session. Our Lingsheng land is located in the Economic Development Zone, close to the coast to the east. It is no exaggeration to say that if we take over this land, we will only make money in the future." The host played some pictures and videos of Lingsheng's land, as well as some architectural concept drawings on the big screen. Next, we will officially enter the auction phase. The starting price for Lingsheng's land is 50 million. The moment the host finished speaking, someone started bidding. 51 million. I'll give you 52 million. $53 million. $58 million. $60 million. The price was quickly called up to $60 million. Mo Fan, Shin Padian, and the Lin family had not yet started bidding. Suddenly, a man stood up and said, "You are all too slow. I will give you 80 million for such a good piece of land." 80 million was the price Shin Padian had agreed upon with his superiors. For a moment, more than half of the people who had been bidding in the auction hall fell silent. The price of 80 million had already exceeded their psychological expectations. 80 million for the first time. Anyone else? The host spoke loudly, holding a wooden hammer in his hand. 81 million. Shin Padian raised the sign in his hand. The man who had shouted 80 million before shrank back when he saw that it was Shin Padian who shouted the price. He couldn't afford to offend Shin Padian. 83 million. Lin Hongshu held up the number plate in his hand and said lightly. Shin Padian was not to be outdone and directly called out a high price, 88 million. 90 million. Lin Hongshu said slowly while holding up the sign. For a moment, except for the Qin and Lin families, no one else in the venue was bidding. 92 million. 94 million. 96 million. 100 million. Shin Padian directly raised the price to 100 million, and this time he only prepared 100 million. After Shin Padian shouted out 100 million, the Lin family seemed to become silent and stopped bidding. 100 million for the first time. 100 million for the second time. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 100 million. The auctioneer raised his voice and the hammer in his hand was about to fall. 110 million. Just when the host was about to call out the third time, Lin Hongshu stood up and raised the price to 110 million. The whole venue was in an uproar. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Hongshu. They naturally knew that the price of this piece of land was only 80 million, and it was already very high to be able to raise the price to 100 million. They didn't expect that the Lin family would raise the price to 110 million. Some people even looked directly at Shin Padian, expecting him to call out a higher price. Shin Potion's face turned ugly. He didn't expect that Lin Hongshu could increase it to 110 million at one time. He turned around and shook his head at Mo Fan, whispering, "Brother, I have no money left. If I continue to raise the price, I will die." Beside Mo Fan, Bai Yuqing looked at him worriedly. "Honey, how much money have you prepared?" Seeing Bai Yuqing's worry, Mo Fan gently held her hand and comforted her. "Don't be afraid, it's enough." At the same time, he gave Shin Padian a look, telling him to rest assured. On the stage, the host was already shouting loudly. 110 million for the first time. 110 million for the second time. 110 million. For a moment, almost everyone thought that Lin Hongshu had secured the land. After all, the price of 110 million is so high that even Shin Padian gives up, and there are not many people who can afford it. 120 million. Suddenly, a voice came from the back of the auction venue. Swoosh. The moment everyone heard the sound, they turned around to look. Mo Fan was seen holding a sign with the number 8888, casually shouting out 120 million. Fuck, who is that? I originally thought that Shin Padian would stop bidding and that the Lin family was determined to get the land. I didn't expect that someone was even more courageous than Shin Padian. But who is that young face? Why have I never seen him in the Magic City? And those big and small bosses who had complimented Shin Padian before recognized Mo Fan, and their eyes lit up. Ha, I knew that the only one who could shout out 120 million is Brother Mo. It must be said that heroes emerge young. That's right. With Brother Mo's help, this piece of land should be a sure thing. On the other side, Lin Hongshu turned around and looked, and a rare ripple appeared on his calm face. Second brother, this is 10 million more than the kid, do we want to add more? Lin Hongyi looked at Mo Fan with eyes filled with anger. The 110 million just now was added after he and Lin Hongshu considered it over and over again. Although the Lin Group is a large and powerful company, taking out 110 million in cash all at once, although it cannot shake the foundation, it will also make the Lin Group tight for a period of time. They thought they were sure to win, but unexpectedly Mo Fan was more aggressive than them and asked for 120 million right away. Lin Hongshu was silent, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. The host's voice also sounded over there. 120 million for the first time. 120 million for the second time. 120 million. Add. 130 million has been added here. We must get this piece of land, otherwise I won't be able to explain to the boss when I go back. Lin Hongyi didn't hesitate and directly raised the sign, 130 million. Boom. This was no less than a torpedo exploding in the conference hall. Everyone turned around and looked at Mo Fan. Mo Fan casually raised his sign and said, 150 million. Fuck you. Lin Hongyi was so angry that he swore on the spot. But Lin Hongshu grabbed him and said, keep adding, 151 million. Mo Fan said calmly again, 160 million. Lin Hongshu finally got angry, 170 million. 200 million. If the price exceeds this, the land will belong to you, Mr. Lin. Mo Fan smiled nonchalantly. Chapter 54, 200 million? Just pocket money from WeChat. For a moment, the entire auction venue fell silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at Mo Fan in disbelief. Nima, did I hear it wrong? He just shouted 200 million? That's easy. I'll slap you. If it hurts, you heard it right. Then you come. Pa. What the hell are you doing with so much strength? Just asking if it hurts. It hurts. Damn it, did they really bid 200 million? But the asking price for this piece of land is 80 million. If we buy it for more than 40%, we will already be losing money. Wouldn't we be left with nothing after losing these 200 million? Chin Padian ignored everyone's gazes and ran to Mo Fan. He frowned and asked, brother, are you sure you want 200 million to buy this piece of land? This is already far beyond the value of this piece of land. There are other better pieces of land. There is no need for us to fight for this piece of land. Mo Fan smiled and said, thank you for your kindness, brother. I'll take this piece of land. Don't worry. After saying that, Mo Fan looked towards the Lin family's location again. Boss Lin, what do you mean? Lin Hongshu had a gloomy face. Just as Chin Padian said, 200 million was completely beyond the value of the land. Besides, his Lin group did not have that much liquid funds. 170 million was already the limit. But Lin Hongchen paid a considerable price to prevent Chin Padian from taking this land. Moreover, the power that the Lin family had built up for a long time was completely destroyed by Li Donglai, and they urgently needed this piece of land to restore their vitality. Everyone present looked at Lin Hongshu quietly, wondering whether Lin Hongshu would raise the price. But at this moment, Lin Hongyi stood up. Looking at Lin Hongyi's expression, Lin Hongshu immediately realized what he was going to do. Third brother, don't. Lin Hongshu was just about to pull Lin Hongyi. But Lin Hongyi had already spoken. He sneered and said, host, I seriously suspect this guy is here to cause trouble. He can't even come up with 200 million. Swoosh. Lin Hongyi's words immediately caused an uproar in the meeting hall. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Look at how young he is. He doesn't look like someone who can easily spend 200 million. Could it be that he really is here to bid randomly? I don't think so. Don't forget that Chin Padian is standing next to him. If someone comes here to show off, do you think Chin Padian will recognize him? Besides, he dares to go against the Lin family, so it is impossible for him to do anything reckless. This Lin Hongyi is a reckless man who only knows how to fight and kill. He has no brains at all when doing things. The man whispered the next few words. On the stage, the host looked at Mo Fan and frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he said, Sir, we are here to auction this land on behalf of the higher-ups. Are you sure you want to bid 200 million? If you can't come up with 200 million, you will not only be listed as a dishonest person, but you may even break the law. Please show us your property certificate so that the auction can go on smoothly. What the host meant was that Mo Fan had to prove whether he could come up with 200 million yuan. If he couldn't come up with it and still insisted on auctioning it, the consequence would be that he would be listed as a dishonest person and go to jail. TSK. Lin Hongyi sneered and said disdainfully, what else is there to prove? Don't waste your time on him. If he can come up with 200 million in cash, I, Lin Hongyi, will do anything. Third brother, sit down. Lin Hongshu couldn't stand it anymore. He grabbed Lin Hongyi's arm and pulled him to sit down. Lin Hongyi looked puzzled, but he didn't dare to disobey his brother and sat down obediently. Mo Fan smiled and said under everyone's gaze, Mr. Lin San is right to be suspicious. I don't think he is someone who can come up with 200 million yuan. It is normal for you to be suspicious. But Mo Fan changed the subject and said in a sharp voice, which law in our country stipulates that capital verification is required to participate in an auction? If I can't come up with the 200 million after the auction, I will bear the consequences myself, so. Mr. Lin, do you want to increase the price? Mo Fan spoke in a sonorous and powerful voice, and his strong aura shocked everyone. Lin Hongxiu looked at Mo Fan like this, and for some reason the same feeling of fear arose again in his heart. Until Lin Hongyi pulled him, "Second brother, what's wrong with you?" Lin Hongxiu finally came back to his senses. He let out a long sigh and shook his head violently. Then I heard Lin Hongyi continue to ask, "Second brother, do we need to raise the price?" "No more." Lin Hongxiu shook his head. 200 million has exceeded our psychological expectations. I believe that the boss will not say anything if we give up now. Then he said to the host on the stage, "My Lin family gave up this auction, but today I want to see how rich Mr. Mo is and how he can take out 200 million in cash at one time, so that I, Lin, can open my eyes." The host understood and struck the hammer. 200 million deal. Please pay, Mr. Mo. Mo Fan smiled, knowing that Lin Hongxiu's move was just to test whether he could easily come up with 200 million, and also simply to disgust him. But Mo Fan didn't care. He took out his phone and said casually, "Pay via WeChat." Long before the bidding started, Mo Fan had the system transfer all 200 million yuan from the specific app to WeChat wallet, just for this moment. Only in this way can we give the Lin family a hard slap in the face. Don't you suspect that I can't come up with 200 million, or that I can but it will be difficult? I'll tell you today, 200 million? Just pocket money from WeChat. Puff. Someone at the scene immediately burst out laughing. Everyone was talking in a commotion. Did I hear correctly? He said he would pay with WeChat? Is this kid a psychopath? Is he crazy? Who has 200 million in their WeChat account? If they put it in the bank and earn interest, it would be several million a year. If you ask me, it's probably true. I really thought he was a local tycoon. On the stage, the host was also quite surprised. This was definitely the first time he had seen payment via WeChat at an auction. He asked incredulously, "Mr. Mo, are you sure you want to pay by WeChat? I've shown you my payment code. How about I pay with Alipay?" "Wait a moment, our staff will be here soon." The host was still a little bit unconvinced, but he thought that with so many people watching, Mo Fan wouldn't be able to do anything fancy. After a while, the cashier came and he said doubtfully, "Sir, I can just scan you." Mo Fan showed him the payment code. The staff member took the cash register and scanned Mo Fan's payment code. The next second, Mo Fan's phone beeped. "Your WeChat spending is 200 million yuan. Chapter 55, Insider, Huatian Group's secret stolen. WeChat spent 200 million yuan, is this still a human being? What the hell, we work so hard to earn some money and put it in the bank to earn interest, but others just keep 200 million in WeChat as pocket change? It's true that comparison makes one feel pissed off. This is the boss, the real rich man. In an instant, all those who had doubted Mo Fan before looked up at him. All the big and small bosses who had been on good terms with Mo Fan long before smiled even more brightly. Chin Padian patted Mo Fan's shoulder heavily and said, If I were to say, it's you, my dear brother. You saved 200 million yuan in WeChat as pocket money. I give you full marks for pretending to be so cool." Mo Fan smiled bitterly when he heard this. He only had 200 million yuan in startup funds from the system, and now he had used it all to show off. He had no money left to build the industrial park. At this moment, looking at Mo Fan, who was like the moon surrounded by stars, Lin Hongxiu no longer dared to underestimate him. "Stop looking, let's go." Lin Hongxiu stood up, took one last look at Mo Fan, and told Lin Hongyi to leave. Mo Fan caught a glimpse of the backs of the Lin Hongxiu brothers from the corner of his eye and frowned unconsciously. This time, he was completely at odds with the Lin family. Ding! All physical indicators increased by 15 points. The host can check the physical condition on the system panel. Panel? Mo Fan muttered to himself, "Open the panel." The next moment, a high-tech data panel appeared in front of him that only he could see. Above is an image of human skeletal organs, with strings of data next to it. Host, Mo Fan. Arm strength, 30. Leg strength, 30. Head strength, 30. Internal organs, 30. Special parts, 30. Special parts? Mo Fan looked at the skeleton diagram along the special part and was stunned. He lowered his head to look at his. Can this be strengthened? Yes, the system is fully enhanced, no part will be left out. Oh, is there any reference? I don't know how strong my body is just by looking at the data. Ordinary people are 5, first-level athletes are 20, and martial arts masters are 100. Wow, I'm already a first-level athlete? Does that mean I can just win a gold medal in the Olympics? In theory, this is correct. Okay. It really deserves to be the most considerate system of all time. Mo Fan nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, a pair of big hands waved in front of his eyes. Then I heard Chin Potion's voice, "Brother, what's wrong with you? What are you standing there for?" Mo Fan came back to his senses and looked at Chin Potion in confusion. "What's wrong, bro?" Chin Potion said disdainfully, "Brother, look, everyone has left. If you don't leave, they will lock you in." This Mo Fan smacked his lips. After leaving the financial building, Chin Potion received a call. After a while, he hung up the phone and found Mo Fan. "Brother, you and your sister-in-law should go first. Something happened at the group and I need to go back to deal with it." Mo Fan rarely saw Chin Potion so flustered, so he asked curiously, "Brother, what happened? You look so anxious." "Hey." Chin Potion hesitated. "Brother, a confidential document of Huatian Group has been stolen. This document is very important to the group. Now that the document has been stolen, subsequent activities cannot be carried out. If it is not handled properly, the loss this time will be huge." "The file is lost? Was it done by someone inside the group?" Mo Fan speculated. Chin Potion shook his head. "I'm not sure. I'll go back and take a look." After saying this, Chin Potion said goodbye and left. Ding. Please make the following choice. 1. Help Chin Potion catch the gangster inside the group and get a cash reward of 10 million. 2. Regardless, deduct 15% of the shares of the host Huatian Group. 3. Help Chin Potion catch the company's internal trader and come up with a solution to remedy the losses that will be caused this time, and be rewarded with construction funds. Note: construction funds can only be used for construction. In addition, the system detected the person that the host suspected, and specially excluded Chu Hongyun, whose level was not high enough to access the group's secrets. Forehead. Mo Fan couldn't help but feel ashamed when he heard that the system had automatically excluded Chu Hongyun. When Chin Potion said that the group's secrets were lost, he actually suspected Chu Hongyun. After all, Chu Hongyun had hoped at all costs not to fire him, and it seemed like there was something to be gained from all this. "Brother, wait a minute, I'll go with you." Mo Fan waved to Chin Potion, who was about to drive away. Then he gave the car keys to Bai Yuqing. "Wife, you go back first. Brother Chin and I will go see what's going on." Bai Yuqing took the car keys and said, "I'll go back first, be careful." Good. Bai Yuqing drove away. Mo Fan and Chin Potion also went to Huatian Group. Chin Potion said nothing on the road and drove at a speed of 120 miles per hour. Mo Fan broke the quiet atmosphere in the car. "Brother." Chin Potion was concentrating on driving and asked subconsciously, "What's wrong?" "Brother, I just want to ask, do you have anyone you suspect? For example, shareholders or executives of your group?" Chin Potion shook his head. "I don't think it was stolen by an employee of the group. When Huatian Group was reshuffled, I gave you 30% of the shares and I took 60%. The remaining 10% was in the hands of other shareholders, so they don't have any real power now and can't access these confidential documents. As for the executives, it's even more impossible. They don't have that ability. I suspect it was someone from the Lin family." "Is it the Lin family again?" "Yes, it's the Lin family. They have a group of high-level hackers who are specifically used to hack into the network security systems of various companies and obtain other companies' confidential information. However, the security system of our Huatian Group has been upgraded once, which is strange." Mo Fan didn't say anything more. There was no point in guessing now. An hour and a half later, the two returned to Huatian Group. At this time, the entire Huatian Group was in chaos, and all employees were afraid that Chin Potion would suspect them when he returned. In the marketing department, Chu Hongyun sat in his office chair and thought to himself, "It's strange. Who stole the confidential documents? I haven't even had time to do anything." As he was thinking, an employee suddenly came to his desk. "Chu Jing." Hong Yun, President Qin is back and requires all employees to go to the conference room on the 43rd floor. Go quickly. Oh, okay, I got it. Chu Hongyun was not afraid, since it was not him who stole it anyway. He packed up and went to the conference room on the 43rd floor. Arriving at the conference room, Chu Hongyun immediately spotted Mo Fan sitting in the main seat. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Why is he here? It's over. I performed so hard in front of him last time. Would he suspect me? Chapter 56, Mo Fan's Solution. Chu Hongyun walked into the conference room with gritted teeth. Just then, Mo Fan's eyes fell on the sneaky Chu Hongyun. Although the system had automatically ruled out the possibility that Chu Hongyun had stolen the secrets, his intuition told him that something was wrong with Chu Hongyun. At this time, all the employees of Huatian Group gathered in the conference room. Except for some senior executives, the rest of the lower-level employees were completely confused. They didn't know what was going on and were talking about it in low voices. Strange, I have been in the company for more than 3 years and have never been to this large conference room. Director Qin looks so serious. What happened? You've only been here for 3 years, so naturally you don't understand. The opening of this conference room means that something very serious has happened to the group. You know, even the last time Huatian almost went bankrupt, this conference room was not opened. You can imagine how serious this matter is. Ah. It's so serious. What could have happened? For a moment, all employees were shrouded in a fog. Everyone be quiet. At this moment, Qin Padian said in a deep voice on the high platform. All the employees sat upright and dared not make a sound. Qin Padian turned to look at his female secretary, Xiao Su. Is everyone here? Secretary Su looked up and said, Chairman, everyone is here. Then Qin Padian looked down fiercely. We have gathered all the employees here today for the purpose of planning the national branches that we have been planning for a year. Now that our Huatian Group has occupied half of the shopping malls in Shanghai, it is time to face the whole country. The purpose of this meeting is very simple, which is to select managers for the national branches. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan looked up at Qin Padian. He originally thought that Qin Padian would be here to investigate who stole the group's secrets, or discuss ways to save it. Now it seems that he underestimated Qin Padian after all. But it makes sense that a man who has been dominating the business world for decades cannot be anything but meticulous. Qin Potion's words instantly caused a huge uproar. The employees were furious. If I get chosen to be a branch manager, I'll definitely get a promotion and a raise. All department managers should go back and draw up a list and hand it over to Secretary Su in 3 days. The meeting is adjourned. Brother, come back to the office with me. After saying this, Qin Padian left the conference room and Mo Fan followed him. After returning to the office, Qin Padian sat on the chair, rubbed his temples, and sighed, Brother, did you see anything just now? Is it like you said, there is a traitor inside the group? Mo Fan sat opposite Qin Padian and shook his head. I can't see anything at the moment, but I can be sure that there is a traitor inside the group. And this traitor is most likely one of the people you have ruled out before, or the person closest to you. This Qin Padian was speechless for a moment when he saw how seriously Mo Fan was talking. He rubbed his head again and said, Let us talk about it later. We just held this meeting. I believe that the situation can be stabilized for a while. Let us think about how to make a remedial plan first. I'm sorry, bro. I have to discuss things with the company in the Netherlands tomorrow, so I can't go with you. It's okay. Mo Fan continued, Brother, can you show me your previous plan? It's all been stolen. There's nothing to see. Qin Padian exported a document from his computer and pushed the computer to Mo Fan. Mo Fan opened the document and read it carefully. Qin Padian saw that Mo Fan was watching seriously and did not disturb him. 10 minutes later, Mo Fan pushed the computer back to Qin Padian. Brother, your plan is perfect, but there are still some problems. Oh? Please tell me in detail. Qin Padian asked curiously. I don't know if what I said is right or not, but I think you guys shouldn't place strategic locations in first-tier cities, but should move them down to second-tier, third-tier, and fourth-tier cities. In this way, the effect will definitely be much better than in first-tier cities. Qin Padian frowned slightly when he heard this. Brother, our Huatian Group focuses on high-quality luxury goods. With the economic level and consumption capacity of third and fourth-tier cities, I'm afraid we can't support them. Brother, you are getting too obsessed with this. Mo Fan smiled and explained. Brother, have you ever thought that first-tier cities also have their own department stores like Shanghai? They have been operating for decades and people are used to them. Even if we build a branch there, we may not be able to compete with them. Shin Padian was silent for a while before he said, "We have thought about the problem you mentioned before, so the only thing we can do is to fight a price war. Huatian Group can still afford a price war for 1 or 2 years. After 1 or 2 years, as long as we can retain half of our customers, we will make money." No, engaging in a price war is the most unwise choice. Mo Fan rejected this idea directly. If you can fight a price war, so can others. And if you want to restore the original price after fighting a price war for 1 or 2 years, others will continue to fight a price war. Then Huatian will be able to retain very few customers. You have to know that it is their territory. We are outsiders after all. This. Shin Padian fell silent again. He had to admit that what Mo Fan said was indeed correct. But brother, if we set up branches in second, third, and fourth tier cities as you said, the consumption level there simply cannot support the operation. The result of opening them is only a dead end. Otherwise, it is a feasible strategy. Mo Fan smiled mysteriously. Brother, I know you have done market research in advance, but I can assure you that although the current consumption level in second, third and fourth tier cities is indeed not high, in the next 2 years, there will definitely be a qualitative improvement. The reason why he dared to make such a conclusion was because Mo Fan possessed the memories before his rebirth. Nowadays, due to the internal circulation in various aspects of society, a large number of people have flocked to super first-tier cities, which has also caused a lack of population in second, third, and fourth-tier cities. The future direction of the country is to promote the economic development of second, third, and fourth-tier cities. At least when Mo Fan was hit and killed in his previous life, the economic level of second, third and fourth tier cities had already undergone a qualitative improvement, and many large companies had opened branches in these cities. Seeing how resolute Mo Fan was, Shin Padian hesitated for a moment. Seeing Shin Potion's hesitation, Mo Fan did not feel any strange emotions just because he felt that Shin Padian did not believe in him. Brother, I know this is hard for you to believe. After all, no one can predict the future, so please think about it carefully. Don't think about it. Just do as you say. Transfer all strategies to second, third, and fourth tier cities. Shin Padian stood up suddenly, slammed the table, and made the final decision. Mo Fan smiled, as if he had known Shin Padian would make this decision. Mo Fan suddenly changed the subject and said, "But brother, don't tell anyone about this for now, including your closest people. Let's catch the traitor first and find out the culprit behind this." Chapter 57, Life and Death. Shocked, Huatian Group held an epic meeting, and there may be big moves. Less than half an hour after Shin Padian convened the meeting, the UC Shock Department published this article. Lin Family Residence. Lin Hongshu looked at the article and tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. After a long while, he put down his phone and laughed jokingly. Shin Potion's move is quite interesting. Can it stabilize public opinion? Third brother, go and take out the plan of Huatian Group and add fuel to the fire for Shin Padian. Okay. Lin Hongyi made a phone call. Hello, is this the UC Shock Department? I'm giving you a document. Spread it out as quickly as possible. After hanging up the phone, Lin Hongyi sent a document to the mailbox of UC Shock Department. Less than 5 minutes later, Shin Hongyi received a call from the UC Shock Department, and the file had been disseminated. Lin Hongyi opened his phone and saw an article on the headlines. The title is Shocked, Huatian Group's strategic intention is actually all first-tier cities. The article also comes with Huatian Group's plan. I'm afraid Shin Padian will be in a state of panic this time. Lin Hongyi sneered, and then asked, but second brother, is this really useful? Lin Hongshu said calmly, of course this is not over yet. I have already sent my men to discuss cooperation with major first-tier cities. I will use Shin Potion's plan. Lin Hongyi gave Lin Hongshu a thumbs up and said, you are still the best, second brother. You are better than me. At the same time, inside Huatian Group, Secretary Su came to Shin Potion's office. Boss Shin, this is bad. Take a look at these 2 articles. She handed the phone to Shin Padian. Shin Padian took the phone and looked at it, with a sneer on his face. Pretty quick, huh? Secretary Su, tell them not to bother with these things and just do what needs to be done. Secretary Su saw that Shin Padian was not in a hurry at all, so he became anxious first. Boss Shin, our plan has been completely exposed now. More than a year of preparation will be burned to ashes. Aren't you in a hurry at all? Anxious? What's there to be anxious about? Everything has been exposed. There's no point in being anxious. Chin Padian said casually. All right. Seeing Chin Padian said this, Secretary Su didn't dare to say anything more and left the office. By the way, brother, where were you just talking about? Chin Padian suddenly asked after Secretary Su left. No need to say more. We have confirmed that the Lin family is behind this. Now we just need to find the traitor inside the group. How do we find the traitor? Chin Padian guessed in his heart that it was the Lin family who was behind this. The entire Demon City wanted him, Chin Padian, to die, and there was no one else in the Lin family who had the ability to do so. Don't worry, the traitor will find you on his own. Mo Fan smiled mysteriously. This made Chin Padian confused for a moment, and he had no idea what Mo Fan meant. Brother, please pay attention to who comes in and out of your office recently. Also, pay attention to which shareholder of the group is close to Secretary Su. He will reveal his true colors in 2 or 3 days. After hearing what Mo Fan said, Chin Padian immediately understood what he meant. Brother, I understand what you mean. After Lin Hongshu exposed my plan, he saw that I was still so calm. He must have sent someone to test me again, suspecting that I had a new plan. Brother, this move of yours is absolutely amazing. I admire you so much. Mo Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, brother, I'm flattered. I'll go back first and prepare for the meeting with the Dutch company tomorrow. Okay, since things are not urgent now, I will go with you tomorrow. Okay, thank you for your help, brother. Mo Fan nodded and said goodbye. After leaving Huatian Group, Mo Fan took a taxi home. An hour later, I returned to my community. Thank you, master. Mo Fan paid the fare and got off the car. But at this moment, a sense of crisis suddenly filled his whole body. Mo Fan subconsciously dodged to the side. The next second, a black car passed by Mo Fan. At this angle, if Mo Fan had not dodged, he would have been hit by the car and become a dead soul under the car. When the car saw that it did not hit Mo Fan, it did not stay and fled the scene at full speed. Are you okay, young man? The driver said with lingering fear. He didn't even see clearly how Mo Fan dodged it in advance. It's fine. Mo Fan smiled at the driver, then got up and left. On the way back, Mo Fan thought about the black car. It should be the Lin family. Mo Fan's eyes turned cold instantly. At this point, even if he had to guess, he could tell that it was definitely the Lin family who did it. Lin family, you will regret this. At the same time, in a bar on the Bund, a man in a black suit came into the bar in a panic and came to the door of the office. He was a little nervous and hesitated for a long time before daring to knock on the door. A moment later, just when he was about to knock on the door, the office door was pushed open. It was Lin Hongyi. When he saw the man, he was surprised for a moment, then asked, Xiao Zhang? How is it going? Xiao Zhang trembled and shivered for a long time before he dared to speak. Boss. Boss, I didn't kill him. The mission failed. What? Lin Hongyi's face suddenly darkened. Do I support you for nothing? Do I let you hit someone without killing them? Xiao Zhang became even more frightened when he saw Lin Hongyi's expression. Boss, this can't be blamed on me. I was clearly at my maximum horsepower, but that guy was like he had a pair of eyes on his back. He just got out of the car and I was about to hit him, but he dodged in that second. This is the dashcam. Boss, I really didn't lie to you. As he spoke, Xiao Zhang handed the dashcam to Lin Hongyi. Lin Hongyi looked at Xiao Zhang, still a little unconvinced. He turned back to the office and plugged the dash cam into the computer. The next second, the video of Mo Fan dodging the car appeared on the computer screen. When Chin Padian saw that moment, his brows immediately frowned. How is this possible? The dashcam only captured an afterimage. This has completely exceeded the limits of human beings. Is everything my second brother said true? Until this moment, Lin Hongyi finally believed that Mo Fan was not an ordinary person. Boss, do we still need to take action? Xiao Zhang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Hongyi didn't blame him. It seems that he can no longer be killed by accident. Go and list him on the dark web with a price tag of 10 million. The moment Xiao Zhang heard the word dark web, his body couldn't help but shiver. The dark web is a place where you can do whatever you want if you have money. 10 million will attract countless killers to assassinate Mo Fan. Moreover, the chance of surviving an assassination on the dark web is less than 1%. I'll go now. Chapter 58. Bai Yuqing does bad things at night. After Mo Fan returned home, he did not tell Bai Yuqing about the incident of being almost hit by a car, so as not to make Bai Yuqing worry. After dinner, Bai Yuqing was washing dishes when Mo Fan suddenly appeared behind her and gently put his arms around her slender waist. I have been so busy with those things recently that I almost forgot that I have married Bai Yuqing, but I haven't done the things that should be done for a marriage. He whispered in Bai Yuqing's ear and blew a breath of hot air. Wife, hurry up and finish washing. We should go to bed. Bai Yuqing's hands, which were washing dishes, stopped instantly, and her face turned slightly red, like a rosy cloud. She struggled slightly. Mo Fan, stop it, it's so itchy. But after hearing Bai Yuqing's shy voice, Mo Fan became even more excited, and his hands became more and more restless. Mo Fan, I am having my period. In one sentence, Mo Fan felt cold from head to toe. Are you having your period? Mo Fan looked at Bai Yuqing, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Bai Yuqing nodded shyly. Then you're still washing the dishes? Go and take a rest. I'll do it. Mo Fan gently tapped Bai Yuqing's little head. I just see that you've been too tired lately. Bai Yuqing stuck out her tongue playfully. Mo Fan smiled, took over the dishes that Bai Yuqing hadn't finished washing, and started washing them. Go wait in the living room first. Good. Bai Yuqing pecked Mo Fan on the face and quickly fled the kitchen. A moment later, Mo Fan finished washing the dishes and came to the living room, where he saw Bai Yuqing sitting on the sofa, wrapped up like a ball, looking a little absent-minded. Mo Fan walked over, sat next to Bai Yuqing, hugged her, and asked softly, "What is my beautiful, well-educated, gentle and lovely wife thinking about? Why is she so obsessed with it?" As he spoke, Mo Fan picked up the water on the coffee table and took a sip. The next second, Bai Yuqing turned her head and looked at Mo Fan, and said seriously, "Husband, do you really want that? If you really can't help it, can I?" Bai Yuqing looked shy as she spoke, lowering her head. Puff. The moment Mo Fan heard these words, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. He looked at Bai Yuqing in astonishment. Because in my impression, Bai Yuqing has always been a good girl. So the reason why I was absent-minded just now was because I was thinking about this? Seeing Bai Yuqing's shyness, Mo Fan raised his eyebrows and asked in a sly way, "Then let's give it a try tonight? Are you ready?" Ah. Mo Fan, you only know how to bully me. I just mentioned it casually. As soon as Bai Yuqing imagined that scene, his face turned red all the way to his neck, and he ran away with the quilt wrapped around him like a fly. Looking at Bai Yuqing fleeing in the wilderness, Mo Fan couldn't help but smile. After Bai Yuqing went upstairs, Mo Fan's face turned cold. He was thinking about what happened today. The Lin family failed to kill me this time, but there will definitely be a next time. Mo Fan was thinking whether he should take the initiative to attack. After all, he still had a mission to complete. If he could find Yang Changhong, he would be able to obtain basic martial arts. With his physique of over 30, it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with the desperate criminals of the Lin family. It seems that we need to hurry up the task of finding Yang Changhong. Mo Fan thought about it and looked upstairs. This time, the Lin family only attacked him, but next time they might attack Bai Yuqing. Upstairs, Bai Yuqing stood quietly at the corner of the stairs and looked at Mo Fan. Seeing Mo Fan's serious and thoughtful look, I thought he was angry. She sneaked back to the room, picked up her phone and started searching on Baidu, learning from the experience first. Not long after, Mo Fan returned to the room and it was already dark. Seeing Bai Yuqing lying on the bed, Mo Fan walked over quietly, then lay on the bed, hugged Bai Yuqing, and whispered in her ear, "Good night, my dear." An hour later, Mo Fan's snoring could be heard from the room. Bai Yuqing climbed out of bed on tiptoe. After lifting his clothes. What should we do next? Not daring to move anymore, Bai Yuqing obediently lay back down beside Mo Fan. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, Mo Fan just woke up and found that Chin Padian had sent him a text message half an hour ago. "Brother, the company from the Netherlands will arrive at 11 o'clock in the morning. I will accompany you to pick them up then." Good. Mo Fan replied with an okay, then looked at Bai Yuqing who was lying beside his pillow. "Strange, why is your face red and why are you drooling?" Mo Fan asked as he pushed Bai Yuqing awake. "Little lazy pig, get up, the sun is shining on your butt." Bai Yuqing was woken up, feeling a little grumpy and unwilling to get up. Honey, I'm not going to work, just let me sleep a little longer. Suddenly she thought of something, her little face turned red, and she buried herself in the quilt. I really can't do anything about you. Emo Fan couldn't do anything about Bai Yuqing, so he got up and prepared breakfast. 10 minutes later, Emo Fan brought breakfast to Bai Yuqing. Wife, you eat first. Brother Qin is calling me. You have your period, so just rest at home. She nodded obediently. Okay, husband, be careful on the road. After saying that, Bai Yuqing buried herself in the quilt again. Such strange behavior made Emo Fan suspicious. Did you do something bad last night? Why do you look so guilty today? No, I don't. Husband, you have something important to do. Go quickly and don't delay. Bai Yuqing said loudly while buried in the quilt. Really? Emo Fan looked at Bai Yuqing suspiciously. Really not. That's good. Emo Fan turned and left the room. After hearing that Emo Fan had really gone out, Bai Yuqing finally poked his head out. Fortunately, he didn't know that I secretly touched him last night. But at this moment, Emo Fan walked in from outside, with a sly smile on his face, and said, You were so good, you actually touched me secretly while I was sleeping. Ah. Bai Yuqing never expected that Emo Fan would come back and attack her. She screamed and got back into bed. This is so embarrassing. Honey, get out, get out. Emo Fan was amused by Bai Yuqing. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'm really leaving. After leaving the house, Emo Fan drove to Huatian Group. When we arrived at Huatian Group, it was already past 9 o'clock. Although the UC Shock Department had published a large number of articles saying that the Huatian Group's plan had been leaked, it was obvious that the last meeting held by Qin Padian was still useful. The employees did not panic because of this and continued to do their work in an orderly manner. Emo Fan went upstairs and walked towards Qin Padian's office. When he arrived at the door of Qin Potion's office, he was about to knock when the door suddenly opened and Secretary Su walked out. Secretary Su? Is Director Qin here? Emo Fan greeted and asked. Secretary Su came out of the door and was shocked when he saw Emo Fan. Boss Missouri, President Qin hasn't arrived yet. Please sit inside for a while. He will be here soon. Chapter 59 These white pigs have no intention of cooperating with us. Secretary Su left. Emo Fan was not in a hurry to go in. He watched Secretary Su go away with his eyes slightly narrowed. Secretary Su's back looked obviously flustered. At this moment, Qin Padian walked out of the elevator and saw Emo Fan at a glance. Brother, you are here quite early. Qin Padian came over and patted Emo Fan on the shoulder. Come in with me first, pack your things, and then go to the Dutch to discuss business. Emo Fan nodded and went into the office with Qin Padian. He looked around Qin Potion's office and suddenly asked, Brother, can your computer see the surveillance of your office? Qin Padian replied subconsciously, Yes, what's the matter? But these things are all managed by Secretary Su. Do you want to see them? I'll call Secretary Su for you right away. Don't, bro. Emo Fan quickly stopped Qin Padian. Qin Padian was immediately puzzled and asked, What's wrong, brother? You are not doubting Secretary Su, are you? Emo Fan nodded truthfully, Yes, a little, but there is no evidence. I just happened to see her coming out of your office, so I wanted to see if the surveillance camera could find anything. Impossible, Secretary Su, it's absolutely impossible. Qin Padian rarely did not believe Emo Fan and shook his head firmly. Oh, looking at Qin Potion's determined look, Emo Fan clearly felt that something was wrong. At this moment, Emo Fan suddenly found that his eyes had undergone subtle changes. A trace of blood filled his eyes. When he looked up again, he found that there was an extra figure in Qin Potion's eyes. It was Secretary Su. Seeing this, Emo Fan understood instantly. No wonder Qin Padian didn't want to believe that it was Secretary Su who did it. If this were given to Emo Fan, he would not be willing to believe it. Brother, what are you standing there for? Emo Fan suddenly heard Qin Potion's voice and saw a big hand waving in front of him. Emo Fan came back to his senses, the bloodshot in his eyes had disappeared. He shook his head and said, Brother, please turn on the surveillance video for me to see. I know there are some things you don't want to believe, but reality can often be so cruel. This Qin Padian looked at Emo Fan hesitantly, but finally gave in. I'll let you go right away. Qin Padian then sat in front of the computer and operated it, then opened the surveillance screen in the office. But the screen was covered with snow. Hey, that's weird, why is the video like this? Qin Padian was puzzled. The moment Mo Fan saw the snowflake video, he understood. Okay, no need to look, I'm probably sure. Hearing this, Qin Potion's face suddenly turned ugly. How is this possible? I've been so good to her, how could she betray me? Mo Fan understood Qin Potion's feelings and patted him on the shoulder. Brother, let's go talk to the Dutch about the lithography machine first. Don't alert them. Qin Padian let out a long sigh and nodded, let's go. When the two men left the company, they did not notice Secretary Sue standing upstairs watching them through the glass. After a long time, she picked up her phone, edited a text message and sent it out. I looked in Qin Potion's office, but there was no new plan. And Mo Fan must have suspected me. After sending the message, Secretary Sue deleted the text message and then started working for the day as if nothing had happened. Mo Fan and Qin Padian drove to the agreed hotel. When we arrived at the hotel, it was exactly 10:50. Brother, I did some research before. The price of this lithography machine is 1 billion yuan. However, the one they sold us is a discarded one. I think we can get it for about 500 million yuan. Mo Fan nodded. This price was within his expectations, even though he didn't have a dime at the moment. After going upstairs, the two found the private room that had been reserved in advance, and there were already 4 Dutch people sitting inside. As soon as Qin Padian entered the room, he immediately put on a smiling face. Hello everyone, welcome to Come From Afar. Several Dutch people nodded to Qin Padian. Qin Padian introduced Mo Fan again. Brother, this is the person in charge of this negotiation, Rumberg. Mo Fan smiled and walked over to shake hands with Lemberg. Hello. Lemberg responded enthusiastically. But at this moment, Mo Fan suddenly felt a murderous aura. He immediately raised his head and saw a burly man in black with a bulging crotch standing behind Lemberg. The man stared at Mo Fan and Qin Padian coldly, and the murderous aura emanated from him. For a moment, Mo Fan frowned tightly. Seeing Mo Fan's expression, Renberg asked the translator to explain. Don't worry, sir. This is our bodyguard, responsible for protecting our safety. Please don't mind. Qin Padian smiled and said, No. Then he pulled Mo Fan to sit down. After sitting down, Qin Padian did not hesitate and went straight to the point. Since you have come all the way from the Netherlands, I think you are very interested in this cooperation. I wonder how much your company plans to sell this abandoned lithography machine for. Rumberg held up 2 fingers. 200 million? Qin Padian was slightly surprised. He originally thought it would cost 500 million. Unexpectedly, Lundberg shook his head and said, it's 200 million US dollars. Qin Padian exploded immediately after hearing this. He argued. Lundberg, it's pointless to talk business like this. Everyone knows that a new lithography machine costs 150 million US dollars. You want to sell us a scrapped one for 200 million US dollars? No, 150 million US dollars is the price for other countries. For you, China, a new lithography machine costs 500 million US dollars. It also depends on how we feel. In a word, the price is 200 million US dollars. If you want to buy it, buy it. If not, we can only cooperate next time. Qin Padian was unhappy when he heard this and asked, why should we sell the lithography machine to China for 500 million US dollars? What's the reason? Lundberg laughed contemptuously. You Chinese? Everyone knows that you Chinese are the worst race in the world. Our ancestors invaded your country 100 years ago. It's because your technology is backward. If you are backward, you will be beaten. Qin Padian never expected that Lemberg could say such a thing. His face instantly turned cold and he said in a deep voice. Lemberg, please respect our Chinese people. Don't be so arrogant. Respect? Then you Chinese have to show your strength, right? You can't even make a photolithography machine, and you still want to gain our respect? I'll give you 500 million yuan, take it or leave it. Fuck you. Qin Padian was angry. But the next second, he was grabbed by Mo Fan. Brother, don't be angry with them. These white pigs have no intention of selling us lithography machines. They came all the way here just to humiliate us. After hearing the translation, Lundberg flew into a rage. How dare you, you despicable boy, insult us? Come on, Ruz. Show this yellow-skinned pig how powerful we are. The burly man behind him slowly walked towards Mo Fan and Qin Padian, his eyes looking contemptuous of everything. Chapter 60, The Dutchman Who Only Takes Hard Measures. Lenberg, how dare you? This is China, not a place where you can act wild. Qin Padian saw that Hruz was extraordinary. Seeing Mo Fan protecting him behind him, he looked at Lemberg with sharp eyes. Ha ha ha. Rumberg laughed. I have recorded what the guy next to you just said. He openly insulted your guests. We are only teaching you a lesson, that's all. Hruz, come on, control them for me. This lithography machine is worth $200 million today, you have to buy it whether you want to or not. It seemed as if Lundberg was engaging in forced buying and selling. Brother, run first. Go out and find our people. Seeing Lundberg's attitude, Qin Padian understood what he meant and turned to Mo Fan. Mo Fan smiled contemptuously. Brother, please stay back. I want to see how they are going to sell this lithography machine today. As he spoke, Mo Fan stood up and walked towards Hruz. Oh my god, what does this stupid Chinese guy want to do? When Lundberg saw Mo Fan actually walk towards Hruz, he screamed. In his opinion, this was a crazy thing to do. The next second, Renberg shouted in a strange voice, Hruz, don't show mercy, destroy him for me. Hruz smiled coldly. As he spoke, he threw a punch. Boom! The fists blew through the air. Brother, hide! Qin Padian saw Hruz punching Mo Fan in the face and subconsciously shouted loudly. Mo Fan still stood there, motionless. Qin Padian subconsciously turned his head away and closed his eyes. Ha! Why is there no sound? After about 3 or 5 seconds, Qin Padian did not hear Mo Fan scream. He turned around curiously and saw a shocking scene. I saw that one of Hruz's iron fists was firmly grasped by Mo Fan. The next second, Mo Fan's face turned cold and he gently exerted force with his palm. Hruz's face instantly twisted and he let out a painful cry. Hruz, what are you doing? Hurry up and subdue this Chinese yellow-skinned pig. Lundberg was annoyed. He didn't understand why Hruz was suddenly captured by Mo Fan. But Hruz couldn't move at all. Mo Fan's hand was like a pair of pliers. Brother, you. Qin Padian walked forward in shock and looked at Mo Fan in disbelief. Brother, when did you become so powerful? Ahem, I've always been very good. Mo Fan said this and exerted force with his palm again. The sound of Hruz's bones breaking was heard in the box instantly. He curled up on the ground in pain. Mo Fan stepped forward and pulled out the pistol on his hip. Then he said to Qin Padian, Brother, go and close the door. Okay. Although he didn't know what Mo Fan was going to do, Qin Padian still went over and closed the door. The moment he saw the door closed, Lundberg panicked. He took out his cell phone and backed away until he reached the wall with nowhere to go. He said tremblingly, what are you going to do? If you come over here again, I'll call 911. It's okay, go ahead and fight. This is China, 911 can't reach here. The pistol was spinning in Mo Fan's hand as he spoke with interest. Lundberg panicked again, then you bully foreign envoys and face international condemnation. This sentence amused Mo Fan. You said I bullied the foreign envoy? Do you want to see the video I just recorded of you trying to force a sale? This is just self-defense at best. Then what are you going to do? Renberg lowered his voice. He knew that if the video recorded by Mo Fan was exposed, he would be the one facing international condemnation. That's right. In a word, sell your lithography machines to us. Lundberg heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. Fortunately, the request was not too excessive. We don't want $200 million to sell it. Just give $100 million. 100 million? Mo Fan's voice turned cold. Lundberg panicked again, the minimum is $80 million. Otherwise, I won't be able to report back when I return. One price, $1. Don't rush to bargain. Ask your guns first if they agree. Don't let them go off accidentally. Mo Fan loaded his pistol and pointed it at Lundberg's head. You must be kidding me. I stole this lithography machine from the head office with great difficulty. It's impossible to get it for just $1. Lundberg didn't care about anything else and argued with reason. He had managed to steal this lithography machine from the head office with great difficulty, otherwise he would not have come all the way to China to force the purchase. Well, I'm sorry, but we don't want this lithography machine anymore. You should have a taste of your own bullets. Mo Fan raised his hand instantly, put his finger on the trigger, and slowly pressed it down. Lundberg looked at Imofan's thumb that was about to pull the trigger, his pupils dilated and he gasped heavily. Finally. 3 seconds later, he couldn't hold on any longer, raised his hands, and shouted, I surrender, I'll sell it to you for $1. Imofan smiled and put down his gun. That's more like it. Get ready to sign the contract. Reluctantly, Lundberg took out 2 contracts from his bag, filled in the amount first, and then wrote his name. Imofan took the contract, confirmed that there were no problems, signed his name, and took out a $1 coin from his pocket and threw it to Lundberg. Lundberg also told Imofan the location of the anti-light technology. Imofan nodded in satisfaction and said, You can go now, but if you want to do something bad, don't forget that I have a video in my hand. Lundberg was so upset, but he could only swallow his anger and said, I understand. I won't tell anyone. I admit defeat today. At this moment, he couldn't wait to escape from China. I don't know who told him before he came that Chinese people are all weaklings with pigtails, so he was so arrogant and prepared to blackmail Imofan, but he never expected that he would shoot himself in the foot. In the hotel, Jean Padian looked at Imofan with shocked eyes. He looked him up and down carefully, and couldn't help smacking his lips. Brother, you are too amazing. That 2-meter-tall burly man is simply powerless in your hands. How did you do it? Tell me. Imofan said seriously, Brother, I am actually the heir of a martial arts family. Ah? Jean Padian was surprised when he heard this. Are there still martial arts families now? Imofan smiled and did not answer. Come on, brother, let's go get the lithography machine. Oh, sure. Seeing that Imofan didn't say anything, Jean Padian didn't continue to ask, and the two drove to the place where the lithography machine was placed. Chapter 61, Super Lithography Machine comes into being. When we arrived at the location where the lithography machine was placed, it was a warehouse. The warehouse contained the abandoned lithography machine that Lundberg had stolen. Brother, what do we do now? Jean Padian looked at the huge lithography machine and asked questioningly. Imofan was in a dilemma for a moment. He could directly return the lithography machine to the system, but he couldn't do it in front of Jean Padian. It's not that he doesn't trust Jean Padian, but some things will not be of any benefit even if they are known, and may even lead to fatal disasters. After thinking for a while, Imofan suddenly came up with an idea. Brother, find a logistics company to deliver it directly to my home. Yu Qing and I will study it and move directly there after the company is built. That's fine too. Jean Padian nodded, made a phone call and contacted the logistics company. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the logistics company sent a vehicle, which packed the goods and transported them to Imofan's villa. Brother, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to the group and finalize the plan as soon as possible. Okay, be careful, Secretary Sue. Jean Padian sighed, okay, I understand. Jean Padian returned to Huatian Group. Imofan also drove back home. When I got home, the logistics company had already delivered the lithography machine to my house. Bai Yuqing was helping to unload the goods, which were piled up in the warehouse. Seeing Imofan coming back, Bai Yuqing happily trotted over and hugged him in her arms. Hubby, you were so amazing. You actually got a photolithography machine. Don't you see who your husband is? Imofan rubbed Bai Yuqing's head lovingly, put her down, looked at her face and said seriously. Wife, let's go inside first. I have something to tell you. What is it? Seeing Imofan so serious, Bai Yuqing followed him incuriously. After entering the house, Bai Yuqing sat next to Imofan. Hubby, what do you want to tell me? Imo Chuan pondered for a moment before speaking. Wife, I actually have a high-tech product that can recycle discarded lithography machines and transform them into new super lithography machines according to our data drawings. Ah? Bai Yuqing was stunned for a moment, a little unconvinced. Husband, are you kidding me? I'm educated. No matter how high-tech something is, it's impossible for me to recycle a scrap and replace it with a better new one for you, right? Imofan knew that Bai Yuqing would have this reaction after he said it, but if he didn't explain, he would not know how to explain it after the system recovered it and gave him a new super lithography machine. Imofan let out a long sigh. Wife, since you don't believe me, I will show you something later. But you have to promise me that you must keep this a secret for me. You can't even tell my parents or your parents. Seeing that Imofan was so serious, Bai Yuqing nodded even though she didn't believe it in her heart. Don't worry, husband, this matter is known to heaven and earth, you and I know it, and there will definitely be no third person who knows it. If someone knows it, we will kill him. As he spoke, Bai Yuqing made a gesture of wiping his neck. Emo Fan looked at Bai Yuqing with disdain. Wife, can you please stop being so childish? Hey, I just want to play a joke on my husband. Bai Yuqing pouted immediately. Why, is it that the joke I made is not funny? So funny, so funny. My wife has such a sense of humor. Emo Fan quickly went over to Bai Yuqing and held her in his arms, whispering comforting words. Humph, that's more like it. I'll punish you by not letting you go to bed tonight. Forehead. The two of them arrived at the warehouse. Bai Yuqing looked at the abandoned lithography machine, then turned to look at Emo Fan. Honey, aren't you going to perform magic for me? Hurry up and do it. Then don't blink. Emo Fan stepped forward and communicated with the system internally. System, how do I recycle this? Ding. Any part of the host can be removed to the abandoned photolithography machine. Emo Fan placed his hand on the abandoned lithography machine. The next moment, a ball of white light flashed and enveloped the entire warehouse. In the white light, you can vaguely see the abandoned lithography machine being slowly swallowed up. When Bai Yuqing saw this scene, he was completely shocked. This is actually true. This kind of high technology really exists. Under Bai Yuqing's shocked gaze, less than a minute later, the entire abandoned lithography machine had been swallowed up without leaving anything behind. Ding! The system is recycling the abandoned lithography machine and is undergoing transformation. The transformation time is 10 minutes. Please wait patiently. Bai Yuqing beside him jumped for joy. Honey, where is the new lithography machine? Let me see it. Emo Fan couldn't help but blush. It's not that fast, just wait 10 minutes. Okay. Bai Yuqing took out his cell phone and really started counting the time. 10. 9. 3. 2. 1. Honey, 10 minutes have passed, let me see it. As soon as the timer ended, Bai Yuqing couldn't wait to hang on Emo Fan, looking at Emo Fan with expectant eyes. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Ding! The super lithography machine has been manufactured, consuming one main component and 99 remaining. Let him out. Emo Fan was also looking forward to it. The next second, the white light continued to cover the entire warehouse, and then under the cover of the white light, the prototype of a photolithography machine slowly emerged. After a while, when the white light faded away, Bai Yuqing couldn't wait to walk forward and touch the super lithography machine. After reading the introduction above, Bai Yuqing said excitedly, Honey, it is actually possible to carve a 1 nanometer chip. I really want to see piles of money flying in front of me. Look at your useless appearance. This is not just about money. Your name will be recorded in the history of China and have a strong mark. Humph, I don't want those empty names. Life is only 100 years long, so of course I have to live for myself. If I have money, I can travel around the world with my husband and live the best life in the world. I can also let our children live a better life. Unexpectedly, Bai Yuqing doesn't care about these false reputations at all. Looking at Bai Yuqing's money-loving look, Emo Fan felt fond of him. My dear wife, I will go talk to my father-in-law about building an industrial park some other day, and our company will be on the right track. Wow, long live my husband. Bai Yuqing was so excited that she jumped up and hung on Emo Fan, calling him affectionately. By the way, I need to find a few more people before that. Emo Fan suddenly remembered something and put Bai Yu down. What? Bai Yuqing asked curiously. Chen Xuan, Fong Su, and others. Emo Fan replied truthfully. Seeing Bai Yuqing's puzzled look, Emo Fan explained, Yuqing, they are all my brothers, Emo Fan. They have repeatedly helped me when I was at my lowest point in my life. Although their current jobs are not bad, I want them to live a better life. This was the decision Emo Fan made in his heart after his rebirth. In my previous life, Chen Xuan, Fong Su and others helped me a lot after I got married. Okay, I support my husband. Bai Yuqing gently took Emo Fan's arm and spoke tenderly. Chapter 62, Chen Xuan being bullied. In the meeting room of a media company in Shanghai. Chen Xuan stood beside his seat with his head down. Everyone in the conference room looked at Chen Xuan with sympathy or empathy. The middle-aged man in the main seat had a serious expression on his face. He pointed at Chen Xuan and angrily cursed, Chen Xuan, you clearly know how important this plan is to the company. It's been 5 days, and you still haven't come up with a plan. If you still can't come up with one by tomorrow, do you know how much loss this will cause to the company? If you still can't come up with a plan by tonight at the latest, I'll deduct 2 months' salary from you and force you to resign. Boss, but. Chen Chuan looked embarrassed. The middle-aged man glared at Chen Chuan and said, "But what but? Isn't it your job to do your job well? As I said before, if you can't do it, get out and leave the opportunity to the young people." Chen Chuan got angry and argued, "Boss, this plan will take at least half a month to come up with. I've been working all night for 2 nights and only slept 3 hours a day. I really can't come up with it tonight. It will take at least 3 days. Then don't sleep. Keep working all night. I want to see the plan before work tomorrow morning at the latest. I really don't understand you young people. If you don't work hard now, when will you work hard? Are you ready to work hard when you are old? I tell you, the company can give you this job opportunity, it is your blessing." The more Chen Chuan listened, the angrier he became. He really wanted to quit, but now that he had bought a house in Shanghai, the heavy mortgage made him dare not be so willful. In the end, Chen Chuan could only sigh helplessly, "I understand, boss. I will bring out the plan before work tomorrow morning." Okay, the meeting continues. The boss nodded with satisfaction and continued the meeting. At the same time, Mo Fan was about to call Chen Chuan at home when suddenly the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding! It is detected that the host's brother Chen Chuan is being squeezed and exploited by capital. Please make the following choice. 1. Regardless, rewarded with the title of heartless and disloyal. 2. Persuade Chen Chuan to resign, the system will help him pay off his mortgage, and will not reward the host with anything. 3. Go to Chen Chuan's company right now, curse the skinning boss in front of everyone, recruit Chen Chuan as your own, and reward him with a permanent employee salary of plus. Note, the host cannot pay employees at will, and it must not be higher than 100% of the normal market salary. Fuck, it's a bunker. Looking at the positive infinity sign on his dashboard data, Mo Fan was very excited. Doesn't this mean that he doesn't need to pay his employees' salaries out of his own pocket from now until he dies? Moreover, with double the normal salary in the market, he can attract a large number of high-end talents. Thinking of this, Mo Fan didn't hesitate at all. He told Bai Yuqing what was going on and drove to Chen Chuan's company. Fortunately, the two places are not far away and can be reached in just over 10 minutes. Chen Chuan sat in the conference room and had no intention of attending the meeting. His mind was full of thoughts on how to come up with a plan by tomorrow morning. Well. After thinking for a long time, Chen Chuan couldn't think of any solution and could only sigh helplessly. This sigh happened to be heard by the boss. The boss frowned and looked at Chen Chuan. "Chen Chuan, what's wrong with you? I'm in a meeting upstairs, why are you sighing downstairs? Do you think something I said is wrong?" No. Chen Chuan waved his hands repeatedly. "What do you mean?" I. Chen Chuan was speechless for a moment. He couldn't tell his boss that he couldn't figure out how to come up with a plan tomorrow morning. But this reaction caught the boss's eye, making him even angrier. "Chen Chuan, are you still capable? You can't come up with a plan, and you don't listen carefully in meetings. With this attitude, do you still want to survive in the Magic City?" "Boss, Chen Chuan just felt tired, but there was nothing he could do. As the saying goes, when you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. You said he can't survive in the Demon City? At this moment, a voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Chen Chuan subconsciously looked towards the door of the conference room, because he was so familiar with this voice. "Who are you?" The boss also looked towards the door of the meeting room, frowned, and asked angrily. His company was having a meeting, and a stranger just barged in. This was a slap in his face. "Mo Fan, why are you here?" Chen Chuan walked over and looked at Mo Fan in confusion. "Wait for me for a moment." Mo Fan gave Chen Chuan a look, then looked at his boss. "You just said that it's hard for him to survive in the Magic City, right? So what if it's what I said? He spent 2 days working on a plan and still couldn't come up with one. If this kind of rubbish can survive in the Magic City, I'll take his last name." The boss didn't care who Mo Fan was. When he heard Mo Fan's question, he spoke with disdain. But the next moment, before he could react, Mo Fan suddenly appeared in front of him. Snap! There was a loud slap and the boss staggered after being slapped by Mo Fan. When the boss reacted, his cheek was already swollen. He covered his cheek and said in disbelief, You actually dared to hit me, lawless. Security, where's the security? Get him out." Mo Fan said disdainfully, stop yelling. How many security guards can you have in such a small company like yours? This slap is the punishment for calling my brother a rubbish. Chen Xuan, do you believe me? Mo Fan suddenly turned around and looked at Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan nodded subconsciously, I definitely believe you, we are brothers. Okay, then just quit your job. Working for someone like that will only make your life miserable. Humph, do you think he dares? I tell you, he bought a house in Shanghai. He won't dare to resign from me in his lifetime, otherwise the mortgage will crush him to death. Ask him if he dares to resign? The boss stood aside and said with a sneer and disdain. These words revealed Chen Xuan's helplessness. He said bitterly, Mo Fan, I appreciate your kindness, but I really need this job. Ha ha ha, what did I say? But I'm telling you today, Chen Xuan, if your brother dares to hit me, I'll fire you as well today, so get out of here. Boss, you. The news of being fired was like a bolt from the blue, hitting Chen Xuan's heart hard. Being fired meant that he would be powerless to deal with the high mortgage loan, and eventually face the bank's repossession of his house, and become a deadbeat. Unexpectedly, Mo Fan was delighted. Dismiss? That's even better. According to our country's labor law, if you want to dismiss an employee, you must compensate him according to his length of service. As far as I know, Chen Xuan has worked for you for 3 years. According to the regulations, you have to compensate him for 3 months' salary. Chapter 63, Double Wages for All. Okay, I'll have the finance department pay him 3 months' salary right away, but at the same time I'll ban him from the industry and make sure he never finds a job in the Magic City. After the boss finished speaking, he called the finance department. The finance department also acted quickly. Within a few minutes, Chen Xuan received a text message on his mobile phone, indicating that 3 months' salary had been deposited. Chen Xuan instantly felt like a deflated ball. Now he is a little regretting buying a house in Shanghai so soon. Looking at Chen Xuan's expression, Mo Fan comforted him, don't be sad, believe in your brother. Then Mo Fan looked at his boss, you just said that he would never be able to find a job in the Magic City, right? Yeah, that's what I said. The boss looked like a winner at this moment, very arrogant. Okay, what if he can find a job in the Magic City? If he can find a job in the Magic City, I will give him an extra year's salary. Well, you said that. Mo Fan sneered, took the paper and pen from Chen Xuan's desk, and wrote a simple contract. Chen Xuan, how much is your salary at his house? 7,000 a month, what's wrong? Chen Xuan asked puzzledly. Mo Fan waved his hand and wrote down a salary of 14,000 on the paper. He then handed another copy to Chen Xuan and said, the conditions are limited. Please sign it first. Fa ha ha ha. You two are idiots hired by Monkey, right? Do you think you found a job? And you even wrote down a salary of 14,000. If you can come up with a salary of 14,000, I won't even talk about giving Chen Xuan 1 year's salary. I can give him 10 years' salary. The boss burst into laughter instantly. Not only him, but other employees in the meeting room also didn't believe it. After all, this kind of thing can only fool children. Seeing his boss smiling happily, Chen Xuan became angry. He directly took the paper and pen and signed his name on the simple contract. Wait me a moment. Mo Fan took out his phone, turned on the recording, and asked his boss, you just said that if I can pay 14,000 yuan, you will give Chen Xuan 10 years' salary, right? Yeah, that's what I said, what's wrong? The boss said with a haughty and disdainful tone. In his opinion, let alone 14,000, even 14,000 might not be something that Mo Fan could come up with. Good. Mo Fan finished recording the message, Chen Xuan, give me a card number and I will advance you a year's salary, and then give you a raise after a year. Okay. Chen Xuan knew that Mo Fan was rich, and also knew that Mo Fan was trying to help him out, so he gave his bank card number to Mo Fan. Then Mo Fan was seen fiddling with his phone, but he was actually communicating with the system in his mind to pay Chen Xuan's salary. The next second, Chen Xuan's phone alert sounded, 168,000 yuan has arrived in your bank card. Now, is it time for you to fulfill your promise? Mo Fan turned around and looked at his boss jokingly. The boss was completely dumbfounded. He never thought that Mo Fan could actually take it out, and even gave him an advance of 1 year's salary in one go. The boss felt a pang of pain. Although his company had good performance, the salary for 10 years was 840,000 yuan. Taking out so much money at once would be enough to make him feel painful for a while. Don't try to deny it, there is a recording here. Mo Fan raised his cell phone. Okay, I admit defeat. The boss had no choice but to call the finance department again. The 840,000 arrived in the account very quickly. Seeing that the balance on his bank card was close to 1 million, Chen Xuan was extremely excited. With this money, it would be enough to pay off the loan even if he couldn't find a job in the short term. Thank you, Mo Fan. Let's go. Chen Xuan looked at Mo Fan with eyes full of gratitude. Unexpectedly, Mo Fan smiled mysteriously and said, "No hurry, there are still some things that have not been completed." What's up? Mo Fan stood in front, looking at all the employees in the conference room, and said loudly, "Now, you can all sign a contract with me. Your salary will be twice that of your skinning boss. You can get a year's salary in advance like Chen Xuan. If you are interested, you can come to me to sign a contract now." Fuck, is this true? What the hell are you doing here? I need to sign a contract. I want one too. For a moment, everyone shouted excitedly. Don't worry, come one by one. Chen Xuan, you write the contract over there. Seeing Mo Fan's wealthy appearance, Chen Xuan couldn't help but whisper. Mo Fan, you don't have to lose so much money for me. In Chen Xuan's opinion, Mo Fan did this just to vent his anger, so he signed the contract in front of the skinning boss and gave him a 1-year salary advance. He even thought about returning the 140,000 to Mo Fan after he returned. Chen Xuan, I really opened a company. I just took all these people away and set up a media department. You will lead the department at that time. Okay, you write the contract first. Chen Xuan was completely confused and bewildered, but he still wrote the contract according to Mo Fan's request. 1, 2, 3, 20, 25. Everyone in a conference room lined up to sign a contract with Mo Fan, and within 3 minutes of signing the contract, a year's salary was advanced to them, which was exactly half of what the skinning boss gave them. Seeing so many people rebelling, the boss finally panicked. If this continued, he would be the only one left in the company. Have you all forgotten the contract you signed with my company? Now that you have resigned without permission, aren't you afraid that I will sue you in court? As soon as these words came out, several people panicked instantly. Only then did they realize that they did still have a contractual relationship with the skinning boss. But some people were disdainful. Joe Paopi, you are really a scoundrel. It's just a breach of contract. It's clearly written in the contract. Just pay the penalty. It's exactly 3 months' salary. I'll just transfer it to your WeChat. Don't waste your time. Shit, luckily you read the contract, otherwise we would have been screwed by this week's skinning. Everyone makes money for him, idiot. 3 times is not enough for 20,000 yuan. He just knows how to exploit us all day long. Go to hell. The company should close down as soon as possible. At once, everyone transferred money to the skinning boss. After all, he received hundreds of thousands of dollars in compensation. But compared with these employees, the compensation of hundreds of thousands is nothing. Once all the employees leave, there will be no one to take on all the company's orders. It will be impossible to recruit so many employees in a short period of time. By then, the penalty for breach of contract for the orders alone will be tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. How can he afford it? Don't leave, I'll give you a raise. The skinning boss panicked. Someone else said disdainfully, how much more can you add? Can you double it like this boss who is so rich and generous, and even advance it for a year? The skinning boss was about to cry. How could he take out so much? At this critical moment, Mo Fan said to Chen Xuan, go find the finance department, the cleaning staff, and the security guards downstairs, and double their wages. Okay. Chapter 64, when will you go to work? Otherwise, I won't feel comfortable taking this money. Chen Xuan ran up and down the stairs. Half an hour later, upon hearing the offer of double salary, both the security guards and cleaners decided to join the light and sign contracts with Mo Fan. They also received a year's salary in advance. Looking at the deserted company, the exposed boss was in tears. He knelt alone in the conference room, counting the recently signed orders. Oh my god, I have to pay them more than 30 million. Where can I get so much money? In the huge conference room, the skinning boss couldn't hold it in any longer and knelt on the ground and burst into tears. The instigators of all this, Mo Fan and Chen Xuan, were standing downstairs of the skinning boss. Chen Chuan looked at the nearly 100 employees and looked at Mo Fan curiously. Mo Fan, where is our company? Yes, boss, where is our company? I just want to go to work now, otherwise I would be embarrassed to take the salary you give me. Yes, boss. We want to go to work. I am full of energy now. For a moment, everyone looked at Mo Fan eagerly, and they couldn't wait to work. People passing by couldn't help but stop and look at him suspiciously, feeling that Mo Fan was the leader of a pyramid scheme. Mo Fan coughed lightly, then said awkwardly, "Our company hasn't been built yet. You can take a paid leave at home for 3-5 months and spend time with your wife and children. When the company is built and all the facilities are complete, I will let Chen Chuan notify everyone to come to work." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Mo Fan in horror, with expressions of disbelief in their eyes. Fuck! There is such a good thing. I don't know who shouted, but the crowd started to riot. They all looked delighted. 3-5 months paid vacation, this is simply a philanthropist. Boss, please accept my knee. As long as the company does not lay off employees, I will dedicate my youth to the company for the rest of my life. Ha, I've been working in this Jobapi company, working 6 days a week and taking 1 day off. My children almost don't recognize me anymore. It just so happens that I took my wife and children out for a trip in the past few months. This sentence is also the voice of the vast majority of people. Okay, you all go back. Mo Fan looked at these delighted employees and knew one thing very well: in today's era of internal competition, only by giving employees a home-like feeling and treatment will they treat the company like their home. Thank you, boss. Boss, we're leaving first. Nearly 100 employees said goodbye to Mo Fan and left. After a while, only Chen Chuan and Mo Fan were left. Mo Fan, should I go back too? Chen Chuan asked tentatively. Don't do that yet. Let's go find Fong Su. The company is quite large and these employees alone are not enough. After we find Fong Su, I will tell you too about some things. Okay. Then Mo Fan drove Chen Chuan to Fong Su's location. Dozens of minutes later, the two arrived at Fong Su's company. Fong Su is an electrical engineer and is usually very busy at work. When Mo Fan and Chen Chuan found him, Fong Su was debugging the equipment. Seeing Mo Fan and Chen Chuan coming, Fong Su stopped what he was doing and said in surprise, Mo Fan, Chen Chuan, why are you here? Chen Chuan walked up, patted Fong Su on the shoulder, and said with a hearty laugh, "Ha, Fong Su, I have resigned now." Ah? Are you crazy? If you quit your job, do you still have to pay back your loan? Fong Su looked at Chen Chuan in disbelief. He knew that Chen Chuan had bought a house in Shanghai, and the monthly mortgage alone cost more than 10,000 yuan. Thanks to our boss Mo's help, I now have a savings of nearly 1 million. Mo Fan? What's going on? After the last wedding, Fong Su knew that Mo Fan had some money, but this little 1 million was a bit exaggerated. Mo Fan smiled knowingly. It's nothing, actually. I just happened to open a company here and needed some manpower. I knew that Chen Chuan had been oppressed for a long time, so I directly recruited him into my company. I came to you with the same idea, you see. Fong Su instantly understood what Mo Fan meant, but he seemed a little embarrassed. Mo Fan couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Is there something difficult? Ah. Fong Su sighed, it's a bit difficult. You know, this company has been very good to me. Now it's the peak season. If I leave, the company won't be able to recruit anyone for a while. I'm really afraid that I will let down the boss for cultivating me. Mo Fan finally understood that Fong Su seemed to have said this when his brothers were sitting together chatting in their previous life. It's okay. How long will it take for your peak season to be over? It will take another 3 or 4 months, what's wrong? Fong Su asked. That's great, Fong Su. It just so happens that Mo Fan's company will take 3 to 4 months to build. You can talk to your boss now and resign when the time comes. Chen Chuan patted Fong Su's shoulder excitedly. In this case, it's not impossible. I can just tell the boss. Fong Su thought about it and nodded in agreement. By the way, Fong Su. Mo Fan suddenly asked, can you take us to meet your boss? That's no problem. Fong Su nodded, come with me upstairs. Under the leadership of Fong Su, Mo Fan and Chen Chuan came to the office of boss Fong Su. In the office sat a middle-aged man with a dignified look. Seeing Fong Su knocking on the door, he smiled and said, Xiao Su, come in and sit down. What can I do for you? Mr. Chen, I'm here to resign from you. Seeing Chen Shanghai's expression change, Fong Su quickly explained, but don't worry, boss. I will not resign during the peak season in the next few months. After the peak season is over, I will help you find a suitable employee to take my position. After hearing what Chen Chuan said, Chen Shanghai's expression eased a little. He sighed, since you said so, Xiaoshu, everyone has their own aspirations. I can't force you to stay. Just tell me when you leave. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chen. Fong Su breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Mr. Chen, I have a friend who wants to see you. Is that convenient for you? Friend? What do you want from me? Chen Shanghai looked confused. Fong Su scratched his head and said, I don't know either. Okay, let them in. Okay. Seeing that Chen Shanghai agreed, Fong Su hurried out to call Mo Fan and Chen Chuan in. Boss, these are my friends Mo Fan and Chen Chuan. Mo Fan? Chen Shanghai raised his head abruptly upon hearing this. Seeing the familiar face in front of him, Chen Shanghai was immediately shocked. He quickly stood up and walked to Mo Fan's side. He was flattered and said, Mr. Mo, it turns out that you are Fong Su's friend. Whom? Do you know me? Mo Fan asked curiously. Fong Su and Chen Chuan standing by were equally puzzled. Then Chen Shanghai explained. Of course I know you, Mr. Mo. I can still vividly remember the scene of you depositing 200 million yuan into your WeChat pocket money at the auction that day. Ah, this. Mo Fan couldn't help but laugh and cry. Mr. Mo, what do you want to talk to me about? Chen Shanghai asked with a smile. Chapter 65, It's off time to close the net. Chen Chuan and Fong Su also pricked up their ears and listened curiously. Oh, I don't know what to call you yet. Chen Shanghai, just call me Xiao Chen. Chen Chuan, Fong Su, Mo Fan smiled and said, Boss Chen, Fong Su is my brother. I asked him to resign and join my company. This has caused you some losses. After all, it is not easy to train a skilled worker nowadays. So I want to let your company make all the electrical equipment in our company. Is it feasible? Fuck. Chen Shanghai couldn't help but shout out. Feeling that he had lost his composure again, Chen Shanghai quickly apologized with a smile. Boss Missouri, this is of course no problem. Thank you so much. Chen Shanghai knew the value of Lingxing's land and also knew that Mo Fan was wealthy. This was definitely an opportunity for his company to make a fortune, and he had no reason to refuse. He was originally feeling sorry for Fong Su's resignation, but he didn't expect that Fong Su would give him such a big surprise after his resignation. That's fine. Once I have designed the company's building scale and calculated how much electrical equipment is needed, I'll talk to Mr. Chen about the contract. Okay, thank you Mr. Mo for your care. Mo Fan smiled and said, It's okay, it's okay. You have taken care of my brother Fong Su for so many years, and you don't ask me to take care of you. This is a win-win cooperation for us. Yes, win-win cooperation. Boss Missouri, are you busy? If not, I will treat you all to a meal today. Mr. Chen, I don't need him today. I have something else to do later. Let's wait until another day when we sign the contract. Also, I want to borrow Chen Chuan for a day. What do you think? It's not that Mo Fan wanted to refuse, but he did have something to do today. Okay, let's do it another day. Xiaoshu, don't do today's work for now. I'll have someone take over. You can go and accompany Mr. Mo first. Okay, Mr. Chen. Fong Su nodded. Mo Fan took Chen Chuan and Fong Su away. Chen Shanghai insisted on seeing them off, and Mo Fan did not refuse. After leaving Chen Shanghai's company, Chen Chuan couldn't help but wonder. Mo Fan, what do you want us to do? Chen Chuan, the company may need more employees at that time. Go back and talk to your colleagues. If there are talents from all walks of life, please introduce them to me. The salary will still be twice their current salary. Okay, no problem. Chen Chuan agreed immediately. What about me? Fong Su asked, pointing at himself. Fong Su, as an electrical engineer, you should know some big names in the industry. Please help me make contact with them. The salary will still be twice their current amount, and the number of people will be around 100. Oh my god, Mo Fan, you are going to recruit all the senior electrical engineers in the entire Magic City for your own use. Fong Su was shocked when he heard Mo Fan say this. Ha? Are all the 100 available in Magic City? Mo Fan couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that there are only 100 of them in the entire Demon City? Fong Su rolled his eyes at Mo Fan. Do you think all senior electrical engineers are common? An electrical company can only have 3 or 5 of them. That's already a big company. Our company only has Mr. Jian. But Mo Fan, it's not worth it for you to spend so much money. A large company only needs 5 people. They just need to analyze the circuit problems. Usually young people will do the work. Mo Fan smiled mysteriously. It's okay, just do as I say. Our company's electricity supply must be guaranteed. This made Fong Su even more curious. Mo Fan, what kind of company is this? The more you talk about it, the more mysterious it seems. You'll know when the time comes. Mo Fan kept it a secret. Okay, just do what I say. I have something else to do first. Okay. Chen Chuan and Fong Su both agreed, and then each went about their business according to Mo Fan's instructions. Mo Fan drove to the downstairs of Qin Potion's Huatian Group. Ever since they knew that Mo Fan was the second largest shareholder of Huatian Group, whenever Mo Fan appeared in Huatian Group, it would cause a commotion, especially among the young girls. After all, who could not love such a young, promising, wealthy, and handsome guy? After overcoming the obstacles of the girl from the group, Mo Fan finally arrived at Qin Potion's office. Seeing Mo Fan coming, Qin Potion couldn't help but asked in surprise, "Hey, brother, why are you here?" Judging from Qin Potion's expression, he has come over the loss of the file, and he should have planned a new plan. He looks very proud of himself. Mo Fan got straight to the point. "Brother, I think we can close the net now. You should notify all departments now that the new plan has been completed. Then we can just wait for the spy to come. Although we don't have any evidence to prove that it is Secretary Su, you still need to be mentally prepared." That's good. Qin Potion understood what Mo Fan meant, and first made it clear that he was not panicked. He waited for a few days for things to ferment, and when the spy was panicking, he would reveal that there was a new plan. Then the spy would definitely not be able to resist taking risks. However, Qin Potion's expression changed slightly. After all, the relationship between him and Secretary Su, if it was finally confirmed that it was Secretary Su. Qin Potion then sent an email through the Group's website. All departments will meet in the conference room at 10 a.m. tomorrow. The previous plan was indeed stolen, but now we have a new plan. We will discuss it in detail at the meeting tomorrow, and we can start a comprehensive strategic deployment next week. The message was sent to everyone's mailbox via email. When the group employees saw this, they were all very excited. Qin Potion had said before that he would select some people to be store managers of branches. This was a rare opportunity. On the 48th floor, in a women's bathroom, Secretary Su was looking at his mailbox with a frown on his face. Without any hesitation, she sent a text message to Lin Hongshu and informed him of the matter. A moment later, she received a reply. "It doesn't matter if we are exposed. We must get Qin Potion's new plan." The moment she saw the message, Secretary Su's face changed. After a long time, she deleted the text message on her phone and walked out of the bathroom as if nothing had happened. At the same time, the Lin family. Lin Hongshu sat on the sofa with his brows tightly furrowed. That's strange. Why is Qin Potion more shrewd than I thought recently? Old 3, what do you think is going on? Third brother? Seeing that no one replied, Lin Hongshu looked up and saw Lin Hongyi thinking about something with a distracted look. Third brother. Lin Hongshu's voice became heavier. Only then did he call Lin Hongyi back from his distraction. Second brother, what's wrong? Lin Hongshu frowned and said, Third brother, I see that you have been absent-minded recently. Is there any problem with the industry? No, when did my Lin Hongyi's business go wrong? I was just thinking about how to expand my Lin family's business. Lin Hongyi touched his nose and said ambiguously. But this couldn't fool Lin Hongshu. Have you done something wrong recently? I'm telling you, you'd better be more restrained. The current situation of my Lin family can't stand your behavior. Don't cause trouble for the boss. Chapter 66, Does the system task still have a time limit? Lin Hongyi touched his nose and said, Oh, don't worry, second brother. I can do anything. I was just thinking about how to expand the place recently. Now that our Lin family is in this situation, I also want to help a little. That's fine. Lin Hongshu nodded. At the same time, inside Huatian Group, Mo Fan and Qin Padian left the office, but when they left, Mo Fan left a surveillance camera in the office, which he had bought on the way here. Sitting in a coffee shop below the group, Mo Fan connected to the surveillance footage with his mobile phone. Opposite Mo Fan, Qin Padian had a heavy expression on his face. Although the planning issue has been perfectly resolved, the spy issue. At this moment, Mo Fan suddenly noticed that Qin Potion's office door was opened. A figure walked in stealthily and then closed the door gently. Look, bro. Mo Fan pushed the phone in front of Qin Padian. Looking at Secretary Su's sneaky figure on the screen, Qin Potion's face turned ugly. In fact, there is no need to read on now. Secretary Su just showed up in the office after receiving an email notification. This is enough to explain the problem. Qin Padian turned off the phone and handed it back to Mo Fan. He leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. Come on, buddy, let's go upstairs. Okay. Mo Fan nodded. He knew Qin Potion's current mood, so he didn't say anything extra. Secretary Su became more and more anxious at this time. She kept flipping through Qin Potion's computer, and even some documents on Qin Potion's desk were shaken out, but she still couldn't find the plan. Slowly, sweat began to seep out of Secretary Su's forehead. Damn it, where is it? Secretary Su was still a little crazy. Suddenly, she heard footsteps. She was very familiar with the sound of footsteps. She quickly tidied her clothes, then put the computer back on the table, tidied up all the documents on Qin Potion's desk, and then held the documents she brought in her arms. Snap! The doorknob of the office was turned, and the next moment, the door was opened and Qin Padian and Mo Fan walked in. Secretary Su pretended to be calm and said, Boss Qin, I'm here to deliver the documents. Secretary Su, there's no need to act. Qin Potion's eyes were filled with disappointment. Mr. Qin, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. Secretary Su was still pretending. Anyway, she was in control of all the surveillance cameras in Qin Potion's office. As long as she could prove her guilt, she would not be afraid of Qin Padian finding out anything. Besides, if I go back at night and talk to Qin Padian, all his doubts will be dispelled. What Secretary Su didn't know was that her opponent this time was not Qin Padian, but Mo Fan. Mo Fan walked a little further in, broke a vase with his hand, and then walked in front of Secretary Su. Secretary Su, there is no need to quibble. Now just be frank and tell President Qin who sent you here. Seeing the surveillance video in Mo Fan's hand, Secretary Su's face finally changed. She looked at Mo Fan in horror. Mr. Mo, you. Finally, Secretary Su lowered his head and smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, President Qin. Qin Padian looked at her coldly. I want an explanation. Explain? Secretary Su looked up. Her eyes were not filled with fear, but rather calm. There is no explanation. People go up and water flows down. It is not easy for me, a child born in a poor family, to get to where I am now. But Mr. Qin, you also know that relying on our youth is not a long-term solution. I just want to make more money. Secretary Su spoke calmly and sincerely. Qin Potion's expression changed from dark to bright. Who is the buyer behind this? I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, I have my own bottom line. I took the other party's money, but the matter was not completed. I can't sell them out again. Anyway, Secretary Su now has a completely reckless attitude. She relies on the fact that she was once Qin Potion's mistress and is sure that Qin Padian will not do anything to her. Brother, please go out for a moment. I'll do it. Mo Fan suddenly said to Qin Padian. Okay. The matter was of great importance, so Qin Padian did not refuse. He nodded and left the office. For a moment, Mo Fan and Secretary Su were the only ones left in the huge office. Secretary Su tucked her hair behind her ears as she watched Mo Fan slowly walk towards her. Mr. Mo, please stop wasting your breath. I won't betray my financial backer. Yeah, I know, so I didn't plan to ask you. What does Mr. Mo mean by this? Secretary Su looked at Mo Fan in confusion. But the next moment, she looked into Mo Fan's eyes and was stunned. At this moment she felt that she could not move. Looking at Mo Fan's deep eyes, it was as if he had seen something terrifying. Finally, a feeling of fear rose in her heart. Don't come over here, don't come over here. Secretary Sue was yelling like a madman. But how could Mo Fan listen to her? He continued walking towards Secretary Sue. Finally, Mo Fan stopped 3 steps in front of Secretary Sue and looked at her with deep eyes. Tell me, who sent you here, and what is your purpose? Secretary Sue's face was struggling, as if he was struggling in his heart. I was sent by the Lin family. I have been a member of the Lin family since the beginning. They asked me to get close to Mr. Chin so that I could provide them with some secrets of the Huatian group. So, was it you who leaked the real estate case last time? Secretary Sue nodded, yes. Hearing this, Chin Patian outside the door could no longer bear it. He pushed the door open. Su Yuan, you. Mo Fan also retracted his gaze and looked at Su Yuan with a smile. Only then did Su Yuan realize that she had betrayed the Lin family, and her face changed drastically. Brother, what are you going to do? Mo Fan looked at Chin Patian. After all, Su Yuan was Chin Potion's secretary. Call the police. Chin Potion's face was cold. Knowing that Su Yuan was sent by the Lin family from the beginning, he felt sick. When Chin Patian thought of what Su Yuan said when they were together before, he couldn't suppress his inner anger. In the end, Chin Patian called the police and investigators soon arrived at Huatian Group. Secretary Su was taken away by the investigation bureau. When the employees in the group learned the news, there was an uproar. Oh my god, Secretary Su, who was closest to President Chin, is actually a commercial spy. I've never seen such a thing before. Who said it wasn't? I've seen this woman become more and more coquettish every day, and I've long suspected that she has a problem. In Chin Potion's office. The system's voice rang in Mo Fan's mind. Ding! The host obtains construction funds. Also, the host should hurry up to complete the task of finding Yang Chenghong. If the task cannot be completed within 3 months, the task will be automatically cancelled and the host will take back one of the rewards. Chapter 67, Conscientious Entrepreneur Mo Fan. Fuck, there is such a saying. The mission is still time sensitive? Mo Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was something he had never expected. Of course, if the task is not completed in time, it is like the bank's loan is not collected in time. Over time, it becomes a bad debt. The system is committed to creating the most considerate service, and there can be no bad debts. Brother, what's wrong with you? Chin Patian asked in confusion when he saw Mo Fan crying and laughing. Mo Fan came back to his senses and waved to Chin Patian. It's okay, it's okay. Wait, brother, do you know where Yang Chenghong is? Mo Fan suddenly looked at Chin Patian. Logically, after the disappearance of such a big figure as Yang Chenghong, there would be some traces left. However, Mo Fan had been investigating for a long time during this period. Since the bankruptcy of Yang Chenghong's company, it was as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Chin Patian looked at Mo Fan in surprise. Brother, what do you want to do with Yang Chenghong? Mo Fan explained, doesn't Yang Chenghong have experience with photolithography machines? I wonder if I can find him and ask for his advice. I see. However, Chin Patian still shook his head. Actually, this matter is strange. Since Yang Chenghong's company went bankrupt and was taken over by the Lin family, I have never seen him again. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about him. This gave Mo Fan a headache. Although there were still 3 months left, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It would be fine if he could just clear the task, but the key was that he also had to cancel a reward he had previously obtained. Forget it, let us just take our time. There's no need to rush. Mo Fan thought to himself, and then he said to Chin Patian, brother, your business is over. I'll leave first. Okay, after I've sorted out my issues, I'll come visit you, brother. Mo Fan left Huatian Group, went home with Bai Yuqing and headed towards Bai Tianhe's home. Now that construction funds have arrived, it's time to start work. When I arrived at the Bai family, Mu Yun and Bai Tianhe were both there. Seeing Mo Fan, Mu Yun greeted him with a smile. Xiao Fan is here, come in and sit down. Bai Yuqing on the side had a look of resentment on her face. Her own mother ignored her once again. In the living room, Bai Tianhe was reading a magazine. Seeing Mo Fan coming, he put down the magazine and said, Xiao Fan is here. Dad, this time I'm here to discuss starting work. Mo Fan didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. Now everything was ready, and all that was left was to get started. Mo Fan's directness surprised Bai Tianhe a little. I have studied the Lingxing land. What kind of industrial park do you want to build? I will design the blueprints for you. Mo Fan pondered for a moment. Dad, we only need an industrial park and an office building with about 20 floors. It doesn't need to be too high. The factory needs to be bigger and more spacious, and more in line with the ancient style of architecture. Yu Qing said before that she likes things with an ancient style. Hearing Mo Fan say this, Bai Yuqing instantly looked at him. She did say this, but it was when she was in college. She didn't expect Mo Fan still remembered it. This made Bai Yuqing feel warm in her heart. Bai Tianhe smiled and said, all of these are fine. What's your budget? There is no budget, Dad, just follow the best specifications, and I will pay you the full amount when the time comes. These words shocked Bai Tianhe. He has been doing business for many years and has met all kinds of people, but this is the first time he has seen someone building a building without a budget, and the person happened to be his brother-in-law. Mu Yun, who was standing by, also looked at Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing in confusion. Xiao Fan, this best specification will cost a lot of money. We are just building a company, not a private residence for ourselves. We don't need something so luxurious, right? You should understand that the best steel should be used on the blade. Mo Fan didn't know how to explain it. He couldn't tell Bai Tianhe and Mu Yun that his construction funds were unlimited. If you say this, others will believe it. Mo Fan began to think seriously. Seeing Mo Fan thinking, Bai Tianhe was not in a hurry and picked up a glass of water to drink. Suddenly, Mo Fan gave an ambiguous number. Dad, do you think 10 billion is enough? Puff. Bai Tianhe spat out a mouthful of water. How much did you say? 10 billion? Not enough? No. That's enough. In fact, according to what you told me, building an industrial park would cost at most 1 billion yuan, which is already a lot. This. Mo Fan smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. This really touched upon his blind spot in knowledge. He didn't know much about these things. Okay, then I'll transfer 2 billion to you. Mo Fan used the communication system in his mind to directly transfer 2 billion to Bai Tianhe's account. After receiving the text message, Bai Tianhe looked at Mo Fan in shock again. How the hell can 2 billion be transferred just like that? Don't you sign a contract first and then go to the bank to make an appointment? So the 2 billion is just kept in the bank card as change? Dad, what's wrong? Seeing Bai Tianhe was stunned, Mo Fan couldn't help but ask curiously. No, it's okay. I'll go print the contract now. Xiao Fan, you can sign it later. No need, Dad. Why should we sign a contract? Otherwise, Yu Qing won't let me get in bed when we get home tonight. She dares. Before Bai Tianhe could speak, Mu Yun glared at Bai Yuqing. The next second, Mu Yun asked stealthily in a low voice, but that's true. When are you two going to have a baby? I can't wait to hold my grandson. Mom. Bai Yuqing pursed her lips, her little face flushed with shyness. Why be shy? Isn't it normal to have a baby? Mu Yun glared at Bai Yuqing again. Bai Yuqing shut up. Mo Fan and Bai Tianhe smiled aside. By the way, Xiao Fan, don't leave yet. Eat your meal first. Mom has learned a dish recently. You can try it later. After saying that, Mu Yun rushed into the kitchen. Mo Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Bai Yuqing felt even more aggrieved when she saw Mo Fan like this. She pouted and punched Mo Fan's chest. Humph, I become your mother. What could Mo Fan do? He was helpless. After dinner, Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing left the Bai family. At the same time, in Shanghai, this night was shocking. Chen Xuan and his 100 or so colleagues all posted a circle of friends, showing the simple contract and the transfer record of Mo Fan's advance of 1 year's salary from them. This made their friends very envious. Fuck, where can I find such a good boss? That's right, this is definitely a conscientious entrepreneur, unlike those capitals that are just trying to rip people off. Oh, after seeing this, I want to quit my job and go for the interview. Seeing that the public sentiment had been aroused to a certain extent, Chen Xuan asked his colleagues to send out a recruitment information. Now hiring. As long as you sign the contract, you can advance 1 year's salary in advance. The salary is still calculated at twice your current salary. Ambitious people with special skills are welcome to apply. As soon as this news came out, the city of Shanghai was instantly in an uproar late at night. Chapter 68, I only earn 35,000 yuan a year. How can I live? This night is destined to be a sleepless night. whether it is for working people or for big boss entrepreneurs. For the workers, it was naturally a joyful night. They had more choices, especially when they saw MoFan recruiting employees from all over Mo City, offering the tempting double salary and 3 to 4 months of paid vacation. Some workers who have some technical skills started to contact Chen Xuan and his employees as soon as they saw the news, and basically received a response. If the interview was successful, they could sign the contract. In this way, word spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, and more people began to contact Chen Xuan and his colleagues. But for big boss entrepreneurs, it was a difficult night. The appearance of MoFan and the double salary obviously broke their long-standing monopoly. Originally, you were paid 1,000 yuan and asked to do the work of 2 people. Now MoFan appears and gives you 2,000 yuan and asks you to do the work of 1 person. In the short term, the impact on them may be that 1 or 2 employees will resign. But in the long run, MoFan is undoubtedly the one who is more popular among the people. They have even seen what the future will be like. If they don't follow MoFan's salary increase in the future, then there will be no fresh blood willing to choose their company. If this continues, the company will eventually go bankrupt. But if they followed MoFan's salary increase, then they would earn much less, and might even have to lose money. So, a big boss stepped forward, formed a WeChat group, and brought in all the big and small bosses in Shanghai. Group. Fuck, who owns this company? Isn't he making any money? Why is he doubling the salary? Who says it's not true? The average surplus labor value I can earn from an employee is only 50,000. If I increase his salary, the average will only be 35,000. How can we survive? So we absolutely cannot sit and wait for death. We have finally made those office workers satisfied with their current lives. If he raises the price, we will have to follow suit. That will be another huge expense. I am also planning to change to a Panamera by the end of the year. Yes, we need to unite. Someone should find out who the boss is. We can unite and deal with him together and drive him out of the Magic City. Don't worry, I've already sent our company's employees to investigate, and we'll probably have results soon. I want to see which fledgling kid dares to go against all the entrepreneurs in our Magic City. The next second he sent another message. My employee contacted me and said there should be some progress in the investigation. I'll go take a look. This piece of news touched the nerves of many big bosses. The boss just now directly pulled his employees into the WeChat group to demonstrate his strength. After the employee joined the group, the boss just now asked, "Tell me, find out who is not dead." But he regretted it the next second. The employee who was pulled in gave him a contemptuous expression and then said a sentence. "You idiot, you want to order me around? You only pay me a few $1,000 a month, and you still keep bullying me. I'm telling you today that I passed the interview, and I'm quitting. You idiot, you still want to know our boss's name? Go eat shit." After saying that, the employee left the group directly, leaving a group of confused bosses standing there staring blankly. The boss felt even more ashamed and his face was burning. Finally, the group owner broke the awkwardness. "You should all lock up your own employees. I have hired a private detective and I believe the investigation will be completed soon." No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, MoFan received a call from Bai Tianhe, saying that the blueprint had been completed. After hanging up the phone, MoFan received the design drawings sent by Bai Tianhe. After clicking on it and taking a look, MoFan was quite satisfied with every aspect. He sent Bai Tianhe a message in reply, "Dad, just follow the design and do the construction. If you don't have enough money, I will transfer it to you." After sending the message, I didn't receive any message from Bai Tianhe. I guess he was busy. MoFan got up, prepared breakfast, and went to call Bai Yuqing to come downstairs to eat. Bai Yuqing has been having sex these days, and is so sleepy. After being woken up by MoFan, she looked dazed and said, "Honey, what time is it? You're calling me to get up." MoFan sighed helplessly and rolled his eyes at Bai Yuqing. "It's already past 10 in the morning. The sun is shining brightly. I've already prepared breakfast for you." "Ah." Hearing that it was already past 10 in the morning, Bai Yuqing screamed and climbed out of bed, but she thought of something again, looked down, her face suddenly flushed, and quickly pulled the quilt over herself. "Hubby, get out, I want to get dressed." MoFan was speechless again. "Why are you still going out? There is nothing on your body that I haven't seen." "Oh, I'm just shy." "Honey, just go out. Be obedient and be good." Bai Yuqing pouted and said pitifully. Okay, I'm going out. I'm going out. Mo Fan walked out of the room and heard rustling sounds from inside. After a while, Bai Yuqing went downstairs and sat at the dining table. Looking at the sumptuous breakfast, Bai Yuqing pecked Mo Fan's face gently. Moa, thank you for the breakfast, husband. Mo Fan touched the place where Bai Yuqing had pecked him and couldn't help but smile happily. Okay, let's eat quickly, it's getting cold. Good. Bai Yuqing picked up a sandwich and started eating. During the meal, Mo Fan suddenly looked at Bai Yuqing. By the way, Yuqing, I have something to discuss with you. What's going on? Bai Yuqing swallowed an egg and looked at Mo Fan expectantly. I plan to go to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to register the name of my company. Can you help me think of a better name, Mr. Bai? Well, since my husband has asked me for a favor, I will reluctantly help you think of one. Bai Yuqing was proud for a while at first, then he started to think seriously. Seeing that Bai Yuqing was thinking, Mo Fan did not disturb her. After more than 10 minutes, Bai Yuqing suddenly had an idea in her mind. Husband, what do you think about calling our company Fancheng? What a literary name. Fancheng? Fancheng. Fancheng is good. Mo Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. Why didn't he think of combining the two names together? Wow, honey, you're awesome. Mo Fan excitedly hugged Bai Yuqing. Bai Yuqing blushed slightly. That's right, don't you see whose wife I am? My husband is so great, I can't hold him back. Hee, that's true. After dinner, let's go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to register the company. Okay. At the same time, a private detective walked into a skyscraper in Shanghai. Chapter 69, Killer Like a Realm. Chapter 69. The private detective looked at the location on his phone, raised his head to make sure it was correct, and then sent a text message. I'm already here. After waiting for about 5 minutes, a sexy secretary came downstairs, looked at the photo of the private detective on her phone, then looked at the person in front of her, and then walked over enthusiastically. Hello, our boss asked me to take you upstairs. Well, let's go. A moment later, the secretary came up with the private detective and entered an office. There was only one person sitting in the office. Boss, the people are here. The boss in the office nodded and said, you go down first. The secretary left immediately. The boss said to the private detective, come in. The private detective walked in and sat directly opposite the boss. Boss Xiao, I have already found out what you wanted to find out. As he said this, he placed a pile of photos on the table. Their boss is called Mo Fan. This is his photo. We are currently unable to find out the name of his company or what it does. Zhao Tianfu picked up Mo Fan's photo and looked at it, his brows instantly furrowed. Seeing this, the private detective added, by the way, Mo Fan is the one who has been in the spotlight recently. First, he cooperated with Li Donglai to defeat a group of high-ranking officials in Magic City, and then he slapped the face of the one from the Lin family at the auction. Okay, I got it. I'll have the finance department transfer the balance to your card later. Sorry for the trouble. Good. The private detective nodded and turned away. After he left, Zhao Tianfu made a phone call. The call was connected instantly. Zhao Tianfu said respectfully to the person on the other end of the phone, Boss Lin, we have found out who the person is. It's Mo Fan, the man who has repeatedly opposed the Lin family. But we haven't found out what kind of company Mo Fan runs, and we don't know what he plans to do. On the other end of the phone, at the Lin family mansion. Lin Hongxiu hung up the phone, frowning. Second brother, what's going on? Who dares to shake up the entire capital? Seeing this, Lin Hongyi at the side couldn't help but ask curiously. Mo Fan. Lin Hongxiu gently uttered the two words Mo Fan. Ah. Lin Hongyi couldn't help himself. Second brother, is it the Mo Fan who always opposes us? Yes. Lin Hongxiu nodded. Fuck, why is Mo Fan so useless? I told you to find someone to kill him. Second brother, why don't you talk to eldest brother and I'll hire a killer on the dark web to kill him, so as to avoid upsetting our Lin family. Lin Hongxiu immediately looked at Lin Hongyi with cold eyes. Old third, have you already hired a killer on the dark web? Lin Hongxiu knows his younger brother too well. He has been involved in the underworld for many years. Apart from pornography, gambling and drugs, he is a ruthless person. I feel sad because Lin Hongyi always seems to be acting strange these days. Lin Hongyi felt frightened when Lin Hongxiu looked at him like that. I tell the truth. Lin Hongshu shouted sternly. Lin Hongyi made up his mind and didn't hide it anymore. Yes, I arranged for an assassin to kill him. You. Lin Hongshu was furious. What did I tell you before? You know that most of our Lin family members have been sent to prison by Li Donglai, and the boss is already very busy, and you are still here to cause trouble for me. Brother, I know I was wrong, but I just can't swallow this anger. The killer over there has already accepted the order and is probably already in China. At this moment, Lin Hongyi acted like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Anyway, I've already hired a killer, so it's okay with you punishing me. Well. Lin Hongshu sighed. How could he not be angry after seeing what happened at the auction that day? The boss paid a heavy price to prevent Qin Padian from getting the Lingsheng land, but he didn't think of letting Mo Fan get it. Seeing Lin Hongshu's reaction, Lin Hongyi was relieved and said casually, "Second brother, don't worry. Although I admit that this kid is a little weird, no matter how powerful he is, can he be more powerful than a gun? Once he dies, who can find out about our Lin family? Besides, no one will be against our Lin family anymore. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with Qin Padian at that time? Ah, never mind. However, the boss will be back from the capital soon. We should do our best to get it done before he comes back and not leave any evidence behind." I knew that you understand me, second brother. Lin Hongyi assured again, "Don't worry, second brother, I will definitely take care of it before the boss comes back." On the other hand, Mo Fan went to the Industry and Commerce Bureau alone to register his company. Arriving at the gate of the Industry and Commerce Bureau, Mo Fan was about to enter when the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! An unprecedented crisis has been detected. Please make the following choice. 1. Kill the incoming killer and reward him with 1 billion in cash in his bank card. 2. Let the killer shoot you in the head, and you will be rewarded with a lifetime travel qualification card to the Hades Palace. 3. With the overflowing heart of a saint, subdue the killer and send him to the Investigation Bureau to increase performance, and be rewarded with the title of Ultimate Invincible Saint. Fuck, this killer carries a bank card with 1 billion? Mo Fan was surprised. Is it possible for a killer to be so rich these days? Yes, in the assassin industry, no one knows when they will die, so all the money they earn will be deposited in the safest bank in the world and carried on their bodies. 1 billion. I choose 1. Mo Fan chose option 1 without any hesitation. Although the system has prepared everything for him now, it has been a long time since he has received cash rewards. What he lacks most now is cash. However, the person on the other side was a killer, which made Mo Fan sweat. But as the saying goes, the bolder the man, the more productive the land. Mo Fan looked around and found nothing unusual, so he entered the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. I think no matter how rampant the killer is, he would not dare to assassinate at will in a state-owned institution like the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. After entering the Industry and Commerce Bureau, Mo Fan directly stated his purpose, which was to register a company. The leaders of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau also knew Mo Fan. Or maybe everyone in the entire Magic City knows Mo Fan now, and they will not forget that the fall of the high-level officials in the Magic City was caused by this young man in front of them. So the leaders are particularly enthusiastic. After knowing that Mo Fan wanted to register a company, he became very busy. It would have taken 1 or 2 days to register a company, but it was completed in 2 hours under the leadership of the leader. Mo Fan was very surprised by the swift and efficient work. Mo Fan collected the business license, thanked him and left. On the way back, Mo Fan was on edge because the killer could appear next to him at any time. Ding! The system has detected a strong danger value, please be careful. Host, please be careful. Host, please be careful. The host kept reminding him, and Mo Fan also felt a murderous aura enveloping him. At this time, he was driving on the overpass, with unfinished buildings on both sides of the road. Chapter 70, the killer has been solved, and the system storage space has been opened. Host, please be careful. Host, please be careful. The system's prompts kept ringing in his mind, and Mo Fan looked around vigilantly. Suddenly, a slight sound of breaking through the air reached his ears. Every hair on Mo Fan's body stood up. He heard it was gunshot. Without any hesitation, Mo Fan slammed on the brakes and then jumped out of the car at lightning speed. The next moment, a bullet went straight through the driver's seat window of the Porsche. If Mo Fan had arrived a little later, he would have been shot in the head by now. Mo Fan hid behind the car and looked towards the location of the gunshot. Suddenly, a ray of light was reflected from the unfinished building in the distance. There! The moment Mo Fan saw the mirror light, he confirmed the killer's location. He saw him jump directly from the overpass and run towards the building. At the same time, the unfinished building. A white man with a black beard frowned. Oh, fuck. I got fooled. Who said this was just an ordinary person's? But at this moment, he had no time to be angry, because Mo Fan had already discovered his location and was chasing after him. The white man with black beard disassembled his sniper rifle and put it into the box, then turned around and was about to leave. But as soon as he turned around, he found that Mo Fan had appeared behind him. Want to leave? Mo Fan looked at the killer jokingly. Who the hell are you? The killer looked at Mo Fan with a serious expression. Since he was able to jump off the overpass and still be fine, and appear upstairs in such a short time, he was sure that Mo Fan must not be an ordinary person, and was most likely the same person as himself. Mo Fan sneered, Me? I'm here to take your life. Mo Fan didn't hesitate at all, he jumped up and rushed straight towards the killer. The killer was stunned. This script is obviously wrong. Shouldn't you first ask yourself who sent you before taking action? But Mo Fan had already come to kill him, so he had no time to think about these things. The killer pulled out a dagger from his thigh and stabbed it directly at Mo Fan's head. He didn't dare to be careless at all and tried his best to kill with one strike. Mo Fan naturally wouldn't give him this opportunity. The killer's movements were broken down into slow motion by his eyes, making it easy to see the killer's assassination trajectory. Mo Fan dodged by moving sideways in advance. The killer frowned when he saw that his full-strength attack was dodged. No match for you, run away. At this moment, this was the only thought in his mind. He picked up the box containing the sniper rifle and was about to run away. But Mo Fan had already stopped him at some point. Is this the killer? He's too slow. Seeing Mo Fan being so arrogant, the killer instantly became angry. You will pay the price for your arrogance. As he spoke, Mo Fan left a shadow behind him and appeared in front of him in an instant. He then raised his arm and punched the killer directly in the face. The killer didn't react quickly enough and was knocked away by a punch. Before he landed on the ground, Mo Fan stepped on him again, pushing him heavily to the ground. At this moment, the killer panicked and shouted, Don't kill me. Oh? Give me a reason not to kill you. Mo Fan stepped on the killer and joked. I can tell you who has put a bounty on your head on the dark web. Unnecessary. Mo Fan broke the killer's neck with one foot. The poor killer never knew why Mo Fan was not interested in the person who offered a bounty on him. His head tilted to one side, and he died with his eyes open. After Mo Fan dealt with the killer, he opened his box. Fuck, AWM, this is a good thing, but it's a pity that I can't take it away. Looking at the brand new AWM, Mo Fan felt a pity. After all, China is a country with extremely strict gun control. Ding! The host's pity has been detected, and the system has specially provided storage space service. What storage space? Mo Fan asked curiously. Of course it is the system's storage space. Initially, it is only 33 cubic meters. It can be upgraded later. The things stored here are in a state of time stagnation and will not expire. No need to make a choice this time? Mo Fan was delighted. Isn't this tailor-made for him? He could store the AWM inside and it wouldn't even require any maintenance. Well, you can owe it for now. The next time there is a task, the system will not give any rewards. Good. Mo Fan agreed without even thinking about it. Ding! System storage space has been opened. The current volume is 33. How do I use this? The host only needs to place his hand on the things that need to be stored, and then silently say storage in his mind. Mo Fan followed the system's instructions and placed his hand on the AWM box, silently reciting save in his mind. The next second, a white light flashed, and the AWM box was stored in the system storage space. Not bad, good stuff. Oh, and there's the 1 billion in cash he had with him. I almost forgot about it. Mo Fan searched the killer's body again and finally found the killer's Swiss bank card in a pocket of his underwear. He threw it into the system's storage space. Mo Fan left, and the killer's body remained on the roof of the unfinished building. Came to the viaduct. Looking at his beloved car, the glass was completely rotten, and he didn't know if the car was damaged. Mo Fan called the towing company and took the car to the forest shop for repair. He hailed a taxi and went home. After returning home, Mo Fan checked himself again to make sure there were no traces before entering the house. As soon as I entered the house, I didn't see Bai Yuqing. Mo Fan couldn't help but be curious. In the past, when he came back, Bai Yuqing always sat on the sofa and watched TV. Why did she change her personality today? Yuqing? Yuqing, are you there? After calling out several times, Mo Fan still didn't hear Bai Yuqing's voice. Strange, where did this little girl go? Mo Fan frowned, and a bad idea came into his mind. Just then, he suddenly heard a sound coming from the warehouse. Honey, I'm in the warehouse. Mo Fan heaved a sigh of relief and felt relieved when he heard Bai Yuqing's voice. He walked to the warehouse and saw Bai Yuqing holding a notebook and making notes here and there in front of the super lithography machine. Seeing Mo Fan coming, Bai Yuqing stopped what he was doing. Hubby, come and take a look. I don't know if the data I recorded is correct. Bai Yuqing handed the small notebook to Mo Fan. Mo Fan took the small notebook out of curiosity and took a look. It was filled with various data of the super lithography machine, and these data were not in the data sent by the system before. Mo Fan's eyes lit up. Did you record all this? Humph, what else can you do? Do you look down on your own wife so much? Bai Yuqing said with a proud smile. Mo Fan pulled Bai Yuqing's cheeks and said, of course, my wife is very smart, so shouldn't it be easy for her to do this? Chapter 71. The video was exposed. Mo Fan's words made Bai Yuqing blush slightly. She said shyly, stop talking. It's so embarrassing. By the way, husband, how are you doing? Everything has been done. Once my father-in-law's place is built, the scale will be complete. Great, recording the first day of becoming rich with my husband. Bai Yuqing cheered and jumped for joy. Okay, honey, go back first. You're still having your period. This warehouse is so cold. Then you carry me. Bai Yuqing said coquettishly. Good. Mo Fan squatted down and Bai Yuqing gently jumped onto his back. Lin family residence. Lin Hongyi's cell phone suddenly rang, and he picked it up and took a look. The next second, his entire expression changed. Lin Hongxiu, who was standing by, noticed Lin Hongyi's expression and couldn't help but frown. What's wrong? Second brother, the assassination on the dark web failed, and the killer died in China. Lin Hongyi said in a deep voice. What? Lin Hongxiu's face changed drastically when he heard this. You said the killer died in China? Lin Hongyi handed the phone to Lin Hongxiu. Second brother, take a look at it yourself. Lin Hongxiu quickly took the phone and took a look. Just as Lin Hongyi said, there was a big cross on the killer's profile picture. This. How is it possible? Could it be that the assassin was killed by Mo Fan? That should be it. Lin Hongyi sighed. It seems that 10 million is not enough. I will increase the reward to 50 million later. There will definitely be more powerful killers coming out. In short, Mo Fan must not be alive. When Lin Hongxiu heard this, his expression changed from gloomy to bright, and he was weighing the pros and cons in his heart. After a long while, he could only helplessly say, go ahead, take the money from me. Now that we have offended Mo Fan, we must not let him live. Also, tell him that if they can't deal with Mo Fan, they can start with his wife Bai Yuqing. Yes, I understand, brother. Lin Hongyi responded, got up and went upstairs. Coming upstairs, Lin Hongyi turned on his computer, entered a website, and then the dark web screen began to flash on the computer. Lin Hongyi logged into his account and saw that his post had been changed to a failed status. He cancelled the mission, and then edited a new one, changing the bounty from 10 million to 50 million, and added a note below, if you can't deal with the target, you can start with his closest people. Then he issued the task. Over the next few days, everything went smoothly. Construction has already started at the construction site, and Chen Xuan has also recruited many employees. Now we are just waiting for the construction of the industrial park to be completed. But on this day, Bai Yuqing was scrolling through Douyin when he suddenly saw a video. Strange, this seems to be my car? Bai Yuqing looked at the Porsche parked on the overpass and clicked to enlarge it. Hey, it really is my car. Was Mo Fan secretly photographed by someone? Bai Yuqing was curious and continued reading. But the next scene left her dumbfounded. Mo Fan was seen jumping directly from the viaduct, and then the camera in the video followed him. After Mo Fan jumped down, he was completely unharmed. Oh my god. Bai Yuqing watched the scene on the video in disbelief. The comments section of the video is even more lively. Fuck, is this Qigong? Is it possible that the Earth is about to enter a stage of spiritual energy recovery? Where are you focusing your attention? Don't you think this person looks familiar? He seems to be the MO fan who has been making a lot of noise on the internet recently. Fuck, now that you mention it, it really does look like it. No wonder I said that car looked so familiar to me. Bai Yuqing covered her little mouth in surprise at this moment. The next second, she shouted downstairs. Husband! Husband! MO fan, who was cooking downstairs, heard Bai Yuqing calling him and went upstairs with his rice spoon in hand. What's wrong, wife? Husband, come and see if this is you. What? MO fan walked over curiously. When he saw himself on the screen, he frowned instantly. I was careless that day and was photographed by someone else. Honey, what's going on? How come you act like nothing happened after jumping from such a high place? Bai Yuqing looked at MO fan suspiciously. MO fan remained silent. He didn't know how to explain to Bai Yuqing. Honey, what on earth is going on? Bai Yuqing's eyes were full of worry. Seeing that MO fan was unwilling to say anything, she had already guessed something. Alas, I wasn't planning on telling you. MO fan didn't want to make Bai Yuqing worry. But then he thought again. When he was assassinated a few days ago, he came back and didn't see Bai Yuqing, so he thought Bai Yuqing had been taken away by the assassin. Thinking about it this way, it would be a good idea to tell Bai Yuqing to be careful. Wife, this is a long story. Please listen to me and I will explain it to you slowly. Yeah. Bai Yuqing sat upright. Then MO fan began to explain. Wife, we offended the Lin family before. When I came back that day, I was almost hit by a car in front of my house. I suspect it was the Lin family who did it. Last time they wanted to kill me but failed, so they hired a killer. This time I met the killer on the viaduct. Where's the killer? Bai Yu listened nervously and grabbed MO fan's arm. Husband, let me see, you are not hurt, right? MO fan gently rubbed Bai Yuqing's little head. Don't worry, I'm fine. He then continued, after I heard the gunshots, I got out of the car and hid, but the killer wouldn't give in. I had no choice but to jump off the viaduct. Fortunately, I had practiced a little when I was a kid, so I didn't die from the fall. And what about the killer? Bai Yuqing asked with concern. MO fan shook his head. I called the police right after the incident. I think the killer was caught by the investigation bureau. MO fan told a white lie. He didn't want Bai Yuqing to know that he had a life on his hands. Ha! Fortunately, why didn't you tell me that you were coming back that day? I was so worried. Bai Yuqing hugged MO fan tightly and said with lingering fear. When Bai Yuqing thought about how she almost couldn't see MO fan, she couldn't help but shed tears. She cried, Hubby, you worried me to death, you know that. MO fan held Bai Yuqing in his arms and patted her back gently. I'm sorry, honey, I made you worry. After crying for a long time, Bai Yuqing finally came out of MO fan's arms. She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, Husband, you said that the Lin family failed in this assassination attempt. Will there be a next one? How about we tell the investigation bureau and say that the Lin family hired someone to kill someone? No. MO fan shook his head. The last time Li Donglai did that, he still failed to bring down Lin Hongqian. This shows that the Lin family still has a certain influence in Magic City or even in China. Even if we tell the investigation bureau, it will be useless. What shall we do then? Bai Yuqing was so anxious that she started to cry again. People were watching MO fan all day long. Who knows, if MO fan goes out, he might be. It's okay, dear wife, trust your husband. MO fan pinched Bai Yuqing's face and comforted her. At the same time, a hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Lin family. Chapter 72. Good luck in opening the business. Time flies and more than 3 months have passed. During these 3 months, MO fan had been extremely vigilant. He would take Bai Yuqing with him wherever he went, for fear that if the Lin family's assassins failed to kill him, there would be a second wave. But fortunately, there has been no killer around in the past 3 months. On this day, MO fan's Fanqing group finally took off. Within 3 months, Chen Xuan and Fang Su had gathered a group of employees who were ready to take up their posts at any time. MO fan also did not forget the agreement between himself and Chen Shanghai. As soon as the company was built, he went to Chen Shanghai to sign the contract. When Chen Shanghai heard the news, he was extremely excited. He had recently learned a little about the construction of Fan Qing's company. It was definitely a large group. If Mo Fan handed over all the power business to him, he would definitely make a lot of money. He couldn't wait to ask his secretary to prepare the car and head to the place he had agreed to meet with Mo Fan, the Magic City Hotel. Chen Shanghai found a private room at the Magic City Hotel, where he saw Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing sitting. "Sorry, Mr. Mo, I'm late. I'll drink 3 cups as punishment." Chen Shanghai didn't expect Mo Fan to come so early, and quickly apologized. Mo Fan smiled and said, "It's okay, Mr. Chen. We just got here not long ago. Let's not get into the drinking culture. I'm not averse to it either. Let's just talk about cooperation and sign the contract directly." Hearing this, Chen Shanghai couldn't help but be stunned. In the past, when he negotiated business with others, they had to drink until they died before they could reluctantly sign the contract. "If you ask me, Mr. Mo, you have a broad vision. Let's talk about cooperation and sign a contract directly." Then Chen Shanghai gave Mo Fan a detailed introduction to the equipment of his company. Mo Fan nodded. "Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll do as you say. Just ask my secretary to send the contract to my company tomorrow." Mr. Mo is straightforward. Chen Shanghai let out a long sigh of relief. "By the way, Mr. Mo, when will your company cut the ribbon? I can go and congratulate you then." 3 days later. After Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing discussed it, they set the date for 3 days later. After finishing the meal, Mo Fan said goodbye to Chen Shanghai and returned home with Bai Yuqing to prepare for the opening ceremony, such as handing out invitations. The next day, Chen Shanghai asked his secretary to deliver the contract. Mo Fan confirmed that the amount was 80 million. After he signed the contract, he transferred 40 million to Chen Shanghai's company account. Finally, the agreed opening day arrived. Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing got up early and dressed themselves up. The two went to the company in formal wear. Along the way, Bai Yuqing felt nervous and excited. "Honey, I still feel like I'm dreaming." What do you mean?" Mo Fan was puzzled. "Then I heard Bai Yuqing say, 'Husband, when you came to pick up Wang Han that day, I thought I would never have anything to do with you again in my life, but I didn't expect Wang Han to ask you to add another 300,000 yuan to the betrothal gift before getting married, and I didn't expect you to confess to me. We now have our own company. Although we have just started, I have a feeling that your name, Mo Fan, will be remembered in the Magic City, China, and even the entire world.' Hubby, don't you think this journey has been a dream?" Hearing Bai Yuqing say this, Mo Fan also felt it was quite dreamy. He was very grateful to God for giving him the opportunity to live a new life, and was very grateful for the system's companionship. Ding! Host, can you please not be so cheesy? The system can't stand it. Oh. Forehead. Mo Fan couldn't help but have a few black lines on his forehead. An hour later, Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing arrived at the company gate. Looking at the magnificent company, Mo Fan nodded with satisfaction. "Honey, you're right, the drawings designed by my father-in-law are pretty good." That's it," Bai Yuqing said proudly. Suddenly, a voice was heard. "Brother, why don't you go in?" The next second, Sheen Potion's figure appeared in front of the two of them, followed by several people carrying a large flower basket. "You all just need to be careful and move over there." After directing a few people to put the flower basket away, Sheen Padian came in front of Mo Fan. "Okay, brother. Your company is much more impressive than my Huatian group. I will just rent an apartment here and work here." Ha. "Sure, brother. If you want to, just let me know and I'll ask them to raise the rent a bit." Mo Fan joked. Forehead. "By the way, brother, I recently found out some news that is related to you." "What?" Mo Fan looked at Sheen Padian curiously. Sheen Padian said, "You have been recruiting employees with double the salary recently. The spies I have planted in the Lin group told me that some big and small bosses are very dissatisfied with your behavior. They have joined forces with the Lin family and want to deal with you. Now that your company has just opened, I am afraid that the Lin family will take action against you." It's what I expected. In fact, Mo Fan had already expected that those corporate capitalists would be dissatisfied with him. But what he didn't expect was that those people actually colluded with the Lin family. A sneer appeared on Mo Fan's lips. The incident with the killer last time is still fresh in his mind. If the Lin family wants to destroy his company, he will definitely let the Lin family taste what true cruelty is. In just 1 hour, all the big and small bosses that Mo Fan had invited came one after another. Including Mo Fan's parents, Bai Tianhe and Mu Yun also came. However, there were two people that Mo Fan had not expected. They were Bai Yuqing's best friends Yan Shishua and Tian Tingting, two girls whom she had only met once at the wedding. Yu Qing, you hit it too well. You and your husband quietly set up such a big company. You even lied to us before that Mo Fan had just graduated and was working. Yan Shishue came close to Bai Yuqing and spoke in a sour tone. Yes, Yu Qing, don't forget what we talked about when we were little, about sharing a husband. Tian Tingting also echoed. Go away, who wants to share a husband with you? Mo Fan is mine alone. Bai Yuqing pulled Mo Fan over and spoke to Yan Shishue and Tian Tingting in a proud tone. Just kidding, this time we are all here on behalf of our families, Yu Qing, I wish you a prosperous opening. Yan Shishue took out a red envelope and handed it to Bai Yuqing. Tian Tingting did the same. She took out the red envelope and said with a pursed mouth, my father gave you 100,000. I didn't even get so many red envelopes on my birthday. I'm so envious. Hey, thank you. Bai Yuqing was not polite and directly took the red envelopes from the two and put them in his pocket. As more and more people came, Mo Fan invited them all to the company. On the way, someone asked curiously, Boss Missouri, what exactly does your company do? Someone took the lead, and a group of people immediately pricked up their ears to listen. Mo Fan smiled mysteriously and kept everyone in suspense. You will know when the store officially opens. This. Chapter 73 Yang Chenghong's disappearance is related to the Lin family. Mo Fan asked Bai Tianhe to take them around the company. I went out to greet the new people. It was Qin Padian who followed out. Looking at Qin Potion's expression, you can tell that he has something to ask. Brother, if you have any questions, just ask. Qin Padian was stunned. He didn't expect that Mo Fan could see through him. Brother, tell me the truth. How is your lithography machine going? Mo Fan said, of course it succeeded, but only one unit succeeded. However, Yu Qing has already recorded the data. When all employees officially go to work, we should be able to start mass production. I knew you were cut out for this, bro. Qin Padian patted Mo Fan's shoulder excitedly. Oh, right, I suddenly remembered something. I didn't tell you before because there were so many people around. What's going on? Mo Fan looked at Qin Padian curiously. Qin Padian looked around and confirmed that no one was around. Then he whispered into Mo Fan's ear. Brother, didn't you ask me to find Yang Chenghong for you before? I looked it up over the past few months and actually found something. What? Mo Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. He had been secretly investigating Yang Chenghong's whereabouts for the past 3 months, but to no avail. Seeing that the mission would be completed in a few days, Mo Fan had already prepared himself for the system to take back his reward, but he did not expect Qin Padian to bring such good news today. Brother, this matter involves a lot of things, and I only found out a little bit. Brother, please tell me in detail. Mo Fan calmed down. Indeed. The second richest man in Shanghai disappeared mysteriously overnight because his company went bankrupt. No one has mentioned him in all these years. Mo Fan didn't believe that there was no trick. Then he listened to Qin Potion's story. Yang Chenghong's investment in the photolithography machine business was going well at the beginning, but think about it, isn't the data of the photolithography machine blocked by the Americans? However, the Americans cannot openly attack Yang Chenghong, so a spokesperson is needed at this time. Hearing this, Mo Fan understood. Brother, you mean that the Lin family is the spokesperson? Yes. After Yang Chenghong went bankrupt, the Lin family took over all of Yang Chenghong's businesses. And think about it, brother. If the lithography machine is completed, it will be the future of China. The country will definitely support it. So, except for the head of the Lin family, no one else can do it. So if you want to find Yang Chenghong, you can start with the Lin family, but you have to be prepared. We haven't heard from Yang Chenghong in so many years, so it's likely that he was killed by the Lin family. Mo Fan nodded. The situation became clearer and clearer. But he was sure that Yang Chenghong was not dead at all, otherwise the system would not let him find him. He thought to himself, it's time to go to the Lin family to get some interest back. Just as Mo Fan was thinking about this, he suddenly saw several familiar figures appear in front of the company, also carrying flower baskets. Strange, why are they here? Jean Padian also frowned. Let's go and take a look. Mo Fan put on a smiling face and walked over to the group. What a rare guest. I wonder why you found time to come to our company, Mr. Lin. The person who came was Lin Hongshu. Mo Fan guessed that the people behind him were probably entrepreneurs and capitalists who were unhappy with him and therefore joined forces with the Lin family to deal with him. Lin Hongshu said calmly. Of course, we are here to witness a rising star entrepreneur in the Magic City. Why wouldn't you welcome him? Mo Fan smiled and said, Welcome, of course you are welcome. Everyone who comes is a guest. Please come in. At this moment, an untimely voice sounded. Oh, now any second-generation rich can start a company. You squander your family's money and dare to start a company in such a treacherous city. To put it nicely, you are a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. To put it bluntly, are you not a pure young man? The person who spoke was a small boss behind Lin Hongshu. Lin Hongshu did not stop him, but stared at Mo Fan with interest. Jean Padian was unhappy. He was about to stand up and speak for Mo Fan, but was stopped by Mo Fan. Brother, you? Leave it to me. Mo Fan smiled and stood up. Excuse me, boss, what is the market value of your company? The person who asked the question just now was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Mo Fan meant. According to the script, shouldn't Mo Fan directly scold him? He gave an ambiguous figure, probably around 1 billion. Only 1 billion? It's barely enough to buy me a toilet in the company. Mo Fan said, pointing to the building at the edge. The boss was instantly furious. What do you mean? Mo Fan said disdainfully, I'm sorry, I just looked down on you. Look down on me? My father gave me 500,000 yuan back then, and now I've made 1 billion yuan. How can a second-generation rich man like you who only knows how to spend the family's money have the right to look down on me? Mo Fan said disdainfully, that's because your father is poor and can only give you 500,000 yuan. But my family is different. They can only give me hundreds of millions to play with. If you don't accept it, ask your father to give you hundreds of millions to play with. What you earn in your entire life is not even enough for other people's pocket money. If I were you, I would work hard instead of coming here to seek your so-called superiority. You. The boss was speechless after being scolded by Mo Fan. Seeing this, Lin Hongshu couldn't help but shook his head. He stood up and said, Boss Missouri, I wonder what your company does? It would be good for everyone to learn more. If you really use it for fun, then just ignore what I said and say that your father is too rich. Sorry, this is a trade secret. Mo Fan said quietly. Lin Hongshu seemed to have known that Mo Fan would say this, and he said calmly, Trade secrets? It can't be some shady business that's so secretive? Yes, it must be some shady business. The people behind Lin Hongshu also echoed. Hey, is it still quite lively here? Suddenly, a powerful voice came from a distance. Everyone felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, and they quickly turned around to look. Li Donglai was seen walking slowly towards them, carrying a flower basket and accompanied by several high-ranking officials from the Magic City. All of a sudden, those lackeys who had spoken harshly before all became obedient. Mo Fan looked at Li Donglai and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He did not send an invitation to Li Donglai. But he still went to meet him. After all, he was the top leader in Shanghai, and it was a huge honor for him to have him come here. Ah, Brother Mo is really young and promising. You can do such earth-shattering things at such a young age. On behalf of the people of Magic City, I fully support you. Li Donglai learned from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau that Mo Fan was going to develop a super lithography machine. If it succeeded, it would definitely be a significant achievement in his political career. Seeing Lin Hongshu here, he showed goodwill to Mo Fan and intended to make Mo Fan go against the Lin family. In this way, when Mo Fan and the Lin family are almost done fighting, he can wipe out the Lin family's complicated forces in one fell swoop. Chapter 74, Saving Yang Chunghon. Sure enough, when Lin Hongshu heard Li Donglai's words, his brows instantly twisted together. This is not a good sign. He walked forward and handed the flower basket to Mo Fan. Boss Missouri, I came here today to congratulate you on the opening of your company. I have some things to do at my company, so I will leave first. After saying this, without waiting for Mo Fan to speak, Lin Hongshu turned around and left. Li Donglai glanced at Lin Hongshu's back indifferently. "Come in, Mayor," Mo Fan said in a neither humble nor arrogant tone. "Good." Li Donglai nodded, and then led a group of senior executives into the Fanqing Industrial Park. The bosses who were visiting the industrial park were all shocked when they learned that Li Donglai had come in person. In the eyes of people like them, Li Donglai is out of reach. But if they can have some relationship with Li Donglai, then doing business in the Magic City can be said to be smooth sailing. For a moment, everyone began to speculate about Mo Fan's identity. After all, the fact that he personally came to Mo Fan's company to cut the ribbon for its opening ceremony was enough to show that the relationship between the two was special. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the opening ribbon cutting ceremony officially began. Mo Fan found Li Donglai. "Mayor, there is something I need your opinion on." Li Donglai smiled and said, "Just tell me." Mo Fan continued, "Mayor, I would like to broadcast this ribbon cutting ceremony live. Do you agree?" "That's fine, no problem. It's just a good opportunity for the people to see that our Magic City has a new outstanding entrepreneur. I hope that when you become rich in the future, don't forget the people of our Magic City. I am very optimistic about your recent doubling of salary. I hope you didn't do it on impulse. If you have any financial difficulties, please go to the bank in the Magic City." Li Donglai mentioned this intentionally or unintentionally. Mo Fan nodded. "Don't worry, Mayor. I have considered this carefully. Besides, the funds in my account can support me for a while." Mo Fan naturally understood what Li Donglai meant. As long as he can continue to double the salary, then all the big and small businesses in Shanghai will have to make changes, which is to increase wages. Otherwise, the businesses will definitely not survive in Shanghai. Only in this way can the per capita GDP of Magic City rise, and only in this way can Li Donglai's political achievements improve. Upon hearing this, Li Donglai nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, let's go cut the ribbon. I have some things to do at work this afternoon, so I can't stay long." "Good." The opening ribbon cutting ceremony begins. Mo Fan asked Bai Yuqing to broadcast the entire process live. The various things that happened before have allowed Mo Fan to accumulate a group of fans on the internet. Seeing Bai Yuqing starting a live broadcast at this time, and it was about the opening of a company, they couldn't help but click in out of curiosity. "Fuck, Mo Fan started a company?" "Upstairs, we are not blind, but the person in the middle looks so familiar to me, I seem to have seen him somewhere." "Nonsense, how could I not have seen him? He is Li Donglai, the leader of Magic City. But I am a little curious about Mo Fan's background. I remember that Lin Hongshu did not have such an honor when he cut the ribbon for the opening of the business before. The guy above, let me tell you, I have joined Mr. Mo's company. He not only has a strong background, but also has a lot of money. No matter what kind of employee, even security guards and cleaners, they are all hired by the company at twice the market price." "Fuck, is it that good? Send me the company address quickly, I'll buy a ticket to the Magic City right now. Yes, I want to go too. I can earn more as a security guard than here." For a moment, netizens were excited. The ribbon-cutting ceremony for the opening of Mo Fan's company was also declared a complete success. After that, Li Donglai left, and the big and small bosses who came to congratulate him also left one after another. The day passed quickly. The internet was flooded with this topic, and some people even took actual action, quitting their current jobs and coming to the Magic City to join Mo Fan. Mo Fan's company has also started to operate normally. Those employees who have rested at home for a few months are eager to try and ready to show their skills. Mo Fan transported the only super lithography machine to the company using his system. At the same time, Bai Yuqing was asked to take care of the company. After all the other data of the super lithography machine are here with Bai Yuqing. The first step the company needs to take now is to mass-produce super lithography machines, and then discuss orders for all chips. As for Mo Fan, on another dark and windy night, he took advantage of the cover of darkness and arrived outside the Lin family mansion. According to what Qin Padian said, he speculated that the Lin family must have clues about Yang Changhong. Mo Fan jumped lightly and directly jumped over the 2-meter-high wall. It was already midnight and the Lin family's home was pitch black. Fortunately, Mo Fan's eyes have been strengthened, so even in the dark, it is as bright as day. He walked lightly in the Lin family's house. The Lin family is really big. It seems that Lin Hongchen has made a lot of money during his years in office. As Mo Fan searched for clues about Yang Changhong, he couldn't help but sigh. Just like that, more than an hour passed, and Mo Fan gained nothing. The Lin family mansion was built quite luxuriously, but it did not have any secret passages or mechanisms. That's weird. We've searched everywhere. It can't possibly be hidden in the bedroom, right? Wait, the back garden. Mo Fan suddenly thought of something and then appeared in the back garden. There was silence in the back garden, and a faint red breeze blew by, accompanied by a rustling sound. Mo Fan controlled his eyes in his mind. The next moment, his eyes turned red and could see through everything. He glanced around the back garden. Sure enough, hard work pays off, and there is indeed a secret passage in the rockery in the back garden. Mo Fan looked around and jumped to the rockery. Then he gently pressed his hands on the place where the passage was hidden. He just pushed with both hands, and the iron door of the passage was pushed open without making any loud noise. The passage was very dark, and Mo Fan walked into it. After walking for about 5 minutes, lights appeared ahead. Mo Fan came to the door, looked through the glass, and was stunned. Behind the door was an extremely luxurious laboratory. Inside the laboratory, there was a photolithography machine and several busy figures in white coats. Ding! The system detected that Yang Chenghong is nearby. The moment he heard the system voice, Mo Fan confirmed that Yang Chenghong was imprisoned here by the Lin family. The Lin family is really brave. Mo Fan sneered and then pushed the door open. The noise startled the people inside, and they turned around and looked at Mo Fan with a look of alarm. Who are you? Mo Fan glanced around and asked in a cold voice, who is Yang Chenghong? Suddenly, an old man at the edge stood up and said, it's me. What's wrong? Mo Fan didn't hesitate to speak and stepped forward to grab his hand. I'm here to rescue you, come with me. Chapter 75 The Most Considerate System in History. You said you came to save me? Hearing Mo Fan's words, Yang Chenghong's old face couldn't help but light up with joy. But the next second, he shook his head and said, no, I can't go with you. Now it was Mo Fan's turn to be confused. He asked in confusion, why? The collar around my neck is a miniature bomb that the Lin family brought back from overseas. As long as I leave the area of the Lin family mansion, the bomb will explode. What? Mo Fan immediately looked towards Yang Chenghong's neck, and sure enough, he saw the collar still flashing a red dot. System, is there any solution? Looking at the collar of this micro-bomb, Mo Fan couldn't help but feel puzzled. Ding, if the host can dismantle it and throw it into the system storage space, it will not explode. If it can be taken down, why don't I just take it down? Mo Fan couldn't help but feel ashamed. Seeing Mo Fan's embarrassment, Yang Chenghong smiled bitterly and said, young man, you were sent by the country, right? Thank you for your kindness. It doesn't matter whether I can go out or not, but you have to take some secrets with you. Don't worry, Mr. Yang, I will definitely take you out. As for the secrets you mentioned, you can take them out by yourself. Are you kidding me? Mo Fan still has a system task to complete. The deadline of the mission is approaching. If Yang Chenghong is not taken out today, I am afraid there will be no chance when the Lin family becomes alert. Yang Chenghong didn't expect Mo Fan to be so persistent, so he had to persuade him. But suddenly, an alarm sounded in the basement. Bite! Bite! Yang Chenghong's face suddenly changed. Young man, hurry up and leave. There is an alarm in the basement of the Lin family. If they find you, you will be killed. The moment Mo Fan heard the alarm, he punched it and smashed it. The imperial capital is thousands of miles away. Lin Hongchen finished a day's work and was just about to lie down on the bed to sleep. Suddenly his cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw an alarm flashing on his phone. Lin Hongchen frowned instantly. Without hesitation, he made a call. Soon the call was connected. It was Lin Hongshu. Hey, brother, it's so late, what's the matter with you calling me? Lin Hongshu yawned. Then he heard Lin Hongchen's serious voice from the other end of the phone. Someone has entered the basement, take the third brother over, no matter who it is, don't let him leave alive. The moment he heard these words, Lin Hongchen became alert. Good. Lin Hongshu hung up the phone, got up and went directly to Lin Hongyi's bedroom, and at the same time called the security guard on duty. Lin Hongyi looked sleepy. Second brother, what happened? Someone broke into the basement, and the boss has received an alert. Then why didn't we hear it? Lin Hongyi also woke up. He quickly put on his clothes and ran towards the back garden with Lin Hongshu. I don't know. Let's go check it out. The boss said that no matter who it is, no one can leave alive. Okay, I understand. Lin Hongyi went to a bedroom and casually found a pistol in the drawer. Mo Fan smashed the alarm, but he was still a little nervous. Ding! The host is detected to be in a super crisis. The system has enabled the permission to bring living people into the storage space. Fuck, that's so thoughtful. Ding! Permission has been enabled. Mo Fan did not hesitate at all and knocked all of them unconscious with a flash, otherwise it would be difficult to explain if they were brought into the system storage space later. Before they could react, they were knocked unconscious by Mo Fan and then put into the storage space one by one. After doing all this, Mo Fan turned into a shadow and left the basement in just 10 seconds, then he disappeared into the night. As soon as Mo Fan left, Lin Hongyi and the security guards surrounded the basement. You guys, go down and take a look. Lin Hongyu gave instructions to the security guards behind him. Several security guards walked down carefully, holding batons. After about 5 minutes, a security guard ran out of the basement. Oh no, master, everyone is gone. What? Lin Hongyu shouted. He pushed the security guard aside and ran in. But when he ran in, there was no one there, only a bunch of cold machines. At this moment, Lin Hongyu was completely dumbfounded. Yang Chenghong and those scientists know too many secrets of the Lin family. If they were exposed, the whole of China would not be able to accommodate the Lin family. Where's the bomb? Why the fucking bomb didn't explode? Lin Hongyu grabbed one of the security guards by the neck and started swearing. This was the first time the security guard saw Lin Hongyu so violent. He was also confused. How could he know? He didn't buy the bomb. Search for me. They must not have gotten far. Dig up the Lin family's ground 3 feet deep to find them. Lin Hongyu let go of the security guard's neck. Good. The security guards didn't dare to offend Lin Hongyu, so they all went to look for him. After the security guard left, Lin Hongyu finally calmed down. He picked up his phone and called Lin Hongchen. The call was connected quickly. Lin Hongchen's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. How's it going? Lin Hongyu hesitated. Brother, the person ran away. Instantly, there was silence on the other end of the phone. Try to find. After saying that, Lin Hongchen hung up the phone. He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the night view of the imperial capital with his eyes slightly narrowed. On the other hand, Mo Fan had already escaped from the Lin family. He came to a suburb of the Magic City. Ding! The crisis is over, the system will take back the authority, please be prepared. Gentle reminder, Yang Chenghong in the storage space is still carrying a bomb. Nima. Mo Fan probed his mind into the storage space. At this time, Yang Chenghong and others were still in a coma. Mo Fan controlled his mind and removed the micro-bomb from Yang Chenghong's neck. After taking it down, he breathed a sigh of relief and released Yang Chenghong and others from the storage space. About an hour later, with the breeze blowing, Yang Chenghong and several scientists woke up. Yang Chenghong touched his still aching head and opened his eyes with difficulty. Hey, where is this place? I came out of the Lin family? The collar around my neck is gone too. Suddenly, he looked around and found that he was no longer in the Lin family. The collar around his neck was gone, and he shouted excitedly. After the other scientists woke up, their mood was not much different from Yang Chenghong's. They have been trapped in the basement by the Lin family for 10 years. During these 10 years, they have been living in the laboratory, repeating the same thing every day. It seemed as if the young man had rescued them all. Yang Chenghong saw Mo Fan standing aside and walked over. Young man, why did you save us? Yang Chenghong was still a little confused. He had been trapped in the Lin family for more than 10 years, and he had become numb over the past 10 years. Mo Fan turned around and chuckled. Senior Yang, because I am also working on a photolithography machine, I need your help. Chapter 76. Don't come over here. What did you just say? After hearing what Mo Fan said, Yang Chenghong thought there was something wrong with his ears. Senior Yang, I am currently working on a photolithography project. You have experience in this area and I need your help. Suddenly Mo Fan said solemnly. I would like to invite you to join my company, is that possible? Yang Chenghong's expression changed slightly. After a long moment, he sighed, little brother, give up. The United States will never let you grow up. I am a bloody example. Mo Fan was not in a hurry and said casually. Old man, What if I say I have a 1 nanometer super lithography machine? As expected, as soon as these words came out, Yang Qinghan's expression froze instantly. Suddenly, he grabbed Mo Fan's arm and said, "What did you say? A 1 nanometer super lithography machine?" "Yes." Mo Fan put on an attitude at this time and answered calmly. After Yang Chenghan confirmed it, his eyes were burning. I promise you, I promise to join your company, but can you let me take a look at the super lithography machine first?" "That's no problem, old man. You can join my company and check it out at will." Okay. Yang Chenghan was so excited that tears streamed down his cheeks. "When are we going to see it?" "Any time, but they..." As he spoke, Mo Fan suddenly looked at the other scientists. They were not on the systems list, so Mo Fan still had to be somewhat wary. Hearing this, Yang Chenghan said with assurance, "Don't worry, little brother. These people used to be my subordinates and they will listen to me. Moreover, they have escaped from the Lin family now. If they are discovered by the Lin family, they will be killed if they are taken back. I believe they will make the right choice." After saying that, Yang Chenghan looked at a few people. Those people also looked at each other. The next second, they had a choice, and several people walked in front of Mo Fan. "Little brother, thank you for saving us from the Lin family. Just as the teacher said, we have nowhere to go now. From now on, we will follow you. If you tell us to go east, we will never go west." "Okay." Mo Fan nodded in satisfaction. "You all follow me." Ding! The host successfully subdued Yang Chenghan and was rewarded with the entry-level martial arts Baji Bang. Mom doesn't have to worry about the host being bullied anymore. Forehead. Listening to the system's voice, Mo Fan couldn't help but feel ashamed. Then he took a few people and walked towards the industrial park. However, there are more Investigation Bureau personnel on the streets of Magic City today than usual. Mo Fan guessed that all of this was arranged by Lin Hongqian. Fortunately, it was nighttime and the people from the Investigation Bureau didn't pay much attention to Mo Fan and the others. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Mo Fan brought Yang Chenghong and others to the industrial park. "Mr. Yang, I may have to put up with you for a while. It is inconvenient for me to have a quarrel with the Lin family, so you two need to live in the industrial park incognito. However, I will definitely not restrict your freedom of life like the Lin family did." Hearing this, Yang Chenghong waved his hand and said, "Little brother, I know this truth, don't worry, we won't cause any trouble for you." "So?" Yang Chenghong's old face turned slightly red, and he rubbed his hands. "So now can I take a look at the 1 nanometer super lithography machine?" In fact, according to common sense, if others said that they could develop a 1 nanometer super lithography machine, Yang Chenghong would definitely think that the other party was bragging. After all, this has deviated from Moore's law. But for some reason, when Mo Fan said this, Yang Chenghong subconsciously believed it. "Come with me." Mo Fan led the way in front, and Yang Chenghong followed behind. After a while, they arrived at a laboratory building. The door of the experimental building was specially customized by Tianhe from abroad, and it requires the pupil iris of Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing to unlock it. Mo Fan opened the door and inside was an empty laboratory with a single super lithography machine in the middle. "Yes, it's right there." When Yang Chenghong and several scientists behind him saw the lithography machine, their eyes widened. Yang Chenghong walked over quickly and stroked the lithography machine with his hands. The data book left by Bai Yuqing was still on the stage. He picked it up and opened it, and was completely shocked. "Oh my god, it turns out that things that go beyond Moore's law do exist." Yang Chenghong's shock aroused the curiosity of those scientists. They walked over one by one and looked at the data book in Yang Chenghong's hand. 1 nanometer, really 1 nanometer. Suddenly one of them gasped for breath and couldn't believe it. "Yes, we have been researching in the Lin family for more than 10 years, but the only thing we have developed is 7 nanometers. Now the best in the world seems to be 5 nanometers. This is simply pushing mankind forward for thousands of years. This will definitely be recorded in history. I can't believe that I am lucky enough to see a 1 nanometer lithography machine." Yang Chenghong put down the data book and returned to Mo Fan. "Little brother, I really admire you." Mo Fan smiled and said, "You are too polite, old man. I will help you find a place to stay. I have to go home soon. Otherwise, my wife will be scared if she is alone at home." "Ah, okay. Yang Chenghong laughed heartily. Photolithography machine was his lifelong dream, otherwise he would not have given up his business empire in his later years and turned to researching photolithography machine. Today, he got to see a 1 nanometer super lithography machine. It doesn't matter whether he lives here or not. It would be no problem even if he could live in the laboratory. After Mo Fan helped a few people prepare accommodation in the industrial park, he drove back. On his way home, he clearly felt that there were more investigation bureaus on the road. Humph, Lin family, this is just the beginning. We can only slowly settle the new and old grudges. Mo Fan sneered and stepped heavily on the accelerator. When he returned home, Bai Yuqing had already fallen asleep. Mo Fan tiptoed upstairs, washed up, and prepared to go to bed. He lay down next to Bai Yuqing, and his hand subconsciously reached into Bai Yuqing's quilt. The next second, Mo Fan was struck by lightning. Because the place where his hand touched was smooth, without any other touch. This girl, why is she sleeping naked? Mo Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wait, Aunt Yuqing should be leaving, right? Suddenly, an evil idea emerged in Mo Fan's mind. He took off the small umbrella that he had prepared long ago from the bedside and tiptoed over to Bai Yuqing. Secretly, she shouldn't know, right? But Mo Fan still underestimated Bai Yuqing's reaction. Bai Yuqing felt someone crawling on him and was immediately frightened. Who are you? Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Come here. Come on. Ah. Chapter 77, Lin Hongshu's Test, Hiring a Killer Again. The next morning. When Bai Yuqing woke up, she saw Mo Fan lying naked beside her. Bai Yuqing was so angry. She was sleeping soundly last night, but suddenly she felt someone crawling on her, which scared her. Stinky Mo Fan, bad Mo Fan. Bai Yuqing patted Mo Fan on the back with her little hands. Coincidentally, Mo Fan was woken up by the slap. Wife, are you going to murder your husband? Mo Fan looked at Bai Yuqing with sleepy eyes. Suddenly, he realized something and quickly stood up and looked at the bedsheet. When he saw the bright red on the bedsheet, he couldn't help but look up at Bai Yuqing. Bai Yuqing also reacted at this time. Her little face suddenly turned red, and she buried her head in the quilt. Mo Fan, you are such a bad guy. You only know how to bully me. You even bully me when I sleep. Bai Yuqing's pair of long white legs were kicked around outside the quilt, and her tone sounded so pitiful. Okay, honey, don't go to the company today. Rest at home for a day. I'll go downstairs and get you something to eat. No, this is a critical moment for the company. I have to go. I have already made plans. I must complete all the data by the end of this year, and start mass production next year. When Bai Yu heard this, he immediately poked his head out from under the quilt and said seriously. That's okay. Mo Fan did not insist. He knew that Bai Yuqing's personality was very different from Wang Han's. If it were Wang Han, he would want to stay at home every day and let Mo Fan go out to make money. Then Mo Fan went downstairs to prepare some breakfast for Bai Yuqing. After breakfast, the two went to the company. Only. Bai Yuqing's way of walking seemed a little awkward. This made Mo Fan laugh secretly for a while. Bai Yuqing rolled his eyes at Mo Fan, who was laughing secretly. Humph, you're still laughing. It's all your fault. You're so embarrassed to be seen by your colleagues today. What's so shameful about this? You're my wife. If anyone dares to say you're shameful, I'll fire him. Mo Fan hurriedly stepped forward and hugged Bai Yuqing's waist, speaking softly. Okay, let's go. After arriving at the company, Bai Yuqing went about his own business. Mo Fan, on the other hand, was sitting in the office, somewhat bored. Now that the company is on the right track, and the lithography machine is being looked after by Bai Yuqing and Yang Chenghong, I really think there is nothing left for me to do. Ding! The system has detected that the host has begun to fall, and is hereby reminding you. Ahem. Mo Fan coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. At this moment, the phone on his desk suddenly rang. Mo Fan answered the call without even thinking about it. It was the security guard at the door calling. He hired that security guard at double the salary from the boss who had previously exploited Chen Xuan. After arriving at Fan Qing Group, the security guard was very serious. Mo Fan only remembered that he was called Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang, what's wrong? Then he heard Lao Zhang say seriously, Mr. Mo, there is someone visiting you at the door, saying that he is from the Lin family. Do you want to let him in? Lin family? Mo Fan couldn't help but wonder, he was just lamenting that he had nothing to do and was scolded by the system, and now the Lin family came? Could it be that this system? Please let him in. Okay, Mr. Mo. Lao Zhang hung up the phone, let the Lin family in, and reminded them, our chairman is in that building, on the third floor. Yes, I understand. Lin Hongshu nodded and went to the location pointed by Lao Zhang. A few minutes later, Lin Hongshu appeared in Mo Fan's office. Mo Fan sat on the office chair with his legs crossed, looking at Lin Hongshu across from him, and couldn't help but smile. Hey, what a rare guest. Mr. Lin, why did you think of visiting my shabby company? Hearing Mo Fan's words, Lin Hongshu frowned slightly. After a long while, he let out a long sigh. Boss Missouri, it's a bit embarrassing to say this, but a big thing happened in my Lin family last night. Oh? What's the big deal? Tell me about it. Mo Fan pretended to be curious. Lin Hongshu couldn't find any flaws in his simple and unpretentious acting. Lin Hongshu stared at Mo Fan for a few seconds, then spoke again. There is a basement in my Lin family mansion. The basement is filled with calligraphy and paintings that I have collected for many years, as well as some antiques. But last night, all of these things were stolen. Ah? Then you should report it to the police right away. It would be a shame to lose so many antiques and paintings. Maybe someone from the investigation bureau can help you find them back. As he spoke, Mo Fan wondered again, but who is so bold as to come to the Lin family in Magic City to steal? Isn't this because Chun Chun is tired of living? Lin Hongshu stared at Mo Fan for a few seconds and saw that Mo Fan's expression was so genuine that there was no trace of flaw. Lin Hongshu put aside his doubts and said, Boss Missouri, the reason I came to you was just because I thought that you are quite capable. If you find anything, please let my Lin family know. I will definitely reward you handsomely. Okay, no problem. Mo Fan agreed immediately. Well, I won't bother Mr. Mo for now. Lin Hongshu immediately left Fanqing Group. After leaving Fanqing Group, Lin Hongshu got into a car directly. In the car, Lin Hongyi had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Lin Hongshu get in the car, he hurriedly asked, Brother, what happened? Was it Mo Fan who did this? Lin Hongshu shook his head. No? Lin Hongyi asked in surprise. Lin Hongshu turned around and looked at Lin Hongyi seriously. 9 out of 10 times, that's it. What are you waiting for? I'll call my brothers over now. If Mo Fan doesn't give me an explanation today, I'll tear down his factory. No, don't move rashly. What's wrong again, second brother? Lin Hongyi was puzzled. The Lin family had already been shitting and pissing on his head, so why did he have to endure it? Lin Hongshu frowned and said seriously, Third brother, Li Donglai came to cut the ribbon for Mo Fan's company that day. What do you think will happen if you drag your brothers here now? And even if Li Donglai doesn't care, do you have evidence? Public opinion alone can crush you. Once the matter gets out of hand and the higher-ups find out, what will you do? Do you want to be swept away? This. Lin Hongyi was silent. Because what Lin Hongshu said was right. If he really did that, everyone would probably be arrested within a few minutes of arriving here. So what should we do? The more Lin Hongyi thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. He is the underground emperor of the Magic City. When has he ever suffered such humiliation? Killer. Lin Hongshu suddenly said, the killer you hired before, after receiving the order, will start with Bai Yuqing. I don't believe that Mo Fan will not surrender obediently by then. Yang Qinghong's matter is too serious. The boss is already angry. Let's try to deal with it as soon as possible. Chapter 78 Bai Yuqing was kidnapped by the assassin. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in Mo Fan's mind as he sat in the office. Ding! It is detected that the 5 assassins hired by the Lin family are dispatched together. Please make the following choice. 1. Return Yang Chenghong to the Lin family, ask him to apologize, and be rewarded with the title of bearing humiliation and bearing heavy burdens. 2. Kill 5 assassins and nip the danger in the bud. You will be rewarded with the system virtual realm unlocked. It's the Lin family again. Mo Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. The Lin family really is haunting. What is the system virtual realm for? The host can travel in the realm of the spirit. The time passing in the realm of the spirit is 1% of that in the outside world. At the same time, it contains a trace of spiritual energy, so practicing will be twice as effective with half the effort. After the system explained it this way, Mo Fan understood it. Isn't it a holy place for cultivation that slows down the passage of time? Practicing in it for 100 days is equivalent to 1 day outside. I choose 2. Mo Fan did not hesitate at all. After he reached the system virtual realm, he could practice his primary martial art Baji collapse. And there are 5 killers. Although the system didn't say it, it's easy to guess that the deposits of the 5 killers must be an astronomical figure. Although Mo Fan is not short of money now, he would rather take what is offered to him. When getting off work in the afternoon, Bai Yuqing suddenly found Mo Fan and said, "Honey, my bestie asked me to go shopping today. Do you want to go with me?" "Want." Mo Fan agreed without hesitation. What a joke, 5 killers are here. If anything happens to Bai Yu due to his negligence, he will blame himself for the rest of his life. After work, Mo Fan asked Chen Xuan to borrow his car. After all, his Porsche was a 2-seater car and it was not enough to take Bai Yuqing's girlfriend. When Chen Xuan had $1,000,000 in savings, he decisively bought a car. Afterwards, Mo Fan took Bai Yuqing to pick up Yan Shixue and Tian Tingting. Half an hour later, Mo Fan drove to Yan Shixue's house. Yan Shixue and Tian Tingting have been waiting for a long time. But they didn't expect Mo Fan to come along as well. "Yuqing, we agreed to go shopping with our besties, why did you bring your boyfriend along? Did you want to show him off to me and Shixue?" Tian Tingting sat in the back seat of the car and said with a pout. Bai Yuqing stuck out her tongue at her and said, "I'm just showing off to you, lelelele." "Humph, Yuqing, if you show off to me again, don't blame me for stealing your girl." Tian Tingting looked dissatisfied and said with her hands folded across her chest. "Humph, go ahead and pry it open. Mo Fan is not that kind of person." Bai Yuqing was not worried at all. He turned to look at the co-pilot and asked, "Are you right, Mo Fan?" After hearing what Bai Yuqing said, Mo Fan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, couldn't help but have wild thoughts in his mind. There is a famous beauty effect that says that when a girl is a beauty, the women around her must be good too. Therefore, Tian Tingting and Yan Shixue are first class in both figure and appearance, at least they are not comparable to Wang Han, a loser. But it's just a thought. Ahem. Of course, but do you girls always talk so bluntly to each other? Mo Fan couldn't help but feel a little curious. When he and his brothers were bragging and chatting, they never talked about stealing other people's girls. But from the back row came the sounds of Bai Yuqing and Tian Tingting playing and fighting. Mo Fan smiled and continued driving. An hour later, the 4 arrived at the shopping mall owned by Huatian Group. "Let's go in." Mo Fan gently held Bai Yuqing's hand. This made Tian Tingting and Yan Shixue feel jealous. Alas, another day of eating dog food. Tian Tingting spread her hands. "Yuqing, you must treat us today." "I don't." "Luliulu." Bai Yu stuck out his tongue, then pulled Mo Fan into the mall. Tian Tingting stomped her feet in anger. Yan Shixue covered her mouth and laughed secretly beside her. The 4 entered the mall. The staff in the mall seemed to have recognized Mo Fan, and after seeing him, they were all very respectful. "Honey, let's go shopping for clothes. I haven't bought clothes for a long time." Suddenly Bai Yuqing took Mo Fan's hand and spoke coquettishly. "Okay, let's go. Hee hee, my husband is the best." Bai Yuqing pecked Mo Fan's face gently, then turned around and took Yan Shixue and Tian Tingting's hands. "Let's go, let my husband buy a set for each of us 3 sisters." "That's more like it." Tian Tingting giggled. Mo Fan followed behind Bai Yuqing and her 2 sisters. He said he was here to buy clothes, and he really was here to buy clothes. In less than half an hour, Mo Fan had a lot of bags in his hands, all of which were clothes for Bai Yuqing and the other 2. Now Mo Fan finally understood. It turned out that he had come here just to act as a shopping cart. If the system hadn't improved my physical strength, it would have been difficult for me to carry so many clothes. Look, Bai Yuqing walked into another store. As soon as I entered, I heard Bai Yuqing sigh. "Wow, honey, look at this dress. It's so pretty. Boss, please give me a size M so I can try it first." As soon as the boss saw Mo Fan leaning behind Bai Yu and carrying large and small bags, he knew that this was definitely a big customer. Without any hesitation, she immediately took out the size that was suitable for Bai Yuqing. "Girl, you have a good eye. This dress is perfect for your figure." "Hey, really? I think so too." "Hubby, Shixue Tingting, you guys wait outside for a moment, I'll go try on this dress." After saying that, Bai Yuqing took the clothes and went into the fitting room. Yan Shishua and Tiantingting were walking outside to see if there were any clothes they liked. Mo Fan sat on the sofa playing with his phone, bored. He finished one round of landlord and was about to start the next one when he suddenly realized something. The next second, every hair on his body stood up. Mo Fan rushed to the fitting room and pushed the door open. Boom! A bolt from the blue fell on Mo Fan's head. Bai Yuqing disappeared. It just disappeared right under his nose. At this moment, Mo Fan thought of those killers. At this moment, Yan Shishua and Tiantingting also heard Mo Fan's movements. They ran over and looked at the empty fitting room, asking in confusion. Mo Fan, where is Yu Qing? The owner of the store was also stunned. Yes, a living person just disappeared in her store. You guys go back first, I'll go find Yu Qing. Mo Fan's face was cold. Before Yan Shishua and Tiantingting could react, Mo Fan had already disappeared before their eyes. Arriving at the parking lot, Mo Fan got into the car and began to analyze the situation calmly. They must not have gone far. They must be nearby. Nearby. Suddenly, a car drifted and drove past Mo Fan's car. At that moment, Mo Fan felt a strong murderous aura. Court death. Mo Fan stepped on the accelerator and followed. Chapter 79, The Powerful Mo Fan. Chapter 79. Two cars were speeding on the streets of Magic City. Mo Fan stepped on the accelerator and followed the car closely. The car seemed to be provoking Mo Fan, slowing down from time to time to stimulate him. Just as it slowed down, Mo Fan saw Bai Yuqing with his mouth covered through the rear window of the car. Hateful. Mo Fan's face was cold, and the temperature in the car couldn't help but drop a few degrees. In this way, the two cars drove from the city to the suburbs. Along the way, traffic was almost paralyzed. Half an hour later, the car in front left Mo Fan behind and they arrived at a remote suburb where there was an abandoned warehouse. The car stopped and two people got out, taking Bai Yuqing down with them. Bai Yuqing had her hands tied. She looked at the two people in front of her and struggled continuously. One of them smiled lewdly, "Good, keep struggling. The more you struggle, the more I like it. After I finish dealing with your man, I will enjoy you." Hearing this, Bai Yuqing instantly panicked. She didn't understand why these people wanted to arrest her, nor did she understand why they wanted to get rid of Mo Fan. The two men brought Bai Yuqing to the warehouse. There were already 3 people waiting at the warehouse door. One of them had a scorpion tattooed on his arm and neck. His name was Poison Scorpion. He asked the killer who kidnapped Bai Yuqing, "Poison Snake, why didn't you enjoy such a beautiful girl on the way?" Viper said casually, "Don't worry, her man will be here soon. It won't be too late to come after you deal with her man." The scorpion nodded, "Bring it in." 5 minutes later, Mo Fan's car stopped at the door of the abandoned warehouse. Looking at the car, Mo Fan walked into the warehouse with cold eyes. But as soon as he entered, he instantly felt a murderous aura sweeping towards him. Mo Fan dodged it with a quick movement. A dart hit the steel pipe behind him. Mo Fan continued to walk inside, looking around vigilantly. "No need to hide, just come out." As soon as he finished speaking, 5 figures appeared from various corners of the warehouse. "Where's Bai Yuqing?" Mo Fan didn't waste time with them and asked directly. The Poison Scorpion sneered and clapped his hands. One of them dodged and fell to the ground. A chair was pulled out from the back with Bai Yuqing tied to the chair. Bai Yuqing had her mouth covered, and after seeing Mo Fan, she struggled desperately. "Court death." Mo Fan shouted angrily, then used the 8 extreme collapse and rushed directly towards the killer. The killer was also confused. He felt the pressure coming from Mo Fan. This made him very angry. After all, I am a famous killer. I have never been so scared of an ordinary person. He pulled out a poison dart and was ready to confront Mo Fan head-on. But at this moment, Poison Scorpion looked at Mo Fan's figure and felt familiar with him. He quickly stopped him and said, "No, Toad, don't hit me hard." But it was too late. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the toad flew backwards in an instant, fell heavily to the ground, and spit out blood. The toad looked at Mo Fan in disbelief. Mo Fan ignored the other killers and quickly came to Bai Yuqing's side. He untied the rope that tied Bai Yuqing and held Bai Yuqing in his arms. "I'm sorry, honey, I made you feel wronged." Bai Yuqing was originally very strong, but when she heard Mo Fan's words, she couldn't hold back her tears anymore. "Honey, what's going on?" Mo Fan comforted him softly, it's okay. Give me 5 minutes to deal with them. I'll talk to you after that. You stay here for now. Bai Yuqing nodded obediently. I heard Mo Fan say that he could take care of the 5 of them in 5 minutes. The venomous snake immediately said disdainfully. You are just a young boy. You are young, but you are so arrogant. Do you think you can defeat us just because you have learned Kung Fu for a few years? Today is the day you die, and this warehouse will be your burial place. Mo Fan didn't argue with these killers. 8 Extreme collapse. He shouted loudly, and the next moment, his whole body seemed to swell rapidly, and the aura he exuded made people feel terrified. At this moment, Mo Fan did not hold back at all. Oh no, it's really the 8 Extreme collapse. The scorpion frowned, sensing that the situation was not good. Boss, what are you afraid of? Can't the 5 of us handle him? The venomous snake said disdainfully, and then he attacked Mo Fan like a giant winding snake, his body like a ghost. Mo Fan used all his strength to operate his eyes. The ghostly figure of the venomous snake was slowed down several times at this moment. Slow. It's too slow. Is this your killer? Mo Fan sneered. He left a residual shadow on the spot, and appeared behind the venomous snake the next moment. Mo Fan raised his fist and hit the venomous snake's back heavily. Snap. With a loud snap, Viper was knocked flying by Mo Fan and hit hard against the wall of the warehouse. No, the spine is broken. After hearing the sound just now, Poison Scorpion concluded that it was the spine of the poison snake that was broken by Mo Fan. And judging from the volume of the sound, there's a good chance that the patient is hopeless. Even if you can barely hold on to your life, you will basically spend the rest of your life in bed. Everyone be careful, this kid is weird. The scorpion frowned and said to the remaining centipedes and geckos. They haven't even started to deal with Mo Fan yet, and suddenly 2 people are missing. This is not a good sign. Needless to say, centipedes and geckos will be careful. Mo Fan returned to Bai Yuqing's side. He was afraid that these people would be desperate and use Bai Yuqing to threaten him. Seeing how brave Mo Fan was, Bai Yuqing seemed to have forgotten that they were still in trouble. Her eyes were full of stars as she cheered, "Hubby, you are awesome." Mo Fan couldn't help but feel embarrassed and said in a helpless tone. Don't be so happy yet, we are not out of danger yet. Bai Yuqing raised her head proudly, Humph, my husband is so powerful, how can these broken bricks and tiles be my husband's opponent, don't you think so, husband? Forehead. And seeing that even Bai Yuqing looked down on them, Duxie and his companions became even more angry. A few minutes ago, Bai Yuqing was tied up here by them. Attack from 3 sides, come on. Then the scorpion let out a loud roar. The next second, several darts fell with a sound of breaking through the air. Mo Fan picked up Bai Yuqing, jumped up, and landed steadily on the platform. Suddenly feeling the murderous aura behind him, Mo Fan's back instantly became extremely hard and he blocked the attack. That's it? Excuse me, it's my turn. Mo Fan sneered disdainfully. The gecko behind him, who had failed in his assassination attempt, felt threatened by a breath of death and subconsciously wanted to escape. Chapter 80, Husband, why are you so awesome? The breath of death enveloped the gecko. He subconsciously wanted to hide, but suddenly he felt a pain in his abdomen. He lowered his head in horror. The next second, his pupils continued to dilate. With a loud bang, he fell to the ground, lifeless. This scene also frightened Bai Yuqing. But she resisted the urge to scream. She was not a saintly bitch and she knew that the people who kidnapped her were all desperate criminals. If Mo Fan didn't kill them at this time, then she and Mo Fan would be killed. Above, Mo Fan was so powerful that the poisonous scorpions and centipedes could not resist at all. In just a few moves, Mo Fan dealt with the 2 men. After dealing with the 2, Mo Fan jumped down. Bai Yuqing saw Mo Fan coming down and immediately rushed over, hugged Mo Fan and asked with concern, Husband, are you okay? Mo Fan rubbed Bai Yuqing's little head lovingly, my husband is so capable, how could he be in trouble? Ha! I'm glad you're okay, I'm glad you're okay. Seeing Bai Yuqing's reaction, Mo Fan couldn't help but be a little surprised, wife, aren't you afraid? I'm a murderer. Bai Yuqing pouted, Humph, who said that? Those people deserved it. My husband was just getting rid of them for the sake of fame. Hearing Bai Yuqing's words, Mo Fan felt warm in his heart. At this moment, suddenly bursts of sirens were heard outside the warehouse. The next second, Yan Shishue, Tian Tingting and a dozen fully armed investigators walked in. They immediately saw Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing in the middle of the warehouse. At the same time, he also saw the bodies of the 5 poison killers scattered nearby. Tian Tingting was so frightened that she screamed. Yan Shishue was calm. She walked over to Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing and asked with concern. Yuqing, are you alright? It's okay. Bai Yuqing nodded, and then asked curiously, how did you find this place? Yan Shishue explained, we reported the case after Mo Fan left, and then the investigation bureau followed Mo Fan's car and found us here. So that's how it is. Bai Yuqing understood. Just then, an investigator came over. He naturally knew Mo Fan. Mr. Mo, what happened here? He pointed at the body of the 5 poison killers and looked at Mo Fan with suspicion. Mo Fan shook his head. I don't know. When I caught up with them, they were already like this. They must have committed suicide because they couldn't bear the condemnation of their conscience. Ah? The investigator was stunned. What was going on? He couldn't bear the condemnation of his conscience and committed suicide. This was an international joke. He looked at Bai Yuqing again. Ms. Bai, you are the victim. May I ask if you saw anything? Bai Yuqing pondered for a moment after hearing this, and then said seriously, don't listen to my husband's nonsense. Before he came, a hero appeared, and these people were easily dealt with by that hero. Ah? After hearing what Bai Yuqing said about the hero, the investigator would rather believe what Mo Fan said, that these killers could not bear the condemnation of their conscience and committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Mo Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect Bai Yuqing to be so good at telling lies. Fuck, Captain, come here quickly. Suddenly, an investigator's shocked voice echoed throughout the warehouse. The investigation team leader walked up to the investigator puzzledly, what's wrong? Any new findings? The investigator was shocked and said, Captain, these 5 people are the internationally notorious 5 poison killers. They have been active in the Middle East. I didn't expect them to be subdued here. Hearing this, the captain was also shocked. The bodies of these 5 people will definitely increase his performance by a lot. In serious cases, there will be no problem even directly getting promoted to 2 levels. Thinking of this, the captain of the investigation bureau coughed twice and said, Ahem, this group of killers has seriously endangered the social security of China. Today, our investigation bureau found them and shot them dead. Everyone, take their bodies back. When the investigators below heard this, they knew exactly what it meant. Mo Fan didn't show any expression. After all, the captain of the investigation team just took the blame for him. Captain, if there's nothing else, shall we leave first? Mo Fan looked at the captain of the investigation team and asked. The captain nodded and said, you can go now. Just don't talk nonsense when you go back. No one knows if these terrorists have any accomplices, so as not to implicate you. According to the procedure, Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing needed to give their statements, but at that time he could not tell his superiors that these people were shot dead by the investigation bureau, so he simply let Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing leave. On the way back, Bai Yuqing played and joked with Tian Tingting as if nothing had happened. Only Yan Shishue was sitting in the back row, her chin resting on her fingertips, staring at Mo Fan's back, her beautiful eyes rippling, and no one knew what she was thinking in her heart. After playing around for a while, Tian Tingting stopped and said with lingering fear, Yuqing, you worried me to death today. Now that the group of investigators can't hear you, can you tell me what happened? What's the matter, Tingting? I don't understand what you are saying. Bai Yuqing blinked and asked innocently. Tian Tingting was immediately ashamed. Yuqing, we have been sisters for so many years, it would be meaningless if you do this. Puff. Bai Yuqing chuckled, I don't mean to lie to you, but the truth is just as I said. Tian Tingting rolled her eyes at Bai Yuqing and said, then describe to me what that hero looks like. Bai Yuqing thought for a moment, I can only see his back. He's very handsome, very handsome. Ah. Tian Tingting's eyes suddenly turned, so who do you think is more handsome, that hero or Mo Fan? Just as handsome. Bai Yuqing answered without even thinking. Aren't you afraid that Mo Fan will get jealous? Tian Tingting was stunned. She thought Bai Yuqing would say what Mo Fan said. Bai Yuqing rolled her eyes at Tian Tingting and said, my husband is not that stingy. Besides, he is my lifesaver, so my husband won't be jealous. Aren't you right, husband? Mo Fan, who was driving, smiled and replied, that's right, I'm not such a stingy person, and maybe he is as handsome as me. Mo Fan said this while touching his cheek in a cocky manner. An hour later, Mo Fan sent Yin Shishui and Tian Tingting back home. After that, he returned home with Bai Yuqing. As soon as he got home, Bai Yuqing hugged Mo Fan. "Hubby, tell me, why are you so awesome?" Bai Yuqing's eyes were sparkling with stars, and she completely turned into a little fangirl. She didn't expect that her husband was actually a martial arts master. "It's quite impressive. Last night you are so mean, I don't want to listen to it anymore." Bai Yuqing ran away with a blush on her face. Chapter 81. Lin Hongyi is offline. On this day, two pieces of news shocked the internet. The first one, the 5 poison killers secretly kidnapped Mo Fan's wife Bai Yuqing. The second one, 5 killers were arrested by the investigation bureau. On the internet, you can hear voices of discussion everywhere. "Oh my god, a killer. I thought this was something that could only be seen in novels. I didn't expect it to really exist in real life. Ha, our investigation bureau is really powerful. No matter what kind of killers you are, the more you kill them. But I'm just a little curious, why did these killers kidnap Bai Yuqing? It must be because Mo Fan has attracted a lot of attention recently. He doubled the salary and built such a large factory. I think those killers are planning to extort money from him." At the same time, in the Lin family mansion, Lin Hongxiu and Lin Hongyi sat on the sofa, looking at the person opposite them, not daring to breathe. The person opposite was Lin Hongchen, who had just returned from the imperial capital today. He frowned and asked, "Did you hire this killer?" Being looked at like this by Lin Hongchen, Lin Hongxiu, and Lin Hongyi both lowered their heads. There is no way, the suppression between bloodlines. "Second brother, you say." Seeing that the two of them didn't say anything, Lin Hongchen pointed at Lin Hongxiu and said. Lin Hongxiu reluctantly raised his head and said, "I'm sorry, brother. We were wrong this time. But I'm sure that Yang Chenghan was taken away by Mo Fan, but I can't find any evidence, so I can only resort to this last resort." "Nonsense. The third brother is making a fuss and you're following suit. Do you know what you're doing? Have you ever thought about what you're going to do if the killer is caught and gives you away?" Lin Hongchen shouted sternly. Lin Hongxiu and Lin Hongyi didn't dare to speak. After a while, Lin Hongchen's anger subsided, and he said coldly, "Fortunately, the 5 assassins have been killed. Next, we will deal with Mo Fan. He dared to snatch food from my Lin family. How presumptuous. Brother, how do we deal with this?" Lin Hongxiu suddenly raised his head and asked weakly. "I will arrange for relevant departments to investigate Mo Fan's company in the near future." At this point, Lin Hongchen said angrily, "You two are really useless. You don't even know what the company does. Etc." Lin Hongxiu suddenly realized something. "What's wrong?" Lin Hongchen asked. "Brother, is it possible that Mo Fan's company is engaged in the production of lithography machines? Otherwise, why would he take away Yang Chenghong and the scientists in our basement? In this case, it makes sense that Li Donglai came in person to cut the ribbon for Mo Fan's company that day. He wanted to use Mo Fan's company to improve his own performance." Listening to Lin Hongxiu's guess, Lin Hongchen frowned. "It makes some sense, I'll tell you the details after I figure it out." But what Lin Hongchen didn't know was that the system's task for Mo Fan was to eliminate the trouble once and for all. Night falls quietly. After settling Bai Yuqing down, Mo Fan went out under the cover of night. At this time, in a bar in Magic City, Lin Hongyi is here. During the day, he learned that there might be hostile gangs coming to cause trouble at night, so he stayed here tonight. But the intelligence seemed to be wrong. It was already early morning and no one from the rival gang had shown up. Lin Hongyi packed up and prepared to go home. At this moment, the light above his head suddenly began to flicker, and after flashing a few times, it went out completely. What happened? Why did the power suddenly go out? It was pitch black outside, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Fuck, where are the people? Where did they go? He shouted outside, but there was no response. Strange, it's still summer, why is it suddenly a bit cold? Lin Hongyi suddenly felt a gust of cold wind blowing. He tightened his clothes and walked outside. But at this moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, and the shadow's face looked somewhat familiar. Lin Hongyi instantly became alert. He took several steps back and glared at the shadow. Who are you? I saw a black shadow walking out of the darkness and revealing his figure. Who else could it be but Mo Fan? Seeing that it was Mo Fan, Lin Hongyi frowned. Mo Fan. You hired the killer, right? Mo Fan asked coldly. Lin Hongyi was stunned for a moment, and then he was deeply disdainful. If they were outside, he would not dare to touch Mo Fan openly due to his superiors, but this was his territory. It is no exaggeration to say that it would be no big deal if he killed Mo Fan here. I'm the one who invited you. What do you want? You're the one who didn't take the road to heaven and broke into hell. Since you offered yourself to me, I won't be polite to you. As he spoke, Lin Hongyi moved his wrist, looking as if he was about to take action. But the look in Mo Fan's eyes when he looked at him was devoid of any emotion, as if he was looking at a dead person. It's just you, go to hell. Mo Fan said coldly. Lin Hongyi was stunned at first, and then he burst into laughter as if he had heard a funny joke. Ha ha, save you Mo Fan? Did the killer destroy your brain? This is my territory, you are the one seeking death. Suddenly, he felt a pain and looked up at Mo Fan in horror. Then he looked down in disbelief, only to see a knife inserted straight into his heart. You. Lin Hongyi wanted to say something, but the blood gushing out of his mouth made him unable to speak. Finally, Lin Hongyi lowered his head and died with his eyes open. He never dreamed that he, the emperor of the underworld, would be killed in such a hasty way. After doing all this, Mo Fan left under the cover of night. Ding! Mission completed, reward, virtual realm space. System, I wasn't captured by the surveillance camera, was I? Dear, don't doubt it, you must have been caught on camera. I guess the whole of China will know you are a murderer tomorrow. Won't you help me out? The system does not provide this service. It's okay. A life for a life. I'll be sentenced to death after I'm caught. When I die, you should also be gone, right? The system has completed its backup work, cleared all surveillance, and provided the host with a surveillance copy as proof of absence. Please give it a 5-star rating. Mo Fan was speechless for a while. It turned out that the system could change its attitude so quickly. After returning home, Mo Fan packed up, took a shower and went to bed. When he lay on the bed, he found Bai Yuqing sleeping naked again. Who can tolerate this? He even suspected that Bai Yuqing did it on purpose. But this time Mo Fan did not act recklessly. After all, Bai Yuqing had given him a hard time last night. He covered Bai Yuqing with the quilt and fell asleep while holding Bai Yuqing in his arms. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, Mo Fan was awakened by a burst of urgent ringing. It was Qin Padian who called. Brother, did you see that? Lin Hongyi is dead. He was murdered in his own bar. Chapter 82. No, who told you that my lithography machine is 5 nanometers? On this day, almost everyone was paying attention to one thing. What will be the attitude of the Lin family if Lin Hongyi dies? Inside the Lin family mansion, Lin Hongqian looked at Lin Hongyi's body lying on the ground with cold eyes. Lin Hongxiu, who was standing by, couldn't believe it until now. A person who was alive yesterday was now dead in front of him, and this person was his third brother. At this moment, Dalong ran in hurriedly. How's it going? Lin Hongqian asked in a cold voice. Dalong hurriedly said respectfully, No, it seems that all the surveillance cameras disappeared overnight. We even checked the surrounding surveillance cameras, but still nothing. Go check again to see if there were any witnesses that night, and also investigate which gang has a grudge against Lao San. Yes. Dalong responded and then left. Brother, do you think it was Mo Fan who did it? Lin Hongxiu asked tentatively. No matter who he is, he should not think of continuing to live in this world. Lin Hongqian's eyes were grim. You arranged to bury the third child. I'm going to work. Good. Lin Hongxiu did not dare to ask more questions, and then arranged for someone to bury Lin Hongyi. Mo Fan also heard the news after he woke up in the morning, but he was not worried at all. After all, with the system as a backup, the other party would not be able to obtain any evidence. Just as he was getting ready to go to work, his cell phone suddenly rang. When I picked it up, I saw that it was a call from Qin Padian. Mo Fan casually answered the call. Hey, bro, what's going on? Then he heard Qin Padian excitedly say on the other end of the phone, Brother, did you know that Lin Hongyi was assassinated in his own place? Mo Fan couldn't help but blush. I know, what's wrong? Ha, what a good day. This is a heavy blow to the Lin family's business in the Magic City. I don't know which hero did this, otherwise I would have to treat him to a good meal. Qin Padian laughed heartily. Oh, by the way, I was so busy talking to you about this that I forgot about the real thing. What? Mo Fan asked curiously. Sheen Potian explained, last time, we bought a photolithography machine from Lemberg. After we returned, he was discovered by his own company. After some questioning, he revealed you. The United States realized that the data of the photolithography machine might be leaked, and they might take action against your company. This was within Mo Fan's expectations. After all, there is no such thing as an impenetrable wall. However, there is no point in him being panicked. His company is not listed anyway. Even if the United States has a long arm, it cannot openly extend its arms into China, right? It's okay, bro. I know what I'm doing. Okay, I'll go take care of my own business first, we'll talk another day. Sheen Potian hung up the phone after he finished speaking. At this moment, Lin Hongchen, who was working, suddenly heard the ring of his cell phone. He picked it up, looked at it, and answered it directly. After picking up the call, Lin Hongchen didn't waste any words and asked directly, "How is the investigation going?" "I found out that Mo Fan's company is in the photolithography industry." "Yes, I understand." Lin Hongchen hung up the phone after saying this. He pulled a black phone from a drawer. He hasn't touched this phone for 10 years. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief and turned on his phone, first using the fingerprint lock and then the facial recognition. After some operations, the phone was unlocked. He opened an app and entered a communication interface. Then he clicked on a foreigner's avatar, edited a message and sent it. "Mr. Chris, another Chinese company has started to manufacture photolithography machines." After waiting for about 3 minutes, there was a reply. "Chris, another lithography machine company? You Chinese people really have evil intentions." Lin Hongchen frowned, but still replied respectfully, "Mr. Chris, is it still the original plan?" "Chris, no need. An abandoned lithography machine in the Netherlands was bought by you Chinese. This time the US suspects that the data of the lithography machine has been stolen and has already gone to China. You can pick them up when the time comes. This time we must do it thoroughly to prevent future troubles." Lin Hongchen, "I understand." On the other side, just as Mo Fan arrived at the company, the phone in his office rang. Mo Fan picked up the phone. "Hello, who is that?" "It's me, Li Donglai." "Huh? What's wrong?" Mo Fan asked curiously. And Li Donglai's tone seemed very solemn. Then Li Donglai said in a deep voice, "Mo Fan, people from the United States and the Netherlands have come. They said that you stole the data of their lithography machine, is that right?" "No." Mo Fan answered directly. "Okay, come to the Magic City mansion later. The problem this time may be a bit tricky." Li Dong hung up the phone after saying this. But Mo Fan was not panicked at all. There is really no need to panic. If his lithography machine was 5 nanometers, then he should be panicking. After all, the data of the 5 nanometer lithography machine is firmly in the hands of the Americans. But mine is only 1 nanometer. The United States can't say that this was also invented by them, right? After saying something to Bai Yuqing, Mo Fan left the company and headed to the Magic City mansion. Modu Mansion is not far from Mo Fan's company, only an hour away. An hour later, Mo Fan arrived at the Magic City mansion. Li Donglai and several senior executives are already here, and there are a few foreigners around them. Mo Fan walked over. Li Donglai also saw Mo Fan. Li Donglai then introduced several foreigners. "Mr. Bob, this is our Magic City entrepreneur Mo Fan. Mo Fan, this is Mr. Bob from the United States, the main scientific research leader of the 5 nanometer lithography machine. These people are shareholders of the Dutch lithography machine company. They suspect that we Chinese have stolen their lithography machine data. Please explain to them." "Okay." Mo Fan nodded, then looked at Bob and the other foreigners. Bob and the others looked at Mo Fan arrogantly, because they knew that it was impossible for Mo Fan to give an explanation. Currently, only the 7 nanometer lithography machine data is open to the outside world, and the 5 nanometer data is only controlled by the United States. This time, the United States' plan is to completely suppress China's domestic lithography machine industry and make a lot of money at the same time. But the next second, Mo Fan said calmly, "I don't know what basis you have for saying that China's lithography machine data was stolen from the United States?" Bob frowned. "Have you ever bought a lithography machine from an employee of a Dutch company for $1 before?" "Yeah, how's that?" Mo Fan said calmly. That's it. You bought a Dutch lithography machine for $1 and then conducted research based on that lithography machine. It's not easy to get the data of a 5 nanometer lithography machine. In a sense, you stole it. Fan was amused by what Bob said. No, who told you that my lithography machine is 5 nanometers? Chapter 83, The Deep Trap That Fan Digs for the Foreigners. Bob was stunned. Not 5 nanometers? Could it be 7 nanometers? If it's 7 nanometers, it seems like he really can't control it. But if it's 7 nanometers, there's no need to hide it, right? So, it must be fake. Bob thought so in his heart, and then he said to Fan, the reason why we came to China this time is because we have definite evidence. So since you said it is not 5 nanometers, let us check it out. There should be no problem, right? Fan nodded, sure, no problem. Only. Suddenly, Fan changed the subject and said, the lithography machine invented by China is 1 nanometer. You must sign a contract before you can see it. You'd better not touch anything that shouldn't be touched. As soon as these words were spoken, the air suddenly became silent. Time seemed to have stopped. I don't know how much time passed. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter broke the silence. It was a Dutchman, and he said disdainfully, boy, you are not dreaming, are you? A 1 nanometer lithography machine? Do you know what 1 nanometer means? Not to mention now, even if human civilization breaks through to level 6 civilization, it is impossible to create a 1 nanometer lithography machine, because this itself does not conform to Moore's law. But I can understand it, after all, you Chinese people have never lost in bragging. Hearing this, several people around him burst into laughter. Some people even laughed so hard that they fell forward and backward. Seeing several foreigners in the same state, Li Donglai couldn't help but frown and felt very unhappy. He is the top leader in Shanghai, but these Dutch people did not shy away from talking about Chinese people directly to his face. Guys, you guys are going too far. Li Donglai said in a deep voice. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Seeing this, Bob quickly came out to smooth things over. Don't laugh for now, didn't he say it was a 1 nanometer lithography machine? Then let's go and take a look. It won't be too late to laugh after we confirm it. Yes, Mr. Bob is right. After listening to Bob's words, Li Donglai became even more unhappy. He turned to look at Fan. Fan, is this really the 1 nanometer lithography machine you invented? To be honest, Li Donglai himself didn't quite believe it. Although he doesn't understand the profession in this area, he still knows some basic things. Fan gave Li Donglai a reassuring look and said, don't worry, but we need to get these foreigners to sign the contract first. Okay, this time it all depends on you, please don't embarrass China. Li Donglai patted Fan's shoulder heavily. Then he looked at Bob and the others, suppressing his anger. Mr. Bob, this does involve our Chinese secrets, so you should sign the contract. Well, no problem. I'm just curious about who can create a 1 nanometer lithography machine. Bob nodded without any hesitation. Seeing that Bob agreed, Li Donglai arranged for his secretary to print the contract. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the secretary came back with 5 contracts. Bob and others wrote their names on the contract without even looking at it. Can we go and have a look now? Asked Bob. Fan nodded, of course I can, but... But what? Bob asked. But after your ridicule just now, I suddenly don't want to take you with me. Fan said lightly. Li Donglai on the side was also puzzled and didn't understand what Fan was trying to do. Bob was immediately upset. What do you mean, are you kidding us? Fan shook his head again. No, it's just that your ridicule makes me uncomfortable. You can take you there if you want, but I have a condition. You say. Bob frowned. For some reason, he suddenly felt as if he had fallen into Fan's trap. Didn't you just say that you didn't believe that we Chinese could invent a 1 nanometer lithography machine? Let's make a bet on this. If this 1 nanometer lithography machine is real, then I will take 50% of your chip orders from the past 10 years. What? You're asking for too much, right? Do you know how much 50% of our orders have been worth in the past 10 years? After hearing this, the Dutch people became angry instantly. Fan said calmly, well, I didn't force you to watch it. Just don't watch it. You. Bob looked at Fan and pondered for a while before asking, what if there is number 1 nanometer lithography machine? What will you do? It's simple. I still have more than 10 billion in savings. If you don't have it, I will give it all to you. From the previous killers and the last 5 poison killers, Fan looted a total of more than 10 billion. After hearing this, Bob fell silent again. Seeing how powerfully Fan spoke, he couldn't help but feel a little skeptical. If this is true, then the loss of 50% of the orders is absolutely an astronomical figure that no one can afford. But if it is fake, then each of them can get an extra 2 billion yuan, which is also a considerable income for them. Bob analyzed calmly in his mind. In his subconscious, there is no doubt that it is impossible for human beings to invent a 1 nanometer lithography machine with current technology. Could it be that? Suddenly a flash of inspiration came to his mind. I see. This Chinese kid is afraid that we will find out that he indeed plagiarized the 5 nanometer lithography machine from the United States after checking. He is afraid of being held accountable, so he is acting so calm. Thinking of this, Bob sneered, "Okay, I promise you, when are we going to sign the contract?" "Sure, go print the contract." Fan looked at Bob's expression and knew what he was thinking. When the Dutch heard that Bob actually agreed, they were surprised. "Mr. Bob, how could you agree to this? A 10-year order is an astronomical sum. We cannot afford this loss." "Don't worry." Bob pretended to be mysterious and said, "You are worried about the order now, but that Chinese kid has already succeeded. In fact, the lithography machine they made was made by stealing our data. In order to prevent us from checking, they said this. Do you understand?" After hearing Bob's explanation, the Dutch guys suddenly understood. They couldn't help but give Bob a thumbs up. "Mr. Bob, you are really thoughtful. We were almost fooled by this Chinese boy. Okay, let's go with them to sign the contract. Once it's confirmed, we'll make a fuss internationally. We're sure to make a lot of money this time." Chapter 84, Bob and others are shocked. They are using moral blackmail. The contract was printed out quickly. Fan signed a contract with a group of foreigners. Bob couldn't wait to say, "Can you take us to check it out now?" "Let's go," Fan said calmly. But this would only make Bob think that Fan was just pretending to be calm. An hour later, the group arrived at Fan's company. Just standing outside and looking at the building inside, Bob and others couldn't help but be shocked. Although their company headquarters is also very impressive, it is far inferior to Fan's. "This way, please." Fan pointed at the innermost building and spoke to the group. Bob and his group followed behind Fan. Soon, they arrived at the laboratory where the only super lithography machine was stored. After Fan unlocked the door with his iris, he let a few people in. Li Donglai followed behind Fan, feeling very curious. Although he had been here for the last opening and ribbon-cutting ceremony, he did not come here. At that time, he did not know that Fan was making a 1 nanometer super lithography machine. After entering, everyone saw a photolithography machine placed in front of them. Next to the lithography machine, Yu Qiang, wearing a white coat, was making the final data records. Seeing the door open, she subconsciously looked up and found that it was Fan who came. "Honey, why are you here?" Yu Qing walked over. "It's okay, Yu Qing. These are people from a foreign lithography company. They insisted that our lithography data was stolen from them, so we just brought them here for inspection." Upon hearing this, Yu Qing looked at them in surprise. We'll know after a check." Bob still didn't believe it. "Yu Qing, take them over there." Fan rubbed Yu Qing's little head and said. "Good. This way, please." Yu Qing brought Bob and others over. Then Bob and others took out a set of sophisticated instruments from their backpacks and began to check. Several people tinkered with the lithography machine for more than half an hour. Yu Qing just stood aside. Finally, half an hour later, when Bob and the others stood up, they were completely stunned. He murmured, "How is this possible? How is this possible? This has completely broken Moore's law. With the current technology of mankind, it is impossible to make such a thing. How is this possible?" The other few Dutch people were also shocked. They had almost lost the ability to speak and didn't know how to express themselves. "What's going on, Mr. Bob?" Fan asked jokingly, crossing his arms across his chest. Bob came back to his senses and walked to Fan in an instant. "Mr. Is this really your invention?" "What else?" Fan looked at him with disdain. The next second, Bob said excitedly, Mr. Mo, I think you need to hand over all the data of the 1 nanometer lithography machine and share it with all countries. This is definitely the greatest progress in human history. Why? Mo Fan looked at Bob with a strange expression. Bob was stunned. Was it because he didn't explain it in detail enough? Bob repeated what he had just said. Mr. Mo, this is truly a great progress in human history. You can't make progress in China and then watch the rest of us fall behind, right? As a Blue Star person, you should have this awareness. I'm sorry, I don't have that awareness. Mo Fan said casually. Bob was dumbfounded. No, Mr. Mo, how could you not have that awareness? If you share the data, you will be recorded in history, and the world will praise you. Not interested. In comparison, I'm more interested in when you will give me 50% of the order. Upon hearing this, Bob's expression suddenly changed. He was so excited that he almost forgot about it. Mr. Mo. Bob looked embarrassed. Although he is indeed qualified and can make this decision, if he takes out 50% of the orders, the loss will be something they cannot make up for in 10 years. Suddenly, Bob had an idea and said to Mo Fan, Mr. Mo, it's not a problem for me to take out 50% of the orders, but you must share all the data. Otherwise, even if it means breaking my promise, I will not give you the orders. After hearing this, Mo Fan's expression did not change at all. He had even expected that Bob would do this. Mo Fan wasn't too worried about this. Okay, the inspection is complete. Please go back and help us clarify this. Please. Mo Fan immediately ordered them to leave. Although it was a super lithography machine rewarded by the system, Mo Fan was still a little worried about what data these damn things would detect. Bob was very unwilling to hear this, but there was nothing he could do since this was someone else's territory after all. At this moment, I can only go back and make long-term plans later. Bob and his friends left. After watching them get on the plane, Li Donglai looked at Mo Fan and said, Brother Mo, I didn't expect you to be such a hidden talent. You can actually develop a 1 nanometer super lithography machine. Let alone the Nobel Prize, even if it's heaven, those lunatics will satisfy you. Thank you, it's just luck. Mo Fan touched his nose and said awkwardly. Okay, I will report this matter. I have some things to do over there, so I will go back first. Good. After saying goodbye, Mo Fan returned home. It was already time to get off work, and after waiting for more than 10 minutes, Bai Yuqing came back. Hey, husband, why are you back so early? Wife, you're back just in time. Come over here so I can discuss something with you. What? Bai Yuqing walked over curiously. How are you doing with the data now? It's almost done. Only the central axis is left. It will probably take 3 to 5 days. In fact, it's mainly because of the data you gave me before. It won't take much to do it later. Bai Yuqing tucked her hair behind her ears and answered seriously. 5 days? Mo Fan frowned slightly when he heard this. What's wrong, husband? Mo Fan let out a long sigh and explained, I was thinking that after Bob and his team return, they will definitely inform all the countries about this matter. At that time, if I am right, they will definitely unite and ask us for the data of the nanolithography machine. Why don't we just not give it to them? Besides, now that Li Donglai knows about this, the higher-ups will definitely protect you. It's not that simple. Mo Fan shook his head. Bai Yuqing asked curiously, what is that? Chapter 85, U.S. Actions. Within the United States. As soon as Bob returned to the United States, he couldn't wait to find the person in charge of the lithography machine. Seeing Bob so anxious, the person in charge, Roberts, smiled and said, Bob, how come you are like this after a trip to China? How is the investigation going over there? Can we take action now? I can't wait any longer. When Roberts thought about taking action against China, he felt a little excited. I went to see Bob, took a few deep breaths, and said, Roberts, something big has happened. Roberts asked in confusion, what big deal could happen? 1 nanometer lithography machine. A 1 nanometer lithography machine has been invented. It was invented by the Chinese man we went to investigate. Hearing this, Roberts couldn't help but stretch out his hand and wave it in front of Bob's eyes. Bob, is your brain burned out? You can really say a 1 nanometer lithography machine. Let me tell you, even if human civilization develops for another 1,000 or 10,000 years, it may not be possible to create a 1 nanometer lithography machine. This has completely broken Moore's law and is simply impossible. Bob continued, at first I had the same idea as him and didn't believe it, so I went to check it out. For this, I was severely cheated by that Chinese guy and lost 50% of the orders in the past 10 years. What? Upon hearing this, Roberts was shocked. He said angrily, Bob, are you really out of your mind? Do you know how important 50% of the orders are to us? Just be quiet for a while. Bob also got angry. I can guarantee with my life that the 1 nanometer lithography machine is real. By the way, let me show you the test data of my instrument. As Bob spoke, he took out his own testing instrument from his backpack and then exported all the data in the instrument to the computer. Look, this is a 1 nanometer lithography machine. Bob pointed to the data on the computer. Roberts came over to take a look and was instantly frozen in place. How is this possible? How could anyone in the world actually develop a 1 nanometer lithography machine? Now believe what I say. Bob looked at Roberts with a serious expression. Roberts nodded. Although he still felt it was a bit dreamy, the real data was right in front of him and he couldn't help but believe it. Bob continued, so, what we need to do next is to use international public opinion, unite other countries, and force China to hand over the data of a nanolithography machine. Otherwise, the United States' position as a superpower will be lost. Roberts naturally understood what Bob said. He pondered for a moment and said, let's go. We need to discuss this matter with the top management. At the same time, in China, Mo Fan explained to Bai Yuqing. Wife, this is definitely a good opportunity for us. Right now the world doesn't know that we have already developed a 1 nanometer lithography machine. All we have to do next is wait for Bob and others to make trouble. As long as we can survive, we will have a certain influence in the world, and by that time, they will definitely choose our company when purchasing chips. Bai Yuqing finally understood what Mo Fan meant. Only. Honey, the United States is the only superpower after all. What if they really do everything they can to get the data from us? Bai Yuqing was still a little worried. This is not something we need to worry about. I guess Li Donglai must have told the people above him after he returned. I guess someone will come to look for us tomorrow. It can be said that success or failure depends on this one move. Mo Fan also understood that the temptation of this nanometer lithography machine was too great, and almost no country could resist it. Therefore, the United States may spare no expense to obtain this data. Anyway, let's wait until tomorrow. The next day, Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing arrived at the company early. Bai Yuqing returned to the previous laboratory to continue his research. But this time Mo Fan brought a few special people. That is Yang Chenghong and several scientists. Mr. Yang, I'd like to trouble you to accompany my wife to complete this data in the near future. No trouble, no trouble. When Yang Chenghong saw the photolithography machine, his eyes lit up, as if he had seen his wife, and he couldn't wait to check it out. When Bai Yuqing saw Yang Chenghong, he was surprised. Wife, come here, I'll introduce you. Mo Fan was just about to introduce Yang Chenghong to Bai Yuqing. But Bai Yuqing shook his head and said, I know him, Mr. Yang Chenghong. I saw his photo when I was a child. Bai Yuqing stepped forward and said respectfully, Hello, Mr. Yang. Yang Chenghong waved his hands repeatedly, No, please don't call me old Yang. Now I am just an old man with half of his body buried in the ground. If it weren't for Brother Mo saving me, I'm afraid I would still be trapped in the Lin family. Bai Yuqing smiled politely. Okay, Yuqing, with Elder Yang's help, I think we'll be able to complete all the data soon. Then I'll have Fong Su lead people to start mass production, and we'll have to stabilize everything before the new year. Good. Bai Yuqing agreed easily. With Yang Chenghong's help, she believed that the 3 to 5 days mentioned before could be shortened to 2 days. Mo Fan left the laboratory. At this moment, his cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was Li Donglai's phone number. Mo Fan picked up the call without hesitation. Then he heard Li Donglai say on the other end of the phone, Mo Fan, are you in the company now? A leader in the imperial capital heard that you had created a 1 nanometer lithography machine, and he came to the Magic City from the imperial capital overnight. I'm at the company. Okay, let's go there now. Okay. Mo Fan hung up the phone. Li Donglai's words were still echoing in his ears. At this moment, he felt a little nervous. After all, he is a leader from the imperial capital, and Mo Fan feels that the leader coming this time must be of high status, as he can tell from Li Donglai's tone. Mo Fan then returned to the office and waited patiently with a nervous mood. About 2 hours later, he saw through the glass of his office that a number of black business cars were parked at the door of his company. Many people got off the business car. The leader was Li Donglai, and next to him was an old man in his 50s wearing a Zhongshan suit. Mo Fan recognized it at a glance. Although this was the first time he saw it in real life, he had seen this figure many times on TV. Mo Fan immediately left the office and walked towards the company's door. Chapter 86, Getting Back on Track. Brother Mo, I think you know this person without my introduction, right? Seeing Mo Fan coming out, Li Donglai came forward to greet him. Mo Fan nodded, and said nervously, I know, Master Yi Jinghua. Yi Jinghua looked at Mo Fan and nodded with satisfaction. It's true that the younger generation pushes the older generation forward. Our country is lucky to have a genius like you. Mo Fan was a little flattered and said awkwardly, No. Everything he has today was given to him by the system, and he didn't have to put in any effort. It's good to be humble, but there's no need for you to be humble, Brother Mo. I can say with certainty that because of you, our dragon country will no longer be suppressed by other countries like before. Thank you. Yi Jinghua suddenly said seriously. It's all my responsibility, but I'll need you to pay more attention to the following matters, Mr. Yi. That's no problem. Yi Jinghua smiled and nodded. Little brother, can you let me have a look? Of course you can. Mo Fan nodded, and then took Yi Jinghua and Li Donglai to the laboratory. In the laboratory, Bai Yuqing and Yang Chenghong were perfecting the last bit of data. At this moment, the door of the laboratory was opened, and Mo Fan walked in with Yi Jinghua. Li Donglai on the side gave Yi Jinghua a detailed introduction. But Yi Jinghua waved his hand and said, All right, stop talking. I, an old man, don't understand. It's useless to talk. He looked at the magnificent laboratory and nodded. Little brother, I don't understand these things either, but I can tell from their reactions. Just go ahead and do it boldly. Leave the rest to me, an old man. Okay. Mo Fan replied seriously. 2 days later, Bai Yuqing and Yang Chenghong completed the last bit of data, so they could start mass production after the final experiment was over. And on this day, people came from the United States. Here come Bob and Robles. But this time, the person who received them was not Li Donglai, but old man Yi Jinghua. In recent times, Yi Jinghua has been in Shanghai. Inside the Magic City mansion, Bob and Roberts were full of confidence this time. Because they have made full preparations this time, they believe that Longwo will definitely come up with this data. Soon, Yi Jinghua arrived at the Magic City mansion. Bob and Roberts were a little surprised. Wasn't he at Li Donglai who came last time? Yi Jinghua walked in and asked casually, What is the matter that has brought the two foreign envoys here from afar? Bob and Roberts looked at each other, and then Bob looked at Yi Jinghua and said, Old man, can you represent Longwa? Of course you can. What I say still carries weight. Okay. Bob nodded. Old man, let me get straight to the point. The data of your country's nanolithography machine is causing a lot of controversy. I think you know the purpose of our visit this time, which is to get this data. We in the United States can make any demands you want, as long as it is within our tolerance. This is also the result of discussions between Bob and a group of senior executives. They will use courtesy before force, and negotiate with Longwei in a friendly manner first. If Longwei is unwilling, then they will spread public opinion. Yi Jinghua smiled and shook his head after hearing this. I'm sorry, you also know that the data of this lithography machine is very valuable. This is the secret of our dragon country, so you too can go back. After hearing this, Bob narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Yi Jinghua. Old sir, you are not aware of this. You should know that this thing plays a significant role in the progress of human civilization. Do you only want to make dragon country progress? Seeing Bob's attack, Yi Jinghua sneered, Are you talking about sharing? The United States has made such great achievements in the field of science and technology before, why haven't I seen you share them? When did you not wait until you replaced the old ones with new ones before taking out the old ones? You. Bob frowned when he heard this, and for a moment he was unable to refute. Because what Yi Jinghua said was indeed correct. Okay, if that's the case, then we'll take our leave first. I hope your dragon nation can withstand the pressure from other countries. please," Yi Zhenghua said lightly. Bob and Roberts returned home. On the day they returned home, all countries large and small in the world knew the news. At the same time, several countries actually united together and demanded that Longwa must hand over 1 nanometer of lithography machine data, otherwise they would exclude Longwa. As for these, Longwa is naturally very strong. There are even rumors that the Dragon Kingdom has deployed all its troops to the border. Mo Fan, who was at the center of the incident, naturally knew all this. Now, he and Bai Yuqing have filed all the experimental data and applied to the country to start mass production of lithography machines. The state acted quickly and approved it immediately. The production of photolithography machines began. More than a month later, the international voices are still continuing, but they are not as strong as before. After all, they are just following behind the United States and pretending to be doing something. In the past month, Fanqing Group has mass-produced thousands of lithography machines. It was on this day that Mo Fan released a message: "We welcome chip orders from all countries." The moment they heard the news, several countries took action. Although they said that they would work with the United States to ask Long Country for public data on lithography machines, they knew in their hearts that this was simply impossible. After all, Long Country is no longer the Long Country it was decades ago, and it is no longer a country that they can control at will. Now that Mo Fan had said this, almost all the countries except the United States, the Japanese country and South Korea came to Dragon Country. They were even willing to pay a huge penalty for breach of contract and were determined to give all their countries' chip orders to Longwa. After all, the 1 nanometer super lithography machine has just come out, and they can't wait to see what the chips carved by this 1 nanometer super lithography machine will look like. In just 3 or 4 days, Mo Fan received orders from hundreds of companies at home and abroad. This was something he had thought of early on. It can be said that at this moment, his company was completely on the right track and went international. Magic City, Mo Family Villa. Seeing this huge order, Bai Yuqing just felt a little dreamy. "Hubby, pinch me and let me see if I'm dreaming." After hearing Bai Yuqing's words, Mo Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. "Honey, calm down. We are definitely not dreaming." Chapter 87: Disney's Plan. "Wow, we got rich this time," Bai Yuqing said excitedly with her little face. "I guess I got rich." Mo Fan couldn't help but touch his nose. Why didn't he expect that Bai Yuqing would be a money grubber? "By the way, honey, everyone has worked hard over the past 2 months. How about we do a team building tomorrow?" Suddenly, Bai Yuqing leaned into Mo Fan's arms and asked tentatively. "That's fine. You can arrange it tomorrow." Mo Fan nodded and agreed without any surprise. "Okay." After saying this, Bai Yuqing hurried upstairs and began planning tomorrow's team building. Mo Fan sat alone downstairs, his eyes slightly narrowed. Now everything is on the right track, but there is only one thing that he is quite worried about. That is the Lin family. Now that the third son of the Lin family is dead, the eldest and second sons will definitely not let it go. Although there is a system to back it up, in the long run, they will definitely find out about me. Mo Fan was even thinking about whether he should go over and kill the eldest and second sons of the Lin family right now. However, as soon as this idea came out, he rejected it immediately. Killing the third brother could be considered as enforcing justice because others could not stand his evil deeds. But if the eldest and second oldest are touched, the incident will escalate into a social issue. After all, in the eyes of the world, the second son of the Lin family is a conscientious entrepreneur, not to mention the eldest son. "Well, if you don't provoke me again, then I will let you go for now. If you dare to provoke me again, then only death will greet you," Mo Fan said secretly in his heart. The next day, Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing came to the company early. Because everything had been arranged in advance, when they arrived at the company, all the employees were waiting in the large conference room. Seeing Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing coming, everyone, led by Chen Xuan and Fong Su, clapped their hands. This made Mo Fan a little confused. "Chen Xuan, what are you doing?" Chen Xuan said, "Boss Missouri. Fong Su and I did some calculations. If we add up all the orders from across the country this time, our net profit will be hundreds of billions. And this is just the beginning of our company. After the first batch of chips is produced, I believe that more and more domestic and foreign companies will come to us, and by that time, our profits will probably increase exponentially." After hearing what Chen Xuan said, Mo Fan couldn't help but blush and said, "Isn't this simple? Why are you so surprised?" Chen Xuan opened his mouth and said disdainfully, "I may not be as talented as you in pretending to be cool." Okay, your sister-in-law has something to say, so hurry down and do it well. Mo Fan rolled his eyes at Chen Chuan. Okay. When he heard it was Bai Yuqing, Chen Chuan immediately sat down obediently. Then Bai Yuqing came to the stage and said, "Dear colleagues, in view of your hard work recently, our company has become what it is today, so today I plan to organize a team building for everyone. There are 3 locations selected, and everyone can vote for them." Afterwards, Bai Yuqing projected the 3 photos onto the big screen. There is Shitong Town, Disneyland, and finally a small hill in the Magic City. Okay, you guys can choose what you want to play, and all expenses will be paid by the company. After hearing Bai Yuqing's words, all the employees cheered. Oh my god, he is a conscientious entrepreneur after all. Those cats and dogs outside can't compare to him. Long live Boss Missouri. Long live the boss's wife. Ha, I'm reminded of that Joe Bot Pie company I used to work for. Fuck that. If I want to take a leave, I have to deduct 2 days' salary. There is no harm without comparison. Boss, can we bring our family members with us? Suddenly an employee raised his hand and asked. Bai Yuqing smiled and replied, "Of course you can. All the expenses of the family members will be charged to the company's account. This can be regarded as making up for the fact that you have been working diligently in the company these days and have not been able to spend time with your family." After hearing this, the employees became even more excited. Then I heard the employee who raised his hand just now say, "My daughter has wanted to go to Disneyland for a long time, but she has always had no time. Today I finally have the opportunity to take her there." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and called his wife. "Wife, don't ask me what I want to do. Hurry and bring our daughter to our company downstairs." Although it is not certain whether to go to Disneyland, any of the 3 options given by Bai Yuqing is worth a visit. In the end, after all the employees voted, Disneyland's votes firmly surpassed the other 2. After seeing the voting results, Mo Fan didn't hesitate and called Disney officials directly. "Hello, is this a Disney official? Please reserve 1,080 tickets for us." When the other party heard this, he immediately realized that this was a big customer, and even spoke in a much more respectful tone. "Hello, what company are you from? Please tell me so that I can make a report." More than 1,000 tickets is not a small number. Fanqing Group. Mo Fan simply gave the name of his company. When the other party heard that it was Fanqing Group, he was instantly shocked. "Excuse me, is this the Fanqing Group that is researching the 1 nanometer lithography machine?" "Yes," Mo Fan replied. "Fuck. What's wrong?" Hearing the other party's reaction, Mo Fan couldn't help but wonder. No, you are a rare guest. I will report this to the boss right away. You have made such a great contribution to our dragon country. You can come to Disneyland casually." This. Mo Fan didn't expect this result. This is not good. "Look at what you said, what's wrong with this?" "There's no problem at all, just bring your employees over." The Disney official hung up the phone right after he finished speaking, not giving Mo Fan time to be polite. On the other hand, Disney officials. After the person in charge of Disney hung up the phone, he quickly reported to his leader, "The chairman of Fanqing Group is going to bring employees to our Disney for team building. I think this is a good opportunity. It happens to be a good opportunity to promote our Disney." After hearing what the person in charge said, the boss couldn't help but ask, "We at Disney still need publicity. Are you crazy?" Boss, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that Disney has been getting a bad reputation lately, so I thought of giving Mo Fan away for free so that their employees can advertise for us. With the influence of Fanqing Group in Dragon Country, I think they can definitely get us some good reviews. What do you think, boss?" The boss's eyes suddenly lit up. "You are really smart, I will do as you say." Chapter 87 Coincidence. The boss slapped his thigh and seemed to have made a decision. "It's settled. Go get all the reporters here. We're going to publicize it." "Okay." The boss held his chin up and said shrewdly, "Just say that we support state-owned enterprises and always give free services to top groups like Fanqing Group." This gimmick is good, reasonable, and eye-catching. Mo Fan received a notice that entry was free, and it was free for everyone. There was really no shortage of people trying to curry favor with him. So a group of people went to Disneyland in a large group. This team-building activity was very successful. They returned collectively 3 days later. On this day, the couple was riding in the car as usual, but an uninvited guest came uninvited. Bai Yuqing. Just as the two were about to get in the car, a voice that Bai Yuqing was familiar with sounded from behind. Who is he? Mo Fan turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a man of the same age as Bai Yuqing walking towards him. It's Lu Jun, the young master of the Lu group. He's also my suitor, a more troublesome one. Bai Yuqing said helplessly. Mr. Lu. What a coincidence. Bai Yuqing said with a disdainful tone. Yes. What a coincidence. I came here to get something and saw you. What are you doing here? And who is this? Lu Jun glanced at Mo Fan beside him. Is that your driver? Where's Xiao Wang? Why did you change him to such a rustic bumpkin? Lu Jun said sarcastically with a look of disdain. Really? I don't think I'm unsophisticated. My clothes are indeed not from famous brands and they are not particularly expensive. Mo Fan answered calmly. Mo Fan smiled and said, how can I compare with you? Even if you wear clothes worth tens of thousands of dollars, I still can't tell how expensive and luxurious you are. Ding. Verbal attack, eloquence +1, sharp tongue +1. You, who do you think you are? Your boss is here, so you have no right to speak. Lu Jun said in an angry tone. Lu Jun, what do you mean? Even if he is my driver, it is not your turn to blame or comment on him. What's more, he is not my driver, he is my man. Bai Yuqing said with a cold face. What? Your man? Bai Yuqing is talking to you. Don't joke with me. He is not worthy. Lu Jun said with a disdainful look. I'm not joking, he is my man, do you have any opinion? Bai Yuqing said in a cold tone. You, how could you be attracted to such a country bumpkin? Lu Jun said with a sarcastic look. Ha ha. Is that so? Country bumpkin, sorry, he is not a country bumpkin to me, but the most important person to me. Bai Yuqing retorted bluntly. Ding. Bai Yuqing protects, friendliness +1, charm +1, intimacy unlocked. Thank you, dear. Mo Fan said with a doting look. You look so weak. I can knock you down with just one punch, believe it or not. Lu Jun said proudly. Really? We can give it a try. Mo Fan replied calmly. Looking for death. Lu Jun swung his fist, but Mo Fan blocked it and grabbed Lu Jun's fist. That's your strength, you're really good at talking. Mo Fan said, holding Lu Jun's fist tightly. What's going on? I can't even retract my fist. Lu Jun said with a surprised look. With your strength, boring. Mo Fan let go and threw Lu Jun out. Bai Yuqing, let's go back. Mr. Shang's matter has been dealt with. There is no need to stay here for long. Mo Fan said after rolling his eyes at Lu Jun. Bai Yuqing, I still need you, Mo Fan. Just wait for me. I will let you know the consequences of provoking me. Lu Jun said angrily. But Lu Jun's words did not affect Mo Fan's behavior. Mo Fan simply closed the car door and drove away. Okay, just wait for me. Lu Jun scolded coldly. What should we do with Mo Fan? Lu Jun is not like the others. His family is quite powerful. I'm fine, but you? Bai Yuqing said nervously. Good morning. When Bai Yuqing came to the living room in the morning, she heard Mo Fan's voice coming from the kitchen. No way. Our little Fan is making breakfast again. What can I say about this? Bai Yuqing said with a touched look. Yes. Who told our Bai Yuqing can't cook? Mo Fan said mischievously. Why don't you eat? Mo Fan stood up and said, no, I have something to do today so I need to go to school early. Mo Fan said in a gentle tone, then he stood up, turned around, and left the villa and walked towards the station. Not long after Mo Fan walked out of the community, a group of people came towards him. Hello, are you Mo Fan? The leader said while staring at Mo Fan fiercely. I'm not him. Are you looking for him? Mo Fan answered, pretending that he was not Mo Fan. Ha ha. It's easy to surround him. The man waved his hand and a group of people surrounded Mo Fan. You don't really think I haven't seen you? Who are you? What's your business? Mo Fan stared at the man with a serious look and questioned. Ha ha. Did you offend young Master Lu? We have to do something after taking young Master Lu's money. The man stretched his muscles and said. Mr. Liu? Are you talking about Liu Jun? Mo Fan said with a cold expression. A younger brother suddenly appeared and smashed it down with an iron rod. Bang! Mo Fan grabbed the iron rod. You are not doing this right. If I, Mo Fan, crushed the iron rod directly. The iron rod was actually crushed. This is impossible. How did he do that? Is he still a human being? The younger brother said in horror. What's the matter? What are you afraid of? I have urban bad guys. Mo Fan said in a calm tone. Brother. The younger brother on the side looked at his boss hurriedly. Wow, this guy can actually crush the iron rod. He seems to be a tough guy. The man said in a cold tone. Do you think it's worth it? Mo Fan grabbed the man who was about to launch a sneak attack and threw him out fiercely. Ouch! The man screamed in pain. The boss didn't know what to do when he saw this. After all, the man who was thrown out weighed at least 200 pounds, and he had trained his muscles. I advise you that it's not worth it. Mo Fan looked at those people with a serious expression and quickly prepared to leave. Sorry, you can't leave. The boss still didn't want to let Mo Fan leave. What do you want to do? Mo Fan instantly came in front of the man, grabbed his throat and said coldly, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Ding! Threaten others, dark side +1, momentum +1, turn on the aura. Mo Fan? What's going on? Suddenly someone in a car not far away shouted. It's okay, Bai Yuqing, are you going out? Mo Fan saw that Bai Yuqing had returned to his normal state. Ha ha. You were sent by Liu Jun, right? Go back and tell him not to use such tricks. Mo Fan is still a student and is afraid of causing trouble, but I am not. Bai Yuqing said in a cold tone. The boss was speechless for a moment. Mo Fan was afraid of causing trouble for the landlord. Although he thought so, the boss didn't dare to tell the truth, so he could only answer, yes, we won't do that anymore, we'll get out now. Chapter 89, Facing It Alone. Let's go, I'll take you wherever you want to go. Bai Yuqing said calmly. Okay, thank you for your help. Mo Fan said with a disappointed look and then got into the car. What's wrong with you? This is the first time I see you with this expression. Bai Yuqing said after looking at Mo Fan's expression. I'm going home. There are some things I need to fight for. After all, that thing belongs to me. Mo Fan said in a cold tone. Home? Isn't your mother in the hospital? What else is important? Bai Yuqing asked Mo Fan with a puzzled look. Ha ha. My mother's hard work. Mo Fan simply stated his purpose in one sentence. The hard work of Mo Fan's mother was the company he opened. Although the company went bankrupt, it can be saved, but now there is a fight within the company and between Mo Fan's mother and others. I heard that your mother's company is preparing for a battle today. Ha ha. It's not that easy to take it away. Mo Fan's eyes became determined and he began to look a little like Bai Yuqing. If you need help, just tell me and I'll do my best to help you. Bai Yuqing encouraged Mo Fan. The car stopped directly at the entrance of the hotel, and Mo Fan got out first and went straight into the private room. Wow! This is so intense. You guys are so impatient to share something. Mo Fan said sarcastically while sitting on the sofa. Who are you? This isn't a good place to stay. An attendant said, and was about to reach out to chase Mo Fan away. It hurts. The man's hand was halfway extended when Mo Fan grabbed it and subdued it. Ding! Subdue him, capture +1. Ding! Going to the meeting alone, courage +1, courage +1. What am I? I am not a thing. Mo Fan's words made everyone laugh. My mother founded Yuashan Company. What do you think it is? It's really interesting that you, a bunch of outsiders, have started to divide up my mother's company and asked me who I am. Mo Fan stared at everyone with a sharp gaze. I seem to remember that my mother hasn't left yet. How come? You're dividing up the company before she even left? Mo Fan walked behind the vice president of the company and patted his shoulder. But you're fine, it's just a branch. Mo Fan said as he glanced at the Yu family members not far away. Mo Fan walked slowly to the Yu family and said, Uncle, Aunt, my mother is lying in the hospital. They have set up a branch here, right? Well. Mo Fan's uncle and aunt didn't know how to answer. I know you don't know how to reply, because you're trying to divide my property before my mom even dies. Mo Fan picked up the wine glass and shook it while looking at the red wine in front of him. What does Mo Fan mean this time? Yulin stood up and asked in a cold tone. What do you mean? Do you think you have the nerve to say that? Mo Fan threw the wine glass to the ground and broke it. Do you want to listen to what you said? Mo Fan took out his phone and played the surveillance recording of that day. Everyone's faces turned pale when they heard this. What? Yulin, no matter how much your uncle cares about my mother's company, he will never curse her in public. Mo Fan's cold voice sounded. Mo Fan, judging from the tone of your words, you want to take over the company's power. The vice president said, do you know how much the company has lost? I know. It's a loss of 3 million. Don't worry, I can afford it. Mo Fan said in a cold tone. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst out laughing. Ha ha. You're the only one who can come up with that. The vice president laughed sarcastically. Really? Then let me show you if I can do it. Mo Fan said with full confidence. The vice president took the wine glass and took a sip of red wine without any hesitation, then said leisurely, do you think I will give you a chance? What do you mean by that? Mo Fan instantly sensed a dangerous aura approaching him. Just when Mo Fan was alert, a big hand patted Mo Fan's shoulder. Boy, I heard that you want to compete with Vice President Sunday. You don't want to live anymore, do you? A threatening voice sounded. Mo Fan glanced at the people behind him, then looked at Vice President's son. Vice President's son, you are robbing me. Why did you bring thugs with you to negotiate? I'm sorry, but after all, this company is mine. I wonder who dares to touch it. Vice President's son said in a domineering manner. Ha ha. Awesome, you are really domineering, worthy of being the Vice President's son who does things by any means necessary. But it's a pity that you underestimated me, your behavior can only scare them. Mo Fan reached out and grabbed the man's big hand and held it tightly. The moment Mo Fan increased his strength, a sharp pain surged out. The intense pain made the man's face change drastically. Vice President's son, didn't you turn on the air conditioner? You are so hot that you are sweating. Mo Fan said sarcastically. Vice President's son was about to speak when he found that Mo Fan had tightened his grip on his subordinate's hand. It's a bit hot. Go down and enjoy the air conditioning. Vice President's son waved his hand. Seeing this, Mo Fan let go of the man and let him leave. Vice President's son, I think you should just talk honestly. Mo Fan picked up the wine glass and poured a glass of wine. Mo Fan, don't go too far. Vice President's son said in an angry tone. Mo Fan, even if you are great, so what? What a company needs is money. Do you have it? Said his uncle sarcastically. This. Mo Fan said after checking the time. Ha ha. I knew you wouldn't have the funds. My uncle continued sarcastically. Who said he has no funds? At this time, a familiar female voice sounded, and then the door opened. Mr. Bai, why are you here? The wind invited you here. Vice President's son said in a flattering tone. Bai Yuqing just nodded slightly, then came directly to sit next to Mo Fan. I knew it wouldn't be easy for you to come here alone. Fortunately, I asked for the room number. Bai Yuqing said in a gentle tone. I just don't want to trouble you. Mo Fan said in an apologetic tone. Silly boy, you are my man, of course I have to help you. Bai Yuqing said in a cold tone. What? A man? What's going on? How could Mo Fan be Mr. Bai Yuqing's man? My uncle and Vice President's son said with surprised expressions at the same time. What? He's my man. Why are you surprised? Bai Yuqing said while staring at everyone with a cold gaze. I heard that the company lost 3 million, and I paid for it. Bai Yuqing said in a cold tone. Ding. Bai Yuqing helps, intimacy +1, connections +1. Xiao Fan Fan, I don't think there is any need to continue talking to them. Let's go back and prepare for the acceptance. Bai Yuqing said in a calm tone. Okay, I'll listen to you, let's go. Mo Fan stood up, took Bai Yuqing's hand and left the room and went downstairs. I'm Bai Yuqing. What's the matter? Bai Yuqing suddenly said after receiving the call. Chapter 90 Commercial Auction. Really? Got it. After Bai Yuqing hung up the phone, he turned around and looked at Imo Fan with a smile. Bai Yuqing, what's with that expression on your face? It makes me a little scared. Imo Fan said to Bai Yuqing in front of him with a nervous look. He. It's okay, it's just an auction. I'm going to take you there. Bai Yuqing said in a calm tone. Okay, let's go. I'm just a poor kid. Imo Fan said, pretending to be pitiful. So the two of them drove directly to the venue. Bai Yuqing, who is this? Suddenly a beautiful woman came over and asked. Xiao Lu, don't worry about it. He is my man. I made my own decision. Bai Yuqing directly declared his sovereignty. Hello, I'm Imo Fan, Bai Yuqing's man. Please give me your guidance in the future. Imo Fan said in a gentle and polite manner. Hello, you just heard it. My name is Xiao Lu. Please give me your guidance. Xiao Lu said shyly. But seriously, Bai Yuqing, it's not good to do this. Your man should also change his clothes. Xiao Lu reminded kindly. Xiao Lu, don't be like this. I don't think I can control this kind of country bumpkin at all. A sarcastic voice sounded. Wu Qin, explain yourself clearly and wait for me. Bai Yuqing said angrily, and then took Imo Fan back to the car. After the two got in the car, Bai Yuqing threw a suit to Imo Fan and said, put it on. After all, suits are needed here. Okay, you go out and wait for me first. Imo Fan said in a calm tone. Imo Fan flew over, changed his clothes, tidied himself up, opened the car door and got out. Ding! Wearing a dress, fashion talent +1, matching ability +1. Wow! Bai Yuqing, you found a handsome guy. Everyone exclaimed instantly. Ding! Stunning everyone, charm +1, opposite sex affinity +1. Then came countless flashes of light. Hey! Handsome guy, look at you, you are so handsome, why did you choose Bai Yuqing? Why don't you be with me, you can get whatever you want. Wu Qin approached Imo Fan and flirted. Wu Qin's voice is very seductive. Imo Fan subconsciously bit his lip to calm himself down. I'm sorry, my fiancé is only Bai Yuqing. Imo Fan said calmly. Ding! Resist temptation, concentration +1. You, ha! Who do you think you are? Wu Qin stared at Imo Fan with a sarcastic look and said. Imo Fan, let's go in. Bai Yuqing took Imo Fan's hand and strode in. Hey! Imo Fan, you are here. Who is this? A young man who saw this asked in a calm tone. Lin Shan, he is my man Imo Fan. Bai Yuqing said in a low voice. Bai Yuqing then walked closer and said, he is Yu Shan's son. What? You are Mr. Yu's child. Lin Shan said with a surprised look. Yes, do you know my mother? Imo Fan asked in surprise. Let's find a place to sit down and talk. Lin Shan said in a calm tone. Okay. So everyone came to the rest area and sat down. You asked me just now if I knew your mother. Of course, I started my own business after graduating from college, and it was your mother who helped me. Lin Shan said politely. I know everything about Mr. Yu. If you need me to do anything, I will do my best to help you. Lin Shan said seriously. Thank you. I will do it if there comes a day like that. Imo Fan said politely. The items being auctioned today are mostly jade. Lin Shan said in a calm tone. By the way, Imo Fan, I have some small jadeite rough stones here today. Are you interested in taking a look? Lin Shan asked Imo Fan with a calm expression. Sure, when can we go? Imo Fan was actually quite interested in jade. Okay, let's go take a look now. Lin Shan went straight to the jade field wearing Yi Jin. Lin Shan, who is this handsome guy? Is he your friend? A man asked. No, it's Bai Yuqing's man. Lin Shan said in a calm tone. Is that so? Ha, can he do that? The man said with a disdainful tone. Imo Fan picked up a rough stone and turned on the flashlight to take a look. Ding! Jade detection, jade knowledge +1, jade gambling talent +1, activate perspective ability. Imo Fan suddenly found that his eyes could clearly see what was inside the raw stone. There is a huge piece of jade inside the raw stone, and its color is purple. What's wrong? Lin Shan asked in surprise. It's okay, just take this one. I want it. Mo Fan said confidently. Really? Are you sure? If you are sure, I will pay for it. If there is any profit, it will be ours, and if there is any loss, it will be mine. Lin Shan said curiously. Okay, don't worry, I won't let you suffer any loss. Mo Fan said confidently, and then handed the raw stone directly to the staff. The staff looked at Mo Fan with a sarcastic expression. Huh? For a newcomer like you don't really think you can get anything good. The staff member looked indifferent and reluctantly helped to cut the raw stone, but the moment the raw stone was cut, the staff member was completely dumbfounded. No way! It's purple jade, and the quality is very good. The staff said with a surprised look. The moment the staff member came to Mo Fan with the purple jade and handed it to him, the people around him began to discuss in low voices. Is this guy pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? A newcomer can't be so powerful. I think he is just lucky. The voices around were different, but they all had one thing in common: they didn't believe in Mo Fan's strength. Mo Fan, what should we do? Lin Shan looked at Mo Fan with a vigilant expression and said. It's okay, we'll talk about it at the auction. Mo Fan said after putting away the purple jade, and then left with Lin Shan. Mo Fan, I think they will come to buy your jade later. Lin Shan reminded. I understand. It's okay. I understand the situation. Just look at me when the time comes. Mo Fan said calmly. Hello, my name is Denga. I hope to buy this jade from you. I wonder if it is possible. As expected, a man came up to Mo Fan and said. Acquisition? How much are you prepared to pay? Mo Fan asked, staring at the man in front of him with a dagger-like gaze. Well, name a price for this. The man asked calmly. This left Mo Fan at a loss as to how to respond. You decide the price yourself. Mo Fan said calmly. Ding. Testing others, scheming +1, calculation +1. Ha ha. Okay, let's find a professional to estimate the amount. Mo Fan said. This is the only way to do it so far. I have no problem with the decision, the man replied in a calm tone, and then the two of them walked to the side together. Hello, please help me identify the value of this jade. Mo Fan said in a low voice. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. We will appraise the price of your purple jadeite for you right away. The staff member replied calmly. Chapter 91, You're trying to rob. Sir, the maximum I'll pay for your jade is 2 million. The man suddenly changed his tone. 2 million. Mo Fan said in an exceptionally calm tone. Yes. Lin Shan understood what was going on and walked over to Mo Fan and whispered in his ear, Mo Fan, I think this is worth a lot, don't be impulsive. He. You don't think I don't know? Even if I don't understand jade, I can still see his intention. Mo Fan said coldly. Okay, be careful. Lin Shan patted Mo Fan gently and reminded him. At this time, the appraiser came over and said, Mr. Mo Fan, your purple jade is of very good quality and size. We offer a price of 8 million, and you can even bid on it. Okay, I got it. Mo Fan said in a serious tone. How about it, Mr. Mo Fan? Will you sell it for 2 million? The man continued. Sorry, I won't sell it to you if you don't sell it to me. Mo Fan refused directly. Mo Fan, you have to remember that giving you 2 million is giving you face. The man roared. The man's voice attracted a group of people. Mo Fan, what's going on? Bai Yuqing asked in a low voice. It's okay, don't worry about it. Mo Fan replied gently. Mo Fan then turned around and looked at the man and said, Ha! You're robbing me of 2 million. I have contacted an appraiser and an auction house, and they have estimated the value of this purple jadeite at 8 million. Isn't it robbery if you give me 2 million? Mo Fan's eyes gradually turned cold. You, haha. You figured it out, so what? The man suddenly laughed and said, There is nothing I can't get. Someone come and grab that thing for me. The man said directly. Mo Fan was stunned by these words. He didn't expect that the other party would actually rob him. A strong man came up to Mo Fan and said, Hand it over, kid. Don't force me to do it. Mo Fan didn't want to waste time talking to him and punched the man directly, sending him flying. You hurt someone? The man said excitedly as if he had caught something. But Mo Fan took out his phone with a calm expression and pressed the play button. It was obvious that everything the man said before was recorded by Mo Fan. "Excuse me, who is in trouble now?" Mo Fan asked with a half smile. Ding. Evidence deterrence, deterrence +1, aura +1. Mo Fan slowly approached the man and said in a cold tone, "I advise you that if you can get it fairly." "Everyone, let's go," Mo Fan said to the others after leaving that person. "Okay." Bai Yuqing replied, and then everyone left and headed towards the auction. "Damn it. I'll take this jade," the man said in an angry tone, then turned around and whispered something to the person next to him, and then that person also left. "Mo Fan, how many pictures can you take?" Lin Shan asked. "I don't know, it's up to me. I'll sell it for whatever I can." Mo Fan didn't care about the price of the jade at all. It was already higher than the purchase price anyway. "Hello," Mo Fan said politely when he arrived at the destination. The staff who heard this turned and looked at Mo Fan. "Hello, how can I help you?" the staff asked, bowing slightly. Mo Fan took out the jade, looked at it, and placed it on the table. "Hello, thank you for your help. I will help you auction this purple jadeite," Mo Fan said calmly. "Okay, don't worry, we will definitely complete your request," the staff said kindly. "Has Mo Fan Z Fei been commissioned?" Lin Shan asked. "Yes, what are we going to do now?" Mo Fan asked subconsciously. "Ha ha. Now let's continue to participate in the auction, but let's go and take a look at the raw stone first," Lin Shan said. "Okay, let me see how my luck is," Mo Fan said in a teasing tone, then turned around and went directly to the jade display area with Lin Shan. "Hey! Who did I think it was? Mo Fan, you're actually fine. Looks like they're no match for you." A voice that made Mo Fan unhappy sounded. "Lu Jun? Young Master Lu is actually interested in this question," Mo Fan said with a half smile. "That's right, but I didn't expect Mr. Mo Fan would be interested. You can take your time to look at it." Lu Jun answered politely and then turned and left. "Mo Fan, do you know him?" Lin Shan asked in a low voice. "I know him. He's one of Bai Yuqing's suitors. But I didn't expect this guy to be so cunning," Mo Fan said in a low voice. "Indeed, such cunning is unmatched by ordinary people," Lin Shan said in a cold tone. Mo Fan took a deep breath to calm himself down and said, "Don't think about it anymore, let's go and look at the jade." Mo Fan picked up a piece of jade and examined it carefully, then used a flashlight to shine on the jade. "See through," Mo Fan whispered, and his eyes narrowed slightly, looking directly through the jade to see what was inside. "Well, a piece of green jadeite, this can't be imperial green," Mo Fan said secretly in his heart. "Lin Shan, this is fine. Buy it at any price," Mo Fan said calmly. "Okay, I understand." Lin Shan memorized the serial number of the rough stone. "Do you want more?" Lin Shan continued to ask. Mo Fan thought for a moment and continued, "No, it's almost enough." "Mo Fan, it looks like you don't have a jade you like, right?" Mo Fan ignored him. As the auction progressed, the one bidding now was the piece of land that Mo Fan had his eyes on. 6 million. Mo Fan signaled Lin Shan to bid. "TSK. This is crazy. They use so much of this kind of jade." "That's right, I can tell at a glance that he can't." The people around started to criticize. "Mo Fan, what should we do?" Lin Shan asked in a low voice. "It's okay, just don't worry about it and auction it directly," Mo Fan said with determination. Ding. Questioned, willpower +1. "Okay, congratulations Mr. Lin Shan," said the host. "Mo Fan, is this okay? There shouldn't be any problem, right?" Lin Shan asked with a vigilant look. "It's okay, don't worry," Mo Fan replied. "That's good, I believe you." "Cut it open," the cutter whispered. "Ha ha. I guess there's nothing," Lu Jun said proudly. But the following words made Lu Jun stunned. "Mr. Lin Shan, Mr. Mo Fan, you have opened the Imperial Green," the staff member said in a calm tone. "What? Imperial Green? Impossible. How can a country bumpkin like him be so powerful?" Lu Jun said in a tone of disbelief. Wait a minute, let me take a look. At this time, an old man came up to the crowd and said, Mr. Chi, now that you are here, please check if this is true. Lu Jun said with a respectful look. After a careful inspection, Mr. Chi said, Yes, it is imperial green and it is top grade imperial green. What? Top grade imperial green? That's impossible. I don't believe it. Mr. Chi, you must have seen it wrong. Lu Jun asked in a serious manner. What do you mean by that? Are you questioning Mr. Chi's authority? Someone on the side shouted. I dare not. Lu Jun said in a low voice. Chapter 92, Invitation from Mr. Chi. Mo Fan on the side hurried forward. Thank you, Mr. Chi. Mo Fan bowed and said in a calm tone. Mr. Chi nodded slightly and then turned and left. Let us go too. Mo Fan replied, and left with the others. Lunch break area. Xiao Wu. Old Chi waved and said. Mr. Chi, what's the matter? Xiao Wu approached and asked. Go and call that young man over. Old Chi pointed at Mo Fan and said. Yes. Xiao Wu bowed and answered, then walked straight towards Mo Fan. Hello. The man looked at Mo Fan politely and said. Mo Fan put down his chopsticks and looked at the man in a suit in front of him and asked in confusion, Hello, who are you? What can I do for you? Excuse me, it's Mr. Chi who wants to invite you over for a moment. The man replied politely. Mo Fan was stunned when he heard this. No matter what, Mo Fan couldn't believe that Chi Lao, a big boss in the jade industry, would invite him. Okay, wait a minute. Mo Fan stood up, wiped his mouth, and straightened his clothes. Ding. Tidy up your clothes, dress +1, appearance +1. Please lead the way. Mo Fan said with a half bow, and then the two of them came to Mr. Chi together. Young man, you're here. Old Chi stood up and said. No way, it's my fault. You've been here all the time, and I should have come to see you earlier. Mo Fan said politely while bowing. Elder Chi looked at Mo Fan's actions, stroked his beard with satisfaction and said, Be polite to others, neither humble nor overbearing, good boy. Ding. Praise from the boss, character +1. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Chi. This is what I should do. Mo Fan said with a faint smile. Look at my memory. Let's sit down and talk. Old Chi said, pointing to a chair on the side. I don't know, what do you do? Mr. Chi asked casually. I'm just an ordinary college student. Mo Fan said calmly. Oh. It's okay. With your talent and accomplishment, you will definitely have unlimited potential in the future. Mr. Chi praised. Here is my business card. Keep it. If you have any questions about jade in the future, you can always come to me. Mr. Chi whispered. Yes, thank you. Mo Fan replied calmly. Mo Fan, where did you go just now? You didn't go to flirt with other beauties again, did you? Lu Jun said in a sarcastic tone. Ha ha. You treat me like you are your own person. I'm not that boring. Mo Fan rolled his eyes at Lu Jun. Old Chi asked me to go over there and I'll be back soon. Mo Fan explained calmly. Hello, Mr. Mo Fan, your purple jadeite has been sold out, and the imperial green has been made. Please check it. The staff suddenly appeared and said. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Mo Fan replied calmly, then took out some cash and handed it to the staff. Sir, we can't accept this. We have rules. The man explained and refused Mo Fan's tip. Let's go and take a look. Mo Fan stood up and said. Okay, please follow me. The staff said politely, and then took Mo Fan and others to the collection area. Mr. Mo Fan, please inspect your 9 million Yenhuang coins and the jade jewelry you have crafted. Mo Fan looked at the two boxes in front of him. Yes. It's okay, thank you for your hard work. Mo Fan said politely. Bai Yuqing, what do you think of this? Do you like it? This is a jewelry specially customized for you. Mo Fan and others said after returning to the room. No, this is too much. It's not appropriate. I can't accept it. Bai Yuqing quickly postponed it. Be good, you can take it, it's given by your man. Mo Fan stretched out his hand and rubbed Bai Yuqing's long hair and said lovingly, Take it, my princess. Ding. Sweet talk, ability to seduce girls +1, intimacy +1. Baiyu listened to this and crossed his arms over his chest, pouting angrily. Tell me. Where did you learn this? You can even please girls. Mo Fan quickly took Bai Yuqing's hand and started to act coquettishly. I didn't, I'm telling the truth. Okay, I believe you. It's getting late, let's all go to bed early. We have to go back tomorrow. Bai Yuqing directly ordered Lin Shan to go back, while Mo Fan stayed in the living room. Ding! Master, a breath is approaching. Mo Fan, who was originally sleeping soundly at night, was awakened by the system. There is a breath, is it a person? Mo Fan asked subconsciously. It seems that someone is watching him. It seems that I need to prepare. Mo Fan said in a low voice. Ding! The owner has unblocked an item, please check. Suddenly the system sounded, and then Mo Fan found that there was a cylinder with a switch on the table in front of him. Mo Fan subconsciously picked up the cylinder and a message appeared in his mind. Mo Fan rushed to Huayuan village and stopped the two sneaking people. What do you want to do? What's the matter with sneaking over here? Mo Fan said while holding the cylinder tightly. Are you Mo Fan? The man asked Mo Fan with a hint of murderous intent. Yes, it looks like you guys are here with bad intentions. Mo Fan said in a cold tone. Ha ha. That's right, our target is to find you. The man said in a cold tone. Okay, come directly if you want. Mo Fan pressed the button subconsciously, and the cylinder instantly turned into a stick. Mo Fan swung his stick and pushed back the people who were surrounding him. Mo Fan looked at the iron rod in his hand with surprise and said, not bad. This rod is quite useful. TSK. They are so powerful, it seems we need to go all out. One of them said in a cold tone. You guys are going to give it your all? Sure, just come on and see if I'm afraid of you. Mo Fan said calmly while looking at everyone. Brothers, let's go together and kill him directly. The man said with a wave of his hand. In an instant, the group of people gathered together and surrounded Mo Fan in the middle. Ha ha. Just you two, do you think you can surround me? Mo Fan said with a serious expression. Bang! In an instant, Mo Fan's iron stick directly blocked the opponent's attack, and then Mo Fan quickly stepped back and kept his distance. Good boy, you are quite capable. Go and ask him to come over and play with us. The man suddenly smiled strangely and said. Mo Fan had a bad feeling when he saw this. He thought a dangerous person was coming. Ding! Master, alert! The system suddenly sounded an alarm. What's going on? Did the system detect any movement? Mo Fan said seriously. Ding! A strong murderous aura came from the master. As soon as the system finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of Mo Fan and chopped at him fiercely with an axe in his hand. Mo Fan's reaction and speed became much more sensitive due to the bonus of the system, and he quickly retreated to create distance. Wow, this guy is pretty strong. Looks like we VE met our match. Mo Fan said, waving his iron rod. Chapter 93, The Lion's Might. Boy, I heard that you have some good jade jewelry. Our young master likes it. If you're smart, hand it over to us, the man said. Master, my guess is correct. It should be Lu Jun or the person who wanted to buy the jade from me. What's the matter? Instead of bidding, he robbed it. Mo Fan said to the man with a cold look in his eyes. Ha, that's right. It seems you are not stupid. Said the man. Who are you? Mo Fan subconsciously asked the other party's identity. Xiang Wei. The man answered, then rushed over, raised his axe and chopped it down. Mo Fan raised the iron rod and swept it before the opponent got close, successfully blocking Xiang Wei's attack. Ha ha. Interesting. This is really interesting. Xiang Wei said as he gently waved his axe. Hey! I think you are a talented person. Why do you have to be so hard on our young master? Our young master just wants your jewelry, so just be generous. Xiang Wei is ready to try to persuade Mo Fan to give up the jade jewelry, so as to avoid a fight that would be bad for everyone. I'm sorry, I won't give you this jewelry. You'd better stop talking nonsense. Mo Fan said in a cold tone. Really? If you don't want to, don't blame me for being rude. Xiang Wei said with a disdainful tone, and then attacked directly. Bang! A crash sounded. Stop. Suddenly a shout was heard, and then a person appeared in front of everyone. Who are you? Xiang Wei looked at the man with a puzzled expression as he walked straight to Mo Fan and blocked Mo Fan behind him. He is Mr. Chi's guest. What do you want? The man looked at Xiang Wei and the others coldly and scolded. Damn it, it's old Master Chi's man. We're in trouble now. Not to mention the young master, even the master has to give face to old Master Chi. Xiang Wei looked at the man with a serious expression and said in a low voice. What? Should we let Mr. Chi talk to your young master in person? The man said after glancing around coldly. Wait a moment. Xiang Wei said, then turned and left. Yes. I know, young master. Xiang Wei said after receiving the answer. I'm sorry, we didn't know he was Mr. Chi's guest. We apologize for offending you just now. We'll take our leave first, Xiang Wei said politely. Let's go. Xiang Wei turned around and said, then turned around and left with his men. Thank you. Mo Fan said politely while bowing. It's okay, but it can be seen that Mr. Chi pays special attention to you. It seems that you have become Mr. Chi's friend. The man said politely. It's my honor. Mo Fan said in a gentle tone. He. I'll leave first too. The man bowed and turned around and left. Ding. Meet the big guy, connections +1. The system suddenly sounded. Connections? What is the use of this? Mo Fan said in a low voice with a puzzled look. Ding. Your connections can help you get to know more big guys. The system sounded. Wow. This sounds great, it looks like this system is going to work. Mo Fan said in a calm tone. What's wrong with Mo Fan? Did something happen? Bai Yuqing walked out and went straight to Mo Fan and asked in a low voice. It's okay, it's just a small matter, but it's been dealt with. Sorry to have made you worry. Mo Fan quickly comforted. That's fine. Your cell phone rang just now. Bai Yuqing said, suddenly remembering something. Mo Fan quickly returned to his room, picked up his phone and found that it was a call from the hospital. Hello, my name is Mo Fan. Is there something wrong with my mother? Mo Fan asked in a serious tone. There is no surgery tomorrow afternoon. You need to come and sign tomorrow. The doctor on the other end of the phone replied. Okay, I'm outside and will be back early tomorrow morning. Mo Fan said calmly. Okay, you better hurry up, the doctor advised, then hung up the phone. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with Auntie? Bai Yuqing asked nervously. No, my mom's surgery is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon and I need to be there, Mo Fan replied. Mo Fan, what's wrong with you? Why are you in such a hurry to leave today? Did something happen? The next day, Lin Shan looked at Mo Fan with a surprised expression and asked. Yes. I have to go back. I am really happy to meet you. I guess we will meet again in the future. Mo Fan said as he shook hands politely. Of course. Lin Shan replied. Ding. Meet Lin Shan, connections +1. On the way back, Mo Fan sat in the passenger seat silently, looking at the scenery outside. Mo Fan, it's okay. I've found the best doctor. Bai Yuqing said to calm Mo Fan. Really? Thank you so much. Mo Fan hurriedly thanked him. Why be polite? Do we need to be polite to each other? Bai Yuqing said. The car quickly arrived at the hospital entrance, and Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing went straight to the door of the ward. Oh. You're here. It seems it's not too late. Your mother has already fallen into a coma. Yulin said in a proud tone. You. Mo Fan rushed over and grabbed Yulin's collar and said, Is it you? Mo Fan, your task now is to go in and take a look at the situation. Bai Yuqing said. Just go and see her for the last time. Yulin still said in a sarcastic tone. Pa. Bai Yuqing slapped Yulin in the face. People like you are really my aunt's sorrow. How is Mr. Sun? Can he be saved? Dr. Wu said in an anxious tone. His breath is weak and his vital signs are unstable. Mr. Sun said in a helpless tone. No, that's impossible. My mother will be fine. Mo Fan stepped forward and said. Is he a relative of the patient? Mr. Sun asked in a serious tone. Professor Sun. Mo Fan begged after seeing him, Professor Sun, please save my mother. Didn't you say in class that doctors can't give up? You are Mo Fan, there is nothing you can do, child. In this situation, there is no other way except by using the 9 mysterious needles. Old Sun said. 9 needles? Mo Fan muttered to himself subconsciously. Ding! Master can unlock the 9 mysterious needles by increasing his medical skills by 1 point. The desktop always brings hope to Mo Fan at critical moments. Mo Fan went forward to try to check on his mother's condition. Ding! Check the patient's condition, medical skills +1. Ding! Unlock the 9 mysterious needle. Ding! Check the condition, cause, chi and blood attacking the heart. Mo Fan suddenly found a silver needle in his hand. An acupuncture technique and acupoints appeared in Mo Fan's mind. Mo Fan raised the silver needle and pierced the acupuncture points, each of which was just right. This is it. Elder Son on the side showed a surprised expression. No doubt, it is the 9 mysterious needle. I didn't expect that he would know how to use the 9 mysterious needle. As the silver needles stimulated the acupuncture points, Yu Shan's fingers began to respond. Seeing this, Yulin secretly gritted his teeth and said inwardly with a look of hatred, "Damn it, I finally succeeded, but you guys really ruined my plans." Chapter 81 Lin Honi is offline. On this day, 2 pieces of news shocked the internet. The first one, the 5 poisons secretly kidnapped Mo Fan's wife by Yuching. The second one, 5 criminals were arrested by the Investigation Bureau. On the internet, you can hear voices of discussion everywhere. Oh my god, I thought this was something that could only be seen in novels, but I didn't expect it to actually exist in reality. Ha, our Investigation Bureau is still powerful. No matter how many chickens and dogs come, the more they die. But I'm just a little curious, why did you kidnap Bai Yuching? It must be that Mo Fan has attracted attention recently. He is offering double wages and building such a large factory. I think he is planning to extort money from us. At the same time, in the Lin family mansion, Lin Hongshu and Lin Honi sat on the sofa, looking at the person opposite them, not daring to breathe. The person opposite was Lin Hongchen, who had just returned from the imperial capital today. He frowned and asked, "Did you invite us?" Being looked at like this by Lin Hongchen, Lin Hongshu, and Lin Honi both lowered their heads. There is no way, the suppression between bloodlines. Second brother, you say. Seeing that the two of them didn't say anything, Lin Hongchen pointed at Lin Hongshu and said. Lin Hongshu reluctantly raised his head and said, "I'm sorry, brother. We were wrong this time. But I'm sure that Yang Chenghong was taken away by Mo Fan, but I can't find any evidence, so I can only resort to this last resort." Nonsense. The third brother is making a fuss and you are following suit. Do you know what you are doing? Have you ever thought about what you are going to do if you are caught and betray yourself? Lin Hongchen shouted sternly. Lin Hongshu and Lin Honi didn't dare to speak. After a while, Lin Hongchen's anger subsided, and he said coldly, "Fortunately, the 5 criminals have been killed. Next, we will deal with Mo Fan. He dared to snatch food from my Lin family. How presumptuous. Brother, how do we deal with this?" Lin Hongshu suddenly raised his head and asked weakly. "I will arrange for relevant departments to investigate Mo Fan's company in the near future." At this point, Lin Hongchen said angrily, "You two are really useless. You don't even know what the company does. Etc." Lin Hongshu suddenly realized something. "What's wrong?" Lin Hongchen asked. "Brother, is it possible that Mo Fan's company is engaged in the production of lithography machines? Otherwise, why would he take away Yang Chenghong and the scientists in our basement?" In this case, it makes sense that Li Donglai came in person to cut the ribbon for Mo Fan's company that day. He wanted to use Mo Fan's company to improve his own performance. Listening to Lin Hongshu's guess, Lin Hongchen frowned. "It makes some sense, I'll tell you the details after I figure it out." But what Lin Hongchen didn't know was that the system's task for Mo Fan was to eliminate the trouble once and for all. Night falls quietly. After settling Bai Yuching down, Mo Fan went out under the cover of night. At this time, in a bar in Magic City, Lin Honi is checking the accounts here. It was already dark and the bills had almost been checked. So Lin Honi packed up and prepared to go home. At this moment, the light above his head suddenly began to flicker, and after flashing a few times, it went out completely. What's going on? Why is there no electricity all of a sudden? Is there a power outage? It was pitch black outside, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Fuck, where are the people? Where did they go? He shouted outside, but there was no response. That shouldn't happen. Everyone ran away when the power went out just now? It's strange. It's still summer, why is it suddenly cold? Lin Hongyi suddenly felt a gust of cold wind blowing. He tightened his clothes and walked outside. But at this moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, and the shadow's face looked somewhat familiar. Lin Hongyi instantly became alert. He took several steps back and glared at the shadow. Who are you? I saw a black shadow walking out of the darkness and revealing his figure. Who else could it be but Mo Fan? Seeing that it was Mo Fan, Lin Hongyi frowned. Mo Fan? You hired the killer, right? Mo Fan asked coldly. Lin Hongyi was stunned for a moment, and then he was deeply disdainful. If it were outside, he couldn't take direct action, but this was his bar. It is no exaggeration to say that it would be no big deal if he killed Mo Fan here. I invited you, what do you want? You are the one who refused to take the road to heaven and barged into hell. Since you offered yourself to me, I won't be polite to you. As he spoke, Lin Hongyi moved his wrist, looking as if he was about to take action. But the look in Mo Fan's eyes when he looked at him was devoid of any emotion, as if he was looking at a dead person. It's just you, go to hell. Mo Fan said coldly. Lin Hongyi was stunned at first, and then he burst into laughter as if he had heard a funny joke. Ha ha, save you Mo Fan? Did the killer destroy your brain? How dare you speak so arrogantly here? You are the one seeking death. Suddenly, he felt a pain and looked up at Mo Fan in horror. Then he looked down in disbelief, only to see a knife inserted straight into his heart. You. Lin Hongyi wanted to say something, but the blood gushing out of his mouth made him unable to speak. Finally, Lin Hongyi lowered his head and died with his eyes open. He never dreamed that he would be offline in such a sloppy way. After doing all this, Mo Fan left under the cover of night. Ding! Mission completed, reward, virtual realm space. System, I wasn't captured by the surveillance camera, was I? Dear, don't doubt it, you must have been caught on camera. I guess the whole of China will know you are a murderer tomorrow. Won't you help me cover this? The system does not provide this service. It's okay. A life for a life. I'll be sentenced to death after I'm caught. When I die, you should also be gone, right? The system has completed its backup work, cleared all surveillance, and provided the host with a surveillance copy as proof of absence. Please give it a 5-star rating. Mo Fan was speechless for a while. It turned out that the system could change its attitude so quickly. After returning home, Mo Fan packed up, took a shower and went to bed. When he lay on the bed, he found Bai Yuqing sleeping naked again. Who can tolerate this? He even suspected that Bai Yuqing did it on purpose. But this time Mo Fan did not act recklessly. After all, Bai Yuqing had given him a hard time last night. He covered Bai Yuqing with the quilt and fell asleep while holding Bai Yuqing in his arms. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, Mo Fan was awakened by a burst of urgent ringing. It was Qin Padian who called. Brother, did you see that? Lin Hongyi is dead. He was murdered in his own bar. Chapter 94, Teaching Yulin a Lesson. Mo Fan, Auntie's hands moved. It looks like she has come to her senses. Bai Yuqing said with a smile. I saw it. It looks like he's been rescued. Mo Fan said calmly. Mo Fan didn't expect that you would know the 9 needles. Old Sun said with a surprised look. I saw it by accident before, but now I don't know where the book is. Mo Fan responded subconsciously. Mo Fan couldn't possibly say that it was the system's fault. Is that so? It seems like you are very lucky. Remember to use this talent well and don't do it recklessly. Old Sun said in a serious tone. Yes. Professor Sun, I will. Mo Fan replied politely. TSK. Your mother is lucky. Yulin said indifferently. Yulin, are you very disappointed that your idea did not succeed? Mo Fan said to Yulin with cold eyes. Mo Fan, what do you mean? Yulin subconsciously paused for a few seconds before continuing. Ha ha. Don't you know what I mean? Mo Fan approached Yulin and put his hand on Yulin's shoulder and said, you should know it very well. Really? Mo Fan grabbed Yulin and dragged him out. Emo Fan, what are you going to do? Bai Yuqing saw Emo Fan dragging Yulin out and hurriedly chased after him. Emo Fan, don't do anything rash. Bai Yuqing was really afraid that Emo Fan would do something to Yulin. Bai Yuqing was not worried that Yulin would get hurt, but was afraid that Emo Fan would do something stupid. Bai Yuqing, don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to take action. Emo Fan threw Yulin to the ground and said. Ha ha. Emo Fan, have you forgotten what you were like back then? You are truly a disgrace to our Yu family. Deputy Yulin said sarcastically. Yulin, you have the guts to say it again, I didn't hear you. Emo Fan said in a cold tone. As he said that, he put his right hand into his pocket, took out the cylinder and pressed the button, and a long stick appeared in Emo Fan's hand. You, what do you want to do? I warn you not to mess around. Yulin was completely stunned and quickly stepped back a few steps and said. What? Are you really scared? Emo Fan waved the iron rod and said, Don't worry, I will be careful when I attack. Emo Fan raised the iron rod and smashed it hard on the ground not far away. I'm not that kind of person. It's not worth going in for you. Emo Fan said in a cold tone. But what surprised Emo Fan was that cracks appeared on the top of the iron stick, and then the iron sheet broke apart and fell off. A crystal clear jade stick appeared in Emo Fan's hand, with 3 big characters written on it, Jade Qilin. Emo Fan, if you take action here, I think you are too naive. Yulin said in a cold tone. What? Emo Fan looked over subconsciously and found a surveillance camera not far away. Yulin, tell me, what do you want? Why do you want to target my mother? Emo Fan said as he put away the jade unicorn. Ha ha. She doesn't deserve to own a company. Why can she succeed but I can't? Yulin stood up and punched Emo Fan. Emo Fan instinctively reached out to block Yulin's attack. Yulin, you are just that kind of person, someone who doesn't know what's good for him. Emo Fan said in a cold tone. What? You don't know what's good for you? Ha ha. That's ridiculous. Yulin said with a disdainful tone. Yulin took advantage of Emo Fan's inattention and punched him directly. Fortunately, Emo Fan's reaction was good and he barely avoided the opponent's attack. TSK. You're quite strong and you can even dodge my attack, but I won't let you get out. Yulin said to Emo Fan with an angry expression. If you hadn't shown up, that woman would have been gone. You are all you, and without you, everything is mine. Yulin has gone completely crazy. Emo Fan, be careful. I think this guy has gone completely crazy. Bai Yuqing said to the man in front of him with a serious expression. Ha ha. I'm crazy. You guys just realized it, right? I am crazy. You've driven me crazy. Yulin said hysterically. Bai Yuqing, go contact the doctor to provide security for the hospital. Emo Fan said in a cold tone. At this moment, Yulin rushed over, took out a dagger from somewhere and stabbed Emo Fan. The dagger passed by Emo Fan's arm and directly cut Emo Fan's arm. Ha ha. You're going to kill me. I won't be polite to you since you've done this. Emo Fan said in a cold tone. Emo Fan moved quickly and came directly in front of Yulin, raised his hand and punched Yulin's shoulder. He turned his fist into a claw and firmly grasped Yulin's arm, making him unable to move. Let go of your hands. Yulin shouted in an angry tone. Ding. Subdue others, grappling skills +1. Let go, do you think I'd be stupid enough to let go? Emo Fan said in a cold tone, if I let go, wouldn't that mean I'm looking for death? Emo Fan, if you have the guts to hold on for the rest of your life, I will kill you. Yulin said in a cold tone. Emo Fan no longer needed to worry about anything, he just reached out and grabbed Yulin's arm and subdued him. The intense pain made Yulin drop the dagger in his hand. What happened? The guard came over and asked. He's crazy. He just attacked me with a dagger. Help me. Emo Fan said in a serious tone. Emo Fan, are you okay? Bai Yuqing came over to ask after everyone had controlled the senior sister. It can be seen that Bai Yuqing wants to get closer but is very scared. After all, a crazy Yulin is indeed a bit scary. Emo Fan glanced at Yulin who was being controlled by someone beside him and shook his head helplessly, then turned around and walked to Bai Yuqing. Silly boy, I'm fine. Look, I'm fine, aren't I? Emo Fan reached out and gently stroked Bai Yuqing's long hair and said lovingly. Mr. Sun, what's going on? Emo Fan looked at Mr. Sun with a serious expression. I don't know. I've asked a psychiatrist to come. Emo Fan, are you free? Can you come with me? Old Sun suddenly asked. Yes. Sure. Emo Fan replied, and then walked towards a ward with Elder Sun. When he was about to reach the ward, Emo Fan felt an invisible sense of oppression, because Emo Fan found that several guards were guarding outside the ward. All signs indicate that the people inside are either extremely vicious or important figures in the temple. Old Sun, what's going on? Emo Fan asked with a vigilant look. Don't ask, just come with me. Old Sun said in a calm tone, and then the two of them came to the door of the ward together. Mr. Sun, you're here. At this time, a man walked out of the ward and said, then looked at Emo Fan on the side, who is this? One of my students, but his talent is better than mine. I think he can cure your father's illness. Old Sun said in a serious manner. Really? Okay, come in. The man said in a light tone. As soon as Emo Fan entered the room, he found a person lying on the hospital bed. After seeing the person clearly, Emo Fan was stunned. Chapter 95, The Mysterious Man. Master Qin, who is known as the Yanhuang Sharp Sword, how is it possible? Emo Fan said in a tone of disbelief. Yes, he is the Yanhuang sword you mentioned, and he is also my father. He is sick, and I heard that you can help treat him. The man said in a worried tone. I understand. Don't worry, I will do my best. Emo Fan replied calmly. Thank you. The man said politely. Emo Fan walked straight to the bed and carefully checked the patient's condition. Ding. Diagnose the condition, medical skills +1. Is it poisoning? Emo Fan said to Old Qin in front of him with cold eyes. You can actually come out. Even medical equipment can't detect it 100% accurately. The man said in surprise. You're welcome. His poison is quite tricky. I can only suppress it temporarily. Emo Fan said. Then I'll go prepare the Chinese medicine. Emo Fan said. Emo Fan, are you sure it's possible? There won't be any abnormalities. Elder Sun said with a vigilant look. Ha ha. Mr. Sun, do you think Mr. Qin is in good condition now? Miaojian goo poison is already fierce, not to mention this kind of goo poison that is suspected to be from the Goo King? Emo Fan said in a cold tone. Emo Fan came to the traditional Chinese medicine department and asked someone to bring some medicinal herbs. He crushed them and put them in a container to prepare the decoction. Emo Fan, how is your preparation of medicinal materials going? Old Sun asked subconsciously. It's almost done, all that's left is time. Emo Fan replied. Emo Fan, can your medicinal herbs cure the disease 100%? Old Sun asked Emo Fan with a helpless look on his face. I'm not sure. We'll know only when the time comes. Emo Fan replied. It should be almost ready. Elder Sun, please help me prepare it and I can pick it up now. Emo Fan said in a calm tone. But this cannot be sent over now. Emo Fan said in a cold tone. This is not a decoction to be taken, but something to be vomited out, to spit out the poisonous blood. Emo Fan explained immediately. I understand. Old Sun quickly asked someone to cool the medicine according to the method. Okay, let us send it over now. Emo Fan said after seeing the medicine. Mr. Sun, is his stuff really okay? I hope there won't be any accidents. The doctor on the side reminded. Try it, but I believe in him. Mr. Sun said in a tone of belief. Thank you, Mr. Sunday. Thank you for believing in me. Emo Fan thanked him. Mr. Sun, now that you are here, are you sure that my father's poison can be suppressed? The man asked nervously. Emo Fan took out the medicine and said, give it to him, then bring a basin and let him spit out the poisonous blood. As Emo Fan had expected, Old Qin spat out a pool of black poisonous blood. After spitting it out, Old Qin looked much better. Part of the toxins have been eliminated. The rest are toxins that have been absorbed and need other medicinal herbs to cure them. Emo Fan said after carefully examining Mr. Qin's condition. I see. Thank you. The man said gratefully. By the way, can you come out for a moment? Emo Fan said quickly after noticing that something was wrong. So the three of them went to the corridor together. Mr. Qin, right? Mo Fan said in a low voice. Yes. My name is Qin Lei, and my father is Qin Feng, the Sword of Yenhuang. Qin Lei introduced himself. Let me remind you, I hope you don't mind my saying anything, it's best to replace the guard at the door with your immediate family or confidant, and the only person entering the room is you. Mo Fan realized that there was something wrong with the way the poison entered his body. Mr. Mo Fan, what do you mean? Qin Lei looked at Mo Fan seriously and asked. I checked the poisonous blood that Elder Qin spat out, and there was nothing in it, not even any poisonous insects. My medicine can kill poisonous insects, so there should be poisonous insects here, but there are none. Mo Fan slowly turned around and walked to the window and continued, and I noticed that the poison was not caused by injection or bite by the insect or breathing, but by taking it by myself. Ding! Communicate with the boss, communication ability +1, momentum +1. You mean someone deliberately made my father take the poison? No way, it couldn't be someone I know. If I'm not mistaken, it was done by someone I know. Mo Fan replied. Hey! There's someone there. Mo Fan suddenly spotted someone hiding in the dark, observing the situation here. What do you mean there are people? Qin Lei said with a vigilant look when he heard this. Mo Fan opened the window and jumped down. Stop! Mo Fan said to the man in front of him with a cold expression. Ha ha! Do you think you can stop me by yourself? The man said in a cold and extremely arrogant tone. Really? You can try and see if I can stop you. Mo Fan opened the jade unicorn and smashed it over. Damn, I didn't expect him to be so fast. Mo Fan said to the man with a surprised expression. Ha, you can't catch up with my speed. The man said confidently. The man drew out his short blade and rushed forward, hitting Mo Fan's jade unicorn hard. My goodness, this guy is so powerful. It seems that I need to increase my defense. Mo Fan said in a cold tone. Ha ha. Block it. Keep blocking it. The man laughed crazily. Dragon's breath of voice sounded, and then a man appeared and forced the two men out. Bah! Qin Lei, you can actually take action. The man said coldly after spitting out a mouthful of blood. What? You don't think I will just ignore it if you attack my father? Qin Lei retorted in a cold tone. Why? Why are you targeting Mr. Qin? Mo Fan asked the man with a look of disbelief. Ha ha. Why? Just ask him. The man said with a disdainful tone. Mr. Qin Lei, I think this guy seems to be extremely dissatisfied with Mr. Qin. Mo Fan sensed the other party's dissatisfaction and hatred. Yes. His superiors have different ideas from my dad. Qin Lei replied, then raised his self-defense weapon and said. Ha ha. Mr. Qin Lei, it looks like we can work together. Mo Fan said, waving the jade unicorn. Okay, let's go together. Qin Lei instantly came in front of the man and stabbed continuously with his weapon. Bang bang bang. Keep attacking to block all attacks. The man said with a smug look, ha. Qin Lei, your attack can't hurt me at all. Wu Kai, don't be so proud, I'm not alone. Qin Lei said in a cold tone. As soon as Qin Lei finished speaking, he saw Mo Fan rush over and swing the jade unicorn to hit Wu Kai hard. Ding! Stick attack, stick technique +1, strength +1. Wu Kai directly caught the attack, but the powerful impact made Wu Kai's hands numb. Chapter 96 Holiday Travel. The damn power is so great, it's really a terrifying existence. Wu Kai said in a low voice. Mo Fan, be careful. Qin Lei said as if he had discovered something. As expected, Wu Kai disappeared immediately after throwing out the smoke. Ahem. Mo Fan barely managed to clear the smoke and said coldly, who is he? How could he be so powerful? TSK. An opponent whose superior is the battering ram, Xiao Hua. Qin Lei said with disdain. I see, we just have different opinions. Mo Fan said in a cold tone. Mo Fan, your phone is ringing. Bai Yuqing suddenly appeared and handed the phone to Mo Fan. What's up, old four? Mo Fan asked after answering the call. A few friends suggested traveling, why don't you come along? The fourth one replied. Can I bring someone with me when traveling? Mo Fan answered and turned around to look at Bai Yuqing. After Mo Fan hung up the phone, he turned around and looked at Bai Yuqing in front of him. You heard it too, are you willing to go with me? Ding. Invite by Yuching, favorability +1, charm +1. I promise you. Bai Yuching said in a cute manner. The next day. Bai Yuching is up. She's going on a trip with my friends today. Come on. Mo Fan said as he gently knocked on Bai Yuching's door early in the morning. Ding. Knock on the door. Etiquette +1. Stop knocking, I'm here. Bai Yuching's voice came from the living room. You. Why are you up so early today? Mo Fan asked as he quickly went downstairs. It's just about sorting out the clothes. It's free then and then it gets panicky. Bai Yuching said in a low voice. Okay, let's go now. Mo Fan picked up his suitcase and walked out quickly. Mo Fan, who are you? A friend asked Bai Yuching in confusion. Hello, I'm Mo Fan's girlfriend, or rather, his fiancée Bai Yuching. Bai Yuching said without any hesitation. What? You are his fiancée? No way. Everyone said in unison. Mo Fan, it can't be possible that you are dating Bai Yuching. I'm so envious. A friend said enviously. Ding. Envied by everyone, charm +1. It's because he's so outstanding. Bai Yuching said happily. What? He's great, you're kidding. There will always be people who like to ruin the atmosphere. A boy appeared and said to Mo Fan and Bai Yuching with a sarcastic expression. Xiong Hui, what do you mean? Are you here to criticize me? Mo Fan said calmly. What? I just criticized you, but you are just a loser? And you are still so proud of yourself. The man said coldly. You. Mo Fan suppressed his anger and said, You'd better make your words clear. I said you are a waste who lives off others. Xiong Hui said with a smug look. Ding. Calm your mind +1, mentality +1. Listen to this. Mo Fan pressed the play button on his phone, and all of Xiong Hui's previous words were played out. I'm curious about what this will look like if it's sent to the security bureau. Mo Fan said. You, Mo Fan, don't go too far. Xiong Hui said in an angry tone. Really? Sure, just tell me what you want to say. Mo Fan said in a cold tone. Whatever I want, do you think you are worthy of Bai Yuching? Xiong Hui said with a sarcastic look. Also, Bai Yuching said that you are very strong, let me try to see where you are strong. Xiong Hui quickly stepped forward and attacked directly. Xiong Hui punched Mo Fan, but Mo Fan caught it and quickly stepped back to distance himself. Ha ha. Your strength is just like this. Mo Fan said calmly. You, let go of your hands, or I will make you regret it. Xiong Hui was not afraid at all because of being caught. Ha, you look pretty good and so confident, but I don't want to argue with you anymore. Mo Fan didn't want to pay any more attention to him. Mo Fan immediately let go of Xiong Hui and said, Okay, let's go. Mo Fan, just wait for me, I will make you regret it. Xiong Hui stared at Mo Fan's back and said in a low voice. Mo Fan, you'd better be careful. That friend doesn't seem willing to let you go. After getting in the car, Bai Yuching glanced at Xiong Hui with a vigilant look and said. Ha ha. I know what he's thinking. Don't worry, I don't take him to heart, Mo Fan replied calmly and confidently. That's fine, just be careful. Bai Yu said with relief after listening to Mo Fan's words. As for Mo Fan, he did turn his head carefully from time to time to look at Xiong Hui behind him. Ding. Beware of others, alertness +1. The system suddenly sounded. Mo Fan, can you tell me how you two met? A friend on the side suddenly looked at Mo Fan and Bai Yuching in front of him with curiosity and asked. What? Are you curious? Mo Fan subconsciously looked at the people in front of him and said. After seeing everyone's curious expressions, he began to talk about the reason why he and Bai Yuching knew each other. Sure enough. The fourth brother said in a teasing tone, to meet a beautiful woman, you still have to be a hero to save her. Suddenly the vehicle braked suddenly and everyone moved forward due to inertia. What's going on? Mo Fan asked in a low voice after he stabilized himself. The driver didn't say anything, but the door suddenly opened and several people got in. One of them said, Don't move, we are only after money. Damn it, what I fear is bound to happen. Mo Fan lowered his head and said secretly in his heart. What should we do with Xiao Fan Fan? After all, Bai Yuqing had never been involved in a robbery. Be good, don't move, I'll do it. Mo Fan said to Bai Yuqing to comfort him. Take out the money. The robber came to Xiong Hui and said, then he waved the dagger in his hand. I don't have money, but I know who has money. Xiong Hui said in a confident tone. The robbers who heard this showed a look of joy. Go ahead. They have money. Xiong Hui suddenly said, then pointed at Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing. Xiong Hui, you bastard. Everyone looked at Xiong Hui with hatred. Kid, hand over your money. The robber said in a cold tone. Are you sure? Mo Fan raised his head and stared at the robber coldly. Hey! Boy, you're not afraid of death. The robber raised the dagger in his hand and stabbed Mo Fan directly. Mo Fan quickly reached out and grabbed the robber's arm. Mo Fan stood up and dragged the robber out of the car. The younger brothers on the side watched their boss being forcibly dragged out of the car and followed him. Bang! Mo Fan waved his hand and threw the robber out, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. Boss, are you okay? A younger brother hurried over to help the robber up. Chapter 97, Camping in the Wild. It's okay, just come at me together, this guy is really strong. The robber said with a disdainful look. Yes. The younger brothers rushed over in unison, raising their weapons and smashing them at Mo Fan. Seeing this, Xiong Hui showed a smug look. Ha! Now he's in trouble. Mo Fan quickly took out the jade unicorn and swung it around, knocking back all those who approached him with one blow. Ha ha! Your attacks are just so-so. There is no way they can compare to my abilities. Mo Fan said coldly while waving the jade unicorn. Damn, boss, this guy is not an ordinary person, said the younger brother. I see, we can't fight head-on. The man's eyes turned cold, then he turned around and waved his hand. Let's go, let's switch. You won't just leave like this. What else do you want? The man said in a cold tone. Ha ha. So what? Guess, or you can tell me. The man said in a confident tone. Really? Mo Fan rushed over and swung the jade unicorn in his hand fiercely. Bang! Mo Fan's jade qilin was blocked by a thrown stone, and the stone shattered and scattered all over the ground. Ha ha! You run really fast. How is Mo Fan? Have they left? Bai Yuqing asked nervously. They've already left. Now what we need is a good talk. Mo Fan walked directly in front of Xiong Hui and whispered. Xiong Hui, believe it or not, I sent you in. If you encounter robbers and take the initiative to help them, what you did is not right, said Mo Fan, grabbing Xiong Hui's shoulder with one hand. What do you want to do? Xiong Hui was completely dumbfounded, looking as if he had no idea what Mo Fan wanted to do. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. I won't do anything to you, Mo Fan said in a calm tone. Then he let go of Mo Fan and turned to leave and returned to the driver. Driver, it's okay. We can set off. Okay. Got it. Upon hearing this, the driver slowly started the car and drove forward. Bai Yuqing, are you okay? Mo Fan looked at Bai Yuqing in front of him with a vigilant expression and asked in a low voice. It's okay, Xiao Fan, don't worry, I've seen everything. Bai Yuqing answered cutely, and then directly took Mo Fan's arm and said. Okay, this is our destination, the largest camping site in Liuli City. A man stood up and said after parking completely. Mo Fan looked at the scenery outside with a cold gaze and said, Huh? The place you found is indeed not bad. Be careful. Mo Fan stretched out his hand to help Bai Yuqing up, his tone particularly gentle and considerate. Thank you. Our little Fan is really considerate, Bai Yuqing said with a sweet smile. Are you guys ready? Show off your affection, please? The fourth one said with a helpless look. Well. No. Mo Fan said jokingly. After going up the mountain, they found an open space. Bai Yuqing, give me the tent. Mo Fan whispered, then took the tent and started to assemble it. Ding. Assemble the tent, construction ability +1. It's done. Mo Fan said after installing the last part. Wow. Mo Fan is so awesome. Everyone on the side said with envy. Their words made Bai Yuqing blush. Okay, everyone, get ready. We need to prepare everything for camping tonight. Mo Fan reminded everyone in a low voice. We brought the materials and ingredients, so who will cook it? Someone asked curiously. Let me do it. Mo Fan replied. Hearing this, the fourth brother quickly said, Sure, I haven't eaten for a long time. Mo Fan rolled his eyes at Lao Si, then said with a helpless look, Okay, I'll do it. Mo Fan turned around and looked at the food not far away, then said in a cold tone, Your food is not that good. There's nothing we can do. These are the only ingredients we have. The fourth brother said helplessly. Okay, let me handle it. Mo Fan said helplessly. Mo Fan took out a small knife from his bag and gently cut the food in front of him. Okay, the ingredients have been prepared, Mo Fan replied. What should we do now? Bai Yuqing asked in a calm tone. Please help me get some firewood. Mo Fan said in a calm tone. Okay, I'll go now. The fourth brother replied, then turned and left. Ding. Process ingredients, cooking skills +1. The system sounded. It's not time for dinner yet, so let me give you some appetizers first. Mo Fan walked over with a portion of food and said. Oh my god. What kind of delicacy is this? It's so delicious. A friend exclaimed after taking a bite. Hee. Xiao Fan, your cooking skills are really amazing. Alright, Bai Yuqing, stop being like this. I feel really bad for it. Is that so? Okay, I won't praise you anymore. Bai Yuqing said in a gentle tone. Okay, just stop being like that. The second brother retorted helplessly. Okay, I understand. Mo Fan replied quickly. Now we just have to wait for Zhang Hao to bring back the firewood. Third brother, something's not right. Why hasn't fourth brother come back? The eldest brother looked at his watch in surprise. I don't know. Let us wait a little longer. Mo Fan comforted the boss. In fact, Mo Fan was more nervous than the eldest brother. After all, according to common sense, the fourth brother should have returned long ago. Is there something wrong with Mo Fan? It's okay, be good, I'll go look for it. Mo Fan replied. So Mo Fan went straight into the forest alone. Old Four, where are you? Mo Fan asked with a vigilant look. But there was no response from the fourth brother. Mo Fan immediately realized that something had happened to the fourth brother. Damn it, where is the fourth brother? How come he is missing? Mo Fan instantly became serious and continued to walk forward. Mo Fan, why are you here? The fourth brother appeared in front of Mo Fan and said. What's going on? The firewood hasn't been collected yet? Mo Fan asked in surprise. The firewood has been collected, but I found something, replied the fourth brother. Okay, let us stop talking and go back quickly. Everyone is waiting for you. Mo Fan said directly after sensing the danger. Ding. Detect danger, sense of crisis +1, vigilance +1. You are finally back. Said the boss. Ha. It's okay, let's get ready for dinner. Mo Fan said after finishing the last dish. Yeah. Everyone cheered. Delicious. It's really delicious. Exactly, when did Mo Fan's cooking skills become so good? Mo Fan was instantly praised for his cooking skills by everyone. Ding. Received group praise, charm +1, popularity +1. Chapter 98, Mysterious Gang. TSK. A bunch of people who have never seen the world. Xionghui said with a disdainful tone, then turned around and left the camp and went into the forest alone. Stop, don't move. Suddenly a voice sounded behind Xionghui, in a very low voice. Just when Xionghui wanted to move, he found something pressing against his body. Don't move, or I'll be rude to you. The man warned in a low voice. Okay, I won't move. Don't do anything rash. I have no money. Xionghui was completely frightened. What's going on? Did you find something? Mo Fan said with a serious look. Yes, look at what this is. The fourth brother handed the thing he found to Mo Fan. After Mo Fan opened the thing, he found that it was actually a map, and the place depicted was none other than this place. The map here doesn't look like a tourist map, but more like a treasure map. Mo Fan said secretly in his heart after reading it. Old Four, where did you come from? I picked it up on the roadside. The fourth brother replied. Okay, got it. Don't worry about it. Just pretend you don't know anything. Mo Fan said. Okay, I got it. The fourth brother replied seriously. Wow. The food is delicious. Xionghui said in a calm tone. Xionghui. Mo Fan stood up and said. Ding. Master, dangerous aura detected. The system sounded. Come out, the person behind Xionghui. Ha ha. It's amazing that you can even sense our presence. A man appeared and said. It looks like you are looking for something. Mo Fan said with a cold look. Yes, I'm looking for something, and I know you must know it, so hand it over. The man said in poor Chinese. Foreigners? How dare you, a mere barbarian, yell at me? Mo Fan said with a cold expression. You are looking for death. The man pointed at Mo Fan and shouted angrily. My name is James. Did you pick up a map? Please hand it over to me, or I will show you how powerful I am. The man said, and then he took out his revolver and aimed it at Mo Fan. Ha ha. Sir, don't be too proud. This thing is in my hand. Now it's not your problem but whether I want to give it to you or not. You, don't worry, just talk nicely and don't get angry. James was a little panicked. After all, the thing he wanted was in Mo Fan's hands. Ha ha. Are you scared? You are not allowed to hurt him. Okay, but you have to go with me. James said in a disdainful tone, but there was a hint of threat in his tone. Ha ha. Aren't you afraid that I will steal your things? Deputy Mo Fan said in a cold tone. Really? Come if you have the guts. James said confidently. Let's go, James said in a smug tone. No, Mo Fan is in danger. Bai Yuqing said fearfully. It's okay, I'll be back soon. Mo Fan quickly comforted Bai Yuqing and then went straight away with the others. If my guess is correct, you treasure hunters, tell me what you want? Mo Fan said, staring at everyone with his cold eyes. Ha ha. Yes, you are right. I am a treasure hunter, so what? James gently pushed Mo Fan and said impatiently, hurry up. Boss, this is it. A younger brother came up to James and said. Okay, kid, tell me how to open this door. James said with a cold smile. I'm not too sure about this door either. Mo Fan replied calmly. MD, I think you are looking for death. James took out his revolver and pointed it at Mo Fan and said, if you are looking for death, I will not be polite. Mo Fan turned around and quickly grabbed the revolver and said, don't think you have a chance to pull the trigger. Mo Fan held the revolver tightly and kicked James away. Who dares to move? Mo Fan raised his revolver and pointed it at everyone, shouting, I can kill you right now. Ding. Shock the hunter, momentum +1, aura +1. James, I tell you, you can go in, but the things inside belong to the Yenhuang country, don't even think about taking them away. Ha ha. If you have the courage, then it depends on whether you have the ability. James said in an icy tone. Really? Then let's give it a try. Mo Fan simply replied, and then tried to find a way to open the stone door. Mo Fan carefully felt for the mechanism on the stone door. Ding. Explore the stone gate mechanism skills +1, exploration talent +1. This stone door must have been designed by an expert, otherwise it wouldn't be so difficult to crack. What? Can't find the mechanism? James said in a cold tone. What are you rushing for? Okay, I won't rush you. Take your time looking for it. I have plenty of time. James replied. Mo Fan found something wrong and opened it directly. At this moment, the door slowly opened. Ding. Destroy the mechanism skill +1. It's open. Let's go. What are we waiting for? Mo Fan said. Upon hearing this, James and others took Mo Fan into the cave. Something's wrong. This cave looks very strange. I think I should be more careful. What? Whatever you're thinking, you'd better not mess around here. James said in an angry tone. Really? Do you think you can get used to the environment here? Mo Fan said in a cold tone. Ding. Master, be careful, the atmosphere here is very wrong. The system suddenly sounded. Boom! Suddenly a roar sounded, and then the surrounding mountain walls shook slightly. Boss, what's going on? A group of younger brothers were frightened and sat on the ground. What are you panicking about, you bunch of useless people who have never seen the world? Let me do it. James took out his dagger and said, "Who is playing tricks here? System, can you find out what it is?" Mo Fan whispered. Ding! The master is analyzing the host's breath. The system sounded. Suddenly a black figure appeared in front of everyone. When the figure became clear, I found that it was actually a black cheetah, but it was also different from a cheetah. What is this? James said in surprise as he looked at the leopard-like creature in front of him. System, do you know what this is? Ding! Master, still checking. Woo! Suddenly a roar was heard, and the Black Panther pounced directly towards Mo Fan, but Mo Fan dodged it easily. TSK. This guy is so ferocious. Oh, let us call him over. Mo Fan said secretly in his heart. Boss, this guy actually tried to lure this beast over here. A little brother said after seeing Mo Fan's actions. Chapter 99, Forced to Retreat. Stop it. James ordered in a serious manner. Everyone rushed over like crazy when they heard this and tried to block the cheetah's attack. But the result was predictable. They were no match for the cheetah and were torn to pieces by it. Damn it, they were torn to pieces. James said with disdain. He doesn't look distressed at all. Ha ha. It's just like what they say on TV, treasure hunters are cruel and don't care about feelings. Mo Fan said coldly. It's cruel. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, we are in danger all the time. James said in a cold tone. Mo Fan quickly dodged the cheetah's attack. System, what's going on? Mo Fan asked coldly. Ding! Master, this is the cheetah that has been here. It is very powerful, so we should be careful. The system immediately issued an alarm. I understand. Mo Fan opened the jade unicorn and waved it. Mo Fan quickly used the jade unicorn to continuously attack the cheetah in front of him, trying to drive it away, but the most important thing was to leave here himself. The system is looking for a passage. Mo Fan said, shrinking his eyes and turning on the perspective function to check. Ha ha. Found it. Mo Fan found the exit not far from the bureau. Ha! Mo Fan shouted and raised the jade unicorn to attack. Seeing this, the cheetah subconsciously stepped back to avoid the attack. Good opportunity. Mo Fan noticed that the cheetah was retreating, so he rushed over and brushed past the cheetah and ran straight into the depths. Bastard! James said in a cold tone, and then James attacked the cheetah in the same way and ran around the cheetah inside. Finally got rid of it. Mo Fan said panting as he stood outside an iron gate. Get rid of it. What did you get rid of? James' cold voice sounded behind him. Damn it, I didn't get rid of it. Mo Fan frowned and said after hearing that. Ha ha. It's ridiculous that you still want to get rid of me. James said with a disdainful tone. Don't be so complacent. Look back and see if you still have anyone. It's no big deal for me to deal with you now. Mo Fan tried to intimidate James. Ding. Shock others, intimidation +1, momentum +1. Ha ha. Funny, good, you're pretty awesome, kid. James said with a cold smile. James approached the iron gate and said, this door is not easy to open. Mo Fan turned around and found some scratches on the wall. Mo Fan was not stupid and naturally understood that there was a mechanism here. Be careful, it's a trap. Mo Fan replied, and then carefully checked the iron door, but found nothing. Ding! Master has found a mechanism. The system sounded, and upon hearing this, Mo Fan quickly looked over. What? Found the mechanism. Good. Mo Fan reached out and touched the mechanism. Creak! The sound of a mechanism was heard, followed by countless arrows aimed at the two people. What are you doing, kid? James said coldly. Get out of the way. Mo Fan shouted, and then quickly dodged the attack. The arrow shot out and pierced directly into the previous hole. The iron gate opened at the same time. Seeing this, Mo Fan smiled and said, sure enough, my guess was right. The gate is open. Let's go in. Is this the treasure? Mo Fan said secretly after looking at the items inside. Ha ha. Thank you for your hard work, James said with a cold expression, then raised the revolver in his hand and aimed it at Imo Fan. TSK. Do you think your revolver still has bullets? Imo Fan said confidently. What? Then James quickly opened the turntable to check. Bang! In an instant, Imo Fan used the jade unicorn to knock the revolver away. You actually knocked my weapon away. I guess you'll stay here forever, James said proudly as he took out something. Damn, how could this guy have this? Imo Fan said after seeing what James had in his hand. Fourth brother, he's back, the eldest brother said after seeing the movement. Are you waiting for him? Sorry, I'm afraid you'll be waiting in vain. You can leave this world with him now, James said self-righteously. Ha! Suddenly a loud shout was heard, and then a stick shadow flashed and hit James directly, forcing him to retreat several steps. James looked surprised when he saw the man and said, "How is that possible? Aren't you supposed to be there?" Ha ha. Should I be buried by you in the cave? No, that's impossible. How did you do that? Ha ha. It doesn't matter. Just end it here. Really? Come on. Ding. Master, the other party's murderous aura is quite strong. The system sounded. Staff technique to subdue the tiger, Imo Fan said while staring at James with cold eyes. Then he held the jade unicorn tightly in both hands, raised it high and smashed it towards James fiercely. James quickly stepped back to avoid the attack, and said in an angry tone, "Good fellow, you were so cruel, this is my business card, keep it, I will come back." James threw out the business card and turned away. Imo Fan bent down to pick up the business card, looked at it and said, "Huh? Interesting. Imo Fan doesn't care anymore?" Imo Fan looked in the direction of the cave and smiled, "Don't worry, it's okay, it's already been buried, no one needs to go there. Let the treasure there stay there forever. Okay, it should be fine. Okay, let's all go to bed early. Mo Fan, thank you for your hard work today. It's okay, this matter is nothing." Oh. I see, it's okay. Baiyu was relieved after listening to Imo Fan's words and said, "It's late, go to bed." Morning. What about the others? The others probably haven't gotten up yet, but you're the first one to get up. I see. Let's go exercise. Bai Yuqing turned around and changed into a set of sportswear. Okay, I'll listen to you. Wow. I didn't expect it to be so beautiful. That's right, Bai Yuqing, you should relax yourself. Don't keep yourself tense like this. It's really not good for you. Hee hee. I get it. I understand what you mean. Imo Fan, what do you want to do to my girlfriend? Suddenly an angry voice sounded. Hearing this, Imo Fan's brows furrowed again, and then he stared at the person who said this with a cold expression. Ha ha. Lu Jun, you are here too, what a coincidence. Imo Fan looked him up and down and continued, I think you came here on purpose. I won't waste my time talking to you. Someone, show him some color. Yes. Suddenly, a group of people appeared from nowhere and rushed towards Imo Fan. TSK. I didn't expect you could bring so many people, Imo Fan said in a playful tone. Lu Jun was completely furious when he heard this. Chapter 100 Girls Request for Help. Kill him for me. Ding. The other party has lost his mind, please be careful. TSK. He's actually crazy. It doesn't matter. Boy, if you offend our young master, I will let you know how stupid you are. Oh. It's so tangled. Imo Fan tightly grasped the jade unicorn and attacked madly. My god, his attack is so powerful. Ha ha. What? You don't think my attack is just a child's fight? TSK. You were just useless people in the past. Can't you even deal with a country bumpkin? Lu Jun said angrily. Imo Fan rushed to Lu Jun and raised the jade unicorn towards him. Lu Jun, if you have the guts, come and try it yourself. Why should I try? They're my money. Let's go. The man was immediately dissatisfied after hearing Lu Jun's words, and then turned around and left. You bunch of rubbish, come back here. Ha ha. Your people have already left, do you still want to continue? Do you think you have any other options? Okay, Imo Fan, just wait, we will settle this account soon. Lu Jun, don't be too proud. I believe in the strength of our little Fan. Ha ha. By Yuching, just wait and I will get everything. You, including everything in Fanqing group, will be mine. Hey! It looks like Lu Jun has gone crazy. He is an extremely conceited person. Ding! Obtain information, intelligence gathering ability +1. Ha ha. I see. Let's go down now. It's time to go back. Fan walked closer to Bai Yuching, reached out and gently stroked Bai Yuching's long hair and said, "You're finally here. I thought you were gone." The fourth brother said in a worried tone, "I think you're looking forward to it." "Who said that? I'm not that kind of person." "Okay, I won't tease you anymore." "Okay, stop talking. We're getting ready to leave. We have classes tomorrow." "Oh. So everyone returned to the city together. Fan, by the way, you must go back to school tomorrow. It's not appropriate for you to stay away for so long." "No. I'm so tired. I didn't expect that going out to play would be so tiring." Bai Yuching said helplessly. "By the way, why did I ask you to go back tomorrow? It's probably the dormitory management checking in." "Bai Yuching, I have something to do at school today, so I'll leave first. You should go to the company and take care of yourself. Also, I'm going to have an internship the day after tomorrow, so why don't I go to your place?" "It's not easy to come to my company. It depends on your performance." "Go, you rascal." Fan rolled his eyes and said, then turned around and left the villa. "Third brother, you finally came. I thought you were not going to come back." "TSK. What can you do to me if I don't come back?" "Let's go, everyone is here, let's go eat some skewers." "Ha ha. So you asked me to come back for some barbecue." A drop of sweat fell on Fan's forehead. "Of course, otherwise." "That's right, it's time for you to change your taste and stop being fattened up by Mr. Bai. Brother Hao Sen." "That's all, thank you," the boss said after ordering the dishes. He then turned to look at Fan and said, "Fan, you seem to be doing well recently. Isn't it time for you to come back and stay for a few days?" "I refuse." "You, alright, you win. Did you do this on purpose? It's so spicy?" Ding. Taste the chili pepper, spiciness immunity +1. Hee hee. "This is the specialty here, very spicy," said the boss. Fan was speechless upon hearing this. After taking a few bites, Fan became immune to this level of spiciness. "I can't drink." Suddenly a voice came from the table next to us. Fan subconsciously turned around and saw a burly man holding a wine glass and toasting. "What's the matter?" Fan, you want to take action again, how about I help you? We'll decide based on the situation." "Hello, is there something wrong?" "Boy, I advise you to stay out of other people's business, otherwise I want you to know my strength." "Really?" "Sure, let me try out your strength." "You protect her." "Okay, third brother, you should be careful to protect yourself. Rest assured." "Ha ha. So you are a person who is not afraid of death." The sturdy man took the wine bottle in front of him and quickly smashed it at Fan. Fan punched the bottle directly and broke it into pieces. "TSK. I didn't expect you to be so powerful." "Boy, have you seen this?" "This? I've seen it before." Fan picked up the jade unicorn and unfolded it. "Is this what you are talking about?" Fan narrowed his eyes and tapped the jade qilin in his hand gently on the ground. "You." The sturdy man subconsciously took a few steps back and pretended to be calm. "What? Why are you retreating? What are you afraid of?" "Who said I was scared?" "Ha ha. I'm afraid of you. Are you too naive?" "I'm very strong," the strong man said. Then the man took out his mobile phone and made a call directly. "Call someone, there is trouble here." "Ha ha. Making trouble is really fun. Calling people, that's good. You've learned well enough to actually call people." "Ha ha. What's wrong? Are you scared?" "Afraid, are you kidding me? I can't be afraid." Fan tapped the ground lightly and said, "Ha." The sturdy man raised the iron rod and smashed it at Fan, who was hit by Yuchilin and flew away. "You can't even hold the weapon steadily, what are you pretending to be?" Ding. Master, something is wrong. The other party has no killing intent or even a murderous aura. What? No murderous intent. What is this guy doing here? Fan said secretly as he looked at the burly man in front of him with a look of surprise. Fan, there are cars coming over there. The fourth brother suddenly found that several cars were speeding towards the side on the road. Ha ha. You are done. My people are here. I will kill you if I can't. Really? Come on. Fan confidently walked to the side of the road, a full 10 meters away from the store. What's going on? That's him, meddling in other people's business. Hearing this, the man raised his stick and shouted at Fan, "What? Boy, you are not afraid of death, but you dare to meddle in other people's business." Fan said coldly without even frowning, "Yes, I'll take care of it. Tell me what you want to do." The man shook the iron rod and looked like he saw a joke. Interesting, this is the first time I meet someone who is not afraid of death, okay? I will help you. Superior. In an instant, 10 people surrounded Fan. 10 of them fighting against me alone, is that interesting? Then Fan swung the jade unicorn in his hand and swept across, instantly forcing everyone to retreat. Ding. Sweep the enemy's back, stick skills +1. Boss, this guy is quite powerful. It looks like we may not be able to kill him. I understand. If it doesn't work, we'll just retreat. What's going on? Something's wrong. They're not planning anything. Chapter 101 Ancient Warrior. Before Fan could react, the group of people had completely disappeared. That's amazing. At this time, the girl also stepped forward and said, thank you for helping me. What are you talking about? Be careful. I understand. The girl replied quickly. Damn, you guys were assholes yesterday. Too drunk. Fan, someone is looking for you outside. Fan subconsciously looked up and saw a girl standing at the door. She looked shy. It's you? Why are you here? I'm a student here too. By the way, I have something to talk to you about. The girl said shyly. Okay, go ahead. I like you, be my boyfriend. Well, sorry, I already have a girlfriend. I don't believe it. You are mine, so I'm determined. The girl answered confidently, then turned around and left. Ha ha. Fan, you are in trouble. No, I don't think it's a bother, I can just refuse. Fan, I think something is very wrong. You should be careful. He. I know that. Master, this girl's aura is very strange, you should be more cautious. I see. Fan, will you come back tonight? Fan suddenly received a call from Bai Yuqing. I don't know, I should be back, don't wait for me. What? Your family member is urging you to go back again. Yes, it looks like I don't belong in the dormitory anymore. Okay, guys, feel free to contact me if you need anything. Fan said after returning to the dormitory and packing his clothes. Fan, right? Fan came to an alley and met a strange man. Who are you? I don't know you. Fan said with a vigilant look as he looked up and down at the man in front of him. Ha ha. I'm Wu Ji. I heard that you offended my apprentice. Is that true? Your disciple? Who is he? Fan looked at Wu Ji with a confused look on his face and asked. Yes, my apprentice Lu Jun. So that's why he hired you to deal with me. He was harassing my girlfriend, or rather, my fiancée. Good, you have courage. Let us stop talking nonsense. Wu Ji strode over and attacked with the dragon claw hand. So fast. Fan stretched out his hand to block the attack and stepped back to create some distance. System, check his data. Fan found that the other party's hand was not like that of an ordinary person. Ding. Master, analyzing. The system sounded, and then Fan's eyes turned golden. Fan kept looking at Wu Ji in front of him. Good guy, you look like a strong man in all aspects. Why? Are you scared? Why don't you come and admit your mistake with me? Admit your mistake? Ha ha. You are not going to take a photo of me, are you? Really? Then I'll just take you there. Wu Ji disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, he came behind Imo Fan and grabbed Imo Fan's shoulders. Boy, I advise you not to resist. Wu Ji increased his strength and tightly gripped Imo Fan's shoulders. Ding! Under external force, strength +1, muscle hardness +1. Really? I'm afraid you underestimated me. Imo Fan turned around and broke free from his restraints, then punched Wu Ji hard in the body. Ha ha! Interesting, your strength and power are indeed not something that ordinary people can resist. Wu Ji laughed happily as if he had met an opponent. Damn, this isn't looking good. What? Are you scared? Wu Ji attacked Imo Fan madly and happily. Damn it, has the system detected it? Ding! The master has analyzed it and sent it to the brain. The system sounded. Imo Fan directly checked the data. Name, Wu Ji. Occupation, martial arts master. Level, ancient warrior. Move, dragon claw. Ancient warrior? No way? What is this? Are you an ancient warrior? What is this? Imo Fan looked at Wu Ji with a serious look. You seem very serious. Good. It's getting more and more interesting. Staff technique. Whitening combo. Imo Fan swung the Jade Unicorn and smashed towards Wu Ji. Jade Qilin dropped countless stick shadows at random and smashed to the ground with crackling sounds. TSK. What the hell, I was careless. I didn't expect your ability to be so powerful. Forget it, let's stop fighting. It's boring. Wu Ji suddenly said. By the way, I advise you to come to the Lu family. It will be better for you. Why? What would I do at Lu's? What exactly will benefit you? Okay, I understand. Well, in that case, I'll leave first. Wu Ji turned around and left the alley directly. Wu Ji, it's not appropriate for you to do this. Suddenly a cold voice sounded. Ha ha. It seems like what you do has nothing to do with you. Wu Ji's cold voice sounded, and then disappeared completely. Seeing this, the man had no choice but to leave with Wu Ji. Looks like they've left. Imo Fan stood there and waited for the two to leave before he heaving a sigh of relief. Imo Fan, you're back. You. Don't act like a child as a beautiful CEO. Imo Fan said lovingly. By the way, the Lu family asked me to go over there tomorrow. Lu family? Is it Lu Jun's family? Imo Fan immediately remembered Wu Ji's words and asked hurriedly. Yes. Lu Jun's family, how do you know? Bai Yuqing looked at Imo Fan with a confused face and asked, like a curious baby. Yeah, I know, just be careful. Hello, who are you? Master Lu, I hope you can come over tomorrow. The other party said, and then hung up the phone. What's going on? Who's calling? The head of the Lu family asked me to go there tomorrow, so I'll just go. Imo Fan replied, and then gently kissed Bai Yuqing's forehead. I'm going to wash up. Hearing this, Imo Fan turned and left. What's wrong with you? Are you nervous? It's okay, I'm just a little nervous. Even if Lu Jun is not that good, the strength of the Lu family is not bad either. Now that you mention it, I remember. Bai Yuqing said with a vigilant look, I heard that except for Lu Jun, everyone in the Lu family is a martial arts expert. You really need to be worried. Don't scare me. I'm a timid person and I can't stand being scared. It's okay, it's okay. Bai Yuqing replied. The car had unknowingly arrived at the door of Lu's house. Hello, Bai Yuqing is visiting. Okay, Miss Bai, please come in. Bai Yuqing, you are here. I knew you would come. Lu Jun said happily, but soon he became unhappy. Because Lu Jun saw the person he least wanted to see, that was Imo Fan. Chapter 102 Visiting the Lu family. Lu Jun, I came here today to attend your Lu family's party. Is this how you treat guests? Yes. What can you do to me? You'd better not, it won't do you any good. Ding. Danger is approaching, alertness +1. Hey. There's a master behind this. Hey. Imo Fan turned around and punched the man. Good guy, you are quite strong. Lu Jun is no match for you. Brother Jing, it's him. Destroy him for me. Shut up. You, what do you mean? Sorry, the owner is waiting in the room, please follow me. Lu Jing said politely. What? It's impossible for my dad to see him. Lu Jun said in a disbelieving tone. Believe it or not, it's yours. But there is no doubt that the head of the family is waiting for him inside. Lu Jing rolled his eyes at Lu Jun and turned around to walk directly inside with Mo Fan. Mr. Mo, I hope you won't mind Lu Jun's offense just now. It's okay. This matter is nothing. I won't take it to heart. Well. That's good, let's go in. Lu Jing took Mo Fan to a room. Dong dong dong. Lu Jing knocked on the door a few times and said, Master, Mo Fan is here. Got it, please let him in. A deep voice came from inside, and the aura it brought forced Mo Fan to take a few steps back. What a domineering force, it seems that this time there is a crisis. Mo Fan barely stood firm. Please come in. Lu Jing said on the side. Hearing this, Mo Fan came to the door and knocked gently. Come in. Mo Fan walked closer to the room, and found that the decoration inside was of ancient style. Hello. You are Mo Fan. Hello, I am Lu Zhenfeng. His face was expressionless, and even his tone of voice lacked any emotion. Sit down. Lu Zhenfeng pointed to a chair on the side and said. Come, try this tea and see how it tastes. Lu Zhenfeng picked up the teacup in front of him and poured a cup of tea for Mo Fan. It has a mellow taste and a rich flavor. It's good tea. But I don't think Senior called me here just for tea. Ha ha. Smart, you are indeed smart. Indeed, I asked you to come here because I have other things to do. Ding. Facing the pressure from the aura, concentration +1, momentum +1, aura +1. Mo Fan looked at Lu Zhenfeng in front of him and said, Go ahead, Senior. Don't be polite with me. I heard that you gave my son a bad lesson. Is that true? Lu Zhenfeng asked in a calm tone. Although the voice was calm, there was a hint of threat in the tone. Ding. Detecting dangerous aura, vigilance +1, sense of crisis +1. Mr. Lu, you called me up here not just to invite me for tea, I think you want to deal with me. Mo Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea before speaking calmly. Interesting. Aren't you afraid that the tea might be poisonous? Lu Zhenfeng said, staring at the teacup. Ha ha. The tea is poisonous. I don't think you can do it. Mo Fan said with a confident look. That's right, there is no poison in your teacup. Lu Zhenfeng replied helplessly. But I'm curious, how can you be so sure that I won't do this? I was betting that you were not such a person, and sure enough, I won the bet. Ha ha. You have good luck in gambling, but strength is not luck in gambling. Lu Zhenfeng said in a cold tone, then he stood up and slapped Mo Fan with his palm. Mo Fan quickly blocked the attack, then quickly stepped back and went directly into the garden with Lu Zhenfeng. Dad, good job, you just destroyed him. Mo Fan, just die. I'll let you see my father's strength. Senior, what are you doing? Mo Fan asked in a cold tone. It seemed that Mo Fan was ready to go all out. Well. This looks good. Lu Zhenfeng said in a serious tone, it's time to start. Lu Zhenfeng came to Mo Fan quickly and punched him hard in the chest. The powerful impact force directly forced Mo Fan back. Damn, such a powerful force. Looks like we're in trouble this time. Ha ha. You're not bad at all. You can stand up even after I hit you. Dad, why are you wasting time talking to this country bumpkin? Why don't you just destroy him directly? Just shut up. If you don't have the ability, don't make trouble here. It's really shameful that you still need my help after making trouble. Dad, I was wrong. Sorry to bother you. Lu Jun was scolded by his father until he was speechless. Mr. Mo, you better use all your strength, otherwise this is really not fun. Lu Zhenfeng said with a disdainful tone, and then drew out the big knife beside him and rushed towards Mo Fan. You are trying to kill me. Ha ha. I'm going to kill you. If you want to understand it this way, I won't say anything. Lu Zhenfeng raised his sword and chopped it down directly. Bang! The big knife hit the Jade Unicorn firmly. Mo Fan held Jade Unicorn tightly with both hands, and smiled bitterly. Senior, don't you think you are a little too much? You are an elder after all, why do you interfere in the affairs of the younger generation? Stop talking nonsense. I never interfered with you. I just wanted to test your strength. Lu Zhenfeng smiled strangely, then changed the direction of the sword and slashed it upwards. Fortunately, Mo Fan held Jade Unicorn tightly, otherwise Jade Unicorn would have been thrown away by Lu Zhenfeng. Mo Fan subconsciously took a few steps back, breathing heavily. The strength of the Lu family's patriarch is even stronger than that Wu Ji from yesterday. The Lu family is really hard to deal with. Mo Fan subconsciously glanced at Wu Ji on the side. What? I can't do it anymore. I have no strength left. Lu Jun said proudly again after seeing Mo Fan's look. Shut up, Lu Jun. If you have the guts, don't hide behind your father and shout. I don't believe you can be with your father forever. Mo Fan slammed the jade unicorn in his hand to the ground. Ha ha. This momentum is good, it's worth it for me to test your strength. Lu Zhenfeng said in a confident tone. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Mo Fan said humbly while looking at Lu Zhenfeng in front of him. No, you have the ability and it has nothing to do with my advice. Lu Zhenfeng said politely. Dad, just let it go. I don't agree. Lu Jun said in a cold tone. What else do you want? Don't embarrass me. Lu Zhenfeng scolded with an angry look. Mo Fan, are you okay? Bai Yuqing came to Mo Fan with a nervous look and asked. He. I'm fine, don't worry. Well. I'm glad you're okay. Bai Yuqing said with relief. Ha ha. You are fine. This is a really interesting idea, but do you think you can get away? Lu Jun suddenly said in a cold tone. Lu Jun, you don't think you can stop me? Mo Fan held Jade Unicorn tightly and stared at Lu Jun, saying every word. Not good. Mo Fan exclaimed loudly as if he suddenly sensed something. Chapter 103, Crazy Lu Jun. Lu Jun slowly raised his head with red eyes, and a murderous aura surged out of him. What's going on? Lu Zhenfeng became alert immediately after seeing his son's appearance. Master, it's bad. The people guarding the secret room just now said that young Master Lu Jun broke in, and the medicines guarding inside are missing. Set a guard. What? Lu Jun, are you crazy? Do you know what you are doing? What should I do? Guess what I want to do. Of course I want to destroy you. Not good, he must have taken the pill. Pills? What are those? What kind of pills are you talking about? Is there something you haven't revealed? The medicines that they have sealed and guarded for generations can increase the strength of people from ancient martial arts families. Suddenly a voice sounded, followed by the appearance of a figure. Are you Qin Lei? Lu Zhenfeng said to the man in front of him with a look of astonishment. Yes. I am Qin Lei? What is going on? I don't really know. Mo Fan kept investigating Lu Jun's situation and found that Lu Jun's aura was getting stronger and stronger, even to the point where it was uncontrollable. Ha ha. No matter how many of you come, it's useless. You are no match for me. Mo Fan, you should die first. Lu Jun quickly pulled out the sword in his hand and rushed towards Mo Fan fiercely. Bang! Mo Fan swung the jade unicorn quickly to block all the attacks. Something's not right. This guy's power is much stronger than before. Is the effect of this pill so good? Mo Fan said to Lu Jun with a frown. No, you are wrong. This pill is not a good thing. Its effect will make him lose his mind and eventually turn him into a madman. Lu Zhenfeng said with a look of regret. Lu Zhenfeng felt very distressed when he thought that his child had become like this. Lu Zhenfeng, you will give me an answer to this matter later. Now think of a way to deal with your son. Qin Lei said in a cold tone without any expression. Okay, I understand. Stop it, kid. There's no need to continue. Don't make the same mistake over and over again. No, I'm not wrong. Lu Jun retorted quickly, then turned around and left, disappearing into the night. Lu Zhenfeng, what is going on? I don't know the details either. You can ask Mo Fan. He may know more than me. Mr. Lu, you make it sound like it's my fault. Your son is so arrogant and domineering. I didn't provoke him, but he caused trouble for me. Mo Fan stared at Lu Zhenfeng coldly, his tone questioning. Okay, I understand. Our mission now is to capture Lu Jun and not let him run around. Qin Lei turned around and looked at Mo Fan. Mo Fan, you have a lot of things to do. Your cousin Yulin has been sent to the control pavilion. Got it. Just come pick me up when the time comes. I want to handle this matter myself. Mo Fan said with a cold expression. It can be seen that Mo Fan has become disillusioned with Yulin and no longer wants to care about family affection. Okay, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Xin Lei said. Mo Fan, are you sure you want to go? I'm worried that Yulin's parents won't give up. Bai Yuqing expressed his concerns. Okay, that's okay. I can handle it. You can rest assured. Mo Fan said calmly as he stroked Bai Yuqing's long hair. Bai Yuqing lay beside Mo Fan and fell asleep like a cute kitten. What? I know. Xin Lei suddenly answered the phone. Mo Fan, are you free tomorrow? What's going on? Is there something wrong? Mo Fan was stunned for a long time before he spoke. Yes. It's just a small matter. I'll pick you up and go to the control pavilion tomorrow. I need you to go there to deal with Yulin's matter. Okay, I got it. Don't worry, you can come and pick me up tomorrow. Mo Fan replied, and then left with Bai Yuqing. The next morning, Mo Fan received a call from Xin Lei. Mr. Qin, okay, I'll be right out. Mo Fan replied, then got dressed and left in a black jeep. Mr. Qin, why do you have to ask me to go? Don't forget, it was you who handed Yulin's uniform over to the security bureau, so you need to approve the test report before you can hand it over. Okay. Mo Fan was calm. Ding. Calm down, mental quality +1, concentration +1. Xin Lei? Now that you're here, do you have any advice for me? A man said as he approached. Yes. It's about Yulin. The person who came to sign has arrived. Okay, let me do that. The man said, then turned around and went directly into a room. Wait a minute. What's going on? I feel like the atmosphere is a little off. I'm not sure, but let's still be careful. Xin Lei replied in a low voice. Mr. Mo Fan, you'd better be careful. Yulin's parents are here too. They hope you can let Yulin go. The man said. I understand. Letting him go is probably unrealistic. Mo Fan. At this time, the door opened and a man and a woman walked in slowly. Mo Fan could clearly see some white hair on the two people's hair. Mo Fan, your cousin was just confused for a moment, can you please not take it personally, said his uncle in a pleading tone. Ha ha. Forgive him. You don't think too highly of me. Mo Fan, you can't do this. Ha ha. No, you can tell me why I can't. He wants to kill my mother, why can't I do that? The uncle slammed the table and stood up and looked at Mo Fan. Mo Fan, don't go too far. Sit down, where do you think this is? Someone on the side scolded. I'm sorry. My uncle finally reacted and apologized quickly. Oh no. Yulin has injured someone. I don't know where he is now. What? Ran away? Xin Lei said to the man in front of him with a surprised look. Yes. I can't find it anymore. Ha ha. You still ask me to forgive him, but he is no longer something I want to forgive or not. Humph. This bastard is really not afraid of death. My uncle said angrily. What to do? It's okay, let's go out. I guess he will definitely seek revenge on me if I'm here. Mo Fan walked to an open space with a calm demeanor. I know you didn't go far. You're waiting here to kill me at any time. I'm here, but you're still not coming out. Ha ha. Mo Fan, you are really not afraid of death and you came here on your own. I can't get out anyway, so I'll take you with me. Suddenly a voice sounded from not far away. The next second, a figure quickly rushed out from the west and came directly in front of Mo Fan and attacked fiercely. Bang! Mo Fan quickly blocked all the attacks. TSK. You're pretty strong. I just don't think your attack power is that great. Chapter 104 Escape. Yulin appeared in front of Mo Fan and swung the sword in his hand to attack him continuously. Mo Fan dodged quickly, avoiding all attacks. Humph. Mo Fan, don't hide. Don't I think you can hide? Mo Fan dodged the attack swiftly and used his counterattack to force Yulin back. Ding. Dodge attack, agility +1, speed +1. The system voice sounded. Yulin, give up. After all, we are relatives. I don't want you to get hurt, so you should just give up. Dream on. I don't have a relative like you. You are a waste. And I will never be happy unless you die. Yulin's stupid murderous intent did not subside but became even stronger. Alas! It seems I have wasted my breath. Emofan rushed forward, holding the jade unicorn tightly in his hand and smashed it hard at Yulin. Bang! Yulin subconsciously raised his hand and weapon to block it. TSK. What kind of attack is that? It's really useless and a waste of my time. Yulin clenched his hands and swung the sword fiercely. Ding! Master is in danger. The system quickly notified. Emofan took a quick step back to avoid Yulin's attack. Ha ha! Not bad, you can actually dodge the attack directly. Damn, this is trouble. Ha ha! What's the matter? Are you scared? It's also because my strength is not enough for you to deal with now. Indeed, you are quite strong now, but unfortunately you are not my opponent yet. The stick technique is like 1,000 thunder strikes. Then countless stick shadows appeared and turned into lightning bolts that fell down and hit Yulin in front of him hard. After the attack, Emofan suddenly realized that his attack did not cause any damage to the opponent. No way? It has no effect at all. Emofan was stunned for a moment, and after a long while, he turned around and looked at the staff on the side. Has anyone been here before us? Emofan subconsciously thought that someone had helped him. Yes, someone came here before, and said he was his friend. Emofan said with a surprised look. What's his name? Emofan subconsciously asked casually, but he didn't expect the other party's answer to make Emofan stunned. It was Lu Jun. Ha ha! Lu Jun, I knew he was worried that he couldn't handle me alone, so he looked for help. Emofan, you know it. So what? Cut with the big knife, Yulin said in a cold tone, then swung the big knife and chopped it down fiercely. Bang! Emofan raised the jade unicorn to block the attack directly. Although he blocked the attack, the powerful impact made Emofan feel his arms numb. No way, my arms are numb. Emofan subconsciously took a few steps back and stretched his hands. Why are you scared? I have more power than this. The strength is indeed good, but the power is not that great. Really? Yulin raised his sword again and chopped it down fiercely, but this time all the attacks were resolved by Emofan one by one. No, your strength shouldn't be able to block my attack. I don't believe it. Really? So what if you don't believe me? I'm still the one who blocked you. Go ahead and catch him. Don't even think about catching me. Really? You can try it. Shilin descends. Emofan said in a cold tone, and then swung the jade Shilin to attack continuously. Bang! The iron rod fell and hit the ground hard, forcing Qinlei to retreat directly. Ha ha! Your attack power is really good. Yulin, that's enough, it's almost done, there's no need to continue. Really? I see. Who is it? Come out. Lu Jun, it's you. Emofan, we will slowly settle this account later. Lu Jun, you brought this upon yourself. I asked for it. Ha, it's ridiculous. I think it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be like this. Lu Jun said with a cold expression. Let's go. Lu Jun said in a cold tone, and then the two of them disappeared. Emofan, you should be ready to come for internship tomorrow. Understood. Don't worry about this. I won't let you down. Emofan, good morning. Bai Yuqing, good morning. Starting today, please give me your guidance, boss. Ha ha. You're my employee. Don't be afraid that I'll bully you if you get lost. Bai Yuqing said jokingly. No, because I know you won't. Ding. Confidence restored, confidence +1, favorability +1. Hee hee. Good, that's it, be confident in yourself. So the two of them came to the company together. Xiaowu, I'll leave Emofan to you. He will start his internship at the company today. Bai Yuqing put down the pen in his hand and said in a low voice. Sister Wu, I hope you can give me more guidance in the future. Ding. Polite response, etiquette +1, favorability +1. No way, he's so sensible, so he must be good. Sister Wu said in a polite tone. Everyone, stop what you are doing. This is Mo Fan, the university intern who starts his internship here today. Sister Wu brought Mo Fan to the work area and clapped her hands. Welcome. TSK. A useless intern, this is not the place for you to stay. At this time, someone said in a very disdainful tone. Senior, what do you mean? You mean that interns shouldn't come? What? You're not convinced? Well, let me see what you, an intern, are capable of. Here, finish it before I get off work. The man threw a stack of documents to Mo Fan and said. Manager Deng, you are bullying me. The employees on the side said. I just bullied him, why are you upset? Manager Deng said in a smug tone. It's okay, this is nothing, I can handle it. Mo Fan said in a calm tone. Mo Fan picked up the file and quickly sorted it out. Manager Deng, it's better not to. He heard that he was brought here by President Bai. A man walked up to Manager Deng and whispered. So what? You're still an intern. Manager Deng said arrogantly. Ding. Organize files, office skills +1. Okay, it's been taken care of. What? You've already completed everything. Impossible. I don't believe in your ability. You can see for yourself. I haven't finished it yet. Manager Deng came directly to Mo Fan and grabbed him by the collar. Boy, don't be so proud. You are just a lousy intern, and you embarrassed me. Do you want to pass the exam or not? Really? I don't think this decision is yours to make. Really? You can try whether I can decide this or not, and don't regret it later. Manager Deng said in a cold tone. What's going on? Bai Yuqing suddenly appeared in front of everyone and shouted coldly. Boss Bai, this intern is a bit too arrogant and doesn't take me seriously. I suggest that he be fired right away, Manager Deng said in a cold tone. Chapter 105 Arrogance. Yeah? Boss Bai, he is just an intern. I don't believe in his ability. Ha ha. Manager Deng, what you said is very interesting. If your ability is not that good, don't say that my ability is not good. Ha ha. Really? Fine then, let me see your strength. Mr. Bai? What should we do? The secretary on the side asked. It's okay, I'll take care of this matter. Bai Yuqing replied. You two, come in. Boss Bai, we can't keep this kind of intern. He is a waste. Really? We'll know whether it's useful or not when the time comes. Bai Yuqing returned to his chair and sat down. There's no point in you guys arguing. Manager Deng, don't you disagree? Okay, here is a project for you two to discuss. Bai Yuqing said in a cold tone while sitting on the chair. Here, the project information, take a look at it yourself. Bai Yuqing took out the document and handed it to the two of them. Ha ha. Mr. Bai, rest assured that I will get this project. Manager Deng gave Mo Fan a disdainful look. Bai Yuqing, where is the information about this project? Here, it's more complete. Okay, I got it. I'll take care of it. Mo Fan turned and left. Boy, you are no match for me, so just leave, intern. Don't be too happy now, or you might cry later. I'll go to them first. Mo Fan said in a calm tone, then turned around and left. Stop, what do you want? The two of them came into the company together but were stopped directly. Excuse me, what can I do for you? The receptionist and security guard stopped Mo Fan and the other person and asked with a serious look. We are looking for the CEO of your company. We are employees of Fanqing Group. Ha ha. I don't know. I heard you were coming. Do you know who I am? If you dare to stop me, I think you don't want to do it anymore. Hey! Don't you know where you are? This is not Fanqing Group. Why are you here so arrogant? The security guard said with a disdainful tone, and then punched Manager Deng directly, knocking him to the ground. Boy, let me tell you, it doesn't matter even if I help fight. I don't think Mr. Bai will mind it. MD Manager Deng stood up and prepared to fight back. Mo Fan immediately grabbed Manager Deng. Sorry, we don't have a reservation. Sorry. Mo Fan, you are indeed a useless intern. Manager Deng said with an unhappy expression. What's going on? At this time, a man slowly came down the stairs and walked straight to Mo Fan and Master Deng. Boss Lin, they are Fan Chang's people who tried to force their way in without a reservation. What's your name? Mr. Lin said to Manager Deng in front of him with a cold expression. Hey! By Yuching, your Manager Deng is so powerful that he is bullying me and even hitting my people. You can either fire him or there is no need to discuss the contract. Ha ha! Do you think President Bai would abandon me for you? Really? You'll find out soon. Boss Bai? Manager Deng, you actually offended the client, so don't blame me for being rude. Come back here. What? I know. Manager Deng was stunned that his CEO was so angry. What? You're not going to be fired, are you? General Manager Lin said to Manager Deng in front of him with a surprised look. You, don't go too far. Manager Deng looked at General Manager Lin in front of him with a serious expression and shouted angrily. Shut up. Do you have the right to get angry here? Mo Fan shouted angrily. Ha ha. How can you negotiate the contract without me? Manager Deng said arrogantly. Really? I've seen many people like you. I think this is good, we can talk about it. Really? You think he can do it, but I don't believe it. Whether you believe it or not is none of my business. It's your own problem. If you can't do it yourself, don't think that others can't do it. Ha ha. You are just an intern, but you are so confident. Who gave you the confidence? Someone, ask him to leave. Yes. The security guard said in a serious tone, then stepped forward, grabbed Manager Deng, took him to the door and threw him out. Hello, can we have a good chat now? The two of them turned around and walked upstairs. Sit down. After the two entered the office, Mr. Lin pointed at the chair and said. Mo Fan sat down casually and looked at Mr. Lin in front of him. Lin Shan, I didn't expect it to be your company. Ha ha. What if that's not the case? Lin Shan poured a cup of tea and said, drink tea. Mo Fan subconsciously picked up the teacup and took a sip before saying with a grin, huh? You. I think Manager Deng will be pissed to death if he finds out. What's the relationship between us? Are you familiar with it? Hearing this, Mo Fan just smiled and said nothing. Okay, let's stop here and reminisce about the past. Okay, contract proposal. Boss Lin, what do you think of my plan? Well, that's a good idea, and it's quite novel. Boss Lin. At this time, a man came in and said, Boss Lin, the supervisor is here again and insists on seeing you. Mo Fan, it looks like the situation isn't good. It looks like your supervisor doesn't want to let go. It's okay, let's see. Ding. Encountered an opponent, vigilance +1, sense of crisis +1. Boss Lin, it was my fault before. I came here specially to apologize. Ha ha. Manager Deng is serious. I am not worthy of him. Lin Shan said. No, Mr. Lin, please don't say that. Then what are you here for? Lin Shan looked at Manager Deng and asked in a low voice. Lin Shan's tone made Manager Deng so nervous that his heart was about to jump out. Mr. Lin, I came here specially to apologize. This is just a small gift. Manager Deng took out a roll of something and handed it to Lin Shan. What do you mean? Lin Shan said. This is just a pure apology gift. This is a famous painting. If you like it, you can accept it. Lin Shan opened the scroll and looked at it and said, You are going too far. Who do you think I am? Mo Fan subconsciously glanced at the scroll. Ding. Identify the scroll, identification ability +1. Ding. Identification completed, result, fake painting. After hearing the result, Mo Fan sneered, That's right, is it appropriate to bring a fake painting? What are you talking about, intern? What do you know? This is a famous painting. Have you seen it? What's wrong? Director Deng, are you feeling guilty? Ha ha. Mo Fan, can you tell me why this painting is fake? Well, the reason is very simple. You can see it by looking at this. If I remember correctly, the painter of this painting died 3 years before this time. Ha ha. If you say so, then so be it. Why should I believe you? Here, take a look for yourself. Mo Fan took out his phone, found the painter's birth and death dates, and threw it to Manager Deng. Chapter 106, the painting given was a fake. What? Impossible, how could it be a fake painting? It must be him. He must be talking nonsense. My paintings can't be fake. Alas! Poor director Dang, you should just believe the facts. This is a fake painting. You, Mo Fan, you are just an intern, do you think it is appropriate for you to embarrass me? Mo Fan smiled sarcastically and said, Manager Dang, I think you made a mistake. It's not me who made you look bad, it's you who made yourself look bad. Ding. Domineering rebuttal, eloquence +1, psychology +1. No, Mr. Lin, don't listen to him, he's talking nonsense. Manager Deng said nervously, hoping to get the cooperation. Manager Deng, you look down on others and yet you want to give gifts. Your behavior is extremely abominable. I will not cooperate with you. You should go back by yourself. Lin Shan said. No, you can't do this to me. Humph. You are so brave, you new intern, you will have to wait for this. Manager Deng said, and then turned around and left. Mo Fan, please take a day off tomorrow so we can go to negotiate. After all, you still have to take back Mr. Yu's company. I understand. Don't worry. After leaving Lin Shan, Mo Fan went straight back home. I'm sorry to have troubled you today. Mo Fan heard Bai Yuqing's voice as soon as he entered the door. Unfair? Ha ha. Do you think your little Fan will be wronged? Mo Fan hugged Bai Yuqing from behind and said, Don't worry, I won't suffer any loss. By the way, I have something to do tomorrow so I want to take a day off. I have to negotiate with Lin Shan tomorrow. I want to take over my mother's company. I understand. You don't need to ask for leave tomorrow. I'll find a reason to take you out. I'm so tired. Bai Yuqing said as he gently patted his shoulders. Well, dear, do you want a massage or acupuncture? Yes, you are very good at this, you can give it a try. Mo Fan was instantly speechless after hearing Bai Yu's words. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. If you make your dear impatient, you will know my power. Okay, I got it. Lie down. Mo Fan reached out and gently squeezed Bai Yuqing's shoulder. Ding. Massage to relieve pain, massage skills +1. How is it? Are you feeling better now? Yeah. Much better. That's good. Mo Fan said with a sigh of relief. Now let us start acupuncture. Ding. Acupuncture and moxibustion, Chinese medicine +1, medical skills +1. Ding. Obtain acupuncture conditioning method 1. Mo Fan, what's wrong with you? Is acupuncture not working properly? Bai Yuqing spoke up when he noticed that Mo Fan was still hesitating to take action. Wait a moment. Study acupuncture and moxibustion treatments systematically. Yes, master. The system sounded, and then a series of techniques appeared in Mo Fan's mind. It's okay, dear, just bear with it. Mo Fan picked up the silver needle and gently pierced Bai Yuqing's acupuncture point. Mo Fan, I suddenly found that my body felt comfortable all over. Hee. It's okay. This can activate your acupuncture points. Yeah. That's great. Now I feel much more relaxed and I don't have the discomfort I had before. All that's left is for you to take a good rest. I still need to prepare things for tomorrow's negotiations. Yes. I know you, I need to be careful and don't get too tired. After Mo Fan settled down, he went to the study room alone and turned on the computer. Okay. I understand. The data is all here. All that's left is to simulate Vice President Sun's thoughts. Ding. Master has simulated it. The system sounded, and Mo Fan looked at the data in the computer and showed a charming smile. Lin Shan, please help me collect all the information about Vice President Sun and bring it with me tomorrow. We are about to start the final battle. Understood. Don't worry about this matter. Okay. Mo Fan, you haven't rested yet. Bai Yuqing said when he found that Mo Fan had not rested enough. Well, not yet, I will rest in a while. Mo Fan looked at Bai Yuqing with a gentle expression and answered. Lin Shan, what's the matter? After Mo Fan coaxed Bai Yuqing to sleep, he went back to the study and answered Lin Shan's call. Mo Fan, this situation looks quite interesting. Do you want me to send it to you directly? Tell me about it. I see, that's how it is, huh? This is interesting, really interesting. Now it's easy, Jing, let's do it your way. Okay, in that case, I'll prepare the things and bring them over tomorrow. Ha ha. Interesting. Vice President's son, let's see how you handle this tomorrow. Mo Fan, you didn't sleep all night last night, did you? How are you going to negotiate like this today? Bai Yuqing looked at Mo Fan with a worried expression and said, It's okay. Don't worry, I can handle it. Mo Fan comforted Bai Yuqing and then prepared a glass of milk for Bai Yuqing. Just at this moment the phone rang, and Mo Fan answered it. What's going on with Lin Shan? You can go now. I'm outside your house. Coming. Mo Fan replied, and then the two of them went out together, got in the car and drove towards their destination. Mo Fan is here, he's inside, let's get ready to go in. Well. But be careful. Mo Fan got out of the car and walked straight towards the gate. Stop, who are you? I am Yu Shan's son. Ha ha. Sure enough, you are here, waiting for you. Sorry, I'm afraid you will die here today. The man said in a proud tone. Ha ha. I understand, you are ready to let me die here. You are indeed smart, but that is useless. What? Don't you think you can get away safely? Ha! The man shouted and raised his baton and hit him hard. Bang! Mo Fan quickly took out the Jade Qilin to block the attack. TSK. Your attack isn't that good either. Mo Fan looked at the man with cold eyes and spoke word by word. You, don't be so complacent. The man gripped the baton tightly and smashed it down hard. Bang! The baton was broken directly. Endless destruction. Mo Fan raised the Jade Unicorn and swung it continuously. One after another, stick shadows appeared and attacked with a crackling sound. All the opponents retreated one after another, keeping some distance from Mo Fan. Go and request support. Yes. Then one of them turned around and ran into the room. You, don't think you can beat me. Ha ha. Is that so? The man said in a cold tone, and the next second a group of people appeared and surrounded Mo Fan. Sweeping attack. Mo Fan said in a cold tone. Jade Unicorn attacked quickly, continuously attacking the crowd that surrounded them. Bang! The shadows of the sticks stopped and all the people who gathered around were forced back. TSK. Your strength isn't that great, you better get out of here. I have to go in now. Chapter 107. You can't enter. Stop, we won't let you in. The man continued to block the man and said, Wait for me, our experts will be here soon. Mo Fan grabbed the man and threw him to the ground with an overhead throw. Ding! Throw the enemy over your shoulder, grappling +1, fighting +1. What's going on? Who is causing trouble here? A deep voice sounded, and then a man slowly walked out and walked straight towards Mo Fan and the others. You are Mo Fan. I advise you to leave. This is not something you should touch. Yes, I am Mo Fan. Sorry, I have to go in here today. Mo Fan tightly grasped the Jade Unicorn and rushed over quickly, swinging it continuously to attack. Boom! A loud collision was heard and the two men stepped back. Boy, you're quite strong. I'll take it. The man rushed forward and punched Mo Fan. Mo Fan subconsciously resisted the attack, then said in a cold tone, Not bad. The strength is great. Ding! Withstand the attack, defense +1. The defense is down. It's interesting. Let's see how you defend. Boom! The man's attack increased continuously and forced Mo Fan to retreat. Ha ha! Its defense isn't that great. I thought it was very powerful, but now it seems like it's just so-so. Damn, this guy is really strong. It looks like it will be difficult for us to get in this time. Lin Shan, what is going on? How could a mere vice president of a company have such a powerful person? Mo Fan asked the man in front of him with a surprised look. I don't know the details. The only thing I know is that Vice President's son has some not-so-deep connections with ancient martial artists. Lin Shan stared at the man with cold eyes. This must be the ancient warrior that Vice President's son is related to. Lin Shan said in a cold tone. What? The ancient warrior that Vice President's son is related to? It seems that Vice President's son wants to take over the company. Ha ha. Boy, you are smart, so you shouldn't have come. Mo Fan did not answer, but started to analyze the other party's identity directly. Ding! The master has finished the analysis. Name, Gongsun Fu. Level, Ancient Warrior. Move, Viper Fist. Hearing this, Mo Fan smiled subconsciously. Why are you laughing? Huh, Gongsun Fu, your strength is indeed good, but I don't think you can defeat me. You actually know me, interesting? Who are you? Gongsun Fu looked at him with a joking expression. Viper Fist Gongsun Fu moved quickly to Mo Fan's front and attacked him frantically. Bang! All attacks were neutralized by Mo Fan. Gongsun Fu, what good will this do you? This made Gongsun Fu stunned. It was true that his behavior was of no benefit. Ha ha! You do things without any benefit, how stupid. Mo Fan instantly moved behind Gongsun Fu and slapped him. The powerful force directly forced Gongsun Fu to retreat. Ha ha! Your strength is indeed good, but unfortunately it has little effect on me. Gongsun Fu stood up and said with an indifferent look. Gongsun Fu, I respect you as a senior, I hope you don't meddle in other people's business. The moment the jade unicorn struck the ground, powerful auras appeared. Damn, what is this? Where does such a strong aura come from? Gongsun Fu looked around for the source of the aura. No, that is impossible. Gongsun Fu discovered that the aura that suppressed him was actually released by Mo Fan. Senior, you should just let it go. There is no need to continue. After all, it won't do you any good, Mo Fan said as he put away the jade unicorn and quickly walked up to Gongsun Fu. You, hey! I get it. Gongsun Fu shook his head helplessly and stepped back to let Mo Fan and the others go in directly. Seeing this, other people wanted to stop Mo Fan but they did not have the strength to do so. After all, Gongsun Fu, who is an ancient warrior, is no match for Mo Fan, so why would he fight? Vice President's son, can we start now? It's time to start now. The door was suddenly opened, and Mo Fan walked in and said sarcastically. 1, 2, 3, 10, not bad. They are all senior executives of my mother's company. You are already impatient before my mother dies. Impossible, mister, you should have already done it. You don't really think Yulin can succeed, you are so naive. He has been exposed now, and the Security Bureau has begun searching for him. No, you don't. Believe it or not. You are Mr. Yu's son. What are you doing here? Mo Fan walked directly to the chair and sat down, with Lin Shan and Bai Yuqing standing beside him. This. Everyone looked at Lin Shan and Bai Yuqing and they were all reluctant to speak. Then can we have a good chat about this matter now? Mo Fan, this is a company meeting, what are you doing here as an outsider? Ha ha. Interesting, outsider, what you said is really interesting. It's my mother's company, and you say I am an outsider. Mo Fan, it looks like these guys don't intend to leave the company. You should think about how to deal with it. Bai Yuqing said with a cold expression staring at everyone in front of him. Ha ha. Really? It's nothing to me. Mo Fan picked up the cup beside him and took a sip of water. How are you preparing? Do you want to continue? Mo Fan, you don't really think you can take over the company. There are more things here than you think. Someone looked at Mo Fan sarcastically. Lin Shan, show them the company's data. Okay. Lin Shan picked up the file and threw it on the table. Take a good look at your achievements in the company. Everyone subconsciously picked up the document and looked at it, and in an instant everyone's face turned very ugly. Ha ha. What's up? What do you think? Mo Fan asked with a serious look. Ding. Verbal attack, psychological attack +1, psychological quality +1. The gap between our company and its peers has widened significantly, and the company is suffering from huge losses, Mo Fan said coldly. You. Vice President's son snorted coldly, and it can be seen that Vice President's son is completely angry. Here is the detailed data of all the company's losses. Bai Yuqing, I'm in trouble. Mo Fan turned his head and looked at Bai Yuqing and said. Yeah. Bai Yuqing said calmly, and then put a check on the table. Here is your compensation and the cost of acquiring the company. Please take it and leave the company. What everyone felt at this moment was the female devil who was so powerful in the business world. Chapter 108 Visiting Chu Han. Boss Bai is so generous that he spends such a huge amount of money. Thank you for the compliment. I'm going to sign up for this company. Ding. Buy at a high price, courage +1. Don't even think about it. No one will pay this price, at least Vice President's son certainly can't afford it. Mo Fan frowned and said in a cold tone. That's right, why would you care about it after you get the money? That's right, our purpose is money. Soon everyone started talking about it, and it was obvious that all the people that Vice President's son planned to win over began to waver. Don't listen to him. You can get more after the company recovers. Vice President's son said quickly, fearing that the people he had brought in with great difficulty would run away again. Okay, Vice President's son, stop talking. If I don't reply to your letter, few people will know when the company will be better. It may not even be better under your leadership. That's right, we agree. Okay, that's fine. Mo Fan said with a smile when he saw this. Vice President's son, I'm sorry, the company is mine. Please leave as soon as possible. Humph. Don't be so proud. If you want me to take it, I'm afraid you won't dare to accept it. Ding. Take back the company, courage +1, corporate management +1. The rest of the things are easy to handle. Bai Yuqing will distribute them according to the data. Okay. I got it. This is your money. Do you want to pay it yourself? Bai Yuqing said calmly as he put the check on the table. No, we don't want it. We believe you can make the company better. We will continue to work. Everyone's answer was exactly the same. This really surprised Mo Fan. Are you sure you have made up your mind? Don't change it. Mo Fan confirmed again and said, okay, thank you on behalf of my mother. There are still some specific projects that can be discussed further. There is a project you can try, it's at the home of the fourth roommate in your dormitory. All right. Old 4, where are you? I'm here to find you for something. Got it. I'm at school. Come find me. Okay. Got it. Mo Fan replied, and then he drove directly to the school alone. Old 4, I'm sorry to bother you with something. Mo Fan, is there something you want to talk to me about? Yes. There is something, but I'm not looking for you, I'm looking for Uncle. Uncle? You are looking for my father, why are you looking for him? The fourth brother said with a puzzled look. Hee, it's because I'm discussing a project of my mother with your father. You also know that my mother has been hospitalized. I'm trying to find a way to save the company, and now we need to make a profit. Mo Fan's eyes turned serious. I understand. Come on, I'll take you there. The fourth brother stood up and signaled Mo Fan to set off. Ha ha. Thank you very much. The two came into the company. Dad, I'm here. The fourth child knocked on the office door and said, Come in. A voice sounded. The fourth child opened the door and walked in with Mo Fan. Dad, he is my classmate. Does he want to talk to you about something? Who are you? Hello Uncle Chuhan, my name is Mo Fan, I'm Yushan's son. I came here because of my mother's previous project with you. Oh, Yushan's son, I heard that she was seriously injured and hospitalized. Are you responsible for it? Aren't you the Vice President's son? Chu Han said in a tentative tone. Vice President's son has already resigned. He has ulterior motives and wants to seize my mother's company. I will not let him succeed, so I will take back the company. Ha ha. Interesting. It seems you are here on behalf of your mother. Okay, let's talk about the matter at hand. Can. Ding. Talk to business tycoons, momentum +1, business ability +1, eloquence +1. Uncle, this is our company's latest plan. Please take a look. Mo Fan handed the plan to. This is a good idea, but the effect may not be as expected. That's not a problem. We can change the method to achieve the desired effect. For example, Mo Fan explained his idea. Well. Yes, this method is very good. Thank you. There is still a lot to explain about my method. Well, I don't have anything to do right now. Please explain your thoughts slowly. Chu Han said after dialing the phone and finishing his own business. Okay, thank you. Mo Fan's speech stunned the fourth brother who was sitting on the side. He didn't expect that Mo Fan's strength was so outstanding and his eloquence was also very good. No way, is this still our third child? He is so eloquent. You. Don't you know how to learn a little? Your roommate is so good at speaking, you should learn from him so that you can take over the company in the future. Shu Han said seriously. Dad, please don't rush me, I know about this matter. Uncle, the fourth brother worked very hard. We all saw it. Don't be like this. How is my son? Don't I know? Shu Han picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea and said. Mo Fan, now we can move on to the next topic. Okay, this is my idea? I wonder what you think. Well, your idea is indeed good, and the explanation of the key points is also good. Well, thank you for the compliment, Uncle. No way. With you here, I believe I can do better on this project. How could it be? Uncle, you are too kind. I am far from my mother. Well, being modest and prudent is good. It seems Yu Shan taught you well. Shu Han said with a look of satisfaction after picking up the teacup and taking a sip of tea. You know my mother? Mo Fan asked Shu Han with a surprised look. Well, we were classmates, and his talent was superior to mine. He was the most talented girl in our school at that time. Okay, I accept this plan. Dad, we'll go first. The fourth child said, and at this time the cell phone rang. Mo Fan, where are you now? Come over quickly, something happened. Suddenly Mo Fan received a call. You are Lin Shan, what's wrong? What happened? Mo Fan suddenly felt that the situation was not good. It's the company, please come over quickly. Lin Shan's voice revealed a hint of anxiety, and it sounded like something big had happened. No. Excuse me, uncle. I need to go over and take a look. Mo Fan stood up and said apologetically. It's okay, just be careful. So Mo Fan got up, went downstairs and drove to Yuashan Company. After Mo Fan parked the car, he found Lin Shan and Bai Yuqing waiting for him anxiously downstairs. What's going on? Mo Fan stepped forward and asked. Ding. Ask for details, questioning ability +1. Go up and take a look yourself. Lin Shan said helplessly. Hearing this, Mo Fan immediately realized that things were not going well. As soon as Mo Fan entered the company gate, he found that the company was in a mess. What's going on here? Mo Fan asked, and then he started to look around. Ha ha. It's obvious that someone has vandalized it. Chapter 109, Something happened in the company. Ding. Investigate the scene, investigation ability +1. There are only a few people who would do such a thing, and the biggest suspect is Vice President's son. Mo Fan, what are you going to do? I'm not sure about that, let's get the company in order first. Mr. Mo, you're here. Something terrible has happened. Part of the company's losses have been lost and need to be repaired, a middle-aged man ran over and said. I see. Mo Fan frowned and replied, then walked towards the mainframe room. This is the computer that holds the data. I asked someone to check and it's infected. Let me check it out first. Mo Fan turned on his computer and confidently scanned the data viruses in each hard drive of the computer. Sure enough, there is poison in it. It needs to be disinfected with strong force. How about this, you wait for me, I need to study it. Ding. Research viruses, computer skills +1, programming +1, internet security +1. Well, it's almost done, I'm ready. Mo Fan said as he logged into the backstage. Mo Fan's fingers tapped the keyboard quickly, and strings of codes quickly appeared on the computer. The moment Mo Fan pressed the last enter key, the restart interface appeared on the computer screen. I think the virus has been almost cleared. Let's start the computer now. Okay, the computer is turned on, the next step is to restore the data. Mo Fan said while staring at the monitor. As Mo Fan's fingers continued to tap the keyboard, files and data were restored one by one. Oh my goodness, this vice president's son is so ruthless that he wants to delete it all. Luckily he is not very good at this, otherwise it would be really troublesome. Mo Fan said in a helpless tone. Mo Fan, can all your data be restored? Lin Shan asked nervously. It should be possible. I'll try it. You are such a troublesome guy. You have caused me so much trouble. Mo Fan said in a cold tone while restoring the data. Okay, I understand his idea, but I don't agree with it. Lin Shan comforted him. Ding. Emotional fluctuations, anger +1. Master, you need to calm down. The system quickly reminded. Understood. Emofan's 10 fingers kept tapping the keyboard. As the keyboard was tapped, countless codes appeared on the computer monitor. He cleaned it up pretty well. It can be restored, but it's a little tricky. It's okay, I'm back to normal. Emofan said after a long while, heaving a sigh of relief. Just then the phone rang. Not bad. The data can be restored. Emofan, I'm at Glacier Wharf, come over. Remember, there's only one person. Vice President Sun's voice came from the other end of the line. Okay, I get it, I'll go. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly walked up to Emofan and said, Are you sure you want to go? Yes. Emofan, you are crazy. If you meet him alone, you will know he has bad intentions at first glance. Lin Shan hurriedly stopped him. That's right, Emofan, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Vice President Sun is not a good person at all. I don't agree. Ding. Dissuaded, popularity +1, favorability +1. Thank you for your kindness, I appreciate it, but this matter is my business and I have to deal with it. In the end, Emofan left the company alone and drove to his destination. System, can you check the destination information? Yes. Master. After a long time, the system sounded again, ding. The owner information data query is complete and has been sent to the car screen. Emofan looked over and the car screen suddenly lit up, with all the data appearing on the screen. Abandoned dock? This guy is interesting? He actually asked me to go to the abandoned dock. What does he want to do? Vice President Sun, I'm here, you can come out now. Whoosh. Suddenly an arrow came flying, but Emofan dodged it. TSK. Who is it? Emofan asked after he stood firm. Wow. Not bad, you can actually dodge the attack directly. Vice President Sun said disdainfully. Vice President Sun, aren't you going too far? Vice President Sun stepped forward and said in a cold tone, Really? Don't you think your environment is not right? Come out, let's kill him right away. Vice President Sun shouted loudly, and sure enough, 10 people holding bows and arrows appeared around Emofan in an instant. Ding. Surrounded, sense of crisis +1. You're really brave enough to attack me and shoot me to death with arrows. But do you think you can succeed? You can try and see if you can succeed. Vice President Sun replied, his tone revealing confidence. Wow. I didn't realize you were so confident. You don't think these attacks of yours can defeat me directly, do you? Really? Vice President Sun waved his hand to signal for an attack. Instantly, countless arrows attacked at the same time, and instantly the arrows pierced the ground. As for Emofan, he turned into a residual shadow and disappeared. What happened? The person is missing. Someone said in surprise. It seems that this guy is not an ordinary person. Everyone, be ready for close combat at any time. Let the system analyze who they are. Emofan said while hiding. Emofan suspected that they were not ordinary people. Ding. Analyzing, analysis completed. The Arrow Feather Group? Interesting? I didn't expect Vice President Sun would spend so much to hire someone. You actually know our identities. It seems that you are not an ordinary person. The leader said in a cold tone. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm just an ordinary person with a little bit of strength at most. Emofan said, staring at the leader with cold eyes. Indeed, your strength surprises me. The leader looked around and shot an arrow directly. With a whoosh, the arrow pierced the wooden box directly. Ha ha. Stop hiding, there's no point. I already know where you are. The man continued to shoot arrows as he advanced, and in an instant, countless arrows pierced the wooden box. Damn it, they're getting close. It's hard to escape now. Emofan said with a vigilant look. Dragon soaring Emofan held the jade unicorn tightly and swung it at the moment when the man approached. A dragon shadow appeared and flew into the sky, forcing him to retreat. Ha ha. Long Tang? I didn't expect your stick skills to be so outstanding. You are indeed an opponent worthy of my destruction. To destroy me, that depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Mo Fan said, waving the jade unicorn. Mo Fan rushed over quickly and swung the jade unicorn hard, hitting the man and forcing him back. He also quickly stepped back to create some distance between himself and the man. Then a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ha ha! With you, you can actually block my attack. Everyone who saw this was stunned for a moment. They couldn't believe that their boss would be forced to retreat. Ahem, that's amazing. Chapter 110, Forcing Robin Back. Boss. The group of people hurriedly ran to the man and asked. It's okay. This guy is quite powerful. We should be more careful. Boy, Robin, have never climbed anyone before. Your strength is indeed good, but you have to think it over carefully. It's not too late to admit your mistake now. Robin said in a confident tone. Ha ha. Mo Fan waved the jade unicorn and attacked again. Boom. Jade unicorn hit the box hard, smashing it instantly. Robin, I know your abilities, but I don't think you can scare me. How about we give it a try? Mo Fan stared at Robin with cold eyes. Come here, don't move, I'll do it myself. Robin told everyone else to stay still. Robin raised his longbow, drew the string and aimed the arrow at Mo Fan. Mo Fan quickly dodged to the side and hid. Whoosh! The arrow shot out and hit the wall behind Mo Fan at high speed. TSK. That was so close. Robin said with an unhappy look, what a bummer, let's do it again. A fatal arrow through the heart, Robin said in a cold tone, and then he drew his bow and arrow and attacked Mo Fan. Dragon Guard Mo Fan swung the jade unicorn to quickly block the attack. System, analyze the data. Ding. Master, the data has been analyzed. Name, Robin. Profession, Archer. Level, Ancient Warrior. Realm, Early Yellow Realm. What is the Yellow Realm? And the early stage? Mo Fan looked at Robin with a surprised expression and said in his heart. Ding. Master, ancient warriors are actually divided into several realms. The ones like you and Gongsun Fu are in the entry realm. The ones above are the Yellow Realm, the Mysterious Realm, the Earth Realm, the Sky Realm, and the last one is the Realm of No Realm, which is the Divine Realm. I see. Mo Fan, your strength is indeed stronger than that of ordinary people, but you are still just an ordinary entry-level player, you are no match for me. Robin slowly took out an arrow from behind and placed it on the bow. You don't think you can do anything to me? Dragon Falls. Mo Fan sprinted forward and then raised the jade shilin and smashed it hard, hitting the ground and forcing Robin to retreat. Ha, I didn't expect your strength to be so strong. This really surprises me. Really? I don't think my strength is that great, but I feel that my attack has not been fully unleashed yet, so now is the time for me to really prepare to take action. Mo Fan's eyes became stern and cold. You. Seeing this, Robin hurriedly raised his longbow to block the attack. Ha ha. Interesting? Yes, your attack is really good, but it doesn't work on me. Robin showed a cold smile. How can you run when the distance is so close? Robin pulled the bowstring directly at Mo Fan. A stream of air appeared on the longbow and turned into an arrow feather, aiming at Mo Fan. Not good, we were careless. Mo Fan exclaimed, quickly putting away the jade unicorn and taking a few steps back to put some distance between them. Boom! An explosion sounded, followed by a cloud of smoke rising. Ha ha! I guess the chances of him being alive aren't very high. Really? You don't really think this kind of attack can hurt me? Vice President's son, you didn't really think I came here alone? Listen to what this sound is. Suddenly, sirens were heard outside the dock. Damn, it's the security bureau. Okay, let's go. Robin said in a cold tone, and then left with his men. Don't move. The security bureau came in and said, followed by Bai Yuqing and Lin Shan. Mo Fan, are you okay? Lin Shan looked at him nervously. Fine. Hello, Sun Kai, you maliciously destroyed Yuashan Company, now come with us. What? No, you can't do this. Sun Kai, don't be so self-righteous, you are nothing. Ha ha. Mo Fan, don't think that the company can develop safely without my interference. It doesn't matter. I believe in my ability. Mo Fan replied calmly. Although his tone was calm, his attitude was very firm. Mo Fan, it looks like the matter has come to an end now. The rest depends on you. Lin Shan reminded Mo Fan with a serious look. Of course I know about this, but I can't show up right now. I will try to find someone to help me. Excuse me, I have to take a call later. Lin Shan apologized and took out his phone to answer it. What? Sister, you want to buy a piano? Okay, I'll be right over, wait for me over there. What's going on? Your sister? Yeah. She's my own sister, so I'm speechless. He. Then I'll go with you and see what's going on. Okay, let's go now. So they drove towards the piano store together. Mo Fan, do you know anything about piano? Brother, here. A female voice sounded after Mo Fan and others arrived at their destination. Brother, who are these two? The girl asked Mo Fan and Bai Yuqing with a curious look. Hello, I'm Mo Fan, your brother's friend. Mo Fan said politely, extending his hand. Hello, my name is Lin Xin, his sister. Okay, let's go in. Yeah. So everyone went to a music store together. Hello, what would you like to buy? We are going to buy a piano, thank you. At this moment, Mo Fan had come to a piano and gently pressed the piano keys. Ding! Touch the piano, piano talent +1, piano knowledge +1. The sound quality of this piano is good, but it is not suitable for beginners. I didn't expect this gentleman to be an expert. Indeed, the requirements for this piano are very strict, the store manager said in a calm tone. Brother, is your friend actually a piano master? He actually knows this thing. Lin Xin said with a surprised look. Mo Fan, which piano is suitable for my sister? Lin Shan asked in a low voice. Don't worry about that. I will help your sister choose a suitable piano. Boss, how much is this piano? I personally think this is not suitable for this person. Mo Fan turned around and carefully checked the performance of each piano. Boss, this is it. It looks good. How much is it? Mo Fan asked as he saw a piano that was suitable for Lin Xin. You are indeed an expert. This is the latest model of piano, and it is suitable for girls' strength. But the price is a bit expensive. The boss said in a guilty tone. It's okay, just tell me, how much? Mo Fan looked at the piano in front of him. System, analyze piano prices. Ding! Analysis completed, valued at 25,000. The price given by the system. The price of the piano plus the cost of the crane to transport it is 30,000 yuan, the boss whispered. This price was indeed within a reasonable range. Chapter 111 Expert. Mo Fan, what do you think? Is this price suitable? Yeah. It's within my expectations. Of course, we are honest and will not make random offers. Okay, I want it. Here, please pay this way. Well. Thank you for your patronage. The store manager bowed politely. Hey! Isn't this Lin Xin? Suddenly a girl appeared in front of Lin Xin and said. Zheng Han, why are you here? Are you here to buy a piano as well? The same to you? Yes. I came here to buy a piano too. What's the matter? Is there any problem? Ha ha. Are you worthy of buying a piano? Can you? It would be a waste of such a good thing to give it to you. Zheng Han said in a sarcastic tone. Lin Xin was furious when she heard this. Mo Fan slowly approached Lin Xin and gently patted Lin Xin on the shoulder, signaling him not to get angry as it was not worth it. Okay, thank you for your help. Mo Fan stood firmly in front of Zheng Han. You're wrong. How come he can't learn it? Hey! Where did this loser come from? He talks like you know anything about piano. Why don't you try it? My teacher is at level 5 in piano. Zheng Han said in a proud tone. I guess you're not even a beginner. Mo Fan did not refute and walked directly to the piano and sat down. He placed his hands on the piano keys and jumped quickly. He pressed the keys randomly and a beautiful piano piece started to play. The beautiful music was so intoxicating that one did not come back to their senses until long after Mo Fan finished playing. No way, you're just a country bumpkin, right? How can you play the piano? Who says that people who dress like this must be country bumpkins? Mo Fan said to Zheng Han in front of him with cold eyes. Humph. Don't be so complacent. Zheng Han threatened, then dialed a phone as if calling someone. Just wait, my master will be here soon and show you what a master is. Okay, call your master. Mo Fan said indifferently. At this moment, Mo Fan was not afraid of the man's master at all. You are quite crazy, but don't think that I will be afraid of you just because you are so crazy. What's going on? A person suddenly appeared in front of Zheng Han and asked. Master, he bullied me, and he seems to have the ability. Zheng Han pointed at Mo Fan and said to the man. Really? The man looked at Mo Fan and said, I heard that your piano level is good, so let me give it a try. Is it necessary? Isn't the purpose of learning the piano to calm your mind? Ha ha. I think you just don't have the level. The man said sarcastically, then turned around and walked to the piano to play a song casually. Mo Fan, this guy is quite good at playing the piano, are you sure it's okay? Lin Shan asked nervously. He. Don't worry. Mo Fan listened to the other person's music quietly. Yes. Not bad, indeed. Ah. Mo Fan shook his head helplessly after the song ended. The piano music is beautiful, but there is a flaw, which is that you didn't show the passionate part of the measure. No, you can actually hear it? That's impossible. People who don't have grade 10 or absolute pitch can't hear it at all. The man exclaimed. Mo Fan just smiled slightly, then walked to the piano, sat down and started playing the same music as the man. No way, is this person a newcomer? His piano talent is too strong. The piano needs to be constantly improved, so you have to grow. You have a good talent, keep it up. Yes. I know about this, thank you for your reminder. The man said in a polite tone. What do you mean? Master bullied me and you don't care? Zheng Han said in an unhappy tone. It doesn't matter, don't think I'm afraid of you. Zheng Han still said in a threatening tone. You. Why don't you know you are wrong? Let's go. Stop. Who allowed you to leave? Our young lady didn't agree. A sturdy man appeared in front of Mo Fan and whispered. Hey. You called a bodyguard, didn't you? It seems that I can't leave today without any strength. That's right. If you want to leave, apologize to our young lady first. Mo Fan, what should we do? Lin Shan walked to Mo Fan and asked. It's okay, I'll take care of it. Mo Fan patted Lin Shan's shoulder gently and said. What? You want to deal with it? What do you think you are? Can you deal with it? How to deal with it? This is very easy to do. You will know if you try it. Mo Fan quickly sprinted to the man and punched him with his hand. Tell me if I can handle it. After hearing this, Lin Shan didn't want to say anything more. The man was forced back several steps by Mo Fan before he could barely stand still and rub his wound. Ha ha. Good boy, I didn't expect you're a martial artist. I think I need to teach you a lesson. The sturdy man walked quickly towards Mo Fan. Want to show me what you can do? Okay. Come on and try it. I'm afraid you don't dare. Mo Fan grabbed the fist that the sturdy man was swinging. The other hand formed a palm and slapped over, forcing the strong man to retreat. Don't fight here. Okay, let's go out. Mo Fan strode out of the store. I'm leaving today. Don't try to stop me. You can't stop me. Ha ha. Don't be so self-righteous. There are not many people here who can match me. Mo Fan walked to the side, ready to bypass him and leave. Where do you want to go? You can't leave unless you apologize. The man grabbed him. Ding. Threatened, alertness +1, anger +1. Excuse me, sir. I have something else to do. Mo Fan said calmly. Ding. Treated calmly, mental quality +1, psychology +1. Don't even think about it. The man clenched his fist and waved it, ready to attack. Ha ha. Mo Fan sneered, then subdued the man and threw him out. Get out of here. I don't want to fight you, so don't force me. I'm so angry, you are so arrogant, you are forcing me. Mo Fan didn't give the man any chance and subdued him immediately before quickly letting him go. Sir, please don't bother me with your eldest daughter's problems. Stop talking, this is all your fault. The man still blamed Mo Fan for the problem. What's going on? Suddenly a car stopped not far away, and a man got out of the car and shouted. Dad, they bullied me. Zheng Han hurried over and said. Where did this poor fellow come from to bully my daughter? Hey! Mr. Zhang. What's the matter? Your daughter is ignorant, and so are you? Mo Fan's behavior scared Zheng Han. He actually dared to treat his father like this. It seemed that this man was not ordinary. Mr. Mo, Mr. Bai, Mr. Lin, what's going on with you? Mr. Zhang was completely stupefied. His company's business depended on Bai Yuqing and Lin Shan, and now Yuashan Company was added to the mix. Chapter 112. Take care of you. Mr. Zhang, I was still considering whether to come to your house to discuss the cooperation between Yuashan and your company, but now it seems unnecessary. Mo Fan said this with a serious expression, his tone so majestic and domineering that it directly shocked President Zhang. Ding! Shock the boss, domineering +1, majestic +1, aura +1. I understand. I'm sorry that my daughter is immature. I hope you won't take it personally. Ha ha. I see. We can continue to discuss cooperation. As for your daughter, you can handle it yourself. Zheng Han, let me give you a piece of advice. As a human being, don't look down on others. Although Zheng Han was angry, he didn't dare to vent it to Mo Fan. What? You don't seem to be convinced. Mo Fan said with a cold look, let me advise you, the people here can bankrupt your family with just one word, but we won't. Mo Fan went back to the group and said, it's almost time, let's go back. Mo Fan, you are so domineering. Ha ha. You're welcome. He's not being domineering at all. It's just that he can't refute me. What? I know. Bai Yuqing on the side said after answering the phone. What's going on? Did something happen? Hey! Trouble, I just got a call from my sister saying my parents are coming back. It's okay, let's go pick him up together. You're not afraid that uncle doesn't like me. It's okay, I have confidence. Mo Fan, after all, we are. I'm afraid. Bai Yuqing said nervously. Be good, it's okay, I have confidence, and you should have confidence too. Mo Fan comforted. Ding! Comfort Bai Yuqing, psychology +1, care ability +1. The system suddenly sounded. Well. Let's go. Bai Yuqing left with Mo Fan. Bai Yuqing, are we going now? Or? Mo Fan said to Bai Yuqing in front of him with a surprised look. In the evening, but I'm still a little worried that my parents might look down on you. Don't worry, I can make uncle and aunt like me. Mo Fan comforted. Ding! Comfort others, care ability +1. Is this the place? You can't be mistaken. No, it's here. Let's wait a little longer. Bai Yuqing, you are here. Who is this? Dad, Mom, this is Mo Fan. Humph. Let's go. Father Bai snorted coldly, then strode away without saying a word to Mo Fan. Mo Fan, I'm sorry, my dad is just this kind of person, please don't mind it. Dad, she and I are sincere. Sincerely. Father Bai dropped his cup heavily and said, does this kind of words work? What can he give you? This is not the kind of person you want. Boy, I warn you to stay away from my daughter, or I will make you pay. Uncle, what do you mean? I respect you as an elder, but I really like Bai Yuqing. Ding! Domineering recovery, momentum +1, psychological quality +1. Ha ha! Look at you, with your physique, what else do you want? Father Bai said with a contemptuous attitude after seeing Mo Fan's physique. Uncle, you can ask Gongsun Fu or Wu Ji of the Lu family about this. They know more about it. Daughter, please go and rush the food. Father Bai asked Bai Yuqing with an angry look on his face to rush the food. Humph. Aren't you just a pauper with a little power? Here is 30 million, that money is a bastard, said Father Bai, taking out the bank card and slamming it on the table. 30 million is indeed a huge sum, or do you think your daughter is worth that much? Mo Fan said without even looking at the bank card. Excuse me, I have to answer the phone. Ha ha. Okay, go ahead and take it. I'll see what you do. Hello, Lin Shan, what can I do for you? What? How could Lin Shan, the young master of Lin's jewelry, know this poor boy? Mo Fan, the company's affairs and problems have returned to normal, and we can operate at any time. Okay, I understand. By the way, when can we go to the hospital together to see your mother? Hearing this, Father Bai showed a disdainful expression and thought to himself, so he approached his daughter for his mother's sake. It's really for money. After all, I haven't seen Aunt Yushan for a long time. But this sentence directly shocked Bai's father. Yushan, the president of Yushan Company, is a late-stage rookie. Who is your mother? Father Bai asked, staring at Mo Fan with a surprised look. Yes. What's the matter? Do you have any questions? Mo Fan asked Father Bai with a cold look on his face. Dad, I've decided on him, stop talking. Bai Yuqing came in and said in a serious tone. Okay, we can talk about it later, let's eat first. Hearing this, Bai Yuqing was subconsciously stunned, and then looked at Mo Fan in confusion, as if asking what was going on. I don't know. Let's wait and see. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Bai Yuqing answered gently. Of course, this scene was seen by Bai's father. Wife, what do you think? Bai's father turned around and asked Bai's mother. I don't want to express my opinion on this either. After all, there is no right or wrong in this matter. Eat some food. Mo Fan picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it in Bai Yuqing's bowl. It seems like they are getting along very well. Yeah. I think so too. Come, have a drink. Mo Fan raised his glass and drank it all. Mo Fan, are you crazy? Have you forgotten that you are allergic to alcohol? What? You're allergic to alcohol. How can you be like this, kid? You drink even though you can't. I'm sorry, uncle. Dad, what do you think? Can you tell me now? It can be seen that Bai Yuqing is very anxious about the outcome of this matter. Bai Yuqing, you are the president of a company, you have to remain calm, is this okay? Dad, this is different from the company project. I can't face it with the company's attitude. I need your answer. Hello, a bright moon is here. The waiter walked in and said. Father Bai took a bite subconsciously and said, Chef Wang's cooking skills have improved. I'm sorry, Chef Wang has been fired, and this is the complete version of a full moon, not Wang Can's simplified version. Mr. Mo, thank you for giving us the complete recipe and method of making a bright moon. Now everyone in the kitchen feels that they are the most important. Wait, you mean the complete version of a bright moon made by Mo Fan? Although Mr. Bai appeared calm on the surface, he was actually very surprised in his heart as to what kind of person his daughter was looking for. Bai Yuqing, I don't know how to decide this matter. I need to think about it. Father Bai said as if he was unable to make a decision. Dad. Okay, Bai Yuqing, this may not be a bad thing. Now that we are considering it, it proves that there is still a chance. Ding. Comfort Bai Yuqing, nursing +1, psychology +1, favorability +1. Chapter 113, Departure to Miao Territory. Okay. Got it. I'll listen to you. Bai Yuqing replied with an extremely gentle tone. Ding. Persuasion successful, charm +1, eloquence +1, psychology +1, favorability +1. Husband, I think we should not interfere in this matter. I think this child is not bad. Bai's mother said in a calm tone. Okay, I'll listen to you. You've heard it. I won't interfere in this matter. But whether you can go on or not is up to you. Yes. I understand. He. Thank you, Dad. Bai Yuqing said happily like a little girl. Mo Fan looked calm as he drank his juice and watched the scene in front of him. Mo Fan, I still have a request that you must fulfill. Father Bai stared at Mo Fan with a serious expression. Yes, go ahead. Yes. You must make your mother's Yushan company win a total of 30 million projects. Father Bai said in a cold tone. Mo Fan fell into deep thought, and after a long while he spoke, although this is difficult, I can try, and I hope I won't disappoint you. Well. Okay, but it can't be Fan Qing Group. Dad, you're not afraid that I will help him. Yes, I know my character better. You will definitely do something like this. The second requirement is that you are not working at Bai Yuqing Company now? I remember that the company is planning to expand the Miaojiang market. You can go, and of course you can bring someone with you. Dad, don't go too far. The market in Miaojiang is difficult to develop. You wanted him to go there on purpose. Bai Yuqing, don't be like this. I can do this. Mo Fan stopped Bai Yuqing and said, Uncle, don't worry, I can definitely complete this task successfully. Okay, that's bold. I like it. Just tell me if you need any help. I'll naturally mention this. Bai Yuqing on the side suddenly became nervous and looked at Mo Fan with a worried expression. After they returned home in the evening, Bai Yuqing walked up to Mo Fan and said, Wait, Bai Yuqing, I have something to say. What's going on? Is it a good thing? Mo Fan, you are not really going to Miaojiang, are you? Bai Yuqing looked at the. Well, I will definitely complete what I promised your father. Okay. If you want to go there, go ahead. Remember, safety is the most important thing. I plan to take our fourth child with me. His father agrees with this as well. No way, you want to take the young master of the Chu family with you, huh? Mr. Chu is really courageous. Old four, have you thought it through? It's not good to be forced by your father. Humph. I get it. The fourth brother said helplessly, We'll get ready and go. Okay, I'll be waiting for you anytime. Mo Fan hung up the phone and turned around to look at Bai Yuqing with a smug look. You? Really? Bai Yuqing sighed helplessly, what a scoundrel. Ding. Cheating, military strategy +1. Ha ha. After all is fair in war, this is correct. I'm going to pack my luggage. Mo Fan gently rubbed Bai Yuqing's hair, then turned around and left and went back to the room. Mo Fan went straight into the bedroom and opened the wardrobe. Mo Fan found a row of clothes in his closet, so he randomly picked out a few pieces of clothes and put them in the suitcase. I'm leaving now. Bai Yuqing, you stay home and be safe. Well, you have to be careful too. If you can't do it, come back. Mo Fan said after rubbing her hair lovingly. Old four, get ready to go. Okay, I really don't know what you're thinking. Indeed, the fourth brother had a tone of disbelief about Mo Fan's decision to go to Miaojiang. Ha ha. What do you think I think? I have no choice but to accept Bai Yuqing's father's request. Mo Fan said with a helpless look. I said, it's unlikely that you would choose to go to Miaojiang, which is a more difficult area. It's okay, we'll go together, at worst we can help each other. Plane or train, it's hard for airplanes to get in there. Here, eat something. How do you know I haven't eaten? I guessed. Eat it. Hello, you can come in. The two arrived at the train station and checked their tickets to enter. Mo Fan, how are you going to expand the market? I'm not sure about this either, I need to go and see the situation there before I know what to do. Mo Fan took out his notebook and looked at the contents. He said, according to the notes, we need to communicate with them. Let's have a good discussion and we'll know what to do tomorrow. Yes. I understand. Hello, where are you going? We're looking for a place to travel. Is there something wrong with Mo Fan? Well, the other party is not an ordinary person, so you should be careful. Ding. Detect danger, vigilance +1, precautionary awareness +1. Judging from their clothes, they are from Miaojiang. Mo Fan stared at the two people who were leaving with cold eyes but didn't say a word. Boss, they. Keep an eye on it, the man replied. Mo Fan, be a little worried. The fourth brother looked at those people with a serious expression and said. I know. If they want to do it, it will be at night. It's okay. That's great. The fourth brother breathed a sigh of relief and said, Don't let me worry, I will take care of my own safety. System, activate danger alert mode. Mo Fan, is there any movement? The fourth brother suddenly woke up. I heard you. You take a rest. I'll go check this out myself. Mo Fan advised the fourth brother to take a rest, and he stood up and walked outside. Who? As soon as Mo Fan went out, he saw a figure leaving quickly. Stop. Mo Fan quickly chased after him. You are not an ordinary tourist? The man stared coldly in the empty carriage. Who are you? He glanced at Mo Fan and said, You are Mo Fan, right? I didn't expect you really want to enter Miaojiang. Don't even think about it. You know me? I'm afraid you're not a good person. At this time, Mo Fan's cell phone rang and Mo Fan answered the call. Mo Fan, this is Chin Lei. The situation is not good. I heard that you are going to open up the Miao area. There is a fight between two villages there. I'm afraid they will target you. Chin Lei said as he dialed the phone. Ha ha. It's a little late for you to say that. That person is already in front of me. It looks like you are from that village in Miaozhong. Sorry, I have booked the trip to Miaozhong this time. That escorting death. The man said in a cold tone, and then he waved his right hand and a black mist appeared and rushed directly towards Mo Fan. Ding! Master, be careful, that is a poison. The system said in a low voice. Poison? Interesting. Mo Fan quickly waved the jade unicorn, creating a storm to blow away the poison. Ding! Resist the poison, toxicology +1, poison resistance +1. Chapter 114 Arrival. Ding! Master, you can resist the poison a little bit now. Understood. Brothers, let's kill him together. The man suddenly shouted, and two more people appeared in an instant. Now we'll see if you can hold out against our attacks. If you know better, get off the train at the next stop and go back. We won't bother with it. If I refuse. Ha ha. You refuse. Do you think you can refuse? Or do you think you are strong enough to defeat the three of us? Dragon flying Mo Fan swung the jade unicorn and attacked directly. With a loud bang, Mo Fan's jade unicorn hit the floor of the carriage hard. Now it was Mo Fan's turn to get nervous. After all, such a loud noise should have attracted everyone's attention, but no one came over. What did you do? Mo Fan asked the three people in front of him with a cold expression. Ha ha. It's nothing. The most I did was to let them sleep soundly. So no matter how loud the noise is, it won't wake them up. The man said arrogantly, don't even think about asking for help. Really? I'm afraid you misunderstood. I didn't ask for help because I was afraid of causing trouble for my master. Now that you say so, I'm not afraid anymore. Mo Fan held Jade Unicorn tightly and rushed forward. Damn, I underestimated his strength. The man was surprised when he saw the strength and power of Mo Fan's attack. Poison. Attack the heart. The man attacked quickly. Seeing this, Mo Fan's cold eyes moved quickly, then he bypassed the poison and went straight to the man, forcing him to retreat several steps. I don't think we need to do that anymore. We're almost there. Ha ha. So what? Do you think you can arrive safely? Really? I think your idea is a little too naive. Mo Fan stared at the three people in front of him with a calm expression while waving the jade unicorn. What do you mean? The three looked at Mo Fan in surprise. Mo Fan came to the three people in a flash, raised the jade unicorn and attacked them fiercely. Boom! The jade unicorn directly hit the weapon of one of them. Damn, this guy is really powerful. I'm afraid we can't stop him here. Okay, let's talk. The three said in a cold tone, then turned around and disappeared. Ding! Master, don't chase us, go back and check on the situation of Lao Si and the others. After hearing the voice, Mo Fan turned around and went back to the carriage to check the situation one by one. It's okay, no problem? Mo Fan said with relief after looking at a passenger. It's about time to wake up the fourth one. Mo Fan returned to his seat and gently woke up the fourth brother. What's going on? Has the third brother arrived? Yes. We're here now. Hurry up and get ready to get off. Lao Si quickly got up, packed his luggage, and got off the train with Mo Fan and walked out of the train station. Mo Fan, did you go out yesterday? Are you okay? You, how do you know? He. I also didn't touch the gift because I saw there were monsters in it. Sometimes Mo Fan couldn't help but admire the fact that the fourth brother's vigilance was even stronger than his own with the help of the system. It's okay, let's go. I don't think anything will happen for a while. Mo Fan said in a low voice. After all, Mo Fan couldn't make a direct conclusion. Hello, what would you like to order? The waiter approached and asked after Mo Fan and Lao Si sat down in the restaurant. Hello, can I see the menu? The waiter handed the menu to Mo Fan. Hello, please take a look. Mo Fan looked at the menu with a calm expression, ordered some dishes, and handed the menu to the waiter. Are you outsiders? The waiter asked calmly. What's the matter? Is there any problem with outsiders? You are here to expand our market. I advise you not to come. The situation here is not good. It is impossible for you to come. I'm sorry, I guess I'll have to take this one. Ding. Firm attitude, momentum +1. You should listen to my advice. At this time, a phone rang, and Mo Fan answered the call. Uncle Chin Lei, what's the matter? Yes. I will do my best. What's that? Waiter, serve the food. By the way, is there anyone who agrees to open the room? Yes, there are, but they have been suppressed. Are you sure you want to go? I was ordered to do that, too. Okay, I'll tell you the place, but you better be careful. Okay, don't worry about this. Waiter, please pay the bill. Mo Fan took out $100 bill and handed it to the waiter. The waiter gave Mo Fan change and at the same time put a note in between and handed it to him. Mo Fan, you're not really going to go. It's too dangerous. It's okay. This is the only thing I can do. If we want to expand this place, we must get along with the people over there. Mo Fan answered in an unusually calm tone, leaving the fourth brother a little confused. Okay. I respect your choice, and of course I will face it with you. The fourth brother answered seriously, and his answer made Mo Fan feel extremely relieved. Stop, who are you looking for? A man stopped Mo Fan and others and said, Hello, I'm Mo Fan, and I'm here to expand the market. What? Opening up the market? You're finally here. Please come in. Sir, someone said they were here to expand the market. Guests, you are here, please ask them to go down and have a rest. There's something wrong with this person's enthusiasm. I know, it's okay, let's see what they want to do. Mo Fan whispered to Lao Si. Where are we going? Mo Fan asked the man in a surprised tone. We'll be at your resting place in a moment. The man said calmly. Are we there? Let's go in. Soon the two were brought to a defensive position. Mo Fan, what should we do? Come in. Mo Fan felt that there might be someone or something inside that could help him. After the two entered the room, as expected, the door was closed. Mo Fan looked around the environment. Ding. Detect the environment, detection ability +1. Ding. Master, there is no danger around. The system reminded Mo Fan again and made sure that he could rest assured. Mo Fan, our guess is correct. He is from that village, or we can say that the waiter is in cahoots with them. Yes. You are right in guessing this. We need to find a way to leave and find someone from the other village. It's hard to get out, so give up. A female voice caught Mo Fan's attention. Mo Fan turned around and saw a woman tied to a pillar. You must be an important person in another village. Ordinary hostile personnel will not be so harsh, unless your identity is extraordinary. I'm really smart. I'm the daughter of the leader of another village, the Miao family. Why did you come in? Chapter 115 Getting to know Miao Ling. I think it's probably more than that. Judging from your clothing style, you are the same as us outsiders. You must be the main person who left Miaojiang and came back to promote and expand the market. Yes, you are right. My name is Miao Ling. I have indeed left Miaojiang and it was me who promoted and expanded the market. Then how do we leave here? Mo Fan directly changed the topic to leaving here. Well, this is not that easy. Can you help me solve it? It's not difficult to unlock this. Mo Fan turned and came to Miao Ling to examine the chain carefully. Ding. Examine the chain, unlock ability +1. Mo Fan quickly untied the chains, and as time went on, the chains on Miao Ling were also gradually untied by Mo Fan. That's it, Mo Fan said after untying the last chain. Okay, I guess I need to rest for a while before I can move. By the way, I found a person who has no fighting ability. How about I help him? Miao Ling gently patted the fourth brother's shoulder. What did you do? It's nothing, I just put a goo on you, the King Kong goo, which will greatly increase your physical strength and power without any side effects. Yes. Thank you. Then the three of them came to the door and carefully observed the guards outside. Ha ha. There are only two of you. You won't look down on me. Normal. You just said you were here to expand the market, so they naturally thought you were ordinary merchants. And I never locked them up, so they couldn't have thought we would go out. Yeah. Okay, let's go out. Mo Fan replied and then pushed open the door and walked out. What is going on? How did you get out? The guard said with a surprised look after seeing Mo Fan and Lao Si. I brought them out. Do you have any objection? Miao Ling's sudden appearance made the two of them subconsciously take a few steps back. Miao Ling, it's bad, Miao Ling has untied the chain, tell the adults quickly. Want to report the news? Forget it. Miao Ling said in a cold tone, and then a stream of poison shot out from her right hand, knocking the man unconscious. You take this one. Okay. Mo Fan said as he waved his right hand. A silver needle shot out and pierced the man's acupuncture point, also making him fall asleep. We can leave here now. Do you know where we can bypass their main force? I know that the only way to get out of this place is through the back hills, bypassing their main personnel. Okay, let's go now. After walking for a long time, the three of them came to a wooden railing. Just get out of here. On the other side, a man who looked like an adult came over to question Mo Fan, and found that the door of the room where Mo Fan was locked up was opened, and all the guards guarding it were down. Go and wake them up. Yes. Soon everyone rushed over and woke up the two guards. What's going on? I don't know. The door was suddenly broken open by them, and when we found out, we were about to come back to inform them, but we were knocked unconscious by Miao Ling and another boy. The man replied. Upon hearing this, the adults hurried in to check and found that there was only an iron chain left where Miao Ling was originally locked. Damn it, they got away. What are you waiting for? Chase them. At worst, just kill them all. Said the adult. Yes. Everyone on one side answered in unison at the same time, and then everyone quickly dispersed to search around. Ding. Master, someone is chasing you. The system reminded. Not good, they found out, I'm afraid we need to leave quickly. Well. This way. Miao Ling pointed and said, then quickly moved towards a place. Hide. Miao Ling replied, and so the three of them hid and quietly looked at the pursuers in front of them. It's them. What should we do? Leave directly or avoid them and take a detour? I guess we can't run away. We can only attack directly. After all, this is the only way back. Okay, let's go together. Hey! You guys are out? Why aren't you hiding anymore? Why are you hiding? Is it necessary? Don't you think you can beat us? You are so arrogant. The man pulled out a long stick and hit him. Staff skills, huh? Sure, I'll meet you. Mo Fan quickly pulled out the jade unicorn and attacked the man. Bang! Directly blocked the man's attack. Ha ha. Not bad, your strength is indeed good, but it's a pity that your attack power is not that good. Are you sure? Mo Fan raised his brows slightly, tightly grasped the jade unicorn with both hands, and directly lifted up the man's stick and sent it flying. Impossible, you can actually knock my weapon away. The man subconsciously stepped back a few steps and said, huh? Yes. Why do you look like that? Are you very surprised? You, don't be complacent, our people will be here soon. Really? Mo Fan said indifferently, then turned around and said to the other two, let us go. If you want to leave, it may not be that easy. A voice suddenly sounded. Hey! You're trying to suppress our momentum, but will it work? You'll know if it works if you try it. The man waved his hand and signaled everyone to come forward together. The poison of all kinds of poisons can be dispersed, Miao Ling suddenly stood up and said, and then dispersed the poison directly. The black mist spread out in all directions, directly forcing back all the people who were surrounding them. Damn it, this Miao Ling is really abominable, step back and avoid the poisonous fog. Yes. Everyone stepped back in unison to avoid the poisonous fog. Seeing the three people here, they quickly rushed out and left. Hush. Shake it off. Yeah. But we still have a long way to go back, so we better be careful. I know this clearly. What should we do now? We should just move back and leave without anyone knowing. No need, just be normal along the way. Miao Ling replied, after all, other people don't know these things. Understood. So the three of them walked all the way to Miao's house. Stop, what are you doing? A man appeared and stopped the three people and asked. Hello, we are here for tourism. Yeah. I understand. The man still looked at the three people with a skeptical look. Traveling? The man looked at the three people with a skeptical expression and said. Yes. We are traveling. The fourth brother looked at. When the man saw Lao Si, he said helplessly, Go back quickly, you outsiders are not welcome here. Oh. I see. I'll be right back. TSK. I really don't understand what's so good about this kind of outsider. The man said with a disdainful tone. It was a close call, I was almost discovered. It's okay, let's go quickly, after all, it's not safe here. Well. It is true that this is not our home yet. Chapter 116 Internal Strife in the Miao Family. This is the Miao family. Miao Ling said after the three of them arrived at the foot of a mountain. Here? No way. Mo Fan said in surprise, staring at the mountain in front of him. That's right. This is the Miao family, the village is halfway up the mountain. Miao Ling answered calmly. Miss, you're back, great. The village chief will be very happy. One person said excitedly after seeing Miao Ling. It's okay, they saved me, I'm going to take them to see my father. Who are you? What are you doing here? Outsiders are not welcome here. What's going on? The words of that village appeared in the village. Ha ha. Really? I'll go talk to my father. Miao Ling said in a cold tone, and then walked inside with Mo Fan and Lao Si. Dad, I'm back. Everything is fine. Miao Ling, you're back. These people must be here to expand the market. Yes. Alas. It's useless. The Lei family won't give up. It's okay, I can handle it. But first I need to deal with the discord within your village. Mo Fan glanced at the crowd with a cold expression. Ha ha. You are really smart. There is indeed one, but I don't know who it is. It's okay, leave this to me. Ding. Make a promise, credibility +1, charm +1, risk aversion +1. Okay, thank you for your help then. Yeah. Mo Fan turned and left. Wait, I'll go with you, in case you're not familiar with the environment. Miao Ling chased after him and said. Village leader, is everything okay? Someone on the side asked. It's okay. I trust him. Miao Ling, which people are turbulent and unstable? I'm not sure about this, but one of them must be unstable. Who? Mo Fan said with a cold look. Miao Ling said in a cold tone. After walking for a long time, Mo Fan and the others arrived at the gate of a courtyard. The person is inside. Who? Suddenly a deep voice came from the yard, and then the gate opened. A man quickly walked out and sneered at Mo Fan and the other two. You are here to look for unstable factors, and I am one of them. The man turned around and said, but I'm not the only unstable factor here, let me see how you find it. You, don't go too far. Miao Ling said in an angry tone. What? Are you angry or upset? The man continued to provoke Miao Ling with a sarcastic tone. Mo Fan realized something was wrong and quickly stepped forward to grab Miao Ling. Don't be impulsive, he did it on purpose. Where did you come from, outsider? Get out of here quickly if you know what's best for you, or I'll let you know the consequences. Really? I don't think you can do anything to me. Why don't we give it a try? Ding. Stimulate others, psychological attack +1, psychological quality +1. Good boy, this guy has a good psychological quality. He can actually stimulate me. Not bad. Looking for death. The man rushed over directly. Seeing this, Mo Fan quickly dodged sideways, avoiding the attack while avoiding the poison. Wow. Not bad. You can actually block my attack, or is your only ability to dodge attacks? The man said with a disdainful tone. Really? Mo Fan then walked directly in front of the man and slapped him hard with his hand. Instantly a strong airflow rushed over, and the man instantly flew into the air. Mo Fan, you're being too aggressive. That is great, but I don't think so. Ha ha. Indeed, this is how you should deal with such people. Miao Ling looked at the man in front of her coldly and said straightly, not at all worried that he might be seriously injured. What's going on? Beulah. A group of people gathered around and asked about the man's condition. Ha ha. It's okay. Those outsiders come here to expand the market. They are a group of people who come here to harm us. Beulah said in a cold tone. No, it's good for us to open up the market. Ha ha. Really? I think you've been deceived. Brothers, let's go together and drive these two outsiders out. Oh. Oh. Everyone seemed to be getting more excited. Not good, they are all shaken. Miao Ling found that this group of people had their previous ideas shaken by Beulah. Mo Fan estimated that most of the people who were shaken were here. Got it, just leave it to me. Mo Fan took out the jade unicorn and knocked it on the ground. You better not mess around. Yo! Wanna do it? No, I just wanna chat with you guys. Mo Fan found a place and sat down and said. Talk? What to talk about? What do you think we can talk about? Think about how you are going to leave here. Bra said in a cold tone. Really? I'd like to ask for other people's opinions? Mo Fan asked the others directly. This. The others also began to become a little hesitant. After all, they didn't know what to do. Don't listen to him. He is lying to you. I think all this is your idea. You are the one who instigated them. Ha ha. So what if it's me? Can you stop me? What can I do to you? You can try this. Mo Fan raised the jade unicorn and rushed over. Bang! The weapons collided, and then the two men stepped back and kept their distance. Wow! I thought he was just an ordinary person, but I didn't expect he was a master. Interesting. Bra said in a cold tone. Poison. Fiery heart devouring Beulah directly released the poison to attack Mo Fan. Ha ha. Your poison has little effect on me. Mo Fan said in a confident tone, and then waved the jade unicorn to disperse all the poison. Damn it, it can actually disperse my poison. It's okay, the attacks from below will be hard to block. Beulah waved his right hand and a mist appeared and fell to the ground. The mist dissipated, and a huge blood-red spider appeared in front of Mo Fan. A poisonous insect? It can actually be this big. Yes. Yes, but not too many. That's no problem. It will be easier for me to deal with them this way. Ha ha. You don't think you can defeat this poisonous insect of mine? Ha ha. You can try to see if you can defeat him. 10,000 poison attack, Bra said in a cold tone, and then the spider quickly attacked. Mo Fan, pay attention. Don't worry, his attack has no effect on me. Mo Fan forcibly took the attack. Ha ha. I think you are crazy. You actually used your body to block the attack. Am I crazy? I need to see if your attack works. What? Bra looked at him in astonishment. He never thought that Mo Fan could block the attack directly and still be fine. I can only say that your poison is nothing. You've had enough. Can it be my turn now? No, Beulah continued to attack, but every attack was fatal but was easily avoided by Mo Fan. Chapter 117, Poisoned Body. No, it's impossible. You can't dodge all my attacks. What? Are you crazy? That's crazy. This estimate is not realistic. Ding. Master, the other party's aura has become very dangerous. The system suddenly reminded. Ha ha. Dangerous. I guessed it a long time ago. Mo Fan secretly said in his heart, and then stared at the other party without moving his eyes away for a moment. Ha ha. He's a suitable opponent. I've also tried my best. What? Full strength? Sure, you can give it a try. I want to see what your full strength looks like. Bra's body suddenly emitted real black smoke, which slowly rose and soon enveloped Bra. This guy is crazy. Miao Ling could see what Beulah wanted to do. I know what you want to do, but don't think you can succeed. Miao Ling, you can't stop my plan, and I won't let you stop it. Beulah's cold voice echoed throughout the courtyard. Mo Fan, only someone who is immune to the poison can deal with a body that is poisoned. Let me do it. No, how can I let a girl take action? Look at my ability. Ding. Persuade Miao Ling, lobbying +1. System, how much poison can I resist and dissolve now? Ding! The master can now resist and dissolve 60% of it. That's enough. Fan said to Bra with a cold look on his face. Then he rushed over and stood in front of Bra. Boxing assault. Fan quickly clenched his fist and punched out, hitting Bra's body hard with a heavy punch. Ha ha! Are you kidding me? Your attack power is not painful at all. Are you sure? Fan's eyes turned cold, and he saw streams of air rushing towards Bra. Internal energy? Bra immediately understood and quickly retreated out of the attack range. He. Not bad, you know how to dodge. It seems you are not stupid. But what a pity. What do you want to do? Bra looked at Fan with a wary look and began to panic. Poison attack. Bra made a direct move to try to hit Fan and widen the gap in strength. Ding! Master, quickly dodge, this kind of attack cannot be completely blocked. Okay. Got it. Fan looked at the oncoming poison with a cold expression and turned around to avoid it. Fan, do you need help? No need, I'm almost ready to attack. Ding! Avoid the poison, dodge ability +1, agility +1. Ding! Exposure to goo poison, toxicology +1, poison immunity +1, goo poison immunity +1. Ding! The resistance and dissolution rate of the poison is 90%. Hearing this, Fan quickly moved in front of Bra and punched him. Bang! A punch directly hit Beulah's body, and instantly a poison slowly seeped out of his body and spread towards Fan. Ha ha! You don't really think your poison will work? Fan said coldly, and then continued to attack. After being subdued by Fan, Beulah looked shocked and unbelieving. Impossible, you are not afraid of the poison. Miao Ling, he has been subdued. The rest is up to you. Fan brought Beulah back to Miao Ling and said, take it back and see what my father thinks. What about you? What do you want to do? Continue to learn from him, or go back to the previous plan? Miao Ling said, glancing at the crowd nearby. We agree to open up the market. The others instantly changed sides. Dad, we're back. The three of them said as they took Bra back to the hall. How is it? Has the matter been dealt with? Yes. It's all been solved. It has been dealt with, but I'm afraid this matter is not easy to handle. We need to deal with the situation in Lejiazhai now. That's clear, you should go and rest for a while now. Yes. The three said at the same time and then retreated. Miao Ling, I don't think I understand what your father means. Ha ha. Don't talk about you. I don't understand it either. Forget it, we'll know tomorrow. Miao Ling laughed and said, I'm so sleepy, let's go back and have a rest. After saying that, Miao Ling turned around and left. Fan, what should we do? The fourth brother asked in a surprised tone. Fan patted Lao Si gently and turned back to his room without saying a word. Good morning, was everything okay yesterday? Well, not bad, thank you for your concern. Fan walked to the guardrail and looked at the scenery in the distance. Hey! Fan suddenly found a group of people quietly moving forward, but their clothes looked different. Miao Ling, are they from the Lei family? Miao Ling was stunned when she heard this, then she quickly walked towards Fan and found that he was indeed from the Lei family. Not good, notify them quickly. Ding! Danger is approaching, alertness +1. Then I'll go too. Miao Ling, are they a large group or what? No, they are the outpost troops, but we still need to stop them. Okay, I understand. Then Fan was ready to take action at any time. Well. Thank you for your help. Fan and the others went straight to the foot of the mountain and stared at the approaching crowd. Here we are you ready? Fan asked, staring at the crowd in front of him with cold eyes. Okay, everything is ready. Everyone replied. Set off. Not good, we've been discovered. Poison attack, Miao Ling said in a cold tone, and then the poison attacked quickly. Get out of the way quickly. The man said in a cold tone, and then dodged the attack directly. Although the majority of the troops dodged, some people still couldn't avoid being hit by the poison. Dragon flying attack. Fan directly swung the jade unicorn, and a dragon's shadow appeared and approached everyone directly. In an instant, the dragon's shadow quickly fell and attacked. The moment the dragon's shadow fell, everyone flew into the air at the same time. It's in the air. Niaoling smiled strangely after seeing this and said, "It's a good opportunity." Opportunity? What opportunity? Emofan looked at Niaoling in front of him with a surprised expression and said, "You will know when you see it." Poison. Fiery poison. Niaoling said in a cold voice, and then countless poisons with flames quickly rushed towards the crowd in the air. Boom! The poison hit everyone in the air and knocked them all unconscious. Niaoling, it's you. Is it appropriate for you to do this? The man said in a cold tone. Is it appropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Niaoling retorted with a cold look at the man in front of her. Niaoling, who is this? Emofan looked at the person in front of him with a puzzled expression. Ha ha. An ordinary person from the Lei family. I see. Well, let us continue. Then he held Jade Unicorn tightly and sprinted forward. You're looking for death. The man said in a cold tone, and then attacked quickly. Chapter 118, Absorbing the Poison. Bang! The weapons collided, and then the two men retreated directly. Are you the stranger? Yes. Who are you? Look away. You'd better give up here. This is not a place for you to stay. What if I refuse? Really? I think you're looking for death. Then he rushed forward and hit Emofan's Jade Unicorn hard. Boom! Emofan quickly stepped back to create some distance. Niaoling, how strong is that person? What are his characteristics? Lei Kuei is one of the Lei family's masters. His strength is no worse than anyone else. You'd better be careful. TSK. I get it. Let me try and see if his strength is really that good. Emofan quickly swung the Jade Unicorn and attacked frantically. A series of attacks directly forced Lei Kuei to retreat, and Lei Kuei took several steps back before he could stand firm. Wow! I didn't realize you're quite strong. Did you block this? Lei Kuei directly released the poison. The poison hit Emofan's body hard, but it seemed to have no effect. TSK. Is this the only poison? Ha ha. Not bad. It can actually block my poison. However, it will not be a good thing once the poison enters the body. Lei Kuei said in a proud tone. Oh. Really? I don't think so. Then you can try it. I didn't lie to you. But after a long time, Lei Kuei discovered that his poison had no effect at all. Impossible, what's going on? My poison should have already touched him, how come it didn't enter his body? Ha ha. Why? You can try and see why. Emofan whispered, and then a black mist spread out and then burned. You actually managed to block my poison from my body and even burned it out. Lei Kuei finally understood Emofan's strength. Asshole, don't be so proud, my strength is no worse than yours. Lei Kuei clapped his hands, and a group of people came over carrying spears. Ding! Master, you can now absorb the poison and turn it into your own protective toxin. Hee hee. Good idea. Niaoling, I need your support and help. Okay, what do you want to do? Niaoling stared at him with a look of despair. You can just use the poison to attack me. Emofan said in a righteous tone. Okay. I got it. Niaoling quickly released the poison to attack Emofan. Soon the poison hit Emofan directly, and Emofan absorbed it quickly. Ding! Absorbing the poison, poison control +1, toxicology +1. Ding! All conversions have been completed. Ha ha! Now it's okay. Really? Come on then. Lei Kuei swung his spear and attacked, and the spearhead attacked continuously like a dragon. Useless attack. Emofan rushed forward and swung the Jade Unicorn in his hand to block the attack. You don't think you can hurt me just by blocking my attack? Really? You can try. Emofan replied coldly, and then black mist appeared and spread towards Lei Kuei. Poison, how can you be poisonous? Lei Kuei quickly stepped back to keep some distance. Niaoling gave it to me just now. You actually absorbed and controlled these poisons? This is impossible. You know outsiders don't have this kind of strength. Nothing is impossible. My strength is not what you see now. You'd better be prepared. I think you're just courting death here. Lei Kuei rushed forward, then quickly swung his spear and stabbed continuously. Each stab was aimed at Imo-fan's vital parts. Humph. Imo-fan easily blocked all the attacks. You've had enough, now it's my turn. Ha ha. Is that so? Imo-fan waved the jade unicorn and a powerful poison was emitted, which directly hit Lei Kuei. Imo-fan, are you okay? Do you need help? Niao Ling asked with a cold expression. It's okay. I can still deal with this guy. I can deal with you. I think you are just looking for death. Lei Kuei released all the poison. Can't you resist the poison? Come on, can you do these? Deputy Lei Kuei said sarcastically. The poison attacked quickly and flew towards Imo-fan continuously. Imo-fan directly blocked the necessary poison. Ha ha. You are really resisting. I think you are not afraid of death. Lei Kuei said in a sarcastic tone, but the scenery behind him stunned Lei Kuei. What? My poison disappeared instantly. Why did this happen? Damn it, let's retreat. Lei Kuei said angrily after he found that there was no way for him to continue sneaking in. Then Lei Kuei turned around and left with his men. Niao Ling, they've all left. We can go back now. Imo-fan said in a low voice, and then the three of them turned around and went back into the hall together. Father, all the people from the Lei family have been forced to retreat. Well. Okay, but I received a letter from the Lei family. They are preparing to come over for negotiations. What do you think we should do, daughter? Said the Miao village chief. Miaoli, this is something you should consider. A man scolded. Miaoli is the name of the Miao village chief. Got it. Miaoli suddenly became serious and said, then stood up, everyone, be prepared for the negotiations. Yes. Everyone said in unison. Imo-fan and the others also withdrew. After all, Imo-fan didn't want to get involved in this atmosphere. Hey! Niao Ling, why did you withdraw? You wouldn't like it if I didn't reply. Ding! Hit the mark, psychological warfare +1. You, don't speak the truth carelessly. Niao Ling said jokingly, then turned and left. Let's go. We should also prepare. The Lei family doesn't have such good things. Niao Ling continued after taking a few steps. Okay. Got it. Imo-fan replied, then turned around and left. Someone come here. Niao Ling said in a cold tone, and soon someone came over. Sister Ling, what's the matter? The man asked politely. Call all my people here. Yes. The man replied and turned and left. What do you want to do? Imo-fan looked at Niao Ling in surprise. Ha ha. You'll know soon. Sister Ling, everyone is here, we can continue preparing. The man returned to Miao Ling. We are preparing to help prevent the Lei family from cheating behind the scenes. Okay, what do you need us to do? Thank you for your kindness, but it's not necessary. You can just stay with me and guard my father. Yeah. Imo-fan replied calmly, and then left with Miao Ling. Father, they are coming. Okay. I understand. Miaoli said with cold eyes looking at the crowd not far away. Hey! Lei Sui, you actually came here in person, what do you want to do this time? Ha ha. What do you want? Are you pretending to be confused? It's still the same as before. Give up the idea of expanding the market. Chapter 119 Lei Family Master. Ha ha. Do you think I can? What we need here is a market to improve our lives. You don't really think you have a chance? Lei Sui stood up and shot out the poisonous insect with his right hand. Bang! The poisonous insect was directly blocked by someone, and Lei Sui looked at the person with a surprised expression. That person was none other than Imo-fan, and the poisonous insect was pierced through its body by Imo-fan's knife. You bastard, you outsider, don't be so arrogant. Arrogant? I'm not arrogant. Yeah? Imo-fan looked at the man calmly and said. Ha! Imo-fan shouted, then raised the jade unicorn and smashed it hard. Boom! The moment the jade unicorn hit the ground, a powerful airflow rushed over. Ha ha! Your attack power isn't that great either. Really? You're too naive. Suddenly, a black poisonous mist spread towards Lei Sui. Poison? You actually know how to do this. You, a foreigner, actually know how to use poison. Why? Are you surprised? But there are more surprising things to come. Emofan rushed over with a lightning speed, and a jade unicorn appeared in his hand, swinging it fiercely at Lei Sui. Poison barrier, Lei Sui whispered, and quickly released the poison to form a shield to block the attack. Boom! A powerful impact force directly knocked Lei Sui away and he fell heavily to the ground. Lei Sui, your strength is indeed good, but unfortunately you are not my opponent yet, so I advise you to give up. A poison sound was heard, and a powerful poison appeared and attacked, but Emofan dodged it directly. Emofan stepped back and looked around. Who is it? Come out. Emofan said angrily after blocking the attack, and then Emofan glanced around with a cold gaze. Who are you looking for? Suddenly a man appeared and helped Lei Sui up. Emofan felt a little bit of fear towards the person who suddenly appeared. Damn it! When did this guy come? He has no breath at all and can even avoid the System S detection. Emofan looked at the man nervously. Boy, you're actually nervous. Don't be afraid. I'll be gentle and kill you with one move. Lei Sui, don't go too far. Our Miao family is still here. Your opponent is me. Come on if you can. A man shouted. The man came directly to Mofan and said, Mofan, thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to me. Miao Lai, don't you think you can beat me? Don't forget that this is more than the first or second time you have lost to me. Lei Sui said in a proud tone. Ha ha. I'll do my best for the guests who have come from afar. Miao Lai answered domineeringly. Mr. Miao Lai is fine, I can handle it. Oh. Are you so confident? Lei Sui raised his head with disdain and stared at Emofan with contempt. Dragon S Fury. Emofan said coldly. He held the jade unicorn tightly in both hands and raised it up. Then he leaped up and smashed it hard towards Lei Sui's body. Boom! Lei Sui quickly dodged the jade unicorn and hit the ground heavily. It was a close call. I was almost hit. You bastard. Miao Ling said in an angry tone. It's okay, Miao Ling, don't worry about it, trust me. Emofan held the jade qilin tightly and swung it quickly to attack, and each attack was swift and fierce. Ding! Stick attack, stick +1. Ding! Unlock the 4 divine stick techniques, white tiger stick technique. Emofan, right? If you have the guts, don't use the stick. You don't need the stick. Emofan put away the jade unicorn. Seeing this, Miao Ling said with a worried look, Emofan, is this appropriate for you? It's okay, can you give me a dagger? Okay. Miao Ling directly threw her short knife to Emofan. Nice knife, very suitable for use. Ding. Swing the short knife, cold weapon +1, swordsmanship +1, short weapon +1, assassination ability +1. Ha ha. This is going to be interesting. Emofan then quickly rushed forward and got close to him. Ding. Dash in close, agility +1. Ding. Activate phantom step. Poisonous goo blade. Lei Sui said in a cold tone, and then swung the poisonous blade directly to attack. Bang. The two blades collide. You don't think you can block my short blade? Lei Sui said in a cold tone. The poisonous blade instantly turned into black poison mist that penetrated the short knife and turned into a poisonous blade again to attack. Ha ha. I find that you are too naive. What do you mean? Lei Sui looked at Emofan in surprise, and then saw the dagger in Emofan's hand chopped down directly. Lei Sui quickly stepped back and created some distance between them. It was a close call. You almost hit me. Lei Sui looked at Emofan with a cold expression. Why? What are you afraid of? I'm not a ruthless person. Emofan said calmly. You, don't be so complacent. Lei Sui quickly released his poison, and as time passed, the poison slowly enveloped Lei Sui's body. Emofan, be careful. This poisonous body is extremely powerful and ordinary people can't resist it at all. Miao Ling said nervously. I understand. Watch me. Then Emofan tightly grasped the dagger and disappeared in an instant. Where is he? Lei Sui looked around with a cold expression, searching for Emofan. Suddenly, a phantom appeared and rushed over, brushing past Lei Sui. It was almost hit. Then he looked at Lei Sa in front of him and said, "It doesn't matter, just continue." Then he madly attacked Lei Sa in front of him. As Fan attacked, Lei Sa's defense gradually showed holes, and finally tiny holes appeared in Lei Sa's defense. Lei Sa barely blocked the attack and quickly stepped back to gain some distance and stand firm. Damn, his ability is so powerful. I really didn't expect this. What? Do you think you are no match for me? You, don't be so complacent. Fan shifted his cold gaze to Lei Sa. What? You don't accept it? Then come on. Lei Sa clenched the poison blade tightly in both hands and rushed towards Fan. Fan swung his dagger to block quickly, activating the system each time he blocked. Ding! Swing the short sword, swordsmanship +1. Following this method, Fan's swordsmanship was greatly improved. Ding! Obtain assassination knife skills. Fan held the dagger tightly. Lei Sa, now is the beginning, are you ready? Ha ha! Are you kidding me? Fan rushed over and attacked quickly. The short blade turned into a shadow and stabbed quickly. Each time he stabbed, he aimed at the vital parts of Lei Sa's body. Poison to protect yourself. Lei Sa quickly released the poison to defend against Fan's attack. TSK. Your attacks have no effect on me at all. Fan, let me help you. Niao Ling said directly beside Fan. Niao Ling, you don't think I can be defeated just by adding you, do you? What do you need me to do? Chapter 120, Lei Family Village Master. It's very simple. It's just a small thing. Just keep transmitting the poison to me. I understand. This is easy to handle. Niao Ling quickly released the poison into Fan's body. Ha ha. You are crazy. Your poison can kill him directly. Lei Sa said with a surprised look when he saw this. What? Impossible. Your poison has no effect. Impossible. Okay, Lei Sa, get ready to take it. He rushed forward quickly with a short blade in his hand. The figure suddenly turned into an afterimage and attacked quickly, passing through Lei Sa's body in an instant. Lei Sa, it's over. Do you want to continue? You, poof. Lei Sa was about to speak when he spat out a mouthful of blood, then he leaned over and knelt on the ground. Ha ha. Lei, do you want to continue? Fan said after glancing at the people in front of him. Who said that the Lei family has no one? Fan, you are a foreigner. Just wait. When our village chief comes out of retreat tomorrow, he will definitely let you know the consequences of provoking us. A person said in an arrogant tone. Okay, I'll wait. Fan, no. The leader of the Lei clan village is very powerful. You are no match for him. I'll naturally find a way to do this. After everyone dispersed, Fan, Lao Si and Miao Ling came to Fan's room. Fan, what do you want? I am free to think as I please. Fan replied, just be at ease and listen to me. Ding. Comfort Miao Ling, care ability +1, psychology +1, charm +1. Uncle Chin, it's me, Fan. Please prepare to send someone over to expand the market. Well. It's the last bit, and I need your support. Chin Lei on the other end of the phone looked out the window with a serious expression, and spoke after a long time. Are you sure it's okay? We can't take risks on this matter. Yes, I think it's okay. Fan assured again and again with a serious expression. Okay, I'll get someone to support you right away. Chin Lei replied. How is it? Niao Ling asked impatiently. Yes. The support will be here soon. Well. Then we have to prepare ourselves, so that we can survive until they arrive. Yeah. The three replied. The next day, the three of them came to the hall again. As soon as he entered the hall, Fan clearly felt a depressing atmosphere coming towards him. What's going on? So depressed? Dad, we're here. Well. What's the exact situation? Can we face the Lei family? Miao Li asked with a vigilant look. It can be seen that Miao Li was very nervous. Dad, don't worry, it's okay. Let him come. We are not afraid of him. Miao Ling said in a cold tone. It seemed that Miao Ling was not afraid of the people from the Lei family at all. Daughter, aren't you afraid of someone from the Lei family coming? Niali asked his daughter with a surprised look. Report, a group of strangers came to the village chief, all of them are from outside the village, and they said they are here to look for Mo Fan. A tribesman ran in and said. Looks like my people are here. Mo Fan said with a cold smile, then stood up and walked out. Seeing this, Niali followed and went out to check the situation. Mr. Mo Fan, the 4 members of the second group of the Imperial Guard's special team have arrived. Yanhuang Kingdom's Royal Guards, who is this guy? Niali looked at Mo Fan with a surprised expression and said in his heart. Mo Fan, it looks like they are coming. Are you ready? I'm ready. Mo Fan replied, and then he took the lead and walked down the mountain. The leader of the Lei family village is here? Mo Fan said while staring at the crowd in front of him with cold eyes. I am the leader of the Lei clan village, Lei Ju. I've been waiting for you for a while. Really? You're the stranger? You don't look that good. Lei Ju looked at him with disdain. Poison. Thunder poison kills. Lei Ju simply waved his right hand and a stream of poison with lightning shot out. Short blade stabs. Mo Fan said in a serious tone, and then the short blade emitted a black halo and shot out directly. Boom! The collision between the light blade and the poison caused a loud explosion. Oh! Not bad. You are so powerful, but it's a pity that you are no match for me. Really? I don't think so. Why don't you try and see if I'm strong enough to knock you down? Mo Fan tightly grasped the dagger, and his figure swayed slightly before he instantly appeared in front of Lei Ju. Shortblade Don Missouri Fan swung the short knife quickly, and powerful air currents shot out along the blade and quickly slashed towards the Thunder Horse. Boom! The blade energy hit the Thunder Horse hard and forced it back several meters. Damn, this guy is so powerful, it's really interesting. Poison powder. Lei Ju said loudly, and then a powerful poison appeared around Lei Ju's body, slowly expanding and soon covering all around Lei Ju's body. Poisonous fist. Lei Ju swung his fist quickly, and the poisonous fist hit Mo Fan fiercely. Short blade. Protect. Mo Fan raised the short knife and placed it on his body. A wall of light appeared and directly blocked the attack. TSK. You actually blocked it. How boring. Ha ha. What else do you want? Mo Fan looked at the man in front of him with cold eyes. I hate you more and more. You are so crazy that I really hate you. The poison is extremely toxic, Lei Ju said angrily, and then a wave of poison appeared and rushed directly towards Mo Fan. Soon the poison devoured Mo Fan. Mo Fan. Lao Si and Miao Ling desperately called out Mo Fan's name. Ha ha. Stop shouting, it's useless. He has been completely devoured by my poison. Bastard, I'm going to fight you. The fourth brother said in an angry tone, and then quickly rushed towards Lei Ju. The fourth brother clenched his right fist and smashed towards Lei Ju, with a powerful impact force hitting Lei Ju. Damn, this guy's strength is not bad either. Who are these outsiders? Hey! That's not right. Why does this guy's aura and feeling resemble the Miao family's Vajragu? Ha ha. So he's the one who took the Vajragu. Lei Ju showed a look of disdain when he saw this. Boy, can your body bear it? The effect of the King Kong goo is overbearing, and not everyone can bear it. You don't need to worry about this. It's worth it for Mo Fan. Ha ha. You don't want to die? Okay, I'll help you. Lei Ju said in a cold tone, and then attacked directly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strange afterimage shot out from the poisonous fog and stabbed directly at Lei Ju, forcing Lei Ju to retreat several steps. What's going on? You don't really think that I have been devoured by your poison. You really underestimate me. A figure slowly walked out of the poison, and then looked at the Lei Ju in front of him with a weird smile. Impossible, how are you okay? This poison of mine can almost guarantee that no one can come out alive. Who the hell are you? Lei Ju started to panic at this point. Chapter 121. Calming everything down. Mo Fan quickly came up to Lei Ju and said in a cold voice, Who am I? Don't you already know? I am just an ordinary outsider. While talking, Mo Fan took back the silver needle he had shot out earlier. I will definitely expand the market here. This is something I have to do. Ha ha. How ridiculous. You want to open up this place? That's ridiculous. Is it funny? You can try it. Mo Fan held the dagger tightly and looked at Lei Ju coldly. Short blade breaks the soul. Then a series of powerful air currents appeared and flew towards the thunder horse. Boom! Although Lei Ju dodged it, the crowd behind him was knocked over by the powerful blade energy and hit the rocks. Damn it, I must use all my strength to deal with such a powerful opponent. Lei Ju understood that the young man in front of him was no ordinary master and should not be underestimated. 10,000 poisonous hearts, Lei Ju said in an angry tone, and instantly a violent heartbeat sounded, and the heartbeat sound was very clear. Mo Fan, this is bad. This is the poisonous heart of 10,000 gu. You should be more careful. I understand. Mo Fan said while holding the dagger tightly, and then quickly drew away all the strength in his body. Lei Ju, this is the final attack, you must be ready. Mo Fan tightly grasped the short knife and swung it fiercely, shooting out blade energy to attack. 10,000 gu destroys gods. Lei Ju quickly released poison to attack. Boom! An explosion sounded, and Mo Fan and Lei Ju were both thrown out at the same time. Mo Fan, are you okay? Cough cough. Mo Fan coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. Mo Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "It's okay, don't worry, this kind of injury won't kill me." Stop. Suddenly the two men controlled Lei Ju and said, "Who are you?" Lei Ju looked at the two in surprise. "Guards, how did you get in?" "Ha ha. We will be the ones to open up the market and do business," the woman said in a cold tone. "We lost, but it doesn't matter. Can you meet their demands?" "Ha ha. You don't need to worry about this. We can come to an agreement on this. Stop talking nonsense and take it away." "Mr. Mo, I will take the person away. The rest has nothing to do with us. You can deal with it yourself," said the woman. "Thank you. Be careful on the road." "Don't worry, our strength is not worse than his," said the woman, and then sealed the poison in Lei Ju. "Take it away," the woman said again, and then everyone left together. Mo Fan, this is indeed a problem. How do we set the conditions for opening up? We can discuss this matter in detail when we return to Lioli City. Afterwards, you can send your reply back to the village chief for his decision. This should be possible. After all, you are good at this kind of thing, my daughter. You decide. Yes. Father. What are we starting with? Now. Okay, I'll go back and get ready. Okay, can you tell from this that I'm from Miaojiang? Miao Ling said with a cute expression. I can't tell. The fourth brother looked at Miao Ling with a gentle expression and said, Hey! That's not right, where's Mo Fan? Miao Ling asked after she found out that Mo Fan had gone nowhere. The fourth brother pointed and said, Call. On the other side, Mo Fan called Bai Yuqing. Bai Yuqing, my dear Mr. Bai, the mission is completed. We will arrive in Lioli City in the evening. Can you come and pick us up? He. Got it. I'll be there on time. Okay, let's go. Mo Fan, you are so powerful, why can't you make the decision? I can't help it. This company is not mine. It's my girlfriend's business. I help her to expand the market here. No way, you actually have a girlfriend. Miao Ling said with a disappointed look. What about you? Miao Ling turned and looked at the fourth child and said, He has it all, so you must have it too, you are as good as him. I'm sorry, I don't have any. Mo Fan suddenly found that Miao Ling's expression became happy. Mo Fan now understood that the person Miao Ling liked was not him but the fourth brother. Old four, don't you understand? Miao Ling likes you. Just think about what answer you can give him. Ding. Master, a few remaining members of the Lei family have been found. What? Just a handful of people. It looks like the Lei family has no intention of giving up. Mo Fan secretly thought. Be careful, the Lei family is in the car, and it looks like they are ready to kill us. Got it. Miao Ling said in a cold tone, and then the three of them stood up and walked into an empty carriage. Come out, I know you are here. Don't hide anymore. There is no need. Ha ha. It seems you know of our existence. A group of people appeared and the leader said in a cold tone. You remnants of the Lei family still refuse to give up. You really don't fear death. If you are afraid, then you can threaten them to release the village chief. Really? You can try to see if you can threaten them. Imo Fan said with a smile on his face. Miao Ling, the right side is up to you, the left side is up to Lao Si, and I will deal with this arrogant guy myself. Imo Fan, take this. This is the double-edged sword I asked someone to make for me last night. Miao Ling threw the two short blades to Imo Fan. The moment Imo Fan caught the double blades. Ding! Gain double blades, short weapon +1, swordsmanship +1, assassination ability +1. Short blade breaks the sound, said Imo Fan, holding the double blades tightly, and then the double blades crossed in front of him and swung quickly. A loud noise was heard, and the X-shaped halo exploded directly, followed by a powerful airflow that rushed over and forced the man back. Ha ha! Your strength isn't that great either? MD, this guy is really powerful. We need to attack with all our strength. All of you, come on. I'm fine with this. Okay, come on, all of you, come on at the end together. Don't let me come one by one, it's not fun. You, don't go too far. Really? I'm just afraid that you'll lose too badly. Imo Fan swung the short blade, and a black aura seeped out and quickly rushed towards the man. Boom! There was a loud crash and the man hit the wall hard and fell to the ground. Miao Ling, how is your situation? It's okay, it's solved. Let's go back and rest. We will probably reach our destination in the evening. Good. Old Four, just try to interact with him properly. Imo Fan teased in a playful tone. You. Old Four said in a depressed tone. Did I say anything wrong? Miao Ling is really good, don't let yourself regret it. Okay, I'll try. The fourth brother wanted to beat Imo Fan up when he saw that he looked like his father, but he couldn't beat Imo Fan. Imo Fan, it's okay, I can wait. Miao Ling said suddenly, and these words scared Imo Fan and Lao Si. Miao Ling, are you sure? Asked the fourth brother in a surprised tone. Sure, if it doesn't work, I can just put a curse on you. Chapter 122, Reception Incident. Miao Ling spoke calmly, but Lao Si felt a chill on his back when he heard it. Poisoning is a deadly thing. No, Miao Ling, you are so cute, this is not suitable for you. The fourth brother said quickly. The train drove quickly towards Lioli City. Is this Lioli City? It looks like a really nice place. Miao Ling said curiously as she looked at the scenery outside the window. Well, this is my hometown, why don't you settle here? Hee hee, is it really okay? And then showed a happy look. Imo Fan, is Bai Yuqing here? The fourth brother asked in a low voice, looking at Imo Fan with a curious expression. He's probably waiting for me outside. Let's really go out. Imo Fan said calmly. Bai Yuqing? Who is that person? Miao Ling asked in surprise. Imo Fan's girlfriend or Imo Fan's fiancé? The fourth brother said in a teasing tone. You, what do you mean by this? Imo Fan said helplessly. Hee hee. I'm just kidding. The fourth brother replied. Imo Fan. A female voice sounded after the three of them came out, and then Bai Yuqing walked over gracefully. Boss Bai, your mission is accomplished. Who is this? Bai Yuqing felt jealous when he saw the pitiful Miao Ling. Bai Yuqing, you are jealous. So cute. He is Miao Ling, from Miaojiang. Imo Fan replied. He is also the negotiator for this market expansion. Imo Fan said in a calm tone. Imo Fan approached Bai Yuqing and whispered in her ear, he likes the fourth child. You can do whatever you want when the time comes. Hee hee hee. Got it. What are those expressions on your faces? The fourth brother looked at Imo Fan with a surprised expression. Hee hee. Guess what expression I have? Imo Fan said with a smile. I am hosting a welcome party for you today, you must have a great time today. Well. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Hey. Isn't this Mr. Bai? A voice suddenly sounded. Isn't this Mr. Bai's useless boyfriend? He hasn't left yet. Mr. Luo, what do you mean? Bai Yuqing said in a cold tone, revealing anger in his voice. Did I say anything wrong? Mr. Luo said in a cold tone, and then looked at Imo Fan with contempt. Bai Yuqing, it's okay, why bother with him? Imo Fan, what are you going to do? Ha ha. How to do it? There's no need to know that. Ha ha. Imo Fan, don't be so self-righteous. Who do you think you are? You want to make me look bad. Mr. Luo's smug look made people feel uncomfortable. Mr. Luo, calm down. Don't yell at me. Miao Ling stood up and said, then waved her hand. Instantly, Mr. Luo's body went limp and he sat on the ground. How do you feel? Let me advise you that harmony brings wealth. Miao Ling said in a pleasant voice like a bell. You guys just wait, Emo fan, you too, wait, I will make you apologize for what you did. Damn it, my body can't even stand up. Miao Ling, just help him untie it. After all, you are a guest from afar, there is no need for you to interfere in this matter. Okay, I'll listen to you. Miao Ling waved her right hand again, and Mr. Luo was able to move instantly. Humph. You all just wait. Mr. Luo said with a disdainful tone, then turned and left. You are really being too proud to live in pain. Miao Ling had been outside and knew this situation, so she was not surprised. Leave him alone. By the way, Bai Yuqing, how are you going to carry out the cooperation with Miao Zhang this time? Barter or exchange of one thing for another. Bai Yuqing said calmly, of course the price is the same, it is fair and just. Miao Ling, what do you think? That's fine with me, but I still need to contact my family to inquire about it. After all, this is not just my own business but the whole village's. It's okay, I got it. Then he looked at the fourth brother and said, you are responsible for sending her to the hotel today. Don't get into trouble. Don't worry, I got it. Well, that's good, don't let us down. Mo Fan, I don't think it's easy to cooperate with Miao Ling. He may agree, but Miao Jiang is unlikely to agree. After the two returned home. Ha ha. I know what you're thinking. We can only wait and see. After all, the market in Miaojiang must be opened, and it's better to open it quickly to avoid any unexpected situations. Mo Fan's eyes turned cold and serious, not even a joking look in his eyes. Their silver jewelry and herbs are very valuable. We can buy them at 3 times the market price. 3 times, you've made a great move, dear. So what? Someone supports this. Bai Yuqing directly pointed out the truth of the matter in one sentence. The next day, Miao Ling and Lao Si went to the president's office of Fanqing Group together. Mo Fan was stunned when he saw the two of them. After a long while, he spoke, you two are not together already, are you? Yeah. They lowered their heads and said shyly. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, let's start talking about the project now. Miao Ling, this is our initial idea, take a look at it. Mo Fan handed the cooperation plan to Miao Ling and said. Well. I hope you guys didn't make a mistake with this plan. Miao Ling said after taking a look. After all, the prices are different. Aren't you going to develop? Mo Fan said calmly to guide the other party. Ding. Guide the other party, negotiation ability +1, mind control +1. This. Miao Ling's heart was slightly shaken. Miao Ling, are you worried or something? We can try it first. Mo Fan quickly interrupted Miao Ling's possible worry. Let me contact my family. Mo Fan, this shouldn't be a big problem. No, this should be negotiable, but we just need to not interfere with the development of Miaojiang. Yes. I promise you. How about it? My father agreed to let me make my own decision, but I hope you can stop interfering in the development of Miaojiang. Miao Ling said with a serious expression. It's just as I predicted. Ding. Prediction successful, prediction ability +1. Okay, I promise. Thanks. But I won't go back. I've told my family that I want to stay here. Hey. The fourth one is pretty good. When will you bring him back? Mo Fan said in a teasing tone. Tomorrow, but you need to go back with us. I'm afraid my dad won't want to, so you can try to persuade him. Mo Fan was confused for a moment. When did he acquire such great abilities? After you went to discuss business with my dad that day, he had a very good impression of you. Ding. Praised by the boss, connection +1. Then thank uncle for me. How about I go with Mo Fan? With one more person, the chances of success might be higher, right? Chapter 123, Convincing Chu Han. Then I'll go call my father and tell him. Lao Si said, and then he stood up and left the office. Lao Si returned to the office soon, but he looked like he wanted to cry but couldn't. What's going on? Did your uncle say something? Well, I'm afraid that there are girls who like someone like me. Will they feel sorry for me? Is he still my real father? The fourth child said with a look as if he wanted to cry. Ha ha. Uncle, what you said is really hurtful. Third brother, don't go too far. Okay, I'm kidding you, let's go over and talk to you sometime. Fan, do you think the fourth one is suitable? Miao Ling is still the daughter of the Miao village. After the two returned home. Old Four isn't stupid. He knows what he wants. Fan walked to the window and looked at the night view and continued, all we have to do is try our best to help him tomorrow. Don't worry, there will be no problem with you around. Good morning. Isn't your outfit a bit too much? Fan complained after seeing Bai Yuqing putting on makeup early in the morning. Aren't we going to the Chu family today? It would be impolite not to dress up. Okay, I can't argue with you, just don't go too far. Yeah, I'll listen to you. What's wrong with you? You're so nervous. How can I not be nervous? I'm afraid my dad will think it's not right. It's not that he's not right for me, but I'm afraid my dad will think I'm not worthy of him. The fourth child said helplessly. Haha, that's good, you know your place. Fan said jokingly while driving. Okay, brother, help me think of a solution. Okay, I'll try, and you can show your affection when the time comes. That's right. Dad, we're here. Ha ha. You little bastard, you're the only girl who would like you. Chu Han said in a teasing tone. Dad, how can you be like this, bullying your own son? Uncle, please don't say that about him. It's not easy for him either. Fan, Bai Yuqing, why are you all here? It looks like you are here for this brat. Shu Han turned around and saw Miao Ling with a kind look on her face. You must be Miao Ling. Hello uncle, I'm Miao Ling said in a cute and well-behaved manner. Well. What a well-behaved child. Was it this brat who bullied you? Shu Han said with a serious expression. No, Shuhi is very nice to me, really. Shuhi is the name of the fourth brother, but Fan and the others always call him the fourth brother. That's good. If this kid bullies you, just tell me and I will punish him. Shu Han said to Chuhi with a vicious look in his eyes. Dad, I promise I won't bully her, don't worry. Shuhi raised his hand and swore with a frightened look. Uncle, they are so nice, don't worry. Well. It's better not to let me deal with you. Ah. What a miserable life I have. Okay, uncle, don't be like this is even more okay. I don't have any opinions, as long as they are fine. Thank you, Dad. Shui said in a grateful tone, then turned to look at Fan and said, Thank you. No, the key is to treat her well. Ding. Help a friend, character +1, friendship +1, connection +1. Just remember to treat us when the time comes. Fan continued jokingly. He. Don't worry about this, I can do it. Yes. I'll wait. Fan, if possible, I want to send this kid to your company for training. This is not appropriate. I'm afraid I'll treat him unfairly. It's okay, I believe you can do it. Okay then. Fan knew that no matter how much he tried to persuade him, it would be useless, so he had no choice but to agree to Chu Han's proposal. Fan, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Yes. That's no problem, we can work together. Fan, what's the name of your company? Yuashan Company. Fan said it without thinking, and then he realized what was going on and asked, Why? You don't want to interview too, do you? I have such an idea. Master, there is someone outside who wants to see you, saying that he has an appointment with you, Mr. Luo. Hearing this, Chu Han's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he continued indifferently, I understand, call him in 5 minutes. Yes. The butler replied, then turned and left. Oh. There's no way, I can't hide. He's such a troublesome person. Chu Han seemed reluctant to see that man. Mr. Luo, that Mr. Luo. Fan looked at Chu Han with a surprised expression. It's Mr. Luo whom I met yesterday. It seems that he and Uncle Chu have a project to discuss. Bai Yuqing said with a surprised look. What does he do? Fan asked in a low voice. I don't know. I only know that he is the general manager of a company department, but I don't know which company he is from. I know which company he is from. He seems to be the general manager of the marketing department of Linshan Company. But I don't take it seriously at all. Shuhan said with a look of disdain, then picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Then why did Uncle want him to come in? Nothing to do anyway? I just want to see what he wants to do. Mr. Chu, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Luo came in and said, but the next second he saw Mo Fan on the side and said in a cold tone, Hey! Why are you here, a country bumpkin? It doesn't seem to matter to you where I am. Mr. Chu, this country bumpkin is just a gigolo. Ha ha. You said that. Mr. Chu, wait a moment, let me get this country bumpkin out first. Fine. You still want to kick me out, do you have the ability to do that? Ha ha. You can try to see if I have the ability. Mr. Luo said in a cold tone and then grabbed Mo Fan. TSK. You're the only one who wants to kick me out, how ridiculous. Mo Fan reached out and grabbed Mr. Luo's arm, forcing him to let go. Mr. Luo, aren't you afraid that you'll lose your job? Ha ha. That's ridiculous. You could put me out of a job. Really? You can try and see if I have this ability. Mo Fan took out his phone and dialed a number, then turned around and looked at everyone and said, I'm going to go out and make a call. After Mo Fan left, he asked, Lin Shan, what are you doing? Nothing, what's wrong? Do you know Mr. Luo from the marketing department? Of course I know him. He's the general manager of our marketing department. He's just not very good. How come you know him? After all, Lin Shan is not a fool, so he naturally knew that there must be some problem, otherwise Mo Fan would not have called me. Well, I'm here with Mr. Chu. He's here too, and he looks like he's in a bad mood. Why don't you come over and take a look? Chapter 124. Mr. Luo is unemployed. What? I get it. I'll be there right away. Lin Shan replied quickly. Okay, I'll wait for you. After Mo Fan hung up the phone, he returned to the group. How is Mo Fan? Bai Yuqing asked in a low voice. Bai Yuqing knew that Mo Fan must have gone to contact Lin Shan. It's okay, he said he'll be here soon. Why? You are a country bumpkin, and you are pretending to be one. You contacted that loser to help, but it doesn't matter. You also found a country bumpkin. Really? I'm just worried that you won't have the energy to do that by then. Ha ha. It doesn't matter. At worst I can just chase you away now. Interesting? I wonder if you have forgotten what happened last night. Niao Ling's voice sounded. Niao Ling took a step forward, or maybe you still want to try. It's okay, Niao Ling, I can handle my own affairs. It's not appropriate for you to take action here. Mo Fan, can you do it yourself? Do you really not need me? That's not necessary. Really? I think you really don't know how to live or die. Mr. Luo said in a cold tone, then he quickly moved over and tried to grab Mo Fan's clothes but was dodged by Mo Fan. What? It looks like you are ready to take action? Ha, it's not easy to deal with you. Mr. Luo seemed to have forgotten that he didn't throw Mo Fan out at all. Okay, you can try and see if I can throw me out. Upon hearing this, Mr. Luo became furious and rushed over to punch Mo Fan, but Mo Fan easily dodged it and then stretched out his hand to slap him. Humph! How dare you, a country bumpkin, hit me? I'll make sure you can't survive here anymore. Ha, you're making it hard for me to get by. Mr. Luo attacked again with his fist. Mo Fan grabbed Mr. Luo's arm and twisted it to subdue him. You don't really think you can do anything to me? Asshole, don't be so proud. At worst, I can ask my boss for help. No need to look for your boss, I've already contacted him for you. Ha ha. You really know how to tell a joke. How do you, a country bumpkin, know our boss? Mr. Luo said in a sarcastic tone. Really? How about we make a bet? What if I know your boss? Okay, if I know you, I will resign and leave Lioli City and never come back. But if you lose, you must kneel down and apologize and get out of Lioli City. Mr. Luo said in a cold tone. Okay, it's a deal. Mo Fan agreed readily. Ding. Betting with others, gambling skill +1. What's going on? A voice suddenly sounded, followed by a figure appearing. Boss Lin, why are you here? Boss Luo was stunned when he saw Lin Shan suddenly appear. Mo Fan, is he the one you are talking about? Lin Shan suddenly spoke, but not to Mr. Luo but to. What? Mr. Lin, how do you know this country bumpkin? Boss Luo, I think you are getting more and more arrogant. Now you don't care about anyone. No, that's not it. Mr. Luo quickly explained, I just came to visit Mr. Chu. But Mr. Luo's explanation seemed very pale and powerless. Ha, this is why you look down on Mo Fan. No matter how bad he is still Bai Yuqing's boyfriend, and he negotiated the exclusive development plan for Miaojiang for Fanqing Group. Once these words were spoken, Mr. Luo was left speechless. This. Mr. Luo said as if he didn't know how to answer. Ha ha. You don't need to answer. Go to the HR department tomorrow and prepare for the handover. No, Mr. Lin, you can't do this. I've devoted myself to the company. I'm afraid that's unlikely. Your reasons have caused the company too much loss. No, I don't agree. Mr. Luo retorted in a dissatisfied tone. I don't agree. It seems that this matter is beyond your control. You have no right to refuse. Ha ha. Okay, I'll get my money back. Mo Fan, you'd better not fall into my hands, you country bumpkin. Lin Shan, he won't really do anything wrong, will he? I don't know, but this is more dangerous. Mo Fan subconsciously patted Lin Shan on the shoulder. It's okay, I can handle it, don't worry. Mo Fan, I hope you're okay, otherwise I won't dare to face President Yu. Lin Shan said with a guilty look. He. There's no need for you to be like this. Yeah, that would be best. Lin Shan replied, then turned around and said, if everything is fine, I'll leave first. Uncle Chu, since you have no objection to their affairs, I won't say anything more. We have to go back too. Well. This brat still needs your help. No way. We're leaving too. Then he turned around and left with Bai Yuqing. Thank you for your hard work during this period. The next day, Bai Yuqing looked at him with a smile in the president's office of Fanqing Group. You. Why are you so polite to me? This is what you deserve. You have made the greatest contribution to the Miaojiang project, so you should be rewarded. The password is your birthday. Bai Yuqing handed the card. Yes. Thank you. Ding. Got reward, financial management +1. Mo Fan, there are some things in Miaojiang that require your follow-up. Don't worry, dear. I will discuss and follow up with Miao Ling. Well. It's better not to have any accidents. Bai Yuqing said as he put down the teacup. Boss Bai, someone outside is looking for you and says he's your friend. At this time, a man came in and said, let him in. After a long time, a man came in and said, Bai Yuqing, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Bai Yuqing looked at the man in front of him and said, Senior Deng Kai, you're back. Yes. Junior's sister is getting prettier and prettier. Deng Kai reached out and gently rubbed Bai Yuqing's hair and said. Seeing this, Mo Fan suppressed his anger and told himself again and again that you are just in a contractual relationship and he has nothing to do with you. Who is this? This is my senior, Deng Kai. Bai Yuqing introduced, then turned to look at Deng Kai and said, this is my boyfriend, Mo Fan. But this vision is a bit bad. Senior, I have chosen him. I hope you can support me. Okay, I'll treat you to dinner today, you can come too. Deng Kai said, and the next few words sounded reluctant. The three of them came into the hotel and started ordering food. Your name is Mo Fan, right? Yes. Mo Fan answered calmly, and then he heard Deng Kai's sarcastic voice. Look at yourself, a country bumpkin from nowhere, you think you are worthy of Bai Yuqing. I advise you to get out of Liuli City, otherwise I will make you cry without a place to cry. I'm sorry, this is a matter between Bai Yuqing and me. It seems to have nothing to do with you. I hope you don't take yourself too seriously. Chapter 125 Childhood Sweethearts. You, I think you really have no self-awareness. I'm back. Bai Yuqing said in a calm tone, then picked up her bag and said, Senior, I'm sorry, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Bai Yuqing took Mo Fan's hand and turned to leave. Bai Yuqing, don't be ungrateful. I will make you cry and beg me. Mo Fan, are you okay? After leaving the hotel. It's okay. Why did you choose to come out? You didn't hear anything, did you? Mo Fan knew the reason clearly. Yeah. I heard some of your conversation, so I came out. Hey. He wasn't like this before. How could he become like this? Let's not talk about the place and environment where we live. You go back to the company first. I think we still have this matter to deal with. Well. Be careful. Baiyu listened and said obediently, then turned and left. Come out. Wow. He's an expert, and he can actually sense our presence. This is going to be a bit troublesome after watching the show. The man rushed over and swung his fist to attack fiercely. Bang! Mo Fan quickly blocked the opponent's attack. Who are you? But the other party did not answer Mo Fan, but looked at Mo Fan carefully. Hey! I'm asking you a question. Mo Fan suddenly became angry and slapped the man directly, but the man dodged the attack easily. Yes, it shouldn't be wrong. Then let's ask and verify their identities. So everyone approached Mo Fan a few steps and then stood firmly. Mr. Mo Fan, right? Yes, I'm Mo Fan, may I ask who you are? Ding. Master, the opponent's aura is quite strong, so be careful. Ding. Master, the other party has no attacking intention. The system sounded the next second. Who is this guy? Or to be more precise, who are these guys? Why are they here? And they don't look like they have any intention of attacking me. Mo Fan said in surprise. Mr. Mo, don't be nervous. This is my ID. I am the leader of the third group of the Royal Guard's Special Operations Group. We have been ordered to ask you to go back and ask some questions. The man said in a low voice. Is that so? No problem. When should we leave? Now is the best time. Now, is it convenient? Let us go directly. The man replied, then turned around and drove towards the Imperial Guard Pavilion with Mo Fan. The car slowly drove towards the suburbs and arrived outside the huge isolation area. Get out of the car, we can only walk in. Okay. I understand. Mo Fan got out of the car and walked slowly inside with everyone else. Sir, the person has been brought here. Well. You go down first. Said the man. Mr. Mo, please take a seat. I'm here to see you because I need to ask you something. Speaking. The man just stood up, picked up the documents and returned to the table. What is your relationship with Deng Kai? Deng Kai? What's going on? Mo Fan immediately became alert. I found out that he is connected to a certain organization. His level of danger is unknown, so I am asking you. I don't know him. This is the first time I've met him. He used to be my fiancé by Yuqing Sr. I heard that he went abroad after graduation and just came back today. Mo Fan said with a serious expression. Why do you think I listen to you? So what do you want? It depends on your strength to conquer us and gain our trust. The man looked at Mo Fan with a serious expression. Ha ha. What will you do if I refuse? You don't think you can leave here? The man frowned and said, come on, surround him. Yes. Ding. Being questioned, vigilance +1, sense of crisis +1. Soon a group of people came over and surrounded Mo Fan. Kid, what do you think this place is? A man stepped forward and punched Mo Fan. Mo Fan's self-reaction ability was too fast, and he subconsciously stretched out his hand to block the attack. TSK. Your attack doesn't have only one kind of strength. Besides, I don't even know him, why are you being so aggressive? Hello? Mr. Qin, I'm at the Imperial Guard Pavilion. Can you come over for a moment? Mo Fan had no choice but to call Qin Lei and hang up. Boy, do you think anyone can get in? That's ridiculous. Master, how do we deal with this kid? They were arrested and interrogated directly. Yes. Then wave after wave of people pressed forward and tried to capture Mo Fan. Tai Chi continuous charge. Mo Fan clenched his fists and quickly attacked, forcing one person back with each attack. Ahem, boy, your strength is indeed good, but it's a pity that you are no match for me. Ha ha. Really? You can give it a try. Mo Fan stared at everyone in front of him calmly. You don't know whether to live or die. The man said, and then waved his hand and told everyone to set off. Tai Chi soft power, then he swung a punch and hit someone hard. Then he quickly turned his fist into a palm and hit the man's chest, forcing him to retreat. Mo Fan stood firm, moved his hand slightly and said, "You are quite strong." The man said with disdain, "Ha? Tell me your story honestly. Otherwise, I will let you know my strength." The man stared at Mo Fan with a serious expression and spoke word by word. "I've already told you, I don't know him." Then he stared at the man in front of him with a cold look. "Ha ha. Your strength is indeed good, but it's a pity that you are not my opponent." The team leader looked at Mo Fan calmly and said sarcastically, "Really? I don't think you can defeat me." Mo Fan looked at everyone with a determined look. "Ha ha. I like that look. If you weren't my enemy, I would really like you. I've already told you that I don't know him. I have nothing to do with him." Mo Fan replied again and again. "If I don't know him, then why did you two go to the hotel together? Is that how you judge a person? Isn't it? Ha ha. That's ridiculous." Mo Fan said with a sarcastic smile, "Then maybe you know someone similar to Denkai, and you are related to him too." "You." The team leader was instantly at a loss for words after being refuted by Mo Fan. Ding. Refute others, attack the heart +1, eloquence +1. Said. "What's going on?" A voice suddenly sounded, and then Qin Lei came over and said, "Commander, why are you here?" The captain was stunned when he saw it was Qin Lei. "Mo Fan, what's going on?" "Because they suspected that Deng Kai and Bai Yuqing were childhood friends, I was present when they met today, so I was brought here." Mo Fan's tone was very unhappy and even a little angry. "I see. He is an acquaintance of mine. I trust him and he has the strength to join the dark group." "Commander, this is not appropriate." Chapter 126 Qin Lei's thoughts. "Doesn't the dark group have offline personnel? This is fine." "Mr. Qin, what do you mean by this? Pull me in?" "Well, it depends on whether you are willing to do so." "Okay, I promise you." "Well, let's go in," Qin Lei said in a cold tone, and then the two of them returned to the office area again. "Mo Fan, please fill out this form." "Yes." Mo Fan took the document and looked at it before saying, "Keep it confidential." "Yes. That's right, it's confidential. After all, this is something that cannot be disclosed. Have you thought it through? Once you sign this contract, it will be impossible for you to turn back." "Okay, no problem," Mo Fan replied, and then he picked up the pen and signed his name. "Well, not bad, it's okay, just wait." "Commander, do you really want him to join?" "Well, if he can join, why not let him in?" "Okay, we all listen to the commander. Mo Fan, this is your ID. Keep it safe and don't lose it. You can rest assured about this." "I won't lose it," Mo Fan assured confidently. "Well, I believe you." Qin Lei handed over the certificate. "Then I'll go back." Then he left alone and returned to the villa. "Mo Fan, you're back? What happened?" Bai Yuqing asked when she saw Mo Fan coming back. "Ha ha. It's okay, don't worry." Mo Fan consoled her. "Oh. Well, you better be careful." Said. "Okay, it's getting late, go to bed early, dear." Mo Fan coaxed Bai Yuqing to sleep in a gentle tone. After Bai Yuqing fell asleep, Mo Fan stood up and walked to the balcony to look at the scenery outside. "Deng Kai, this guy is a bit tricky. But what exactly is his purpose?" Mo Fan didn't quite understand what the other party's purpose was at this moment. At this moment, a dark shadow flashed by not far away and disappeared. Ding! The master detected a suspicious aura nearby. The system suddenly sounded. "Who is it?" Mo Fan suddenly asked in a cold tone, then Mo Fan quickly turned around and went downstairs and out the door. "Hey! I clearly saw a figure just now, how come it disappeared in an instant?" Mo Fan went downstairs and found that there was no figure. How does the system track and find others? Mo Fan searched for his target while waiting for a reply. Ding! Searching for target, tracking ability +1, searching ability +1. Who are you looking for? Suddenly a sinister voice sounded. The next second, a figure rushed out and stabbed Mo Fan directly. Fortunately, Mo Fan reacted quickly and avoided the attack. That was close. It would have been dangerous if I had reacted slower. System, analyze the other party's data. Ding. The master is analyzing. Boy, you are MO fan, right? The other party asked in a low voice. Yes. MO fan answered cautiously, and then subconsciously stepped back a few steps to distance himself as much as possible. I'm looking for you. The man said, if you make Deng Kai unhappy, you must die. I see. You are Deng Kai's man. If you want to kill me, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so. MO fan said in a confident tone. Ding. Master's data has been analyzed. Name, Hertz. Profession, killer. Weapon, dagger. Realm, middle yellow realm. Ha ha. I was wondering how he could be so powerful. It turns out he is a middle stage yellow realm ancient warrior. It seems that you are not an ordinary person. Even if you are an ordinary person, you would not dare to offend Deng Kai and go against him. Hers said. Thank you for the compliment. MO fan tightly grasped the jade unicorn and rushed forward quickly, swinging the stick to attack. Bang! Every attack was blocked by Hersey, and he would directly counterattack the next second. MO fan could only quickly transform into an afterimage and retreat to create some distance. Trouble is, this guy is really strong. My jade Qilin will affect my actions. MO fan said secretly while holding the jade Qilin tightly. Ding! Analyze the battle situation, tactical analysis +1. MO fan put away the jade unicorn and directly replaced it with the double blades. Then his figure flashed and turned into an afterimage. Phantom step. The shadow moved quickly and came directly in front of Hersey, swinging the short blade. The short blade cut a small hole in Hersey's clothes. Ha ha. Your strength is indeed great, but you don't think you can defeat me like this? Hers said with a cold smile. Hers raised the dagger and stabbed at MO fan fiercely. Each thrust was aimed at MO fan's vital points. Part. It looks like this guy wants to kill me. No, I can't give him this opportunity. MO fan said secretly in his heart. What? How many of my attacks do you think you can dodge? Short blade dawn. MO fan swung his short blade and attacked directly, with gusts of blade energy shooting out and flying quickly towards Hertz. Bang bang bang. Hertz kept swinging his dagger to block the attack, and stepped back repeatedly to increase the distance between the two. This is such a tricky task. I should have asked for help earlier. Boy, you are really strong. This is the limit this time. You won't be so lucky next time. Hertz said with a disdainful tone, then turned around and left quickly, disappearing into the darkness. Stop, don't move. Suddenly a deep voice sounded. MO fan? The visitor looked at MO fan holding the double blades and asked in confusion, why is the ground here? My home is here. I just found someone staring at me. I came down to fight him, but he ran away. His name is Hersey. MO fan answered directly. Captain, Hersey's presence has left, and there are signs of fighting now. Said a team member. MO fan, I hope you can tell the truth. What is the conflict between you and him? The captain asked. Okay, I said, he was brought here by Deng Kai, and Deng Kai is the senior of my fiancée Bai Yuqing. It seems that Deng Kai likes Bai Yuqing, so he regards me as an enemy. I see. I understand. You still better be careful though. Can you do me a favor? Okay, you say, as long as it doesn't violate the rules, it's definitely okay. No violation, help me check Deng Kai's information data. No problem, I'll send it to you when the time comes. Bai Yuqing, I have something else to do, so I'll go to the company later today. Okay. Got it. Lao Si, you're in the company, I'll be there soon. Okay, I'll wait for you to come over. MO fan started the car and drove towards the company. The car slowly drove towards the main road. Not far from MO fan's car, a black car started slowly, with 4 men in black sitting inside. Don't worry, we will definitely complete your request. Since we have taken your money, we will definitely do it. A man said, and then drove after MO fan's car. The speed and direction of the car behind me don't seem right. Could it be following me? MO fan thought secretly. Ding. Master, an abnormal situation has been detected. The system suddenly sounded. Chapter 127 Accident. I know, is it the black car behind? Mo Fan said coldly, staring at the black car shown in the rearview mirror. Mo Fan subconsciously stepped on the accelerator, trying to put some distance between the two cars and get rid of them. Ding. Drive away, driving skill +1. Ding. Master, the other person's aura and psychological reaction are not right. Ding. The other party only has a strong desire to kill but no hatred. Hearing this, Mo Fan was subconsciously stunned. He didn't hate me but wanted to kill me. An idea suddenly came to Mo Fan's mind, the killer who was paid to do the job. Ha ha. It's really a big expense to hire a killer to kill me. Mo Fan said while holding the steering wheel tightly. Ding. Master, please pay attention to your speed. This is a dangerous loop. No way. If I don't speed up, he will catch up with me. Ding. The owner's vehicle is approaching the guardrail, please turn the steering wheel quickly. Not good, the black car is approaching. Sure enough, the black car was close to Mo Fan and the window was open. The moment the car window opened, black holes appeared one after another, emitting a chill. It's a gun. This is trouble. Mo Fan said secretly in his heart. Bang! A gunshot was heard, and scars appeared on the body of Mo Fan's car. Damn it! Mo Fan cursed secretly, but at this time Mo Fan still stepped on the accelerator and gripped the steering wheel calmly. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. When Mo Fan heard the gunshot, he quickly turned to avoid the bullet. Bang! A burst of explosions was heard, and Mo Fan could clearly tell that his tire had burst. Damn it, the tire is flat. Mo Fan cursed in his mind. What's going on? Mo Fan tried to brake, but it didn't work. The car was moving forward like crazy. Ding! Master, detecting brake system failure. The system suddenly sounded. There was a bend not far ahead, and the car flew towards the guardrail. Ding! The owner is in danger, please escape from the vehicle as soon as possible. A danger message was sent. Boom! The vehicle hit the guardrail so hard that it broke into pieces and flew out. Seeing the black car here, I listened carefully to the emergency stop line not far away. Okay, let's retreat. He drove away only after seeing that the car had indeed flown out. After the black car left, a figure walked out from the bushes on the side. Hey! Please come over here. By the way, please contact the road team. That person was Mo Fan. System, help me check the damage to the vehicle and myself. Ding! Got it. Mo Fan's pupils suddenly contracted and he looked towards the vehicle. Mo Fan could clearly see a scan line repeatedly passing over the vehicle, with damaged data appearing one after another. Ding! All the master's data has been counted. Seeing this, Mo Fan could easily conclude that the car was completely scrapped. Mo Fan then did a rough self-examination. Ding! Check body condition, self-repair +1, self-diagnosis +1. Ding! The owner's minor injuries 0, serious injuries 0, abrasions 2. Hearing this, Mo Fan just frowned and said nothing. Mo Fan waited quietly for others to come. At this time, a man brought a group of people and rushed towards Mo Fan quickly and came directly in front of Mo Fan. What's going on? The woman who had been seen in Miaojiang before walked over and asked. Hey! We were attacked, the tires were punctured, and the brake system seemed to have been tampered with and can no longer be used. Okay. I understand, but are you okay? The woman asked Mo Fan with a nervous expression. Don't worry, I'm fine and there will be no problem. Fortunately, I jumped out in time at a safe height. Excuse me, thank you for your hard work here. I have things to do over there. Mo Fan asked. Okay, I'll take care of it. The woman replied, and then let Mo Fan leave first. Mo Fan, what happened to you? Are you okay? Mo Fan heard Lao Si's voice when he arrived at the company. It's okay, just a small problem. Is there something wrong with you calling me here today? Mo Fan said with a surprised look. It can be said that the problem is not big but a little tricky. Why don't you come and solve it together? You are just a partner. The fourth brother said, but it can be seen that his expression is not very calm. Who is it? Is this partner difficult to deal with? Mo Fan asked with a surprised look. Yes. It's just a difficult matter after all. People will be here soon. The fourth brother replied. Hello, I. A person came in and started talking, but stopped talking halfway through. Fan, why are you here? The man looked at him in surprise. Hey! Deng Kai, what are you doing here? Ha ha! Come over to discuss cooperation, you can take the interview, but are you qualified? Deng Kai said with a look of contempt. Mr. Mo, you're here. This is Mr. Deng Kai who is discussing cooperation with us. A woman came over and said. What do you mean? He's your boss? It's me. This is my company. To be more precise, it's my mother's company. What? Ha ha. Do you think I will believe it? Deng Kai said with a look of disbelief. Aren't you talking about cooperation? Tell me how you want to talk? Excuse me, I'm going to find your boss and ask him to come out. Mr. Mo. The manager appeared and shouted to Mo Fan. Well. This person thinks I'm not the boss here. Mr. Deng, this is our president. Casual. Here, take a look for yourself. Deng Kai threw the file directly to Mo Fan. Okay, let me take a look. Mo Fan said, suppressing his anger. Ding. Suppress your anger, calm down +1. Mo Fan directly opened the document and quickly checked the contents of the contract. Ding. Check the contract, contract law +1, detective power +1. Ding. Master's contract has 10 loopholes, 5 traps, and 2 fatal injuries. It is an SSS level dangerous contract and cannot be signed. The system directly raised the alarm. Ha ha. Your idea is indeed a good one. The contract is full of traps that are intended to undermine us. Ha ha. Mo Fan, what do you know? Why are you like this? Deng Kai was completely furious. Why are you furious? Why are you angry if you don't feel guilty? Mo Fan retorted directly. Me, you. Deng Kai was suddenly speechless, especially after seeing Mo Fan's gaze. He became even more nervous and scared. Deng Kai, I don't care what you want to do, just don't mess around here. Mo Fan said in a cold tone as he approached Deng Kai. You, who are you? Deng Kai looked at him in astonishment. I am what you call a country bumpkin. Mo Fan's cold voice rang in Deng Kai's ears. Humph. Don't be so complacent. This matter is not over yet. Deng Kai said in a cold tone, then stood up and left. Chapter 128, The Rich Man in the Art and Play Industry. No. Mo Fan watched his back disappear, a sneer appeared on his lips. He dared to cause trouble for him. This Deng guy was really blind. After get off work, he was casually strolling around the streets and before he knew it, he was visiting an antique shop. Mo Fan left the antique shop, had lunch casually, and took the subway to the antique street. Originally, this was a collection of old buildings with backward facilities and sewage flowing everywhere. Later, the government spent a lot of effort to relocate the entire building, reinforce and renovate the building, and turned it into a classic with cultural relics, calligraphy, and painting as the selling point. Walking into the antique street, Mo Fan was not picky. He started from the street entrance and visited every store one by one. Before long, he had visited more than 30 stores, but found nothing. Mo Fan couldn't help but feel depressed. Is there not a single valuable thing on this antique street? As I was thinking about it, I walked to the door of a shop. Mo Fan looked in from the doorway and his eyes immediately lit up. There was a faint light flickering in this shop. Mo Fan looked up at the sign. See High Pavilion. The store looks grand and has a very impressive name. It seems to be a well-known store on this street. Mo Fan pondered and stepped inside. As soon as I walked in, I saw that the shop was very large and there were many people, picking out various antiques in groups of 3 or 5. Mo Fan took a quick look around and found that there were quite a wide variety of antiques here, including copper coins, wine jugs, jade articles, calligraphy, and paintings. But at first glance, he found that most of them were worthless imitations. Yet, people still read these things with great interest and discuss them seriously. Mo Fan followed the light and immediately saw what he was looking for. Among the countless feather flower stones that have been polished smooth and round by machines, there is a small gray and rough stone. Judging from the quality alone, it is definitely the worst among this pile of feather flower stones, no doubt about it. From time to time, someone would pick out a nice-looking stone, but no one would care about this one. And the warm and faint white luster came from it. Mo Fan quickly stepped forward and picked up the small stone. The moment the stone touched his skin, he felt waves of surging power flowing through his palms and into his meridians. The warm feeling immediately spread throughout my body. It's a treasure. Mo Fan was secretly delighted, but on the surface he put on a poker face. He tossed the stone in his hand a few times and walked to the counter. "Boss, I bought this stone." The shopkeeper was a middle-aged man. When he saw the stone Mo Fan brought up, he was stunned. "Sir, are you sure you want this piece of feather flower stone? Do you want to pick one again?" Mo Fan shook his head. "No, it's him." "All right." The middle-aged man looked at Mo Fan and had no idea what he wanted to do with this broken stone. It was not even worthy of being used as a decoration. But seeing that Mo Fan was very persistent, he stopped talking. Just as he was about to make an offer, a sarcastic voice suddenly sounded from the side. "Hey! This stone is quite unique. I like it. Wrap it for me." Hearing this, Mo Fan frowned immediately and looked over in the direction of the voice. A young man dressed in brocade clothes, with colorful beads on his hands, exuding the air of a nouveau riche, walked towards us. Behind the young man, there were 7 or 8 bodyguards in suits and sunglasses, making the scene look quite grand. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." As soon as he saw the young man, the middle-aged man nodded and bowed to greet him. It was obvious that the young man was a regular customer of this store. "Mr. Jiang, how come you have time to come here today? Is there anything in the store that you like? Just tell me what you want, and I'll pack it for you right away." Okay. The young man waved his hands. "I just thought the stone in his hand was good, let's put it up." Mo Fan was speechless for a while. "You think such an inconspicuous stone is good? Are you deliberately looking for trouble?" The middle-aged man felt a little embarrassed when he saw it. After all, the thing was in Mo Fan's hands. He wanted to take it, but he didn't dare to. "Young Master Jiang, this stone is so small, how can it be worthy of your noble status? There are many beautiful feather flower stones over there, I will take you there to have a look." Young Master Jiang waved his hand and said, "No need. I'll just buy a broken stone to put under the table legs. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Oldly, how much is this thing?" The middle-aged man said timidly, 100 yuan. "Okay." Zhang Xiao casually threw a few red banknotes in front of Mo Fan. "Here are the $500, give me the stone." Mo Fan looked at the arrogant Zhang Xiao and said calmly, "This thing is mine, but I don't intend to give it to you. Why are you being so sentimental?" When Zhang Xiao heard this, he immediately became unhappy. "Hey! Do you think the money is too little? How about I give you another 500? Mo Fan shook his head, not interested. Young Master Jiang became famous immediately. Pointing at Mo Fan's nose, he angrily cursed, "You little brat, you gave me a chance, didn't you? The total value of everything you wear is less than 200 yuan, and you are trying to imitate others to buy antiques. It's ridiculous. I tell you, today you either take the money and give me the stone, or I beat you up and leave you penniless. You can choose between the two paths." Seeing that the situation was getting serious, the middle-aged man hurriedly walked out from the counter, pulled Mo Fan aside, and whispered, "Brother, are you new here? This Zhang Xiao is the eldest son of the Zhang family, a famous tycoon in the Tianhai cultural relics circle. As long as he likes something, there is nothing he can't buy. Just give this stone to him and I will give you a better one. How about it?" Mo Fan smiled and said, "Thanks for the reminder. But I also have principles. No one can take my things away." Although his voice was not loud, the shop was quiet at that time and everyone could hear it clearly. Zhang Xiao naturally heard it as well and became furious. "Okay. I don't know where this bumpkin came from, but he dared to mess with me and seek death." As he spoke, he made a gesture. The bodyguards behind him immediately rushed forward and surrounded Mo Fan. There were many people watching the excitement, but when they saw the bodyguards approaching, they immediately backed away. Fighting is blind, and if you are unlucky and get involved, there is no way to complain. The middle-aged man saw that they were about to fight in the store, and hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade them. "Please be kind, gentlemen, don't fight here, otherwise all the antiques in this shop will be ruined." As soon as he finished speaking, he was pushed aside by a bodyguard. "Master Jiang is a man of his word, so why are you talking so much nonsense? Get out of the way." The 2 bodyguards in the front were eager to make a contribution, so they strode up to Mo Fan and reached out to grab his shoulders. Mo Fan's expression turned cold. He didn't like to cause trouble, but he was definitely not afraid of it. Since you guys have come to my door, don't blame me for being rude. Both of them were punched in the face with 2 fists thrust out, and their noses immediately started bleeding. They flew into the air like ragbags and collided with the bodyguards behind them. Chapter 129 Gu Yuqing. Chapter 129 Gu Yuqing. Fan leaped into the middle of the bodyguard formation, and before they could react, he swung his leg and swept across. In an instant, all the bodyguards were thrown to the ground, groaning in pain, but they couldn't get up for a long time. Fan walked up to the stunned Jiang Shao and said coldly, "You asked me to choose between 2 paths, right? Then I'm telling you now, I'll choose the 3rd path and give you a good beating." Jiang Shao was so frightened that he trembled all over. Good man, spare my life." Just as Fan was about to take action, a delicate shout suddenly came from the door. "Stop it!" A beautiful lady wearing a white casual suit, exuding an elegant temperament, walked in quickly. She looked to be in her early 20s, tall, with fair and delicate skin, and a curvy figure that was extremely eye-catching. Even more eye-catching than her figure was her face, which was pure, elegant, and exquisite. The middle-aged shopkeeper heard the voice and hurried forward, saying respectfully, "Miss, you are here." The visitor was indeed Gu Yuqing, the eldest daughter of the Gu family, one of the most prestigious families in Tianhai and the owner of Sihai Pavilion. Looking at the mess in the store, her expression suddenly became extremely ugly. Gu Yuqing snorted softly, "Who dares to act wildly on our Gu family's territory? Manager Chen, what is going on?" Just as Manager Chen was about to explain, a miserable cry was heard beside him. "Yuqing, help!" Gu Yuqing looked in the direction of the voice and saw Jiang Shao with a pitiful look on his face. She said coldly, "Jiang Mingguang, we are not that familiar with each other. Who allowed you to call me like that?" Jiang Mingguang nodded quickly and pointed at Fan. Yes, Miss Gu, this guy beat up my bodyguard and smashed your store." Gu Yuqing looked at Fan and frowned. "What's your name?" Fan was very annoyed by her cold tone and frowned as well. "You are not a policeman, why should I answer your questions?" "You." From childhood to adulthood, no one had dared to speak to Gu Yuqing like this, and her face immediately turned red. He took a few deep breaths and then said, "You smashed my shop. I'll ask your name and ask you to pay compensation. Is that okay?" Fan sneered and said, "Which eye of yours saw that I was the one who smashed the shop? Whatever young Master Jiang said, you believed it." Gu Yuqing was choked, but she couldn't refute it. She could only look at Manager Chen angrily and asked, "What's going on?" Manager Chen did not dare to delay and quickly explained the whole story. Gu Yuqing's beautiful eyes were filled with anger, and she said, "Jiang Mingguang, not only did you mess up my shop, you also ordered my servants to commit murder, and you even dared to mislead me. Have you had enough of living?" Jiang Mingguang was so scared that he was shaking all over. "Ms. Gu, I was wrong. I will pay for all the losses of the store this time." "Humph. Is it enough to just pay compensation? Because of your disturbance, the reputation of Sihai Pavilion has been severely damaged. You have to pay for the loss of reputation, right? Innocent people were involved in the fight, so you have to pay for the medical expenses, right? Your nonsense caused a misunderstanding between me and this gentleman, so you have to pay for the mental damage." Jiang Mingguang almost collapsed after hearing this, crying and saying, "Pay. Pay. I'll pay it all." Gu Yuqing continued with a cold face, "Okay. Manager Chen, you quickly draft a compensation list and let him sign and confirm it, and then pay the money in full before you let him go. Do you understand?" Jiang Mingguang's eyes widened, and he was stunned. This Miss Gu must be obsessed with money. She can come up with so many excuses for such a simple thing. Fan, who was standing by, saw that the matter was almost resolved, so he prepared to go home immediately. It was important to absorb spiritual energy. Just as he was about to take a step, he smelled a fragrant breeze blowing towards him. Gu Yuqing stood in front of him, with a cold look on his face. "Sir, are you leaving so soon?" "Yes. Since someone has already compensated, why should I stay?" Gu Yuqing looked at Fan's calm expression, and the fire that had gradually subsided started to flare up again. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes and thought of a good idea. "Oh, right, I was going there. I could just trick him into going there and take the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Who dared him to speak to me so harshly?" As the eldest daughter of the Gu family, Gu Yuqing has been the apple of the family's eye since she was a child. No one has dared to look at her badly since she was a child. After being contradicted by Fan today, I naturally have to think of a way to get back at him. Mo Fan was just about to walk around the beauty in front of him, but he saw her suddenly give him a charming smile. Sir, are you here to look at antiques in my Sea Pavilion? Mo Fan didn't know why she asked that, so he replied, yes. What's wrong? Then I wonder if you have taken a fancy to my treasure? When these words were spoken, others did not think anything of it, but Manager Chen, who was not far away, turned around secretly and rolled his eyes. Baby? You got a bunch of imitations, and you still dare to call them treasures? This Misku may look frosty and graceful on the outside, but she is actually a very quirky little elf. I don't know what went wrong in his brain a few days ago, but he suddenly replaced all the goods in his store with imitations. Although the imitation is very fine and ordinary people can't tell it, if it is discovered by a passing treasure appraiser, it would be so embarrassing. He had been living in fear in the store for the past few days, fearing that he would be discovered. Fortunately, today these two kind-hearted people who acted bravely to help others smashed the entire store and completely destroyed all evidence. However, what Manager Chen didn't know was that what Gu Yuqing said at this time was the truth. She mixed a very valuable gem into a pile of imitations. Of course, this gem has been processed and is covered with a thick layer of rock. Unless the rock layer is destroyed, the treasure inside cannot be found. The reason why Gu Yuqing went to so much trouble was not because she was willful or mischievous, but because it was arranged by her grandfather. Her grandfather was the current head of the Gu family, Gu Yuming. In fact, when Gu Yuming asked her to do this, Gu Yuqing was also confused. After repeated questioning, she finally learned the reason and immediately did as she was told. Because this matter concerns the future of the Gu family. When Gu Yuqing got the news that Jiang Mingguan was causing trouble in the store, he rushed over immediately, but he was still a step too late. When she arrived, the store was in a mess, with all the shelves collapsed. The gem hidden deep in the rock was only the size of a finger and had long been buried under a pile of rubble. In desperation, he had to vent his anger on these two bastards who were causing trouble for no reason. As a result, the stupid boy whose name she didn't know actually dared to talk back to her, which made her so angry that she gritted her teeth. Aren't you awesome? Why did you buy my imitation product? Chapter 130 I will go to support you in the evening. Chapter 130 I will go to support you in the evening. Thinking of this, Gu Yuqing's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a malicious smile. Mo Fan took out the small stone from his trouser pocket and held it in front of Gu Yuqing. It's not a gem, it's just a nice-looking stone. Humph. I knew you bought. How is that possible? Gu Yuqing was about to laugh at him, but when she saw what Mo Fan was holding, her eyes widened. What Mo Fan was holding was the small stone that contained the gem. Gu Yuqing stared at Mo Fan for a long time, feeling confused. The man in front of me looked too young, and his clothes were ordinary. How could he look like a person of great virtue and talent? She arranged the shop like this not because she was rich and willful, but because she followed her grandfather's instructions and waited for the big man who could help the Gu family take off. Her grandfather, Gu Yuming, the current head of the Gu family, suffered a series of accidents a year ago and almost lost his life. Later, he paid a large sum of money to hire a feng shui master who was well known in the industry. The old man visited the Gu family and said that the Gu family's fortune was declining and that the problem could only be resolved if a noble person came to help. The master then instructed Gu Yuqing to disguise a diamond worth tens of millions as an ordinary pebble and mix it among the thousands of artifacts in the Sea Pavilion. He then declared that the person who discovered the diamond was the noble person of the Gu family. It was a very secretive matter at this time. Only Gu Yuming, Gu Yuqing, and the master knew about it. Even the other people in the Gu family were completely unaware of it. Gu Yuqing was originally furious that the carefully arranged situation had been destroyed, but unexpectedly, a noble person arrived unexpectedly. Mo Fan was surprised to hear the beautiful woman in front of him speaking hesitantly. He asked, "What did you say?" "Nothing, nothing." Gu Yuqing quickly turned her face away and coughed twice to hide her shock. "This stone is so small, what do you want to use it for?" "To support the table legs." Gu Yuqing almost fainted after hearing Mo Fan's words. What kind of shit luck did this guy have? Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed through her mind, and she suddenly woke up. He is lying. If you want to find a stone to put under the table legs, why go to the antique market to buy one when you can find it anywhere else? This person is a bit strange, maybe he is the legendary nobleman. Thinking of this, Gu Yuqing immediately put away his contemptuous thoughts. Gu Yuqing smiled slightly and said respectfully, "I am Gu Yuqing from the Gu family. This Sea Pavilion is our Gu family's property." "Sir, you look very impressive. I don't know how to address you." Extraordinary sight? How did she figure that out? Was the stone placed there on purpose? What kind of Gu family is this? Are they doing this because they have nothing to do? Mo Fan secretly complained. Mo Fan didn't feel anything about Gu Yuqing's introduction of her identity. He didn't know that the Gu family was a wealthy family standing at the top of Tianhai City. Although their strength cannot be compared with those super families in first-tier cities, they can get whatever they want in a small place like Tianhai. Mo Fan was secretly surprised, but he didn't show it on his face, and said calmly, Mo Fan. Mr. Mo, I wonder which treasure appraiser is your master? Gu Yuqing quickly went over it in her mind, and did not remember that there was any wealthy family with the surname Mo in Tianhai City. So she subconsciously thought that Mo Fan had this unique ability because his master was a treasure appraiser. Mo Fan shook his head, I didn't become a disciple. After a pause, he pretended to be surprised and asked, why did Miss Gu say that? Gu Yuqing was stunned for a moment, looking at Mo Fan's exaggerated surprised expression, and immediately understood, he simply didn't want to reveal his secret. She thought she had seen through Mo Fan's disguise, but she didn't know that it was just what Mo Fan wanted her to see. Gu Yuqing smiled and said, it's nothing, maybe I made a mistake. Mo Fan said, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. He just wanted to go back as soon as possible to absorb the spiritual energy in the stone, and didn't want to have anything to do with this young lady from the Gu family. Gu Yuqing didn't dare to keep him after hearing this, and quickly said, Mr. Mo, it's a coincidence that we met today. Since we are destined to meet, would you mind leaving me your contact information? Although he felt that Gu Yuqing's behavior was a little strange, Mo Fan did not think much about it. Besides, he got this gem from Gu Yuqing. The other party only made such a small request, and it seemed unreasonable to refuse. So, he exchanged mobile phone numbers with Gu Yuqing. Gu Yuqing then said, I don't know where Mr. Mo is going to do business next. If it is inconvenient, I can send someone to take you there. Mo Fan quickly said, no need, I can take the subway, the road is not congested, it's very convenient. The Bai family is holding a dinner at the Crown Hotel tonight. It is an important moment to witness his wife being promoted to vice chairman, so he must go. Although it was a bit far from the antique street, he and Miss Gu had just met and he didn't want to accept her favor for no reason, so he wanted to find an excuse to refuse. Unexpectedly, the cell phone rang at this moment. Mo Fan took a look and saw that it was a call from Meng Yuelin. He couldn't help but wonder, he had given the full authority of Xiling Group to Meng Yuelin to run it, and she wasn't the kind of person who would call him to report on her work when she had nothing to do. Usually he would contact her when he had something to do, so why would she call him suddenly? Then he walked aside and picked up the phone. Hello, Xiao Meng, what's the matter? Meng Yuelin's voice, as sweet as the sound of ice drops, came immediately, Master, your wife just called to ask if the chairman of our group can be present tonight. What do you think? Why would Yu Qing ask this? Mo Fan pondered over it and immediately realized that it must be the face-loving old lady Bai who asked her to do this. Without any hesitation, Mo Fan immediately replied, no problem, you can call her back and tell her that this is the first time that our Xiling Group and the Bai family have cooperated. In order to show our sincerity, our chairman will come to attend the Bai family banquet. Although he still hadn't figured out what negative effects would come from exposing his identity as the chairman of Xiling Group, he had to do anything to bring honor to his wife. As Mo Fan expected, all of this was done by old lady Bai. She had been tossing and turning for the past 2 days, thinking that if the chairman of Xiling Group could be invited to the dinner to congratulate her, it would be a huge honor and a glory that the Bai family had never had before. Once this idea came up, she could no longer suppress it, so when she saw Bai Yuqing in the office early this morning, she asked her to call Meng Yuelin. Bai Yu listened to his grandmother's thoughts. He was a little hesitant at first, worried about leaving a bad impression on Xiling Group. But he could not stand Mrs. Bai's repeated urging, so he had to bite the bullet and call Meng Yuelin to tell her. So there was the scene of Mo Fan answering the phone just now.